at the border of the land of fire. The road lay in disarray, strewn with chaos. The sun scorched the viscous blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating scent of carnage. A filthy little beggar, as grimy as a mud monkey, bowed his head to observe the dazed white-haired boy who had collapsed. Kailang Guzhang scratched his head, infested with lice. "Hey kid, are you still alive?" Receiving no response, Kailang Guzhang sighed softly that a month prior, he had been a graduate student with a dim future, confidently submitting his thesis to his advisor for review. The advisor had told him, "Your thesis poses no threat to my academic standing, but it will tarnish my reputation. Write your rival's name as the corresponding author." Furious, he had died that very night. Upon awakening, he found himself a lonely orphan, a fugitive in the world of ninjas. The realm of Hokage was perilous slaughter, and death reigned supreme. Now, he lived day by day, striving to return to Konoha and prosper once more. Had it not been for the kindness of the white-haired boy who had recently offered him a piece of bread, he wouldn't have bothered with the boy's affairs. Approaching him, he waved a hand in front of the boy's vacant gaze until it finally focused. "Ah, so you are still alive?" Yes, the boy's eyes gradually turned towards Konoha. His mind seemed to reboot. "It's you, the little beggar from earlier." "Hey, that's rather rude, kid," Wuzong replied, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Well, I was indeed a beggar earlier now. I am your senior, a senior on the road of exile." The boy's lips twitched slightly. "Wah, they're dead. Father is dead. They all died." Kailang Wuzong frowned and covered his ears. Indeed, children could be the loudest. Once the boy's cries subsided, he finally spoke. "Are you done crying? If so, come with me. But before you do, you need to clean up. You can't stay like this." "What's wrong with this?" The boy raised his swollen eyes to look at the equally filthy beggar before him. Aside from his eyes, which obscured his features, his face was caked in dirt, his tattered rags barely covering him, exuding a repulsive odor. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed far better off than the boy. In his confusion, a sinister laugh echoed nearby. "Ha ha ha, what luck today. I've stumbled upon a fine little treasure. It seems I'm destined to have some fun today." "Ha ha ha ha." Kailang Wuzong let out a weary sigh. As predicted, what one feared often came to pass. Turning around, he beheld a tall, gaunt figure, dressed in filthy clothing, wielding a broken katana. The man's appearance marked him as a wandering warrior. At that moment, his gaze towards the white-haired boy was filled with delight. While the boy remained in a stupor, Kailang Wuzong sprang into action. Bang! His knee struck the ground with practiced swiftness, burying his head deep. "Honorable warrior, I am merely passing through. Everything here, including this little pale-faced lad, belongs to you. It is all yours. Please, do enjoy yourself." As he spoke, he shifted his knee aside, seemingly anxious not to disturb the warrior's amusement. The boy behind him gasped in shock. As the wandering warrior approached with an increasingly manic grin, the boy felt a sense of foreboding. Trembling uncontrollably, thud! The katana was carelessly plunged into the earth, and the man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he seized the boy by his collar, his features twisting in delight. The boy wished to struggle, to flee, but his legs trembled uncontrollably, leaving him powerless. He couldn't help but cast a pleading glance towards the nearby little beggar. Yet the very beggar who had promised to take him away was now kneeling properly on the ground, bowing his head as if to worship the wandering warrior. Begging for mercy? Even from behind, he would not be seen. Despair enveloped him, the warrior's raucous laughter ringing in his ears. "Fear not, little one, I shall teach you well. Ah ha ha ha." The overwhelming stench of sweat and halitosis made the boy dizzy, and among the laughter, a barely perceptible sound of a spring mechanism could be heard. Puffed. The laughter ceased abruptly. A steel needle burst through the warrior's throat, blood dripping slowly from the gleaming tip. Cough, cough. The distorted mirth in his eyes froze in disbelief. He turned to see the source of the attack, but was met with a rush of wind. Zing! A sharp object pierced his neck. Then, within him, it began to slice back and forth, accompanied by excruciating pain. In his ear, the little beggar's icy voice whispered, "How does it feel to have something thrust into your body?" No trace of the earlier timidity remained in the beggar's eyes. They were now tinged with anger, slightly reddened. "Why? Why can't people live peacefully? Why? Must there always be death? Enjoy yourself, honorable warrior." The blade in his neck sapped his strength rapidly. Instinct for survival drove him to exert his last ounce of energy, striking back with his elbows. Each hit landed on the little beggar behind him, who emitted muffled grunts but did not relent. Muscles were slowly severed. He could not turn back. One blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, until the man's head was completely severed and tossed aside. The scent of blood in the air intensified. A look of relief washed over the little beggar's face. Not bad. I've lived to see another day. 2 minutes later, he wiped the steel needle and shuriken clean on the headless body, stowing them away. He approached the white-haired boy, extending a blood-stained right hand. I am Kai Langong Wutang. You may call me Musashi. What is your name? I am Oki Nozomi, from Konoha. You can call me Oki. You may call me whatever you wish. From Konoha, huh? Do you remember the way? I remember. Lead the way. A month later, on a narrow forest path, 2 dirty little figures trudged along. Musashi, I'm starving. That fruit on the tree looks good. Blue and speckled. It must be delicious. Go ahead, eat it. Once you're done, it'll chop down that tree for firewood and send you off with it from soup to nuts. Hey, don't say that so ominously. Are you sure it's inedible? Not certain, but if you eat it, you can help me find out. That green mushroom looks tasty. Shall we try one? Oki, if you wish to perish, just say so. But Musashi, if this continues, I will truly starve. Deserve to starve. You're the one leading the way. Keilangu Ujang replied. Are you sure you're not mistaken? This dense forest surely harbors beasts. If we encounter wandering warriors again, we might survive, but if we face a pack of wolves or tigers, our youth will end here. Relax. Trust me. I took this path when I left Konoha. I won't be wrong. Once we pass through this path, it won't be long until we reach Konoha, and then it'll treat you to a grand feast. All expenses will be covered by Lord Nozomi. Watching Oki Nozomi's triumphant demeanor, Keilangu Wuzong chose not to say more. He lacked the strength to speak further. After a month of fleeing, they bore fresh bandages on their bodies. The wounds inflicted by venomous insects, traps, and strangers. The perilous life had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. No Bujiri Daiki appeared to be more spirited than he had been initially. When we first met a month ago, no Bujiri Daiki was timid and compliant, adhering to every word spoken, scarcely daring to raise his voice. However, just a few days of exile enabled him to emerge from the depths of sorrow and fear. As he realized that Musashi would not casually sever his neck, he gradually grew more familiar and comfortable. His address evolved from sir to brother, ultimately culminating in the more intimate Musashi. The two of them alternated between begging for alms on different days. On days of abundance, they would wander further, while on leaner days, they would endure hunger. The numbing routine of their fugitive existence seemed to lose its dreariness. After wandering with empty stomachs for a time, the scenery ahead finally began to widen. Lush trees and verdant grass accompanied the melodious songs of birds, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere that made Rigaka Musashi feel as if the ninja world he had witnessed over the past 2 months was but a fleeting illusion. Gazing upon the vaguely familiar structures, Rigaka Musashi let out a long sigh. Have we finally arrived at Konoha? No Bujiri Daiki have finally returned. Startled by the sudden exclamation beside him, Musashi found himself being tugged forward by Daiki, who dashed ahead like an unbridled husky. At the entrance of the village, Daoki no Zairi, accompanied by Takamizumi Ryoko, stepped into the serene Konoha. The streets were pristine and orderly, bustling with men and women. In stark contrast to the chaos and suffering outside, Konoha resembled a paradise untouched by turmoil. As he walked, he endeavored to overlay the vivid scenes before him with the images etched in his memory. Meanwhile, Nozairi, who had lamented his impending starvation over 70 times, now sported a rather grotesque expression, his eyes gleaming with an absurdity that was almost comical, with dubious liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Finally, they had returned. The delightful, fragrant ambience of Konoha enveloped them. Hey, your smile is rather unsettling. Rein it in a bit, Ryoko cautioned. Oh right, excuse me. Nozairi wiped the drool from his mouth and led Ryoko onward. A rich aroma wafted into their nostrils, and their stomachs protested audibly. They found themselves immobilized, captivated by the sight of a sign that read, Ichiraku Ramen. Gurgle, gurgle. The passers-by could not help but glance over. Are those 2 little beggars? How repulsive. Let us hurry along. Damn it, I wanted ramen. No, let us go? The unreserved whispers of the crowd flushed Nozaire's face with embarrassment. "Let us go to my house and change," he said, suppressing his intense hunger and feeling rather sheepish as he attempted to pull Ryoko away. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Come and savor our new broth." 2 small bowls of steaming ramen appeared before them, accompanied by a cheerful face framed by a small white chef's hat, revealing gentle, smiling eyes. In the span of 2 months, he had endured hunger, cold, and anxiety, being scorned, insulted, attacked, and even assaulted. Yet, this smiling visage illuminated the darkness like the sun piercing through thick fog, invigorating Ryoko's heartbeat. Why was the face before him blurring? It must be the steam from the ramen. Ryoko quickly shut his eyes, and once the haze dissipated, he lifted his gaze to the girl before him. She appeared to be around 6 years old, slightly taller than him, with a round face adorned with a beaming smile beneath her little white chef's hat. Not far off, the visage of the shop's burly chef also bore a hint of a smile. "To our 2 guests, enjoy our new product for free, and please provide your feedback." "Thank you. Thank you." Nozaire swiftly grabbed the ramen and began to devour it voraciously, a sight so gluttonous that even pigs would shake their heads in disapproval. "Thank you. I shall savor it thoughtfully," Ryoko said as he took the bowl and, gripping Nozaire's collar, led him to a corner where they would not disturb the other patrons, indulging in this rare delicacy. However, having been starved for so long, the moment the ramen touched his palate, it slid down his throat, and every cell in his body sighed in contentment, leaving him unable to provide any objective or useful critique. While they were relishing their meal in the corner, a youthful voice interrupted them. "Hey, over there, those 2 sneaky little rascals." Ryoko and Nozaire turned to see 2 figures, one large and one small, approaching. The garment bore a conspicuous fan emblem. A young girl clad in purple pointed her finger at Ryoko Musashi and his companion, her astute gaze surveying them with keen interest, before casting a look of expectation towards the adult man behind her. The man lowered his eyelids, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the 2 filthy beggars. A girl of similar age to him spoke again. "No secret can elude the eyes of Uchiha Izumi. Speak. Are you spies from outside?" "Izumi, do not be foolish," the adult man remarked, directing his attention towards Ryoko Musashi and his companion. "Though you are but children, elucidate your origins and the purpose of your visit to Konoha. Should your explanations be insufficient, Konoha shall not welcome you." "Arrogant Uchiha clan, indeed," Ryoko Musashi mused silently. The anxious Daiki Nozuri stepped forward to clarify their identities, while he organized the utensils and presented them to the handcrafted counter. "I sincerely apologize. Having gone a long time without nourishment, we are unable to offer any sound advice. If permitted, I shall return next time, clean and with sufficient funds to indulge." "Thank you, humble servant Masu." He set down the utensils and approached the flustered Daiki Nozuri. "Very well, I acknowledge that you are the son of Siyudo. And you?" The Uchiha man turned his gaze towards Ryoko Musashi. "Clarify yourself," interrupting Daiki, who was about to provide further explanation. Ryoko Musashi adjusted the tattered fabric upon him and, locking eyes with the Uchiha, recited the clandestine code he had memorized. Shun, Su, Cho, In, Ji, Jia-san, basketball, Yu Bing, Jonin vest, fragrant fried fish. "Ryoko Musashi, I bring back vital intelligence. Please escort me to see Lord Hokage." The Uchiha men exchanged glances. Hokage's office. After the Uchiha clansman led the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen assessed the dark-haired child before him. Simultaneously, Ryoko Musashi scrutinized the 3rd Hokage. He was the most powerful Hokage in history, having concealed Naruto, tacitly allowed the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and signed unequal treaties, renowned for his ninjutsu teachings. His appearance bore little difference from the animated depiction, draped in the Hokage cloak, a habitual smoker, and adorned with a face lined with wrinkles. At first glance, it was hard to conceive that this was a figure of great prowess in the world of ninjas. "So, you are Kenta's son?" Sarutobi Hiruzen mused softly, examining the translated intelligence in his hands. "Yes, my father, before his passing, entrusted me with his identity and the intelligence, instructing me that even at the cost of my life, I must deliver this information to Lord Hokage of Konoha," Ryoko Musashi replied. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. "You bear quite the burden at such a tender age, tasked with a mission. My father always said, regardless of age, one is still a member of the village. Everything is for the village. The intelligence holds significant value. The merits accrued by your father allow you to freely exchange for ninjutsu, funds, or other resources at a designated office, accessible at any time. Now, there remains one final matter. Ryoko Musashi inquired, the final matter? What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the jonin beside him and commanded, Ibiki, take him to be cleaned before he returns to see me. Understood, Lord Hokage. Half an hour later, the once grimy little beggar transformed into a clean and polished young boy. Though his skin bore the evident marks of hardship, his handsome features emerged distinctly. This time, there was no mistaking it. Indeed, he resembled Kinta in his youth, equally striking. Sarutobi Hiruzen assessed the visage of Kumi Musashi and found no room for doubt in his heart. Where the leaves of Konoha danced, the flame of life persisted. The light of the fire would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Child, welcome home. Here, may you thrive in health, for one day. You shall become a ninja as exceptional as your father. Kumi Musashi, with a resolute expression, declared, Lord Hokage, please believe in me. I shall become a Konoha ninja greater than my father. Under the guidance of the third Hokage, a designated individual assisted Kumi Musashi in inheriting Kumi Kenda's legacy, which included a modest house, some furnishings within, and sealed scrolls of ninjutsu hidden in a concealed compartment. Subsequently, with the aid of this individual, he secured a rental near Ichiraku Ramen. In Konoha, real estate is a high-risk investment, yet Kumi Musashi felt a sense of security in renting a place adjacent to Ichiraku. The shadows of a blissful life seemed to be within reach. As night fell, the busy Kumi Musashi sat upon the tatami mat of his new home. Before him lay several ninjutsu scrolls, chakra refinement technique, body replacement technique, body flicker technique, fire release, great fireball, lightning release, chasing fong, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, gale palm, wind release, great breakthrough, and wind release, vacuum sphere. These were the entirety of the scrolls left by his father, Kumi Kenta. Musashi mused to himself. Aside from the vacuum sphere, which is the sole B-rank technique, the rest are all C rank or below. The body flicker technique is merely a standard version. Nevertheless, it is not all bleak. At least I am not starting from scratch, and I have enough material to practice for quite some time. Gazing at the scrolls before him, Kumi Musashi began to contemplate his future plans. In his past life, while watching Naruto, his focus had been on Naruto and Sasuke, Kagaya, and the Sage of Six Paths. Even elite shinobi like Kakashi became mere units of chakra in the public's discourse. However, in the 2 months since his rebirth, he realized that even a wandering warrior, inferior to a mere genin, could end his life. And the genin? They were the nameless victims crushed beneath the weight of the Nine Tails rampage, the remnants under Pain's Shinra Tensei, the scattered remains on the battlefield. Thus, he must brace himself for the worst. Considering the possibility that he might lack any ninja talents or be destined to remain a mere fodder ninja, he contemplated the notion of marrying Shobu, inheriting Ichiraku Ramen, and ascending to a new stage in life. By seizing the opportunities presented during the Nine Tails attack and Pain's onslaught, surviving in Konoha might not prove too arduous. This was a necessary contingency plan. Yet, if there existed even a glimmer of hope, he yearned to make a mark in this world. The dazzling and formidable ninjutsu, the extraordinary powers, he undeniably craved them. However, as a commoner ninja's descendant, devoid of any bloodline limit or celestial reincarnation, hope seemed faint. In the ninja world, few powerful shinobi exist without bloodline limits or inherited talents. Considering the difficulty of acquisition, danger, and potential for future growth, his current objective is quite clear: to master the 8 gates of Might Guy. The primary drawback of this technique is its slow efficacy, arduous training, and the tendency to falter. However, the pursuit of knowledge is not deterred by hardship. Therefore, the focus will now shift to Might Guy. Ryoko Musashi grasped the scroll of chakra refinement technique. Additionally, it is essential to explore the capabilities of this body as a ninja. The scroll in his possession has been passed down through generations of the Ryoko family, filled with numerous annotations from various individuals, sparing Ryoko Musashi considerable effort. After meticulously studying the knowledge inscribed on the scroll to ensure no detail is overlooked, he commenced the process of refinement. By extracting energy from his 130 trillion cells and combining it with the mental energy accumulated through extensive training and experience in fixed proportions, he would form chakra. Some individuals, such as the majority of commoners, find it inherently challenging to extract both types of energy. Others, like Lee Rock, struggle to harness mental energy, limiting themselves to physical training. Generally speaking, those who can swiftly master chakra refinement are deemed geniuses. Those who require a day or several days to grasp it possess ninja potential, and those who only manage to gain a tenuous grasp through prolonged effort might barely keep pace, perhaps due to the tribulations of his past lives. Ryoko Musashi found himself remarkably adept at controlling mental energy, even experiencing an unexpected fluidity in the process. However, he encountered difficulties when trying to extract cellular energy. Although prepared for the mental exertion, the cellular energy remained unresponsive. His spirits dampened slightly. Despite prior preparations, the reality of the situation was disheartening. He lacked the innate talent of a genius ninja. Regaining his composure and accepting the reality, he continued the chakra extraction according to the method described in the scroll. Having previously grappled with mathematics, tirelessly engaging with textbooks, and laboring over research papers, he was accustomed to the monotony of perseverance. The sun had barely set, and he had ample time before his visit to the Ichiraku ramen shop the following afternoon. An hour passed, then two, as he focused intently on the chakra refinement. Setting aside thoughts of ninja talent, the latent energy within his cells grew increasingly vibrant, seemingly on the verge of emerging to unite with the mental energy he had prepared. At last, he successfully extracted the first trace of bodily energy, followed by a gradual overflow of cellular energy. The convergence of these two forces birthed a new energy within his being. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the bright light of dawn. At Ichiraku Ramen, he called out, "Uncle, Shubu-chan, I've come to savor the ramen." Have we met?" Shubu looked at the exquisitely handsome young boy before her with a perplexed expression. Unfazed, Ryoko Musashi reminded her, "The little beggar from 3 days ago." 3 days ago? Little what? Shubu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She could hardly reconcile the striking young boy before her with the indistinct figure of the beggar from just a few days prior. At that moment, she could hardly discern any difference between the two indistinct little faces. A large bowl of tonkatsu ramen. "Thank you." Ryoko Musashi settled onto a stool. "A large serving of ramen. Little brother, do you think you can finish it?" "Rest assured, Sister I shall devour every last bit. Moreover, I shall provide a thorough critique." 10 minutes later. "You wish to work at Ichiraku Ramen?" Gazed at Ryoko Musashi in astonishment before shifting her gaze to her father, who was making the ramen by hand. "This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." "Indeed. My father sacrificed himself honorably to fulfill the mission of the Hokage, and now I must live alone, desperately seeking a place of work to sustain myself," Ryoko Musashi lamented. However, Ichiraku Ramen currently has no intentions of hiring. The ramen maker hesitated. Ichiraku Ramen is barely managing as it is, and has no plans to take on new staff. Furthermore, they are not familiar with Ryoko Musashi and are reluctant to hire a stranger. Ryoko Musashi could certainly perceive the ramen maker's hesitation. If he were in the same position, he too would be hesitant to accept an unfamiliar face. Adjusting his attire, he stood before the ramen maker and spoke earnestly. "Uncle Ramen Maker, given how well the business is doing, I imagine both you and Sister must be exceedingly busy. Especially who bears such a heavy workload at such a tender age. It must be incredibly arduous. Though I may be young, I am quite adept at work. If I could assist, you and Sister would surely find it much easier. Moreover, my wage would be exceedingly low." Gazing at the earnest expression on Ryoko Musashi's face, the ramen maker remained frowning. Yet Ryoko Musashi insisted, "And I guarantee, absolutely, I will not cause any trouble for the shop. Uncle Ramen Maker, Sister I implore you." Interjected, "Father, please accept him." "If that is the case, then very well." The ramen maker finally relented. "You can start every afternoon at 4, assisting with cleaning the dishes. Your wages will be settled as usual. Work diligently, or I shall have no choice but to dismiss you, little one." In the following nights, several villagers of Konoha noticed a diligent little figure bustling about Ichiraku Ramen. "Dear customer, your 2 bowls of ramen are ready. Uncle Ramen Maker, you focus on cooking. Leave the cleaning of the tables to me. Sister what are you doing? Put that down. Such delicate hands ought not to be used for washing dishes." "I shall take care of it." "Sister I shall say this one last time. Put it down. How could a girl be tasked with pouring water? You are challenging a boy's pride. Fear not. Though I may be small, my strength surpasses yours." At the counter, Ojiro Daiki finished the last sip of broth from his bowl, observing Ryoko Musashi busily flitting about like a little bee. Upon returning to Konoha, his appearance was no longer that of a mere beggar. After 2 months, his once dark hair had transformed into a brilliant white, with a few strands artfully obscuring part of his eyes, what he referred to as an artist's hairstyle. Ryoko Musashi believed this hairstyle allowed him to sneak glances at beautiful young ladies, undoubtedly a rather dubious choice. Nejiri Daiki. So Musashi, do you truly intend to remain here? Merely working? Clearing the table of bowls and chopsticks, Ryoko Musashi replied. Firstly, I never agreed to simply hang out with you. Secondly, do not presume that I am merely working. From this day forth, Ichiraku will be my home. I am now a part of Ichiraku. Lastly, once you have finished eating, please make room for other patrons who wish to dine. Nejiri Daiki. I really cannot comprehend your thoughts. You could easily enjoy a life of comfort alongside me. Very well. If you wish to work, then work it shall be. During the day, when you find yourself free, visit me at the Aikido bookstore. Recently, new arrivals at Paradise of Affection await our shared appreciation. Ryoko Musashi. My apologies, Daiki, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Half a month later, at the Konoha training ground. 97, 98, 99, 100. Thud. His body collapsed onto the grass, Ryoko Musashi gasping for breath. A fortnight prior, after successfully refining his chakra, he had not delved deeper. The fatigue of his body reminded him that excessive chakra refinement was detrimental. Such damage would hinder his physical training. With the 8 gates as his objective, he could not permit his body to endure undue harm. Therefore, after a brief self-assessment of his abilities, he sought guidance from Nejiri Daiki's elders regarding the fundamental knowledge of ninjutsu, setting aside chakra training. A robust physique is the foundation of chakra, the very essence of life itself. After 2 weeks of training, he could distinctly sense the rapid transformation of his physical condition. His stamina and vitality were on the rise. After a brief respite to recover some energy, Ryoko Musashi resumed his push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His small, trembling body resolutely repeated the motions. The sound of approaching footsteps registered in his ears, yet he remained undistracted, his gaze fixed intently on the grass beneath him. 41, 42, 43. The footsteps grew nearer, ultimately halting in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a green pant leg. Thud, thud. Ryoko Musashi's heart raced unexpectedly. Is it finally here? A fortnight prior, having discreetly inquired, he learned of a fool clad in a green bodysuit training in this very arena. And thus he began his own regimen here. Bringing lunch each day, come rain or shine, he was unwavering. At last, the moment had arrived. His heart pounded like a drum as he persevered, completing the second set of 100 before collapsing once more onto the ground. Young man, you fall with quite the flair. A gruff voice echoed, and as Ryoko Musashi lifted his gaze, he beheld the figure he had longed for. Clad in a green bodysuit, with a glistening black bowl cut and striking features adorned with a radiant smile. Once his breath steadied, Ryoko Musashi spoke, his youthful face filled with earnestness. You may witness my folly, but please do so from a distance. Do not disturb me. I must devote all my energy to training, honing my body and fortifying my will. I cannot afford to squander a single moment. Let all life pour forth in sweat. Such is my youth. With that declaration, I embarked on yet another round of training. 1, 2, 14, 15, yet the anticipated reactions did not materialize. As I executed my movements, my mind was awash with uncertainty. What could be the matter? Was my carefully prepared dialogue failing to trigger the key phrases? With a sense of trepidation and confusion, I completed a new set of exercises and raised my gaze. Before me was a face drenched in tears. My guy. Oh, this poignant youth. It is truly exhilarating. Young one, let us ignite the flames of our youth together. As I beheld the theatrical display, it was as though I could hear the sounds of the waves and the wind. A rising sun seemed to appear before me, eventually transforming into a verdant silhouette. Suppressing my excitement, I responded, yes. Let our youth burn bright. At the Ichiraku ramen shop. Musashi, what have you been up to these past few days? You seem exhausted. Shobu observed, noticing my slightly trembling hands. Sister Shobu, I am merely engaged in physical training. Training? But you don't seem old enough to be attending school yet. The younger Shobu remarked, astonished by my shorter stature. Indeed. However, possessing a robust physique is essential for becoming an exceptional ninja. My aspiration is to become a magnificent ninja like my father, one who can ignite the spirit of Konoha. Really? Our Musashi is impressive. But even if you wish to become a ninja, you must take care of your health. Look at you. Your hands are shaking even while washing dishes. Let me do it. Absolutely not. This is my responsibility. Oh, it's quite all right. Shobu smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight as she observed my serious demeanor. That earnest expression of yours is indeed quite endearing. No, Sister Shobu, fulfilling one's duties is a form of training. I absolutely must not slack off. This is my youthful ninja way, I firmly declared. Yet, you are truly so gentle, Shobu. To marry someone as kind as you would indeed be a tremendous fortune. I'm used. Shobu, oh dear. You silly child, speaking such nonsense. I speak no falsehoods. If that man could marry Sister Shobu, he must have saved the ninja world in a past life. I shall attend to the customers now. You take your time with the dishes. As I watched Shobu bounce away, I smiled and continued with my task of washing the dishes. My days working at Ichiraku were tranquil. Meanwhile, my interactions with Guy were also progressing smoothly. I steadfastly trained at the training grounds each day without fail. Regardless of whether my Guy appeared, I dedicated myself to my regimen, unwilling to cease until every ounce of strength within me had been thoroughly exhausted. In the world of ninjas, growth occurs at an early age, and after a period of training, the changes in my physique became increasingly evident. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Occasionally, the exuberant Might Guy would invite Ryoko Musashi to ignite the flames of youth, to which the latter would readily acquiesce. Over time, their addresses evolved into a more intimate camaraderie, with Musashi referring to him as Brother Kai. Ah, Musashi. I knew you would be here. In the dimming light of the evening training grounds, Ryoko Musashi was diligently honing his skills alone. Upon noticing Might Guy's approach, he continued his exercises uninterrupted, pausing only after completing a set. Brother Kai, how did the exam go? Haha, though this is not my first time. How could a mere Chunin exam stand in the way of youthful ambition? Might Guy's laughter resonated, his pearly whites gleaming. Naturally, I passed. From this day forth, I am a distinguished Chunin, one step closer to that rascal Kakashi. I knew it. Brother Kai would undoubtedly succeed. Musashi, the brilliance of youth shines even brighter than the setting sun. Let us embark on a spirited run. Before the sun sets, we shall reach the gates of Konoha. I shall run on one leg, and if I fail to accomplish this, I will perform 100 laps upside down around Konoha. Is that truly feasible? Ryoko Musashi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This is simply marvelous. Brother Kai, though my training pales in comparison to yours, I shall not waver. I vow in the name of youth. If I do not reach the gates of Konoha before sunset, I shall do 1,000 push-ups. Brother Kai, let us begin. My youthful spirit is eager. Very well. Let us commence. The slanting rays of the sun illuminated the village as the duo, one large, one small, swiftly raced toward the gates of Konoha. Even while hopping on one leg, Might Guy left Ryoko Musashi far behind. With a swift tap of his toes, he soared ahead like the wind. Before long, Musashi, striving to catch up, began to feel the strain. His lungs protested, and his muscles cried out in agony. His body conveyed a clear message to his mind. No more. Stop. The world around him began to blur, and the metallic taste of exhaustion filled his mouth. Yet, he relentlessly pursued, driven not merely by the desire for Might Guy's approval. Having chosen his path in the ninja world, he was mentally prepared for whatever lay ahead. How could one achieve their aspirations through mere superficial training and leisurely studies? To truly realize his goals, he must ignite the entirety of his youth, allowing a fervent flame to blossom, perhaps enabling him to chase the lofty peaks of the future as an ordinary ninja. Gasping, the surroundings became indistinct. Even the direction of the gates eluded him. He only felt the earth solid beneath his feet, and in a final surge of effort, his body lunged forward. What awaited him was a sturdy chest. Brother Kai, did I succeed? Ryoko Musashi managed to utter, his spirit still trailing behind. You did it. Musashi, you are truly inspiring. This is youth. In the fading twilight, Might Guy carried the somewhat exhausted Ryoko Musashi back, setting him down only at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, where the latter began to regain his strength. Musashi, tomorrow I shall depart, and before I go, I wish to present you with a gift. Might Guy, where are you headed? To become a Chunin is to bear greater responsibilities. Starting tomorrow, I shall lead a team on missions, and for a time, I will be unable to train alongside you. Ryagami Musashi was momentarily taken aback. Is the Third Ninja World War about to commence? Fear not for me. I am the formidable beast of Konoha. Noticing the concern etched on Ryagami Musashi's face, Might Guy beamed brightly, then retrieved an item from his backpack and placed it before him. Behold, this is my gift to you. While I am away, make sure to train diligently. Before Ryagami Musashi's eyes lay a billowing green fabric. A familiar tune seemed to resonate in his ears. Donning this green bodysuit, you shall cease to be an ordinary individual. The desires of the ninja world shall no longer touch you. From this moment forth, Danzo shall distance himself from you. Your comrades will scorn you, and the people shall express their respect for you with their gazes. Another little brat beside Konoha's great second. My beloved training bodysuit. It boasts excellent breathability and moisture retention, with a perfect silhouette that prioritizes convenience. Once you wear it during your training, you will instantly understand its magnificence. Might Guy's voice interrupted the melody in his mind. Ryagami Musashi gazed at the bodysuit and the expectant, admiring face of Might Guy, joyfully accepting it. This is wonderful. Thank you, Guy. I will surely wear it and train hard. Oh, huh? As I envisioned. Musashi, I shall return to prepare for my mission now. We shall meet again on the path of youth. As he watched Might Guy depart, Ryagami Musashi turned to find two figures lurking at the doorway. The disgruntled Yajiri Oki exclaimed, So, Musashi, you're avoiding me for this rare treasure? You scoundrel. The worried I am urged, Musashi, that strange piece of fabric you hold. Quick, discard it. Seemingly feeling her words lacked force, she stepped forward, pinching Ryagami Musashi's cheeks, and insisted, Listen to your sister. Throw it away. Absolutely. You must not wear such a peculiar thing. It does not suit your lovely face. Do you hear me? What are you doing? Ryagami Musashi broke free from her grasp. Seriousness etched on his face. This is not mere strange fabric. It is far more than just a piece of clothing. It signifies Guy's acknowledgement of my youthful ninja path. It is a beacon guiding me so that I shall not lose my way on the ninja road. How could I possibly discard it? There is more than one path for a ninja, Musashi. Please, listen to your sister. How about choosing a different route? While I hold you in the highest regard. On this matter, I cannot acquiesce. Observing Iam's disappointed expression softened Ryagami Musashi's heart. At most, I promise that when I work at Ichiraku and meet you, I shall not wear this suit. Since you were so insistent, very well. Musashi, you must not appear before your sister wearing that strange thing. Nearby, Yajiri Oki, feeling ignored, interjected, thrusting his head between them, his small eyes filled with displeasure. Hey, don't you see I'm still here? Musashi, do your eyes only see Sister Iam? Indeed, they do. My fondness for Sister Shobu is undeniable, as you are well aware. Yet, it has been quite some time since we last spent time together. Since your return to Konoha, how much time have we truly shared? Speak up, Najiri Daiki exclaimed, waving his hands animatedly. Have you forgotten the days we fled together? Have you forgotten the joy we shared over half a biscuit? The wild vegetables we foraged together in the morning? The cicadas serenading us at night? Have you truly forgotten all of it? Where have you placed our bond? You scoundrel. Kion, do you really wish to hear what you're saying? Najiri Daiki, meaning, Kion. All right. I must get to work. I am already late, and guests have arrived. Without turning back, she added, Wait for me to return home later. I have matters to discuss with you. Najiri Daiki, TCH. Understood. As night fell, Najiri Daiki trailed alongside Kion, chattering about the mundane events of the past few days and the new books from his publishing house. He particularly praised the author of Intimate Paradise for their consistent updates and high-quality work, clearly a remarkable professional writer. Even back when they were colleagues, Kion had recognized Daiki's unique attributes and marveled at the precocity of the children in the ninja world. It was surprising that such a young child had begun to explore Tsukuba's works. Moreover, Daiki had mentioned that he had inherited remarkable artistic skills from his father. Upon returning home, Kion retrieved paper and pen and said to Najiri Daiki, If I recall correctly, you claimed your artistic skills were quite commendable, correct? Immediately, Daiki beamed with pride. Indeed. Do not underestimate my youth. I possess exceptional skills in illustrating beautiful figures. Kion pointed to the paper and pen on the table, saying, Then go ahead and draw. I shall provide you with the specifications to see how well you execute them. The girl should be at the threshold of maturity. Her form slightly curvaceous, yet not overly exaggerated. The style should be clean, infused with a youthful vibrancy. The smile must be pure, embodying the essence of a neighborly older sister. These are my initial requirements. Now draw? Though somewhat perplexed, Daiki habitually complied with Kaion's requests. He retrieved his specialized paper and pen from his bag and began to draw. 10 minutes later, no? A pure smile means innocent, not naive or oblivious. The curves. Where are the curves? Youth should not be flat. The physique. Not a plump kind of fleshiness, but the kind where the fabric gently embraces the skin. Half an hour later, Nejire Daiki anxiously gnawed on his drawing pen, awaiting Kaion's critique. She carefully examined the artwork, her brow slightly furrowed. As Daiki fidgeted with impatience, Kaion finally set down the paper. Surprisingly good. Huh. I knew my artistic skills were exceptional. Daiki beamed with pride. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Kaion smiled at him, refraining from contradiction. The drawing was indeed quite impressive. After allowing Nejire Daiki a moment of joy, she asked, by the way, do you have Intimate Paradise with you? Nejire Daiki, did you not say you don't read it? Cut the chatter. Do you have it? Yes, I do. Yonoji Daiki spoke as he retrieved a well-thumbed book from his backpack. Ryoko Musashi accepted it and began to peruse its pages under the latter's lecherous gaze. After a considerable pause, Ryoko Musashi closed the book, and Yonoji Daiki eagerly leaned in. So what do you think? Isn't it a fine work that I admire? Ryoko Musashi pondered for a moment before responding. It is mediocre. Mediocre? Yonoji Daiki echoed incredulously. Ryoko Musashi nodded. Indeed, the illustrations are of high quality, and the production is exquisite, with a reasonably complete narrative. However, what? The storytelling is merely average. The plot can be described as passable. Its main selling point lies in its appealing art style. The lengthy text conveys a refreshing sentiment, which is acceptable. Humph. Yonoji Daiki retorted, I believe you are being deliberately contrarian. This is already among the best available on the market. Did you know? Intimate Paradise is immensely popular across various nations and ninja villages. All right. You make a valid point. This work is indeed quite commendable, Ryoko Musashi conceded, shifting the conversation. Daiki, would you like to earn some money? Earn money? Not interested, Yonoji Daiki shook his head. Our family runs Seiudo, and I am not in need of funds. What I mean is, don't you want to earn some extra pocket money? Not particularly, Yonoji Daiki reiterated. The head of Seiudo is my uncle, who treats me as his own son. I don't lack for spare change. Come on, Ryoko Musashi exclaimed. What are you trying to say? After a moment of contemplation, Ryoko Musashi replied, Here's the thing. I find myself in need of money lately, and am seeking a way to earn some, requiring your assistance. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. You need money, and come to me? What is our relationship? What is mine is yours. Just say how much you need. But you can't just vanish like before. Ryoko Musashi felt touched, but shook his head. That won't do. Even if your uncle is good to you, I cannot take advantage of you. This is not a sustainable solution. The funds I require are for my training, particularly in ninjutsu and taijutsu, which alone incurs considerable expenses for sustenance. That's manageable, but future costs for ninja tools, techniques, and various training resources are not trivial and must be considered early on. Being a ninja is an exceedingly costly profession. Various blades and resources, including the large quantities of fresh meat and vegetables I consume daily, are beyond the means of an ordinary household. It hasn't been long, yet the profits from buying and selling properties have nearly been depleted. As for Kinta Ryoko's mission merits, I prefer not to touch them now. It's evident that they are more precious than mere money. Yonoji Daiki inquired. So how do you expect me to help you? Ryoko Musashi suggested, let us publish a book together. Publish a book? Yonoji Daiki queried. Ryoko Musashi affirmed, yes. Publish a book. I recognize your artistic talent. I will provide the story, and you will handle the illustrations. We can collaborate and split the profits equally. What do you think? Instantly intrigued, Yonoji Daiki's interest was piqued. Though he was indifferent to money, the prospect of creating his own work thrilled him. All right, I'll handle the illustrations, and you'll provide the story ideas. But can you deliver a good story? Ryoko Musashi clapped Yonoji Daiki on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Trust me, together we will thrive and ensure that Intimate Paradise does not monopolize the spotlight. Daiki Nejire's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Musashi, let us together ignite a revolution in the realm of ninjas. Indeed. First, let us select an appropriate short story to hone our skills and test the waters. So, Daiki, I propose you remember, Acheron is a still training genin, and on a rainy day, his jounin sister, Mina, brings him home. Under the night sky, Two young boys gather in the glow of the lantern, crafting their maiden work, while the air is occasionally punctuated by the sound of a crow cawing. Months swiftly passed, and spring had arrived in the second year. In the Konoha training grounds, a green figure darted through the trees, occasionally unleashing punches and kicks that sliced through the air. 998, 999, 1000. 1000 spinning kicks, completed. Musashi Ryogumi landed on the ground, sweat cascading from his chin. After an intense workout, he gradually moved until his heavy breathing subsided, allowing him to finally rest. It had been half a year since Brother Guy had returned. Ryogumi mused to himself. As the conflict of war intensified, an increasing number of ninjas were dispatched on missions. Presently, Konoha village, aside from the guards, had seen most ninjas venture out, leaving the training grounds desolate for quite some time. The clouds of war began to loom, driving up the prices of goods in Konoha. Although the war had yet to directly affect him, a sense of unease lingered. In the chaos of the ninja world, the lives of ordinary people seemed exceedingly insignificant. He was unwilling to remain inconspicuous. Thus he dedicated himself to the training of taijutsu with greater fervor than ever before. Taking out a sumptuous bento from noon, he devoured it ravenously. The prices of ninja training bento had also risen considerably. Fortunately, the sales of their book were barely sufficient for the time being. There were no pressing issues. After finishing his meal, he retrieved an item from the bag beside him. The grit-weighted training gear from the Konoha Ninja Tool Shop. This was also purchased with the earnings from his collaboration with Daiki Nijiri. Half a year ago, he began co-authoring a book with him, one aiming to challenge lustful paradise, while the other sought to enrich his wallet. It could only be said that both were steadily advancing towards their respective goals. He and Daiki Nijiri established 3 rules. First, they could not discuss the book's plot in front of acquaintances. Second, no one aside from Daiki Nijiri's relatives could know his identity as one of the 2 creators. Third, and most importantly, they must not allow Ayam to sense anything unusual. If she discovered that they were the true identities behind the literary sensation Midnight Blade, it would be the valley of the end for them. Carefully securing the grit-weighted gear, Musashi Ryogami concluded his rest and commenced his afternoon strength training. A half hour later, an unexpected voice interrupted his regimen. "Musashi, cease your training." "Brother Guy?" Musashi Ryogami exclaimed with delight, looking up at the familiar figure approaching. "Brother Guy, you have finally returned. Was the mission successful?" Might Guy sauntered closer, his gaze filled with a hint of approval as he extended his right hand. "Yes. The mission has just concluded. Come now, Musashi, give me your all, and let me see if your youth has been idling during this time." Might Guy's demeanor was not as exuberant as usual, and observing him, Musashi Ryogami began to harbor some suspicions. Observing the opponent raise his right hand in a stance of challenge, he ceased his idle chatter, methodically shedding his burdens and adopting an offensive posture. "Be cautious, Brother Kai," he remarked. With that, he surged forward, unleashing a whip-like kick that sliced through the air with a deafening whoosh. Bang! The resounding echoes of intense collisions reverberated across the training ground. Ryogami Musashi spared no effort, launching a full-scale assault. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that even if he exerted every ounce of strength, he would hardly inconvenience his opponent, rendering any restraint unnecessary. This was a test set forth by Might Guy. "All right, Musashi," Might Guy commanded, halting the sparring session a few minutes later as he observed Ryogami Musashi gasping for breath. "You have not disappointed me. It is evident that you have not slacked off during this time. Brother Kai, even if I were alone, I would never allow myself to be idle. The fleeting moments of youth must not be squandered. This is my ninja way." "Excellent. Musashi, your diligence surpasses that of my younger self, and your innate talent is even greater." Hearing Might Guy's commendation caused a flicker of joy in Ryogami Musashi's heart. Yet, this was not a moment for celebration. He turned to Might Guy and inquired, "So, Brother Kai, has something transpired? You seem troubled." Might Guy's tone grew somber. "Even you have noticed, haven't you?" "Indeed. Something has occurred. My father perished in battle, sacrificing himself to buy us time against the Mist Ninjas." "Brother Kai." The confirmation of his fears weighed heavily on Ryogami Musashi's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. He yearned to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. The death of the other's father was, after all, a sorrow that could not be avoided. "Do not mourn for me, Musashi," Might Guy urged, attempting to curve his lips into a semblance of a smile, as if that could lessen the sorrow. To die in battle is the fate of a ninja. Moreover, My father fell in defense of our village. He protected us and embodied his ninja way. Brother Kai, when my father passed, he told me that the burning leaves illuminate the budding new branches. Perhaps in another world, they find joy in having upheld their ninja way and the will of fire. Ryagami Musashi recalled his father, hoping to provide some solace to Might Guy. Two warm tears cascaded down Might Guy's cheeks, only to be swiftly wiped away. Once his emotions steadied, Might Guy shifted to the matter at hand. Musashi, I have come to you with an important matter. Your progress and dedication have reinforced my resolve. What is it, Brother Kai? Whatever I can do, I will strive to achieve it, even at the cost of my life, Ryagami Musashi asserted. No need for such extremes. The situation of war grows increasingly dire. Soon, I will embark on a new mission. I have come to impart my technique to you. A technique? Ryagami Musashi's heart raced. Yes, a technique, the ultimate martial arts secret known only to my father and me in the Leaf Village. The 8 Gates. Might Guy declared with a grave expression. Happiness arrived unexpectedly, leaving Ryagami Musashi in a daze. He had long pondered how to attain such a skill, only to find it presented to him so suddenly. Brother Kai, why do you wish to impart this technique to me now? I previously mentioned that this taijutsu is practiced solely by my father and me within the village of Konoha. Now, with my father slain in battle, I am once again on the verge of returning to the front lines. Mastering this technique demands immense suffering and rigorous training. Among all those I know, your tenacity and innate talent make you the most deserving of this skill, stated Might Guy. Thank you for your confidence in me, Brother Kai, replied Ryagami Musashi. You need not thank me, Musashi. Your dedication warrants such recognition. However, the 8 Gates technique is not only arduous to master, but also perilously dangerous. It is a method that temporarily unleashes tremendous power by unbinding the internal constraints of the body. When all 8 gates are opened, it forms the 8 gates of death, granting the user immense strength instantaneously, but at the cost of their life's vitality. My father, Might Dato, spent 2 decades mastering this technique, only to perish upon its first use. Musashi, do you still wish to pursue such a technique? Without a moment's hesitation, Ryagami Musashi resolutely declared, Brother Kai, whether it takes 20 years or 30, I will undoubtedly master this skill. I shall protect those who are dear to me with my own strength, and even in death. I will have no regrets. Musashi, Might Guy's eyes welled with emotion. I have not misjudged you. My father once stated that there exists a stringent self-discipline required for mastering the 8 Gates technique. You must remember this. Use this skill to safeguard that which is most precious to you. I shall remember, Brother Kai. The following afternoon, Might Guy returned to the battlefield, leaving Ryagami Musashi with his insights on the 8 Gates technique, along with a box of potent pills to replenish his strength. Musashi, train diligently. Konoha will ensure you grow well. I look forward to the flames of youth rekindling once more. Will they truly protect our growth? Mused Ryagami Musashi. The intensity of the war escalated, and he felt the shadows of conflict gradually enveloping him. During the Great Ninja War, could Konoha truly safeguard their development? His apprehensions swiftly became reality. Shortly after Might Guy departed for battle, the higher-ups of Konoha issued a summons. They called upon the descendants of the village's ninjas to join the fray. Any child from a ninja family aged 4 or older, with detectable ninja aptitude, found themselves on the list. The rationale provided by the leadership was that the future of Konoha necessitated accelerated growth. The young ones were not summoned to engage in combat, but rather to witness the sacrifices of their forebears, to experience the brutalities of war, and to share in the simpler, manageable tasks. This would nurture a purer will of fire, ensuring a brighter future filled with more exceptional ninjas. To his dismay, Ryagami Musashi's name was prominently featured on that list. Wasn't it agreed that I would grow healthily and robustly in Konoha? Exclaimed Nozurioki, slamming the roster onto the table of a ramen shop. Unlike the Kamizumi clan, the Nijiri family did not settle in the village as ninjas. For generations, they have managed a bookstore and publishing business, becoming significant taxpayers of Konoha, thus exempt from conscription. His name did not appear on the list. It was his resentment towards Kamizumi Musashi being on the list that troubled him. If Kamizumi Musashi went to the battlefield, who would engage him daily in discussions about artistic creation, not to mention the perils of war? Nijiri Oki lamented. Has the third Hokage lost his senses? How could such an order be issued? Beside him, Ayam wore a worried expression and remarked, It is indeed unreasonable for Lord Hokage to do this. How can someone as young as Musashi be sent to the battlefield? She pinched Kamizumi Musashi's cheek, her beautiful brows knitted in concern. Is there truly no way to avoid this? Kamizumi Musashi sighed. It cannot be avoided. Although the phrasing is gentle, it is a summons for war. If I refuse, it is not entirely impossible, but I would have to relinquish my dreams of becoming a ninja of Konoha. I am exclaimed. It's perfectly fine not to be a ninja. Ichiraku Ramen is your home as well. Najiri Oki added. I am right. It's all right not to be a ninja. You can continue to stay with me. Kamizumi Musashi reacted with an exasperated expression. Najiri Oki coughed, ahem. I mean, we can continue to spend time together each day. Kamizumi Musashi gently shook his head. The Hokage's order has been issued. It cannot be changed. I must go? I promised my father and Lord Hokage that I would become an exceptional ninja like my father. The only sorrow was that he would no longer be able to be by IM's side in the ramen shop every day. I am moved. Cupped Kamizumi Musashi's face in her hands, saying Musashi. He leaned into her embrace. I will surely miss you. Najiri Oki interjected, hey, there are more than just two of us here. After bidding farewell to the Najiri father and daughter, Kamizumi Musashi dived into the ninja equipment store to begin his purchases. Ninja tool pouch, shuriken, explosive tags, outdoor gear. The prices of these already expensive items surged dramatically due to the war, yet Kamizumi Musashi had no choice but to purchase them, nearly depleting his recent savings. Staying alive was paramount. Once on the battlefield, money would be of little use. Although the official reasoning was to allow them to experience the atmosphere of war while taking on manageable tasks, the battlefield was ever-changing, and no one could predict what would happen next. In the event of danger, the children of ninja clans had their elders to look after them. But he had no one to rely upon. Soon, the budding ninjas of Konoha assembled and, under the guidance of experienced ninjas, rushed to various battlefields. At the battlefield camp, the Uchiha clan's rest area, the adult ninja assigned tasks. You four are responsible for transporting food and supplies. You three will handle the sanitation of the camp. You two go to the medical area to care for the injured. Lastly, you three will assist in the logistics kitchen. A group of excited yet anxious children was directed by an adult ninja, with Kamizumi Musashi being assigned to help in the logistics kitchen. Compared to the sanitation duties involving waste cleanup or the perilous transportation tasks, being in logistics, away from the battlefield and free from the worry of hunger, was a decent choice. Why did fortune smile upon Takumi Suzumiya? It was because he had, through indirect means, gained insight into the ninja responsible for the arrangements. Ninja-sama, your battle attire appears to be tattered. The struggle must have been arduous. How can you wield kunai with such wear and tear while fighting for Konoha? This simply will not do. Compared to my own feeble self, these exquisite kunai from the Konoha weapons shop would suit you far better. Please accept them as a token of my dedication to Konoha. With this cascade of words, he secured a position preparing meals for the ninjas. The ninja world is not solely about combat. Thus began Takumi Suzumiya's journey on the battlefield. Cooking, tidying up, resting, and practicing the shadow clone technique. Even in the throes of war, not every moment is spent in battle. The life in the kitchen can at times verge on monotony. The Uchiha clan, for the most part, is characterized by its arrogance, especially those who have awakened their Sharingan. Whenever the new recruits, like Takumi Suzumiya, falter in their duties, they face harsh reprimands. However, if they perform adequately, they are seldom troubled. After Takumi's diligent efforts, drawing upon his experience working at Ichiraku, he successfully elevated the meals from barely edible to surprisingly delightful, which earned him a slight improvement in how he was treated. As night fell, Takumi Suzumiya clasped his hands together in a sealing gesture. In the hour of the serpent, shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, two identical Takumi Suzumiyas appeared in the same spot. Approaching, he meticulously examined the effects of his ninjutsu, seeking areas for enhancement. After arriving on the battlefield, he paused his physical training. Each day, aside from essential exercises to maintain his physical condition, he conserved his stamina for unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, he resumed refining his chakra and practicing the shadow clone technique. As a fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the shadow clone technique is one of the cornerstones of ninjutsu. The most basic transformation technique involves a temporary alteration of chakra on an object, intangible yet perceptible. The clone technique creates controllable, tangible duplicates. As for the substitution technique, it requires prior preparation to deceive foes in the heat of battle. Its practice is not overly challenging and proves quite practical in lower-tier conflicts. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Takumi Suzumiya's objective is straightforward: to enrich his skill set in the shortest time possible, thus increasing his chances of survival in the face of unexpected perils. His reasoning is undoubtedly sound, and events unfolded as he anticipated. One fateful night, the slumbering ninjas were abruptly roused by the blaring alarm and the cacophony of battle cries. Takumi Suzumiya sprang up from his bed, disregarding the panicked cries of his peers, and swiftly ventured outside to assess the situation. Under the cloak of night, a multitude of enemies emerged, howling and clashing. Prepare for battle. Engage the enemy. Ah, my leg. My leg. Kill them. Konoha swine, meet your demise. Filth from the Cloud Village. Perish. Ha ha ha. Savor the agony. The thunderous sounds of ninjutsu and explosive tags filled the air, while the violent winds carried the pungent scent of blood into his nostrils. Takumi Suzumiya gripped his concealed ninja tools tightly and shouted back to his comrades. Take care of yourselves. Escape. As he spoke, disregarding the cries and pleas behind him, he moved swiftly. Fortunately, being at the rear of the camp, the group of young ninjas and lower-ranked shinobi had not faced the brunt of the fiercest assault, allowing him a moment to survey the surroundings. He intended to retreat in a direction where the combat was not so intense. However, every direction, near and far, was teeming with enemies. He could only identify the area where the lower-ranked shinobi were entangled and continuously shift his position. Ha! The young ninjas of Konoha descend into hell. A few lower-ranked shinobi charged towards Ryogumi Musashi and his companions, brandishing their weapons. In the chaos of battle, there was no distinction between adults and children. There were only foes. As blades flashed, anguished cries erupted. Ryogumi Musashi evaded the crimson glint of the blades and, upon realizing there was no escape route, deliberately approached a lower-ranked shinobi of moderate speed. Bang! 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 The clashing of kunai and sword sent sparks flying, while guarding against unexpected moves from his opponent. He engaged in a reciprocal exchange with the enemy shinobi. 5 strikes, 10 strikes, 30 strikes. Despite his training, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength against an adult. Under the ferocious onslaught of the opposing shinobi's relentless slashes, Ryogumi Musashi struggled to hold his ground, wary of exposing a fatal weakness to his adversary. What is the secret to survival on the battlefield? To slay the enemy? Ryogumi Musashi would argue otherwise. On the battlefield, especially in chaotic skirmishes, the key to survival lies in selecting the appropriate opponent. In a group battle where a siege cannot be formed, as long as one chooses the right adversary and maintains the rhythm of combat, one can prolong their existence. It is vital to avoid injury and, more importantly, to refrain from killing the opponent. For if one kills one, another will surely emerge. It is preferable to employ the technique of doton, rolling and crawling rather than recklessly unleashing powerful attacks. Thus, Ryogumi Musashi fought amidst the fray, seeking opportunities to engage more suitable opponents, deftly maneuvering to allow those in greater need to face the increasingly agitated adversaries. The battle raged on. Yet by some stroke of fortune, the specter of death did not suddenly descend upon him. The level of lower-ranked shinobi attacking here was not particularly high, enabling him to maintain a steady performance amidst the chaos, preserving his record unscathed. At one moment, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Of a similar age, yet distinguished by a fierce combat style, the figure wielded kunai with pinpoint accuracy, ending opponents' lives with precision. Itachi Uchiha. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the enemy shinobi's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Seizing the moment, he thrust his kunai forward. Just as Ryogumi Musashi intended to employ the rolling and crawling technique to evade the assault, a flash of light surged forth. Clang! The two kunai collided, one exhibiting clear superiority in strength, driving the other through the body of a cloud-hidden shinobi, extinguishing his life. Damn it, Ryogumi Musashi thought, feeling the urge to curse. That had been the opponent he painstakingly selected. As he turned, he found that the battle had ceased, and the enemies had begun their retreat. A youthful smile graced Ryogumi Musashi's face. Thank you, he exclaimed as he approached Itachi Uchiha, extending his hand. I am Ryogumi Musashi. You can call me Musashi. And you? Uchiha Itachi did not extend his hand, merely stating his name. Ah, Itachi, I owe you a great deal. Had it not been for your kunai, I would have met my demise. Thank you. No need for thanks, Uchiha Itachi replied in Dondak, unsure how to respond to the sudden enthusiasm of Kyugami Musashi. He turned away as a distant member of the Uchiha clan called his name. With the retreat of the enemy, the Leaf Village's forces began to regroup, tending to the wounded and restoring their strength. Kyugami Musashi also took a moment to bandage his minor injuries. In the face of such a comprehensive assault, with his current feeble strength, he could only strive to survive. Exhausted, the Leaf Ninjas took turns resting. However, unbeknownst to them, before dawn, the Cloud Village launched another night raid. Cries of alarm, shouts of battle, and the scent of blood filled the air, repeating the scene from just a few hours prior. Kyugami Musashi, though cursing internally, could only resort to skimming through the chaos of the battlefield. Once again, he encountered Uchiha Itachi amidst the fray. Unlike his own struggle against the enemy, Itachi's prowess was evident. His attacks were fierce, dispatching 2 enemy genin while simultaneously drawing the attention of 3 additional foes. Even Uchiha Itachi found himself in peril against the trio. Despite his genius, he was still only 4 years old. After an intense exchange, 2 of the assailants managed to restrain Itachi's offense, while the last one, with a fierce countenance and hand signs formed, prepared to unleash a jutsu to eliminate the prodigious Leaf Ninja before him. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in alarm. Am I about to be struck? Suddenly, several shurikens struck the Cloud Ninja with force, causing blood to splatter as he was nearly propelled half a meter away. Seizing this unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Itachi broke free from the restraint of the 2 attackers, swiftly moved forward to deliver a fatal blow, and then turned to eliminate the remaining foes. As he glanced back, he saw the one who had just intervened still struggling against his adversaries. By dawn, the enemy finally retreated. Uchiha Itachi approached Kyugami Musashi, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Itachi refrained from inquiring why Musashi had the capacity to eliminate the opponent, yet chose not to. Perhaps he is reluctant to kill, he mused. Thank you for earlier, Uchiha Itachi said. Kyugami Musashi suppressed a smile, replying, no need for thanks. Uchiha Itachi nodded. You should practice your shuriken more. Kyugami Musashi acknowledged. My shuriken skills are not honed. They cannot compare to the Uchiha's kunai throwing technique. I focus on sheer power and quantity, just aiming to be effective. Some of my shuriken weren't even thrown with a spin, they were merely hurled. Uchiha Itachi remarked. I can share some techniques I have mastered when you have the time. Kyugami Musashi replied, it's a promise. The 2 raids had significantly reduced the numbers within the Leaf Camp. Many in the logistics division had perished, forcing Kyugami Musashi to shoulder more responsibilities, such as cooking. His encounters with Uchiha Itachi became more frequent. Hey Itachi, good to see you again. Come here, let me serve you more. Eat well and grow taller. Itachi, this evening I have some inquiries to make of you. Let us together ignite the flames of youth. Itachi, did you encounter formidable foes today? You seem somewhat beleaguered. You little brat. Who emboldened you to speak thus to the son of our clan leader? The sudden malice startled Kyugami Musashi. Behind Itachi stood a Uchiha clansman, his head bound in cloth, glaring at him with an unfriendly countenance. Judging by the style of his attire, he was a genin. The Chunin's food distribution team was not with him. Seeing that Kyugami Musashi did not respond with trepidation, the Uchiha genin's expression grew even more sullen. Damn brat, a mere commoner, and yet you know not the most basic respect due to the Uchiha heir. Enough. Deis-ho, return. Itachi's visage darkened. My lord Itachi, but return. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Hey. Kyugami Musashi watched the 2 retreating figures. Itachi, is this the essence of the Uchiha's temperament that you so despise? As the Cloud Village initiated its surprise assault, Konohagakure was naturally compelled to retaliate. You strike me, I shall strike you. At times, skirmishes erupted within both encampments. And occasionally, surprise attack squads collided mid-route, leading to immediate bloodshed. Kyugami Musashi gradually felt numb and weary. The days of remaining vigilant were excruciating. His own strength was insufficient. He could only manage to evade the weakest of genin, and those slightly stronger were already beyond his reach. If he were to inadvertently be caught in the crossfire of a jounin's powerful technique, his ninja career might be prematurely extinguished before it even began. Days later, another chaotic battle concluded. This was the most extensive clash since Kyugami Musashi's arrival, involving not just Konohagakure and the Cloud Village, but also adversaries from the Stone Village. The incessant cries of battle rendered his ears a dull hum, and the stench of blood numbed his senses. The factions clashed in a fray, with lives lost every moment. After the battle ceased, Kyugami Musashi and Itachi leaned against each other in exhaustion. Perhaps Musashi's survival was acknowledged due to his strength. Or perhaps Itachi's disposition was not as cold as it seemed. After numerous exchanges, though Itachi still maintained an air of indifference, he did not reject Musashi's proactive approach. From a nearby pile of corpses, a groan emerged. Itachi moved towards the sound, discovering an enemy who had not perished. In the astonished gaze of Kyugami Musashi, Itachi retrieved a water pouch and administered it to the adversary. As the enemy's eyes transitioned from confusion to shock, he suddenly acted with resolve. Swish! Bang! Bang! A kunai and a flurry of shuriken struck him simultaneously. The enemy collapsed once more. Itachi lifted his head, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Musashi, I sought to save him. Why did he attempt to slay me? Kyugami Musashi shook his head, stating, I know not. Perhaps he is equally bewildered. He aimed to kill you. Why then would you wish to save him? Enough with the idle thoughts. Let us return, lest your father grow concerned. He shall not. As they tread upon the bloodied ground, Itachi suddenly spoke up. Musashi, where shall we go? Kyugami Musashi, where to? Back home for a meal, of course. No, I mean, in this ninja world, with its senseless conflicts, what is our purpose? What does the future hold? Kyugami Musashi, to return home and enjoy a bowl of ramen lovingly prepared by Sister Ayam. Uchiha Itachi. Oh, stop overthinking. Kyugami Musashi playfully draped an arm over Uchiha Itachi's shoulder as they walked, saying, Let me tell you, ninjas are merely tools, and battles are just a form of labor. Neither of us even qualifies as a genin. We're more like the lubricant for the tools. As for meaning, you must seek that outside of work hours. Once the war concludes, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen, and then you'll understand. I assure you, Uncle's latest seafood ramen is utterly delectable. Just one bite will invigorate your spirit. The third great ninja war has finally come to an end. Exhausted and wounded, the ninja gradually returned to Konohagakure. Some had lost loved ones, others bore the scars of their battles, and many lay in eternal slumber, awaiting the day they would be resurrected from the earth. After listening to the teachings of the third Hokage, Kyugami Musashi entrusted the matter of merit calculation to Uchiha Itachi and hurried towards Ichiraku ramen without pause. For someone who merely cooked for the ninjas, coupled with a score of 0, how much merit could he possibly claim? Besides, nothing could compare to Sister Ayam's aroma at home. At Ichiraku ramen, Sister Ayam, lost in thought, Ayam abruptly turned, and in the next moment, a figure leapt into her embrace. Sister Ayam. Kyugami Musashi held tightly to the person before him, desperately inhaling the familiar scent. I'm back. Ultimately, it was Uncle's gentle intervention that separated the two. Honestly, what are you two children doing? Musashi, go wash up. Ayam, don't you see the customers are waiting? My sincerest apologies, dear customers. I will prepare your order immediately. After returning home and tidying himself up, Kyugami Musashi rushed back to the ramen shop to assist. Washing the familiar bowls and chopsticks while listening to Uncle serve the patrons, his heart gradually found peace and fulfillment. Through their prolonged companionship, the bond he shared with Ayam and her father had evolved from that of a mere worker to something akin to family. Here, he could truly feel the essence of life, rather than be caught in a fleeting dream. In this space, he could dispel the chill within and forget the bloodshed and brutality of the ninja world. As Ayam attended to the customers, she occasionally tossed a piece of sushi or tempura to the busy Kyugami Musashi, who smiled as he devoured them. Indeed, he adored Sister Ayam above all. In the evening, bidding farewell to Ayam, Kyugami Musashi returned home with Nozuki Oki, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, and together they tidied the house. Once they finished, Nozuki Oki wanted to persuade Kyugami Musashi to collaborate on artistic creations. The emerging writer, Midnight Cow, had not updated in ages. If this continued, his popularity would plummet. Kyugami Musashi politely declined. He simply wished for a good night's sleep. Nozuki Oki attempted to convince him further, but with a swift chop. They both succumbed to slumber on the tatama mats. A few days later, Konohagakure held a funeral to honor the fallen ninjas. The third Hokage and several high-ranking members of Konoha led the collective mourning. The dreary weather cast an air of melancholy over the funeral. Uchiha Itachi stood amidst the crowd, gazing blankly at the distant memorial stone. This is war. It is not merely a struggle between individuals, but a conflict between nations. Hence, strangers can engage in senseless slaughter, resulting in countless meaningless deaths. This is the world of ninjas, he pondered. Suddenly, feeling an inexplicable urge, he turned his head to see Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, standing alone in an open area. His expression was calm and unfazed as he observed the mourners before him. To him, lamenting the dead held no significance. If death bore any meaning, it existed solely in moments when he could exploit it. Itachi approached Orochimaru, contemplating the formidable figure who had achieved great feats in the midst of war, and inquired, "So, what is the meaning of life?" Orochimaru's gravelly voice remained devoid of emotion. Life possesses no meaning. If it does, it resides solely in the eternity of existence. Itachi found himself lost in thought. As the funeral concluded, he wandered aimlessly until, without realizing it, he arrived at the Hokage rock of Konoha. Gazing down at the village, his eyes reflected a profound emptiness. Life holds no meaning. The anguished cries from the battlefield echoed in his ears, and images of blood and severed limbs haunted his vision. The summons from the higher-ups, the endless struggles, and the ever-falling ninjas weighed heavily upon him. The wind howled past him, and his body began to plummet downward. The ground loomed larger, seemingly about to engulf him, threatening to extinguish the fragile, meaningless life he possessed in an instant. So what is life, after all? As he continued to descend, a sudden instinct for survival surged from the depths of his consciousness. Yet before he could act, a whistle pierced the air, and a rope tightly ensnared his ankle. The force of his descent propelled him violently against the stone wall. Bang! Cough! Cough! The abrupt collision with the wall left him disoriented. Even with Itachi's usual calm demeanor, he could not suppress his irritation. "Who did this?" "It's me," came the voice of Ryagami Musashi from above. "I saw you standing there and suddenly fall. I had to pull you up before you scared me to death. Luckily, I got here in time." Itachi grumbled as Musashi exerted effort to pull him back up, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Honestly, running can lead to such misfortunes. "Itachi, have your legs gone weak? Don't tell me you wish to give up on life." The atmosphere shifted as Itachi, still sore from the fall, felt a surge of annoyance. However, recognizing that Musashi had acted to save him, his well-mannered nature restrained him from expressing his anger. "I was merely practicing taijutsu, and you interrupted me." Realizing that Itachi seemed displeased, Musashi accepted his explanation. "Oh, that's a bit reckless. You shouldn't train in such a dangerous place. Well then, I won't disturb your practice any longer. Goodbye." With that, he dashed away, leaving Itachi with an unsettling feeling. Moments later, realization struck him. Wait, what kind of running was he talking about? We just attended the funeral together. As Musashi Kyugami turned his gaze towards the direction in which the elusive Itachi Uchiha had vanished, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Did this fellow come all this way out of concern for me? Meanwhile, a relieved Musashi Kyugami, noticing that Itachi was not in pursuit, exhaled deeply. In the training grounds of Konoha, Musashi Kyugami toiled, sweat glistening on his brow. After the funeral, he had visited Might Guy and, upon discovering that his friend had emerged from the sorrow of Might Dewey's passing, he felt a renewed sense of ease. Thus, he resumed his rigorous training in taijutsu. The adrenaline of battle had spurred him to intensify his efforts. He was resolute in his determination not to become cannon fodder again. Just past noon, under the radiant sun, the familiar voice of Might Guy echoed from afar. "Kakashi, hurry up. I have someone to introduce to you. This young lad possesses a vigor reminiscent of my own youth." Upon seeing him, I couldn't help but reminisce about the fervor of my own vibrant days. All right, I'm on my way." Soon, the exuberant Might Guy, clad in vibrant green, appeared, dragging a reluctant silver-haired man towards Musashi Kyugami. "Ah, Musashi, you are indeed here. Ha! Look, I present to you my lifelong rival and dearest friend, Kakashi Hitaki." Musashi, drenched in perspiration, acknowledged, "I am aware of you, Kakashi-senpai, the prodigious ninja of Konoha, who achieved the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Kakashi, this is Musashi Kyugami, a taijutsu prodigy with remarkable tenacity." "Hello," Kakashi Hitaki nodded, his singular visible eye betraying signs of exhaustion and gloom. Unfazed, Musashi's eyes sparkled with determination. "Kakashi-senpai, both you and Guy-senpai are my inspirations. I shall strive diligently, chasing after your shadows with every ounce of my youth." "Oh, the fervor of youth is truly invigorating. Musashi, Guy-senpai, Musashi, Guy-senpai, Musashi, woe is me." Kakashi Hitaki mused, another troublesome individual akin to Guy. Suddenly, With an explosion of enthusiasm, Might Guy turned towards Kakashi, his face a mosaic of tears and snot. The brilliance of youth is blinding. Let us engage in a fiery competition. Do you see the Hokage rock in the distance? Let us race to see who can reach the head of the third Hokage first. If I lose, I shall perform 1,000 squat thrusts while weighted. Kakashi Hatake replied. No, Kakashi-senpai. Musashi clenched his fists passionately. How could one refuse such an invitation from Guy-senpai? Count me in. If I fall behind, I'll do 1,000 squat thrusts atop the Hokage rock. Kakashi Hatake reiterated, absolutely not. In a sudden flash, Might Guy appeared before Kakashi, gripping his shoulders tightly. Kakashi, as my lifelong rival, you cannot retreat in this moment. Kakashi Hatake insisted. No. Might Guy continued. Kakashi, you know well that if you do not agree, I will earnestly invite you throughout the day, be it during meals, baths, or even in the restroom. Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai, Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai. Enough. Kakashi Hatake raised his hand, halting the escalating fervor of both individuals. Very well, I concede. Let us commence. Guy, this is the last time. All right. Might Guy extended his right hand, flicking a stone away with a resounding snap of his thumb, and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. He then exclaimed, indeed, the call of youth cannot be refused. Kakashi Musashi. The moment the stone lands is the beginning. Ready? Bang. Whoosh. At the very instant the pebble touched the ground, the three of them surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi sprinted ahead, while Ryagami Musashi lagged further behind. Undeterred, he felt his muscles tremble under the impetus of his will, providing him with formidable propulsion, his spirits soaring. It mattered not that he could not catch up now. One day, he would draw closer to the figures ahead. That day would surely come. The wind brushed against his cheeks when suddenly, a droplet struck his face. The sun blazed brightly above, making it impossible for rain to fall. Thus, it must be Kakashi's tears, not the saliva of my brother Kai. Observing the increasingly frenzied figure of Kakashi, who had even gained a lead over Might Guy, Musashi pondered. The Third Shinobi World War had just concluded, and Kakashi had recently lost 2 comrades. Perhaps that was why Might Guy had brought him along for this frivolous escapade. Kakashi, truly worthy of my pursuit. Today, in this contest, you have triumphed. On the Hokage rock, Might Guy gasped for breath. Panting heavily, Kakashi appeared as if he might expel his very lungs. Drenched in sweat, he resembled someone pulled from the depths of water, yet his gaze shone with newfound vigor. The thrill of competition indeed invigorates the spirit. Kakashi, next time, I shall not be defeated by you. Kai, I told you this is the last time. Kakashi, I am referring to the next time. Kakashi, wise enough not to engage in further debate with Might Guy, observed the approaching cloud of dust and remarked, that little brat is full of energy. Might Guy interjected, Kakashi, Musashi is no mere brat. He is a prodigious youth who embodies the will of fire and my youthful ninja way. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Might Guy. So you entrusted that technique to him? Kai, you are being reckless. Ah. Might Guy chuckled awkwardly at that moment. I was mainly concerned about what would happen if I were to perish in battle. That technique must be inherited. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Furthermore, I have no regrets about passing it on to Musashi. Kakashi, you must have noticed. That child bears a striking resemblance to me. Does he lack ninja talent? Kakashi inquired. No. Might Guy replied earnestly. Musashi is not devoid of ninja aptitude. In fact, from what I understand, his ninjutsu talent is quite commendable. This is one of the reasons that moves me. Despite possessing the potential for ninjutsu, he has demonstrated such exceptional tenacity in mastering physical techniques. That technique can only be inherited by someone of his caliber. His ninjutsu talent is commendable, you say? Kakashi murmured. Indeed, Might Guy affirmed. Kakashi, you know that my own ninjutsu talent was quite poor. I even struggled to pass the entrance exam. This is precisely why I devoted all my energy to physical training. However, do you know? Musashi is unlike any other. Since the moment I became acquainted with this child, he has never wavered. Not once. Not a single day has he shown any signs of complacency. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, it would be hard to believe such tenacity could manifest in a child of merely 4 or 5 years. Await in anticipation, Kakashi. This child's prowess in physical technique will astound you. Indeed. Hatake Kakashi gazed at the approaching dust. Then I shall await in eager anticipation to see just how remarkable this child, whom you hold in such high regard, can truly become. As Ryoko Musashi sprinted to the Hokage rock, both Guy and Kakashi had already regained their composure, though still panting and drained of energy. Ryoko Musashi's eyes sparkled with determination. "Brother Guy, I have failed. Now I shall fulfill my vow and perform 1,000 squats upon the third Hokage's rock." "Yash, Musashi, splendid. Failure is not to be feared. Even I, today, have once again been bested by Kakashi. Next, I shall perform 1,000 weighted kicks. Kakashi, would you care to supervise us?" Hatake Kakashi replied, "I am entirely uninterested, thank you. Farewell." With that, he swiftly departed. As he ran further away, Kakashi glanced back at the two, who had begun to pursue their pledges, unable to suppress a sigh. He had thought Guy to be a rarity in the ninja world. Yet here came another, Musashi, joining the fray. It seems I must avoid them in the future, should I be ensnared by these two. There will be no end in sight. On that day, the weather was bright and sunny. Ryoko Musashi, having reached the age for enrollment, stood on the playground of the Ninja Academy with a small backpack, while the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was delivering an impassioned speech from the podium. "Children, today marks your entrance into the academy. Here, where the leaves dance, the fire of our will endures." Musashi, feeling rather bored, glanced around. Not many familiar faces. Uchiha Itachi stood among the ranks, his refined and handsome visage standing out amidst the throng of children. Beside him was a girl of similar aesthetic, whom Musashi found somewhat familiar. Upon closer reflection, was she not the one who had once regarded him with suspicion, an Uchiha? She certainly looks good. Perhaps she is Itachi's girlfriend. What was her name again? Nearby, Nozuki Oki endured the Hokage's oration with visible discomfort. Indeed, he too had enrolled alongside Musashi. The Nozuki family had long been engaged in commerce, but after Ryoko Musashi's return, they deemed it necessary for Oki to learn some ninjutsu at school. With Musashi starting enrollment as well, at Oki's pleading, the elders of the Nozuki family had obliged and brought him along. Oki could no longer contain himself. "Musashi, why don't we sneak out? This old man's lecture is dreadfully dull." Ryoko Musashi replied, "You may sneak out if you wish. I intend to listen attentively to the Hokage's discourse on the will of fire." Oki scoffed, "TCH, do I not know you well enough?" On the stage, the third Hokage's speech approached its conclusion. "Children, from here on, some of you will rise to prominence, while others will gradually fade away. I urge you all to cherish the fleeting passage of time, to grow swiftly during these precious years, and to become the branches and leaves that shield Konoha from storms, inheriting the will of fire to establish a vast future for our village. That shall be all for today." As the speech concluded, Kyugami Musashi led a wave of applause, while Sarutobi Hizashi cast a glance his way, revealing a benevolent smile. Filled with excitement, Kyugami Musashi clapped even louder. Following the opening ceremony, the students were escorted by their teachers to their respective classrooms. Kyugami Musashi took the lead, just as the teacher in charge thought him to be an eager student. Kyugami Musashi swiftly occupied a seat in the back row by the window, well ventilated, bathed in sunlight, with a view to behold. He felt as though this spot was destined for him. After placing his bag down, Kyugami Musashi released a contented sigh. At last, he had rediscovered the sensation of idling during class. As shadows danced nearby, he assumed it was Nozuki Oki, but upon turning, he discovered it was Uchiha Itachi. The latter stood there, staring vacantly at his seat, his eyes filled with unspoken desires. However, it had already been claimed. Kyugami Musashi couldn't help but grin. "Want it? I got here first. Call me Big Brother Musashi, and I might just let you have it." Indeed, Kyugami Musashi was half a year older than Uchiha Itachi. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Itachi glanced from Kyugami Musashi's seat to the front row by the window, hesitating for a moment before settling beside Kyugami Musashi. Just then, Nozuki Oki arrived. What? He instinctively wanted to reclaim the spot. However, upon noticing Uchiha Itachi's fan-patterned attire and sensing the aura of authority he exuded, he hesitated. He then found himself in a quandary. The table offered 3 seats. Should he choose the last spot in the same row, or opt for the one in front of Kyugami Musashi? The front seat was closer, yet made it inconvenient for subtle antics during class. The distance in the same row would allow for note passing, minimizing the risk of detection. Ultimately, he decided on the same row, right next to the infamous Uchiha brat. Before he could settle into his chair, a hand firmly grasped his shoulder, pushing him aside. "Hey, who has the audacity?" he began, only to be silenced. "Another Uchiha. And a girl at that." Amid the envious glances from the other girls, she took a seat right beside Uchiha Itachi, her large eyes gleaming as they scrutinized Kyugami Musashi and Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, do you know this person? You didn't wait for me and just sat next to him. Yes, Uchiha Itachi replied. How do you know each other? The girl pressed on. Hey, it's more than just knowing, Kyugami Musashi exclaimed, leaning closer and draping an arm over Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, grinning. I'm Itachi's big brother. I'm Kyugami Musashi. We've met before. Met before? The girl scrutinized Kyugami Musashi, noting his handsome features but appalled by his attire. If they had met, she would surely remember. Impossible. We definitely haven't met before. You must be mistaken. A year ago, at a Yao ramen shop, you encountered me and Amura while you were with Itachi. Have you forgotten? Takamizuhara Musashi reminded. The girl pondered for a moment, her large eyes widening in realization. So, the two sneaky little urchins back then were you? Amura, seated in front, retorted. Hey, what do you mean little urchins? We were dashing youths who valiantly brought crucial intelligence back to Konoha. The girl scrutinized the two of them. One was somewhat decent-looking but dressed in an eccentric manner, while the other was a rather peculiar boy with white hair. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Never mind, I shouldn't scrutinize any further. I am Amura, and this is Takamizuhara Musashi. What is your name? Amura inquired. Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. Izumi wished to inquire about the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Takamizuhara Musashi, but was deftly sidestepped by Itachi, who merely stated that they had met on the battlefield. Greetings, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Mizuki. Now, please introduce yourselves. As she gazed at the youthful version of Mizuki on stage, Takamizuhara Musashi couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, reflecting on it, Mizuki at this time was likely just a simple ninja school teacher, so it wasn't significant. Hello everyone, I am Okamura Arita. My hobby is to see students excited or nervous as they introduce themselves. Takamizuhara Musashi listened for a while, then lost interest. They all spoke of dreams of becoming Hokage, aspirations to be the strongest ninja, or desires to be the boyfriend of a pretty girl, which was quite laughable. I am Amura, and my passions lie in painting and beautiful women. I detest unattractive women. My dream is to become a renowned artistic master within the ninja world. TCH. He likes beautiful women, but doesn't he look at himself? That strange white hair. Exactly. He dislikes unattractive women. It's quite unpleasant to hear. After Amura's introduction, a chorus of jeers erupted in the classroom, but he paid them no mind. Then it was Takamizuhara Musashi's turn. I am Takamizuhara Musashi. I cherish the pursuit of youthful training and despise those who wish to induce my laziness. My dream is to become an exceptional ninja, just like my father and brother Guy. He seems decent looking, but how peculiar. Indeed, it feels rather odd. What is this youthful training, and who is brother Guy? Never mind. He is just a boring boy. Let us admire the handsome Uchiha instead. I am Uchiha Itachi. I enjoy a peaceful life and abhor conflict. I have no dreams as of yet. A rather unremarkable introduction, yet it still incited a flurry of whispers among the girls. So handsome. Truly handsome. I find his tone so cool. I really like it. The voices in the classroom were impossible to suppress. In no time, many boys exhibited hostile glares. I am Uchiha Izumi. I love cats, detest dirty things, and my dream is to live a life I adore. The days at the ninja school were tranquil, yet mundane. After the school year commenced, the ninja training courses gradually began, primarily focusing on subjects such as ninja history, the will of fire, and chakra refining techniques. Topics like intelligence, infiltration, and disguise would only be taught in the higher grades. In various subjects, Takamizuhara Musashi and Amura performed quite averagely. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi excelled, leading their class by a significant margin. Whether in class responding to questions or engaging in outdoor combat training, both individuals managed to captivate a considerable audience, eliciting gasps of admiration and envy, particularly from their male peers. Ryagami Musashi witnessed firsthand several male classmates lose control of their jealousy as they watched Uchiha Itachi garner the admiration of all. However, upon witnessing Itachi's formidable prowess, these same classmates seamlessly transitioned from thoughts of he's too arrogant, we must take him down, to Itachi is incredible, I want to associate with him. If one cannot defeat him, they might as well join him. The days of school evoke a sense of nostalgia. Yet returning to the academic realm proves to be quite different. Before long, He grew weary of the school life, primarily because it severely impeded his training time for physical techniques. He yearned to cultivate his strength, believing that only through formidable power could he attain a semblance of security. Abruptly, he turned to glance at Uchiha Itachi beside him. If I recall correctly, Itachi should already be attending school using shadow clones. Contemplating this, he suddenly began to gather his belongings and headed outside. Izumi, if the teacher inquires, just say I have an upset stomach. With that, he dashed out of the classroom. In a nearby grove adjacent to the Uchiha clan, Ryagami Musashi wandered for a while before locating Uchiha Itachi, who was practicing his kunai throwing technique. Huh, found you. Musashi's sudden appearance startled Itachi, who was mid-practice. How did you find this place? Musashi chuckled. I recently noticed something peculiar about you in class, and it led me to deduce your little secret. You're skipping class with shadow clones, aren't you? Indeed. So, are you here to persuade me to return to class? Return to class? Musashi shook his head. The school curriculum is utterly tedious, and Mizuki-sensei's teaching is quite lackluster. I've come to seek your assistance with something. What is it? Itachi continued his practice, expertly pinning kunai at various angles into the center of a wooden target. Musashi replied, I wish for you to teach me the shadow clone technique. Itachi paused his movements. The shadow clone technique? Yes. If you teach me the shadow clone technique, I am willing to compensate you, including a fee for your instruction and for the ninjutsu itself. You know how troublesome it is to learn from the village. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi shook his head in refusal. That won't work. Why not? The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu. Without a certain level of strength, it cannot be mastered. Musashi felt a pang of frustration. Are you mocking my lack of strength? Itachi replied, I am not mocking you. Attempting to practice advanced ninjutsu prematurely carries inherent risks. You should wait until your abilities improve, then I can teach you. Musashi felt somewhat disheartened, realizing he was being underestimated by a prodigy. He pondered for a moment before saying, Itachi, I am serious. The school curriculum is a waste of time, so I sincerely hope you will teach me the shadow clone technique. If you agree to teach me, I can assure you of two conditions. First, if it proves too difficult, I will not force myself to practice. Second, I will not secretly run off to Izumi and say, that Itachi fellow can't keep up with me, using shadow clones to fool you while he enjoys himself. Uchiha Itachi. Ultimately, after the heartfelt plea from Kyugami Musashi, Uchiha Itachi was finally persuaded to impart the shadow clone technique. Once Itachi had conveyed the technique and elaborated on all the necessary precautions, Musashi intended to take his leave. Itachi called out to him, Where are you going? Musashi replied, Heading home to practice slowly. Itachi pointed to the ground and said nonchalantly, Practice right here, I will watch over you. Musashi was taken aback. Is this fellow worried that I might practice incorrectly? How troublesome. With that thought, he obediently sat down and began to channel his chakra according to the hand signs and application method of the shadow clone technique. He crossed his hands to form the seal, and the chakra he had accumulated surged through his meridians. Shadow clone technique. Bang. A wobbly, indistinct mass appeared beside Kyugami Musashi, but before he could react, it dissipated with another bang. Itachi frowned and remarked, Your chakra manipulation was not timely, and your hand signs were not very standard. Fortunately, let's try again. Shadow clone technique. Bang. The hand signs were more accurate, yet the chakra distribution was uncoordinated. Once more. Shadow clone technique. Bang. The chakra surged too fiercely. How could such a method succeed? Try again. Bang. Again. I will not be deterred. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Once more. After a considerable time, Itachi finally called a halt to the training session. Musashi was exhausted from the chakra depletion. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to wait for his energy to recover before continuing his practice. Itachi, how many times did it take you to succeed back then? Itachi, expressionless, replied, Twice. Damn. Musashi cursed. He had attempted over 20 times without success. Was this the difference between a genius and himself? Itachi said, There is no need for you to feel disheartened. First and foremost, you are still quite young, far too young to be practicing this technique. Moreover, B-rank ninjutsu demands a high level of chakra control, making it inherently challenging for an ordinary individual to master initially. Musashi lamented, The gap between us is too vast. Itachi responded, There is no need to compare yourself to me. It is meaningless. In truth, your progress is significant. The mastery of chakra control and ninjutsu requires prolonged practice. Importantly, Every time I point out an issue, you remember it and make adjustments. Although you have not yet reached the point of successful execution, the changes are evident. All right, no need to console me. Let us call it a day for now, thank you. Musashi bid farewell and departed. Once he had walked some distance, Itachi's lips curled slightly upward. Indeed, my father was right. If one is weary from training, observing the progress of a fool can greatly lighten the mood. In the following days, in his pursuit to master the shadow clone techniques swiftly, Musashi visited Uchiha Itachi every afternoon to practice ninjutsu. On one occasion, he encountered Uchiha Shursui. Out of curiosity and recognition of strength, Musashi eagerly engaged in conversation with him, discussing the youthful path of the ninja and the will of fire, enjoying a delightful exchange. To Musashi's surprise, Itachi appeared somewhat envious. This left him both amused and intrigued. After relentless practice, a week later, he finally succeeded in mastering the shadow clone technique. Ryagami Musashi was generally satisfied, although he could not compare to that fellow, Uchiha Itachi. Being able to grasp such a technique at the tender age of just starting school was commendable among the multitude of ninjas. Moreover, he had not dedicated extensive time to the training of chakra. Ryagami Musashi believed that his ability to meet the fundamental requirements for mastering this technique stemmed from his mental fortitude acquired through 2 lifetimes, a potential inherited from Ryagami Kina, and perhaps most significantly, from years of diligent training. He firmly believed that a robust physique is the foundation of a ninja. As long as his body continued to strengthen through rigorous practice, the chakra he could refine would likewise increase. Having completed his ninjutsu training, Ryagami Musashi bid farewell to Uchiha Itachi. Strangely, Itachi did not appear particularly elated upon witnessing Musashi's success. Perhaps he is reluctant to part ways in training, Musashi pondered. After successfully mastering the shadow clone technique, he refrained from sending his clone to school immediately. He intended to enhance his proficiency in the technique. For if the clone were to cause a commotion at school akin to Itachi's, it would lead to troublesome consequences. An unnamed Hokage and the esteemed Tsuchikage would not overlook any opportunity to exploit a prodigy. As night fell, Ryagami Musashi sat at home. Several slips of paper laid out before him. These were chakra papers he had purchased from the ninja tool shop. From this day forth, he intended to formally commence his chakra training. Previously, all his efforts had been devoted to physical training because he understood a crucial principle. The human body is the vessel through which one navigates the world. In the ninja realm, one cannot afford to be physically weak. There are numerous cautionary tales. Take, for instance, Konoha's Kurama Yakumo, renowned for his formidable mental prowess. Yet, despite such strength, his frail body could not withstand its own spirit. Inoki, despite possessing unparalleled offensive bloodlines, succumbed to physical limitations, prematurely bidding farewell to a life of happiness. The likes of Tsukikage, whose physical frailty rendered them ineffective, wasted their potential. Even the undoubtedly talented Uchiha Itachi, relying on his ninjutsu aptitude and extraordinary eyes, ultimately succumbed to a grave illness. These instances vividly illustrate a fundamental truth. For the majority of ninjas, a healthy physique is the prerequisite for strength. Thus, Ryagami Musashi had successfully refined chakra long ago, but had not focused on its training due to these considerations. Now, the situation had changed. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy had severely hindered his physical training, making the use of shadow clones indispensable to manage his time effectively. Since he had mastered the shadow clone technique, it was entirely reasonable to have the clone engage in ninjutsu training as well. He planned to have the clone practice ninjutsu after school, utilizing chakra, and then send a new clone to school the following day to avoid the risk of exposure from a clone lingering too long on the way. Holding the chakra paper in his hand, he summoned the chakra within him to gently envelop it, quietly observing the transformation of the paper. In an instant, the chakra paper split into 2. Subsequently, most of the paper ignited, crumpling under the heat. A small portion, protected by chakra, gradually became damp or disintegrated. After exhausting all the chakra paper, Ryoma Musashi confirmed his chakra affinity, discovering that wind was the most vibrant, followed by fire and lightning, while earth and water were the least proficient. His father, Kinta Ryoma, also wielded wind release techniques, affirming that this was indeed a world where lineage mattered. With his chakra nature established, Musashi embarked on his ninja training, committing to create 1 shadow clone each day. Upon successfully summoning a shadow clone, Musashi's days grew increasingly fulfilling. He practiced taijutsu in secrecy during the day and assisted at the Ichiraku ramen shop in the evening, conversing with Shubu and the ramen-making uncle to alleviate the day's fatigue. The shadow clone would discreetly study at school by day and return home at night to diligently practice ninjutsu, exhausting its chakra and transferring the newly acquired knowledge and experience back to the original. On weekends, he would visit the Konoha training grounds to unleash his youthful vigor alongside Might Guy, relishing the simplicity of these days. He would only visit school during scheduled outdoor combat tests, allowing the shadow clone to remain at home for training. Each day, he diligently maintained the habit of creating a shadow clone. On the day of the combat assessment, Musashi made his way to school. A crowd gathered in the center of the playground, captivated by the spirited exchange between two combatants, their cheers echoing with excitement. Musashi stood on the periphery, whispering with Okinozuri. "I saw the sketch you made yesterday. Although it remains uncolored, the style is impressive and aligns perfectly with my vision. Your artistic skills have truly flourished." "Not at all. Your story is outstanding as well, Musashi. The lost female spy in the clouds boasts a masterful plot design. How did you conceive such a narrative? We are of similar age. Much like your drawing skills, perhaps this is the mark of genius." "Ah, indeed. By the way, has the preparation for the release of The Unsung Wife of the Rain been completed? Let us not have a repeat of last time when the customers couldn't even find it in stores. Rest assured, after my uncle reviewed the work, he locked himself in his room for an entire night, and the next day he decided to triple the print run. This time, Intimate Paradise will make a significant impact." "That is excellent news. Musashi, once the royalties arrive, I'll take you to a hot spring. Earning such a substantial sum just to buy ninja tools seems dull." "Absolutely not. I must train. How can the fire of youth be doused by hot spring water? Not just the hot springs. I've heard the massage therapists possess remarkable skills to relieve muscle fatigue and soreness. Truly splendid, Musashi. Then let us consider trying it, just this once." Hee. Suddenly, a fist struck Okinozuri on the head. "Enough noise. I can't hear the teacher." Uchiha Izumi slowly lowered his fist, exclaiming, "Hey, I was being quite quiet, all right." "Ouch, that hurt." Rubbing his forehead, Okinozuri retorted with indignation. "It's precisely because you were so quiet that it was more irritating. Plus, your expression is utterly grotesque. A true assault on my eyes." This remark sent Okinozuri into a fit of fury. Had he not been unable to contend with Uchiha Izumi, his ire would have intensified further. "Enough, Daiki, do not provoke her," suggested Suzumiya Musashi. "The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content, so you can avoid another beating." "Isn't she the one with issues?" Daiki Nozomi retorted. "She conducts her class. What concern is it of ours?" Musashi pondered. "Perhaps she is simply in a foul mood, compounded by her disdain for you." "What does her bad mood have to do with me?" "That violent woman. May she remain forever single. Lower your voice, or you might receive another thrashing. Have you not noticed? Recently, Itachi has been spending less time with her." Daiki's previously sullen expression brightened with excitement. "So, does this mean she has been dumped by Itachi?" "Excellent. Uchiha Izumi think." Musashi shook his head. "That cannot be entirely accurate. To be precise, Itachi has never acknowledged their relationship." Therefore, Daiki's eyes sparkled. "So Izumi is unrequited in her affection. Am I right?" Uchiha Izumi think. Musashi interjected, "Do not speak so recklessly. That is merely speculation. Recently, Itachi's mother has given birth to a younger brother, and his thoughts have been consumed by his sibling. So, Izumi feels neglected, lonely. And then this violent woman takes her frustration out on me, correct?" Uchiha Izumi. Omizo. With a swift motion, a phantom fist struck Daiki Nozomi on the head, rendering him unconscious on the ground. The gazes of Mizuki and the other classmates converged upon them. Uchiha Izumi clenched her fists tightly, a shadow seemingly enveloping her. "Teacher Mizuki, may I challenge him?" Mizuki responded with a gentle smile. "Ah, Izumi, you are already the best. Is there truly someone in the class you wish to challenge?" Izumi pointed decisively. "I challenge him." Suzumiya Musashi, winky face. "Teacher, may I concede immediately?" Musashi raised his hand, cursing himself for speaking out of turn. "Musashi, do not shy away from friendly sparring with your classmates." Mizuki beamed warmly. "Moreover, engaging with someone as exceptional as Izumi is a rare opportunity for growth." Musashi scratched his head. He had no desire to engage in combat with Izumi. Mizuki, with his cheerful demeanor, was undoubtedly scheming in his mind. likely plotting revenge for Musashi's inattentiveness during his class. This is not entirely my fault. As a man who has ventured into the realm of Naruto with a style reminiscent of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Mizuki's teaching abilities are quite lacking. After interacting with Might Guy, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi, Musashi's standards have risen considerably. Mizuki's lessons, filled with the will of fire, are utterly unbearable. Just as he was grappling with this frustration, Uchiha Izumi had already stepped forward, assuming a combative stance. Make your move, Musashi. Izumi, how about we negotiate? Perhaps we could forego the match. I am not your equal. How cowardly. Indeed, even if one's strength is lacking, one should not shy away from a challenge. Musashi's reluctance drew scornful looks from the male classmates present. Uchiha Izumi declared, "Do not dawdle. If you are a man, strike swiftly," Kaion Musashi remarked. "It is precisely because I am a man that I cannot casually engage in physical confrontations with young ladies. Consider the implications. Sparring inevitably involves some degree of contact, which is rather inappropriate. Moreover, my earlier comments were mere folly. Itachi does care about you. However, he has recently acquired a younger brother, which naturally requires his attention. His brother, Sasuke, is quite adorable. I have even held him. The little one has a delightful propensity for laughter." Uchiha Izumi felt the veins on her forehead throb, her small fists clenching with a crackling intensity. Just yesterday, when she sought out Itachi, she encountered his younger sibling, wishing to express camaraderie through a hug. Alas, she was met with disdain. Gazing at the boastful Kaion Musashi before her, she found his form-fitting green attire both glaring and odious. "Go on, Kaion Musashi," she thought, as he attempted a final plea. "Please, Izumi. You must understand that the bonds between classmates are not solely forged through competition. Itachi is merely preoccupied at the moment. Do not overthink it. Even if Itachi were to disregard you entirely, I would not mind spending time together. Brother Guy once told me that youth is fleeting." Uchiha Izumi raised her fist. "Prepare to meet your end, Kaion Musashi." "Musashi, are you ready?" "I am prepared." In the Konoha training grounds, under the watchful eye of Might Guy, Kaion Musashi nodded. Guy intoned gravely, "Then let us begin, Musashi. Should you sustain any injuries, I am here to swiftly escort you to the Konoha hospital." Kaion Musashi ceased his chatter, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the chakra circulating within him, as well as the gates of the 8 gates. Under Might Guy's guidance, he had practiced numerous times and expertly located the position of the first gate, his chakra flowing rapidly yet steadily under his control. Open the first gate now? The initial breakthrough brought with it a slight sting. Upon successfully unlocking the gate, Kaion Musashi felt an instantaneous transformation. A shackle binding his body was released, and an overwhelming sense of control over his physical form surged through his mind. The first gate of the 8 gates releases the brain's limitations, allowing an individual to access their full physical potential. In simpler terms, it grants a higher authority over one's body, albeit at the risk of overexertion. Might Guy's voice resonated in his ears. "Musashi, carefully perceive your newfound strength. The 8 gates are classified as forbidden techniques in Konoha, not merely due to the difficulty of mastering them, but also because practitioners are at a heightened risk of severe injury or even death. To truly master the 8 gates, one must possess immense determination, enduring daily trials to refine both mind and body, achieving a level of mastery that far surpasses that of others. Now, you may begin to grasp your strength." Kaion Musashi opened his eyes and, under Might Guy's watchful gaze, slowly approached a tree as thick as a water barrel. He raised his fist and struck tentatively. Bang! The tree trembled violently. His body could withstand it. He could exert even more force. Bang! Bang! Boom! The trunk splintered violently, the crown crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing his own fist, Kaion Musashi revealed a look of satisfaction. The arduous journey of mastering the 8 gates extends beyond merely opening the doors. In truth, once one grasps the essence of the 8 gates, even a seasoned jonin or a mid-level chunin may successfully unlock them. However, the potency may fall short, leading to severe injuries. Compounded by the potential for a swift demise, these are but minor drawbacks. The enhancement of strength derived from the 8 gates is fundamentally rooted in the practitioner's physical prowess. A robust practitioner will wield the 8 gates with great efficacy, while a weaker individual may only manage to open 6 gates while merely shouting in vain. Thus, The tedious and excruciating training represents the foremost hurdle in unleashing the might of the 8 gates. The second obstacle lies in mastering one's own body. From the 3rd gate, the life gate, to the 7th gate, the shock gate, there is a continuous augmentation of the practitioner's corporeal strength. The most perilous challenges are, in fact, the 1st, 2nd, and 8th gates. The implications of the 8th gate are self-evident. Upon its opening, one is destined to meet their end. The 1st gate liberates the constraints of the brain, while the 2nd gate alleviates physical fatigue. Without exceptional control over one's physique, limbs may shatter in the heat of battle. Take Might Guy, for instance, from the 7th gate. The Day Tiger, he begins to employ air pressure attacks, partly because, in such a state, physical contact risks catastrophic failure of the body. Beyond the 8 gates, physical attacks possess but a fleeting power, a momentary brilliance. Bang, 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 cautiously attuning to the surge of strength and the limits of his physical endurance. Ryagami Musashi paused momentarily. "Brother Guy, I shall continue," he declared. "Let us commence, Musashi. Open the rest gate." The 3rd gate, the life gate, is now opened. Vital energy surged within, and Musashi's visage flushed with vigor. "Well done, Musashi. Now, slowly attune yourself to this newfound power until you can master it. Fear not. I shall carry you home." The energy coursed through his being, yet Musashi, focused on maintaining control, barely heard Guy's words. An unprecedented sense of strength welled within him. In that instant, he felt compelled to confront the 9 tails before him. "Steady now, steady. The chakra flow is too rapid. This cannot continue." The extent of physical exhaustion is becoming difficult to gauge. Moderation is essential. Musashi began to cautiously endeavor to command this formidable physique. A punch, a palm strike, a whip kick, a leap. He sensed he could potentially push further, though he deemed it unnecessary. Feeling sufficiently empowered, he sought to rein in the energy, to close the gateways within his body. However, this proved a daunting task. "Do you feel it, Musashi?" Guy remarked. "The opening of the 8 gates is challenging. The closing is equally formidable. Achieving a seamless closure is no simple feat should you fail to close them autonomously. You must await the complete release of the energy that has erupted within. You will then enter a period of intense fatigue. I shall strive with all my might." "Brother Guy?" Musashi responded earnestly. "Excellent. From the 3rd gate onward, closing the subsequent gates will become increasingly arduous. Those who have opened the 8th gate have never managed to close it, their lives extinguished in totality. The extent to which you can master this technique, Musashi, will depend on your dedication to training in the days to come. Press on, young one." Kyugami Musashi exerted all his strength in an attempt to close the gate. Yet he found it unyielding. As the energy fluctuations within him gradually diminished, he let out a thunderous roar and finally managed to control the closing of the gate. The closure of the first 2 gates proved to be remarkably effortless. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more thrilling." Breathless, Kyugami Musashi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Musashi, splendid work. You exceeded my expectations and progressed faster than I had anticipated. It seems you can return on your own today. Brother Kai, as someone who has set you and father as my goals, I shall not concede defeat. Next time, I will surely be swifter and stronger." Remarkable. Musashi, this is indeed the vigor of youth. That evening, Nozuri Oki and Kyugami Musashi ventured out together. Reclining in the hot spring, indulging in the soothing ministrations of a skilled masseur, Kyugami Musashi closed his eyes in comfort. "How does it feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Humph. Were it not for your fervent invitation, I would not have come." With a dismissive scoff, Nozuri Oki ignored his stubbornness and also closed his eyes to relish the experience. Kyugami Musashi began to contemplate the day's accomplishments. He had successfully unlocked the 3rd gate, taking a significant stride on the path of physical training. Maintaining this regimen of practice, it seemed plausible to eventually catch up to Might Guy's prowess. However, the formidable challenge of controlling the 8 gates left him somewhat troubled. The initial gates were manageable. Yet as one progressed further, the side effects of the 8 gates became increasingly pronounced. Once activated, it felt akin to Kakashi Hatake depleting his Sharingan, leaving him in a state of profound fatigue for an extended period. He was discontent with the status quo and harbored a deep-seated fear of one day fully activating the 8 gates and being unable to close them, leading to his demise from exhaustion. How could he facilitate a more seamless and stable closure of the gates? The most fundamental method was through extensive practice. enhancing his bodily control to an almost terrifying degree to achieve the closure of his physical gates. Yet, this approach was exceedingly arduous. No one had ever succeeded, and theoretically, it was far from ideal. It felt akin to striking oneself down, creating a conflict in thought. On one hand, he sought to unleash the latent potential of his body, igniting a blazing fire, while on the other, he needed to stabilize it, commanding it to halt. What a paradoxical challenge this was. Might Guy's mastery aimed to exert control over the closure of the gates below the seventh. Ultimately, the eighth gate was left to its own devices, unable to be shut. The path of bodily control was fraught with difficulties. Thus, Kyugami Musashi began to entertain alternative ideas. The eight gates drew upon the unlocking of the body's constraints, ultimately consuming life force to attain immense power. To preserve his life, he thought of two potential methods. First, to cool the burning life force, extinguishing it. Second, to forcibly close the unlocked shackles through external means. He had yet to devise a strategy for the first, yet held some hope for the second. Unlike Might Guy, Kyugami Musashi was distinct in his approach. Previous practitioners of the eight gates had often been individuals with poor or non-existent ninjutsu aptitude, such as Might Days, Might Guy, and later Lee. Thus, they could only enhance their combat prowess through the focused development of physical techniques. After all, a ninja endowed with the talent for ninjutsu would not place their hopes on a forbidden technique that demands an immense expenditure of time, is arduous to master, and poses a high risk of mortality. Yet, he is different. Although his innate abilities may pale in comparison to prodigies like Uchiha Itachi, here, he, Ryagami Musashi, stands among the practitioners of the eight gates as possessing an unparalleled aptitude for ninjutsu. What Might Guy and Rock Lee cannot achieve does not imply that he is incapable. In the world of ninjas, the art of sealing techniques is undeniably powerful, capable of formidable control. It exists as a high-level ninjutsu, distinct from the elemental ninjutsu, encompassing the domain of yin-yang release. The four symbols of sealing, 5 elements sealing, and 8 trigrams sealing all contribute to a power that, when mastered, can even seal tailed beasts, suggesting that he should be able to control his chakra. His ninjutsu talent, unlike that of Might Guy and Rock Lee, allows for exploration. Should he succeed, he would take a monumental step in the practice of the eight gates, one that previous practitioners have never undertaken. In his former life as a researcher, the instinct to explore and experiment was an essential quality. If he could genuinely integrate the eight gates with sealing techniques, he would be pioneering new realms in the exploration of ninjutsu. The very thought is exhilarating. With an idea in mind, the next step is to determine how to implement it. To learn sealing techniques, or yin-yang release, he finds himself devoid of mentors. Who in the entirety of Konoha possesses knowledge of sealing? Danzo, the third Hokage, the legendary 3 ninjas, and a select few high-ranking ninjas are hardly ideal sources of instruction. Otherwise, he must exchange his merits with the Hokage. Presently, with Minato in power, it is an opportune moment. Moreover, Sasuke's birth heightens his sense of urgency, as Naruto's emergence amidst the Nine-Tails chaos should not be far behind. He must augment his capabilities and strength as much as possible. Insufficient power might mean that even a colossal boulder swept away by the Nine-Tails could claim his life. It seems imperative to seize the moment during the Nine-Tails incident to acquire knowledge of yin-yang release before Minato departs. Otherwise, it would become more troublesome once the third Hokage regains his position. With this in mind, Ryagami Musashi gradually formulated a plan. One day, during the school break, he ventured to the Hokage building. Fortunately, the Hokage is available year-round, or he would have had to devise a way to skip class. After undergoing a thorough inquiry and informing them of his intent to meet the Hokage regarding a merit exchange, he successfully met the newly appointed 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His golden hair concealed beneath the Hokage hat, and his face appeared to bear the fatigue of work. Upon seeing Ryagami Musashi, he offered a warm smile. Quite handsome, albeit tragically short-lived. You are Ryagami Musashi, correct? I hear you wish to exchange your father's merits? Musashi replied, Yes, Hokage-sama. Due to the considerable amount, your approval is required. As Minato perused the documents at hand, he remarked, Found it. Ryagami Kenta, a Chunin, accumulated merits during his infiltration of A-rank missions. It seems he was an exceptional ninja. So, Musashi, what do you wish to exchange for? Ninjutsu or other resources? Hokage-sama. I wish to exchange for materials on the practice of yin-yang release, Musashi stated. Yin-yang release. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared somewhat taken aback. Musashi, what prompts you to seek this exchange? While the choice of what to exchange is yours, the practice of yin-yang release may still be premature for you. Musashi Hirakawa had already formulated his reasoning. Lord Hokage, I heard from my teacher at the Ninja Academy that to master medical ninjutsu, one must first grasp the fundamentals of yin-yang release. Ah, I see, Musashi, you aspire to be an exceptional medical ninja, do you? Minato remarked, a hint of approval in his tone. Indeed, Lord Hokage, I am determined to become a remarkable medical ninja, Musashi affirmed, his eyes gleaming with resolve. On the battlefield, I have witnessed far too many ninjas perish in combat, and I felt utterly powerless to assist them. Lord Hokage, do you have any idea how heart-wrenching that was for me? Minato's gaze softened, and he spoke gently, I understand. It is due to the summons of children to the battlefield, isn't it? Having witnessed the brutality of war, you wish to learn medicine for the sake of your comrades. Lord Hokage, Musashi's eyes sparkled with determination. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot save more of my companions. Please grant me permission to study. I will give my utmost effort to become an outstanding medical ninja. However, Minato hesitated, but Musashi, considering your age. Yet upon seeing the unwavering hope in Musashi's eyes, he decided to yield. All right. He stepped closer, gently ruffling Musashi's hair with an encouraging smile. Musashi, I agree. Yay. Musashi's heart soared with excitement. The plan had succeeded. He would begin learning yin-yang release, gradually preparing for the art of sealing. As for medical ninjutsu, apologies, fourth Hokage, but healing would not suffice to save the ninja world. Just as he was reveling in his elation, Minato continued, however, let us put the merits exchange on hold for now, as these accolades were painstakingly accumulated by our forebears. He added, once I finish work, come with me. I will introduce you to someone. If you wish to learn yin-yang release, we must first assess your potential. Musashi, puzzled, followed Minato as he concluded his tasks in the Hokage office. As they walked, an unsettling feeling began to creep in until they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Lord Hokage, this appears to be your residence? He inquired uncertainly. Indeed, Minato replied, pushing open the door. Kushina, I'm home. In the next instant, a fiery voice echoed from inside Minato. You promised me you would return early. Why are you so late today? It's just me managing everything at home. Do you even comprehend a husband's responsibilities? So what if you're Hokage? If it weren't for my support, would you even have attained this position? And yet, you leave me alone at home. It's utterly unreasonable. Minato's smile faltered slightly, and he turned to Musashi. This is my wife, Kushina Uzumaki. She can be a bit impatient. As a beautiful figure with vibrant red hair emerged from the house, her visibly pregnant form did not hinder her movements. Her striking features were currently etched with anger, reflecting her discontent regarding her husband's preoccupation with work. Upon noticing the boy beside Minato, she was momentarily surprised. Minato, why did you bring a child home? Ah, there are indeed certain matters I need to entrust to you, spoke Minato Namikaze, scratching his head. Kushina Uzumaki. Her earlier anger reignited, exclaimed, are you saying that not only do you work overtime every day, but now you've gone so far as to bring work home? Kushina's irritation was palpable, and Musashi Ryoko felt a ringing in his ears. Kushina, you've misunderstood. Minato rushed to clarify. This is Musashi Ryoko, a remarkably talented youth embodying the will of fire. He aspires to become a medical ninja, longing to save more comrades, and is eager to learn the intricacies of yin-yang release. Unfortunately, his father sacrificed himself for the village, leaving him without a mentor. Observing the softening expression on Kushina's face upon hearing about Musashi's plight, Minato let out a sigh of relief. He took her hand gently and said, and you, my dear Kushina, are the most skilled and exceptional ninja in yin-yang release that I know. I would like you to assist in guiding Musashi. Kushina's anger began to dissipate. Well, you should have informed me beforehand. You can't just bring someone home unexpectedly. What if I had been misunderstood as a harsh person? How could that be? Minato interjected. In my heart, you are the most tender of wives. Watching Kushina's demeanor shift to a bashful one, he continued, besides, didn't you mention that you find it dull being alone lately? This is a perfect opportunity for you to teach this boy. Only under your guidance can he truly harness his talents. All right, I understand. Let go of my hand, she replied. For now, you speak with Musashi. He is quite the cheerful child. I'll attend to some matters inside. As Minato departed, Musashi was left puzzled, observing the now gentler expression on Kushina's face. Wait, am I really the remarkably talented youth embodying the will of fire? When did that happen? He pondered, realizing he might have been used by the fourth Hokage. Feeling the weight of Kushina's scrutinizing gaze, he composed himself and presented a flawless smile. Lady Kushina, my name is Musashi Ryoko. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as a powerful kunoichi of Konoha. Furthermore, your vibrant red hair is simply stunning. Behind a few walls, Minato breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. It was truly fortunate that someone could divert Kushina's attention. He hoped that Musashi's resolve in the will of fire would be steadfast enough to endure for a while longer. Yin-Yang release. A secret technique passed down since the Sage of Six Paths is rooted in the spiritual energy of the mind, the power of Yin, shaping form from the void, and the physical energy of life, the power of Yang, bestowing essence upon form. Yin represents the strength of the spirit, while Yang embodies the strength of the body. The harmonious union of both results in the complete art of Yin-Yang release. The medical ninjutsu you ultimately wish to master is a branch of this Yin-Yang practice. To become an exceptional medical ninja capable of healing physical injuries, one must primarily master the art of Yang release. However, to ascend as the most elite medical ninja, akin to the legendary Tsunade of the Sannin, one must adeptly balance both aspects, healing not only corporeal wounds, but also mending psychological scars. Within the confines of the room, Kushina Uzumaki elucidated the fundamental concepts of Yin and Yang release. Sister Kushina, I desire to learn it all, exclaimed Musashi Suzumiya without hesitation. Initially, out of respect, he had addressed her as Lady Kushina, but upon observing her expression, he astutely altered his form of address. Bang! His head received a gentle yet firm tap. Do not interrupt while I am speaking, Kushina admonished. Your aptitude will determine your ability to learn the intricacies of Yin release. There are many medical ninjas in the Konoha Medical Corps, but how many can truly master both disciplines? Merely knowing a healing technique elevates one to a position of esteem. At your age, you are typically not permitted to delve into the studies of Yin release. Students at the Ninja Academy generally commence their training with non-elemental chakra techniques, gaining access to elemental transformations only upon graduation. The foundation of Yin and Yang techniques requires a comprehensive understanding of elemental transformation. You must precisely control the ratio of spiritual and physical energy during the chakra synthesis process, employing specific methods to extract characteristics that transcend the basic 5 elemental attributes: wind, lightning, fire, earth, and water, specifically the Yin and Yang chakra. We shall begin with the relatively simpler Yang release. I will teach you the method of refining and controlling Yang chakra. Absorb as much as you can. Minato claims you are a genius, so do not let me down. That was Minato's assertion. I never claimed such. Musashi lamented, on the verge of tears. That will be all for today. Henceforth, after school and on weekends, you shall come here. Prepare your questions in advance, as I will assess your progress in training. Sister Kushina, may I skip school to come? Certainly, Kushina smiled. The choice is yours. Musashi pondered for a moment. Perhaps not. Skipping too much class would be too conspicuous, and I do not wish to expose my shadow clone technique. Sister Kushina, I shall take my leave now. Please convey my determination to Lord Hokage. Farewell. Thus commenced the journey of mastering Yin and Yang release. To the surprise of Minato, Musashi excelled beyond expectations. However, this excellence did not pertain to the innate talent for ninjutsu, but rather to his character. Perhaps due to the inherently fierce disposition of the blood red pepper, Kushina often resorted to physical admonishments while instructing Musashi. Whether it was a tap on the forehead or a knock on the head, she would exclaim, "You have practiced for so long, yet have not grasped the refinement of Yang chakra. Fool!" Bang! I have told you not to interrupt while I speak. Bang! Is your chakra being manipulated in your large intestine? Imbecile! Bang! Control! Control! Is this such a simple task that you cannot accomplish? Minato said you are a genius. Musashi, looking utterly aggrieved, replied, Sister Kushina, it is undeniably challenging. And if you wish to discuss what Lord Minato said, go speak to him. How dare you retort? Bang! Bang! After several consecutive days of this training, Musashi felt as though his head had grown slightly harder from the constant taps. Just when Minato was filled with reluctance and thought that Kyugami Musashi was about to give up, the latter persevered. Often, in the blink of an eye, he would be reprimanded, only to then be effusively praising Kushina. Wow! Sister Kushina, Your words are so insightful, truly the strongest kunoichi. Is it truly possible to control chakra in such a manner? Sister Kushina, how can you personally handle such chores? Minato is indeed careless. Put me down. Sister Kushina, your fried rice is absolutely delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite fried rice in my life. I must have another large bowl. Sister Kushina, you have struck my head 3 more times today than yesterday. Is something troubling you? Did Minato return home late again? Honestly, even as Hokage, he should not be so excessive. How can he leave Sister Kushina to be bored alone? Sister Kushina, how about I share some gossip from our class? I have a friend named Nozurioki, and he informs me of all the classroom gossip. Who has a crush on whom? Which boy cried secretly after a failed confession? And which couple sneaks kisses behind the school building? I know it all, but you mustn't tell anyone. Sister Kushina, how are you feeling? If you're upset, feel free to hit my head a couple more times. I am a man who practices the way of youth and can withstand it. To Minato's surprise, he noticed that during his recent late returns home, Kushina's demeanor seemed less intimidating than before. She no longer insisted he return home immediately during idle moments. It seemed that her prepartum syndrome had passed. Despite Musashi lacking exceptional talent, his personality was truly commendable, Minato mused. Time, much like spending money, slips away unnoticed. After receiving instruction from Uzumaki Kushina, Kugami Musashi dedicated himself wholeheartedly. Mastering yin-yang release was indeed more challenging than ordinary ninjutsu, and while being trained by Kushina, he reaffirmed his rather mediocre ninja talent. Kushina was a responsible teacher. Though her strikes were firm and her reprimands fierce, she endeavored to address all of Musashi's inquiries. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she found the practice of yin-yang release quite manageable. Thus struggled to comprehend why Musashi needed extensive practice just to control the chakra's flow. Wasn't it as simple as directing it? Akin to how one would use the diamond lock technique with a mere clap? It took nearly a month for Musashi to successfully master the refinement of yang release chakra, a pace that drove Kushina to exclaim multiple times, "Minato, you great deceiver." However, in the subsequent training of yin release chakra, Musashi surprisingly thrived, mastering it in less than a week. Kushina was astonished to find that she considered Musashi's efficiency quite impressive as their training progressed. Although Musashi still appeared youthful and sunny each day, a weightier burden settled upon his heart. He discovered that he was developing feelings for Kushina that he ought not to harbor, feelings akin to those he held for Nozurioki, the hand-knitting uncle, and even Shobu. The continuous interactions gradually familiarized him with Uzumaki Kushina, deepening their relationship. Initially, he simply sought to exchange information on yin-yang release while Namake's Minato was still in power, hoping to practice in solitude. If anyone inquired about his progress, he would claim a lack of talent in yin-yang release and declare his efforts a failure. Unexpectedly, fate led him to accept guidance from Uzumaki Kushina. She was not merely a character from a game, but a living, breathing individual standing before him, laughing joyfully, expressing anger with a clenched fist, and offering comfort after his repeated failures. In this harsh shinobi world, innocent and kind-hearted individuals were few and far between, with Kushina and Minato being the most infectious examples of such purity. The thought of the impending Ninetales crisis loomed over him. Knowing that the Kushina who daily chided him with her playful, foolish Musashi would soon be lost, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, instinctively prompting him to resist the deepening bond, which in turn darkened his spirits. "Hey, foolish Musashi, why do you seem so distracted these past couple of days?" In the room, Kushina frowned, her tightly clenched fist itching to strike. "Not at all," Musashi instinctively retorted, just as he believed he could evade her iron fist of love. Kushina huffed and surprisingly relaxed her grip. "Musashi, I have something to discuss." "What is it, Sister Kushina?" "Let me be your teacher." "Musashi, huh?" Namake's Minato, just entering, exclaimed, "What? What do you mean by what?" Kushina's displeasure was evident. "What's wrong with me being a teacher? Isn't it a piece of cake for the strongest kunoichi of Konoha to take on a disciple?" Minato hastily clarified, "Kushina, that's not what I meant. Isn't it a bit premature to take on a student? Musashi hasn't even graduated, and you're not in a position to go out." "Exactly, because I can't go out freely. I need a disciple to keep me entertained and to teach." "But no buts." Kushina glared at Minato, who wore a helpless expression, before turning to the wide-eyed Musashi. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Musashi, momentarily stunned, stammered, Of course I'm willing. 100 times willing. I'm just overwhelmed by this immense happiness." Humph. That's more like it. Kushina tossed her hair with a haughty flare. She then placed a scroll before him. Feigning nonchalance as she declared, "Though I'm strong, my repertoire of jutsu is limited. This is a gift for becoming my disciple. Take it." Minato could no longer contain himself upon seeing the scroll. "Kushina, this is too." Kushina interjected, Minato continued, "Too amazing." Musashi gazed at the scroll, where the faint characters for sealing jutsu were barely visible, momentarily forgetting to reach out. He felt the weight of this gift as if it bore the burden of 1,000 mountains. He had never anticipated that the sealing techniques he so ardently desired would come to him so easily. Yet, he found it hard to rejoice. In the days that followed, he began his in-depth training in yin-yang release under Kushina's tutelage. Mastering the extraction of chakra for yin and yang was merely the foundation. There remained a long journey ahead to wield it with finesse. Kyoya Musashi began to occasionally mention to Minato Namikaze the necessity of marking their home and the surrounding area with the Flying Thunder God technique, cautioning that failing to appear by Kushina's side in a timely manner could lead to dire consequences. He was aware that his words would likely be in vain, yet he harbored a faint hope for a different outcome. The formidable power of Obito, the instigator of the Nine Tails chaos, loomed large. The ease with which he traversed the Kimui dimension left Musashi feeling utterly helpless. He could not simply say, "Your foolish apprentice is coming to kill you. The Nine Tails chaos is imminent." Such a declaration would invite disbelief, and he would soon find himself reporting to Danzo. With the progress of yin-yang release training halted and Kushina being relocated for protection, Musashi found himself uncertain of her whereabouts. He knew that Naruto was about to be born. In the dead of night, most of Konoha's residents were deep in slumber when a terrifying howl pierced the heavens, followed by the tremors and roars of the earth. What was happening? An earthquake? Were the Cloud Village forces attacking Konoha? Where was the Konoha Guard? Panic-stricken, people rushed from their homes. Some were still trying to comprehend the situation, only to succumb instantly beneath collapsing structures and immense pressure. Those who survived looked up in horror at the colossal figure that nearly obscured the sky, their bodies trembling in fear. What manner of beast is this? The Nine Tails. It is the Nine Tails fox. Run. Help. Is there anyone to save me? Under the shroud of night, a massive fox with 9 tails raged. The moonlight cascaded upon it, casting a vast shadow on the ground. With every swipe of its claws and flick of its tails, the resulting shockwaves fractured the earth and sent debris flying. Those close by could only catch glimpses of lethal claws or a tail, while those further away could behold the entirety of the monstrous form. A sight that shattered their hearts and spirits. Many were claimed by the chaos, their lives extinguished beneath the relentless onslaught of flying stones and timber. Quick, assemble. First, get the children to safety outside the village. Clad in masks, the ninjas raced through the village, seizing any children they encountered. If parents were close enough, they could follow. Those who couldn't were left behind. Life and death were dictated by fate. The ninjas continued their search and rescue efforts, but a swiftly hurtling rock shattered one of their bodies. Yet, few paid heed to such losses. The sudden turmoil left the ninjas in a state of panic. There was but one enemy, yet the devastation rivaled that wrought by an entire army. Countless civilians perished, and the ninjas were unable to provide timely aid. Even the number of rescuers for the children was insufficient, leaving adults to fend for themselves. As the Nine Tails rampaged, Kyoya Musashi was jolted awake at once. He had been on high alert for days. The moment chaos erupted, he sprang from his bed, leaping onto the rooftop to gaze at the vast, orange-hued silhouette in the distance. So this is the Nine Tails. The shadow that enveloped the sky was now before him. Musashi sorrowfully realized that he was gripped by fear. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, as if urging him to flee. It was the instinctive fear in the face of overwhelming power. Could mere mortals truly contend against such strength? As claws rend the air, all things shattered, and the earth mourned amidst the creature's furious roars. The howling wind, mingled with the scent of blood, jolted Ryagami Musashi into instant awareness. The screams and the crimson fluid transported him back to the harrowing days of his escape upon entering the shinobi world. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he discerned the general vicinity of the Nine Tails movements, propelling himself towards a nearby dwelling with urgency. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered under the force of his momentum, accompanied by the terrified wail of a woman. "Ah, Sister Ayam, it's me." The young girl appeared to have just awakened from the commotion, her face a portrait of confusion and fear. "Quick, put on your outerwear." Musashi, however, was far too preoccupied to appreciate the fleeting springtime beauty. The burgeoning form of the girl held little allure. Her expression a mix of bewilderment and panic, failed to register his words. Awoken, she stared, frozen in place, at Musashi as he burst into the room. "There's no time." The nearby structures seemed to tremble under the impending chaos. Musashi, disregarding all else, advanced and swiftly enveloped Ayam in a thick blanket. He hoisted her onto his back and dashed outside. Encountering Uncle Handada, who was rushing over to investigate, he formed a series of hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding pop, the clones manifested. Musashi entrusted Ayam to one and Handada to another, sprinting away from the path of the rampaging Nine Tails. What is that?" Ayam, nestled against his back, finally caught sight of the colossal figure illuminated by the night sky, her terror causing her to cling tightly to him. "I don't know. The ninjas in the village are already organizing a response. We must retreat further." As they navigated swiftly between rooftops, some onlookers mistook them for rescuers and cried out for help. Musashi, however, remained unfazed. A chilling roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth. Casting a glance back, he witnessed a long, dark appendage thrusting the Nine Tails away. The third Hokage must have intervened. "My lord, that is the Hokage. We are saved." The chaos began to subside as a translucent barrier rose, and Musashi, now with two individuals in tow, reached a designated safe zone. As the crowd gathered, some ninjas commenced restoring order, guiding more people to safety. The Nine Tails was obstructed by the barrier. "We are safe now," Musashi reassured himself. "Just wait here. Protect Ayam and Uncle Handada. The turmoil wrought by the Nine Tails will soon pass." Observing the still frightened Ayam beside him seemed to solidify his purpose for remaining. He need not dwell on the death of Kushina Uzumaki, nor the overwhelming pressure that the Nine Tails imposed upon him. "Stay here, just stay here. It's pointless to go." His grip tightened, knuckles turning pale, veins bulging on his forehead, oblivious to the tension. "Pointless to go, pointless to go," he murmured, exclaiming a curse in frustration. Musashi Kyugami handed the iris to his shadow clone and swiftly turned to flee. Behind him, he could hear the worried voice of the iris. Yet he did not look back. He accelerated to his maximum speed, racing towards the barrier. "Damn it! Even if it's futile, I must go," he cursed. A chilling wind brushed against his face. He encountered the ninja school teachers gathering students and children, villagers still running in terror, and Itachi Uchiha protecting Uzumaki Kushina and the infant. Without a moment's hesitation, he fixated on the barrier ahead. Inside, Uzumaki Kushina was perhaps nearing her end, while Minato Namikaze was prepared to face death. The terrifying Nine Tails was still struggling. When the barrier came into view, he could see the Nine Tails, restrained by the adamantine seal. Nearby were Umbu ninjas and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He halted his steps. "It's pointless to come, but I must come. Even if I can only see Kushina from afar. Though it's not clear, it will be my last glimpse. Even if it's just to stand before the Nine Tails." He reminded himself to be ready for the power he desired to rival. Musashi Kyugami widened his eyes, his clenched fists seeping blood. Remember this fear. Remember this helplessness that cannot alter the facts." Within the barrier, as Minato sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra within himself, the enraged beast seized its chance, clawing at the infant in the cradle. Its sharp, terrifying claws pierced through Minato and Kushina's bodies. Their life forces rapidly waned. Minato, pressed against Kushina's back, spoke tenderly as death approached. "It's time to say goodbye, Kushina. If there's anything you wish to convey to Naruto, now is the time. We cannot hold on much longer." Kushina's face was etched with exhaustion and reluctance as she gazed at Naruto, who had only just been born. Yet they were destined to part. "Naruto, don't be picky. You must eat well every day to grow strong. Remember to take warm baths and avoid staying up late. Learn to make friends. It's all right if you don't have many. Just a few trustworthy ones will suffice. Though I'm not very adept. You must master your jutsu. If it doesn't come easily, there's no need to be disheartened. Always respect your elders. And one more thing. Beware of the 3 taboos of a ninja. Save your mission rewards wisely. Don't squander them. Remember, you can only drink alcohol when you turn 20. And about women. I'm not too knowledgeable either, but beware of bad women. Seek someone good like your mother. You will face much pain in the future, but do not fear. If you are bullied, remember to seek Musashi and I, for I know he is capable, and even though I often hit his head, he never gets angry. It was, in truth, the grotesqueness of his attire that prompted a momentary sense of relief. One must harbor dreams and translate them into action, possessing confidence in oneself. Tears cascaded down the cheeks of Uzumaki Kushina, her voice dwindling to an almost inaudible whisper, rife with reluctance and sorrow. Furthermore, I love you. And there are countless words I long to express to you, yearning for more time to be with you, yet the moments slip away unspoken. In the midst of a tumultuous surge of energy, under the command of Minato Namikaze, the 8-trigram seal was employed to confine the Nine Tails completely. The chaos subsided. As the barrier dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen materialized instantly. On the ground lay Minato, devoid of life. Yet, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, Kushina clung to the last vestiges of her breath. Gazing upon Hiruzen, she summoned her remaining strength to implore, "Third Hokage, this child is named Naruto. A name bestowed by Minato and me. I entrust his care to you." With a solemn expression, Hiruzen nodded. "I understand. You can rest assured. I shall look after the child." At his words, Kushina's final breath gradually faded away. The ground was stained with blood, a sight of devastation. The Nine Tails incident inflicted significant casualties and financial losses upon the Hidden Leaf village. Ruined edifices and the deceased lay strewn about. A multitude of tasks awaited resolution. Yet, prior to addressing these concerns, a more pressing matter loomed. The toll of casualties and property damage amounted to substantial losses. The detailed statistics of this Nine Tails episode were still under compilation. Within the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and various high-ranking officials convened, alongside the clan leaders of the ninja factions. After deliberating on the post-disaster compensation, the topic of the Hokage arose. With Minato's sacrifice, the village could not remain without a leader. An urgent need arose to select a new Hokage. Tsunade Haruno was the first to speak. The recovery efforts after the disaster will require time. At this juncture, the most crucial task is to elect a new Hokage. What are your thoughts? The representatives of several ninja clans exchanged glances, and ultimately, Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan voiced an opinion. With the fourth sacrifice, perhaps the role of Hokage should be entrusted to a ninja succeeding Minato. I second that. Echoed the leaders of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans in agreement. The Inoshikicho alliance essentially stood united. Nara's viewpoint resonated with their consensus. Not only them, but the representatives of the other ninja clans present also held no objections to this proposal. However, Tsunade and Mito's brows furrowed in concern. Tsunade remarked, "Minato was already quite young. The ninjas who follow him are even younger, their experience insufficient to lead the entirety of the Hidden Leaf." As a senior member, she understood the sentiments of the various clans. The younger the leader, the more they would rely on the support of the ninja clans. Should the new Hokage be a youth, regardless of their clan affiliation, the voice of each clan would inevitably gain prominence. Yet, this notion did not align with the upper echelon's perspectives. Does anyone else have thoughts on this matter? Tsunade inquired, casting her gaze upon the other representatives. As their eyes met, silence enveloped the room momentarily. When a leader solicits your opinions yet chooses to disregard them, one must recognize that the leader possesses their own convictions. In the midst of this, a notorious figure from the shadows of the ninja world feels their heart racing. Danzo, carefully masking his emotions, engages his muscles to rise. However, an old adversary has already anticipated his intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stands, proclaiming, "Everyone, in this critical moment, it falls upon this old man to once again assume the mantle of Hokage. Should you all still find merit in my leadership, I shall temporarily reclaim the role of Hokage." Before the representatives of the various ninja clans could voice their opinions, Danzo could contain himself no longer. With a hint of indignation, he retorted, "Hiruzen, you have held the position of Hokage for many years, and your accomplishments are well known. Having once abdicated the role, do you truly possess the capability to fulfill it again? During the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident yesterday, although you arrived on the scene, you were equally powerless to act and failed to save the fourth Hokage." Mito came and furrowed his brow. "Danzo, your words are excessive." Displeasure flickered in the eyes of Nara Shikamaru. "Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen's inability to rescue the fourth was due to extraordinary circumstances. Moreover, where were you yesterday? What of your roots?" Danzo gritted his teeth, unable to respond. The question was too complex. The representatives of the ninja clans observed in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Hiruzen's laughter shattered the stillness. Ha ha ha. Well then, everyone. This old man is merely a temporary placeholder. Once this period passes, the position of Hokage must be returned to a more suitable candidate. The higher-ups expressed no dissent, and the representatives, unable to propose a better alternative, ultimately acquiesced to this suggestion. However, the duration of this interim was left unspecified, and even Danzo, who was most concerned about the matter, refrained from inquiring, for he had his own designs. Days later, within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen had stepped out, leaving Danzo unimpeded to enter. Closing the door behind him, he slowly approached the desk, taking a seat in the chair that represented the Hokage. As the chair turned gently, he beheld the view outside, witnessing the flourishing Hidden Leaf Village. This would be his realm. Recently, he had sought out the young ninja Kakashi Hatake, who, like his foolish father, lacked depth despite possessing formidable strength. Merely by suggesting that Hiruzen's actions had led to Rin's tragedy and that Hiruzen had prevented Kakashi from joining the battle against the Nine Tails to save the fourth, he successfully swayed him. Presently, Hiruzen was on his way to pay his respects to the daimyo. Calculating the time, it seemed likely that, at this very moment, Hiruzen had met his demise. Gazing out at the increasingly radiant sunlight, Danzo, who had long dwelled in darkness, felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Hiruzen, you have occupied the position of Hokage for far too long. The past has demonstrated that you are unfit for this role. Only I, who seeks light from the shadows and a future from the chaos of slaughter, am worthy of being Hokage. Watch closely, Hiruzen. In my command, Konoha shall ascend to become the mightiest in the realm of shinobi. The heart pulsates vigorously within my chest. Danzo closes his eyes, striving to temper his exhilaration. It seems he can hear it, the people of Konoha cheering for him. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. He perceives the denizens of the shinobi world spreading his renown. He hears the breaths behind him. Apologies, Danzo. This position cannot yet be relinquished to another. The faint sound reverberates like thunder in his ears. The air stagnates. His heartbeat and breath abruptly cease. The chair turns slowly, revealing a familiar aged visage. A long-lost friend, presumed dead, gazes at him with a knowing expression. Even though the other's demeanor appears serious, he can distinctly sense the mockery in those eyes. It evokes the feeling of being caught in an act of self-indulgence by a sworn rival. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarks, "You seem quite astonished that I am still alive." Danzo wishes to deny it, yet finds his lips sealed. Cold sweat trickles down his cheeks. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen speaks again. "If you fancy that chair, do linger a while longer." As he strides towards the office door, he adds, "However, Danzo, this is the final time." Bang! The door slams shut. Only then does Danzo begin to breathe heavily, his singular eye brimming with indignation. "Hiruzen, you wretched fool." Under Danzo's blessing, Hiruzen smoothly assumes his position. Although no grand ceremony accompanies this event, the news swiftly circulates throughout Konoha. The higher-ups of the shinobi clans remain silent. At the dumpling shop, young folks like Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Tetsuya engage in lively discussion. "What a surprise. I thought we would welcome a new Hokage. Indeed, we had a wager on who it would be. And now we've all lost. Hey, you guys are being rather frivolous." Tetsuya's perspective diverges from the others. "After all, he is our Hokage. We should show him some respect. Moreover, the third Hokage, at such an advanced age, must find it arduous to resume the duties of Hokage." The others do not echo his sentiments. The views of the few present, who belong to the major clans, differ markedly from those of the common shinobi. Sensing the discord, Kurenai attempts to mediate. Well, after all, it is the ascension of our Hokage. Let us celebrate with dumplings." "Kurenai, you celebrated with dumplings when the fourth took office. Thus, we must continue the tradition of celebrating the third's ascension with dumplings." Unfazed, Kurenai raises her dumpling. To dumplings, cheers. Cheers. 1998. 1999. 2000. 1, 2, 782, 893. Musashi cease. In the Konoha training grounds, Might Guy, his expression grave, calls for a halt to Ryoma Musashi's training. The latter, undeterred, continues his strenuous movements. 899, 900, 901. "Musashi, halt. You cannot continue training like this." Finally, Ryoma lifts his gaze, meeting Guy's serious expression, and offers his usual smile. "Brother Kai, please do not hinder me. The present youth is the most opportune moment for cultivation. How could I possibly cease my endeavors?" Musashi, your recent training intensity has escalated dramatically, which may prove detrimental to your health, remarked Might Guy. Rest assured, Brother Kai, I am well aware of my own body. I shall not incur any injuries. With a smile, Ryoko Musashi asserted, the essence of youthful training lies in surpassing one's own limits. If my body cannot withstand it, I will promptly cease. The growth of youth shall not harm my physique. Might Guy still harbored some concerns. Even after merely observing for a short while, he felt that Musashi's training intensity was excessively demanding for someone of his age. His own burdens back then were not nearly as formidable. You and Kakashi both seem to have gone quite mad lately, especially Kakashi. Just yesterday, when I approached him, that fellow nearly attacked me. I have scarcely seen him of late. Musashi, remember that training is not a race. It requires patience. You must understand this. Ryoko Musashi replied, Of course I understand, Brother Kai. You should go check on Senior Kakashi. You need not worry about me. Oki is right here watching over me. If I were to get injured and he had to carry me to the infirmary, I swear I would shout 100 times at the entrance of Konoha. Ryoko Musashi is a fool. With that, Might Guy hesitated and ceased his persuasion. After Might Guy departed, Ryoko Musashi resumed his training. The smile in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by determination and tenacity. 968, 969. Brother Kai, I fully comprehend that training cannot be rushed. It is not a matter that can be resolved in a day. It is not simply a desire to save someone that grants one strength. Wishing to survive does not guarantee escape from peril. Everything must be approached step by step. Therefore, I cannot afford to waste a single moment, nor allow myself an ounce of complacency. Following the chaos of the Nine Tails, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resumed his position. He had contemplated meeting Naruto, yet the third and the higher-ups had placed Naruto under protection, leading him to abandon the notion. He felt utterly powerless in the presence of the third and the elite. He possessed no voice, rendering any attempt to speak futile. He felt too weak. Even if Naruto were entrusted to him now, he could not guarantee Naruto's safety with absolute certainty. After the funeral, he ceased to pursue new social interactions, no longer squandering precious energy. He dedicated all his time and effort to training. For years later, is that not the Nine-Tails brat? The demon fox, it must be him. Hey kid, get away from here. Do you wish to perish? Go play with someone else. Do not walk alongside him. Do you understand? Not for sale, move along. On the streets of Konoha, a small figure faced the malicious gazes surrounding him. Uzumaki Naruto walked with a dejected expression. A crumpled paper ball flew from the crowd, striking him on the head. He halted, glancing toward the source of the paper projectile, confusion evident in his eyes. Why? I have done nothing at all. Why do they loathe me so? He wished to loudly inquire of the group before him, yet as he met their hateful stares, his eyes began to well with tears, prompting him to lower his head to prevent them from spilling, and he departed from the scene. Tears have already flowed in the evening. They cannot fall during the day. As I walked, I found myself increasingly distanced from the heart of the village, eventually arriving at the edge of a woodland. 967, 968, 969, a familiar voice echoed. Uzumaki Naruto quickened his pace and glimpsed a figure beneath the shade of the trees. Indeed, it was still here. The melancholy that had clouded Naruto's face vanished as he too found a cool spot beneath the trees, sitting down with his hands propped on his face. Watching with keen interest, not long ago, feeling utterly out of place in the village, he had chased a wild hare and inadvertently arrived here, where he encountered the peculiar figure. Clad in a tight green outfit with gleaming short hair, the individual was counting while engaging in physical exercise. As Naruto approached, he thought he would be met with disdain or a cold rebuke to leave. However, that was not the case. The green-clad stranger's gaze lingered for quite some time before. Unlike others, he did not shoo Naruto away but continued his own routine. A practice of martial arts, perhaps? Naruto was elated to discover yet another person in the village who bore him no ill will. Lost in his joy, he watched the eccentric individual repeat the strange movements, unaware of the occasional sidelong glances directed at him, which were imbued with a complexity beyond comprehension. From that day onward, Naruto returned several times, astonished to find the stranger present each day. Thus, he acquired another venue within the village. Whenever he felt unhappy or wronged, he would retreat here for a spell. Observing the stranger, who seemed like a machine in his precise repetition of movements, significantly uplifted his spirits. The troubling thoughts would fade into the background. Moreover, he discovered something fascinating. While the stranger practiced, Blue arcs of electricity would sometimes flicker around him. 3 circles with his arms, 3 circles with his legs, 3 circles above, 3 circles below. Occasionally, arcs would even dance on his face and head, causing his hair to stand erect like needles. How amusing. The arcs were not static. They roamed across his body, sometimes more concentrated on the upper half, sometimes the lower. When bored, he would count the arcs. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles, 5 circles. Wow, today there are so many blue circles on his legs. He continued to watch until dusk approached, feeling no sense of boredom. It was only when the peculiar individual began to pack up and leave that he turned toward his solitary home. At Ichiraku Ramen, he exclaimed, "I'm back." After cleaning up and changing clothes, Kyoko Musashi arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, donning his work attire and commencing his duties. As the evening customers gradually departed, I am tidied up while walking over to Musashi's side. "Musashi, how have your studies been lately?" "Of course, they're going well," he replied confidently, noting her expression. "The knowledge at the Ninja Academy is rather simple. Musashi, if training becomes too arduous, you needn't come by in the evenings. I have heard that graduating from the Ninja Academy is no easy feat. You must seize the time to hone your skills. For only then will your performance improve by the time of graduation. Fear not, dear sister, it shall not impede my training. Besides, if I do not spend some time with you each evening, my spirit for practice wanes." "You rascal." In truth, had he not desired to remain inconspicuous, he might have graduated long ago. Take Uchiha Itachi, for instance. He barely attended school before his use of the shadow clone technique revealed his prowess, thus propelling him into the ninja life prematurely. "Musashi, do you have time tomorrow? The family warehouse requires tidying, and my father is too busy. I cannot manage it alone." Shobu inquired. Tomorrow? "I'm afraid not," replied Ryagama Musashi. "I have an appointment with Brother Kai and Senior Kakashi for something of great importance. I will take care of it when I return in the evening, and I can invite Omuki to assist. It won't take long." "Very well then," Shobu pouted, unable to restrain herself. "Whenever you have free time, you are always mingling with those 2 fellows, yet you claim to favor me most. Indeed, boys can be deceptive." With a helpless sigh, Ryagama Musashi observed the rare display of emotion from Shobu and embraced her, saying, "No, that is not true. If I were to express my fondness, it would undoubtedly be for you, dear sister. Musashi cherishes you above all. My camaraderie with Brother Kai is solely due to training. After all, I must cultivate my skills to protect you properly." Ever since the Nine Tails incident 4 years ago, when Ryagama Musashi broke through the chaos to shield Shobu as they fled, her demeanor towards him began to shift. Initially bashful and unable to meet his gaze, she eventually warmed up after a few days. Subsequently, she grew closer to him than ever before, almost as if she were a child bride. The youth in the shinobi world mature far too swiftly. Ryagama Musashi could only think how wonderful it was. For years have passed, and Shobu has blossomed into a graceful young lady. As they embraced, Ryagama Musashi's head nestled into a comforting haven. Shobu playfully patted his head, allowing him the indulgence. "Little brother, you must grow up quickly." Reading the comments from readers can be quite heart-wrenching at times. For instance, when the protagonist has scarcely begun their schooling in Naruto, as an infant, is under the watchful eye of the higher-ups, the protagonist receives criticism for not attending to him. It is evident that if one were to read just a few pages further, the plot would unfold in a more reasonable manner. The author initially penned 80,000 words, and the titles of the subsequent chapters hint at the evolving relationship between Naruto and the protagonist. A mere glance would reveal this, yet still, some offer scathing 2-star reviews. It seems that a 1-star review does not affect the overall rating, but 2 stars do, which is quite the understanding of the rules. It is disheartening. Additionally, I express gratitude to the detail-oriented manga enthusiasts for their insightful guidance, and thank the readers for their patience and encouragement. I shall strive to improve. I am quite fatigued. Perhaps I shall gaze upon the splendid Uchiha to soothe myself. Sasuke stands tall. The following day, at the Konoha training grounds, Kakashi Hitaki was entangled with Might Guy for quite a while, yet he arrived here as promised. From a distance, he spotted 2 identical figures clad in green form-fitting attire and red headbands, one emblazoned with burning and the other with youth, energetically performing warm-up exercises. "Ah, Kakashi, your movements seem a bit sluggish today," remarked Might Guy, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of Kakashi. However, the ominous aura surrounding Kakashi weighed heavily on his heart. It appears that life in the Umbu has increasingly burdened him. How infuriating. Lord Third Hokage has forbidden me from joining the Umbu. If I could stand by Kakashi's side, perhaps he wouldn't be this way. Kakashi-senpai, hurry and warm up. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Musashi Suzumiya exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he performed rapid high knees in place. Observing the two before him, Kakashi Hatake wore a grim expression. After enduring the loss of his father due to a failed mission and a dear friend in a successful one, his life had descended into darkness. Guy, a person he once deemed lacking in ninja talent, had gradually become a beacon of light in his existence. Following the passing of the fourth Hokage, the shadows deepened. Internally, that light had become increasingly vital to him. If only things could continue this way until Musashi Suzumiya appeared, transforming his solitary beam of light into two, both dazzlingly bright green. From that moment on, the darkness dissipated, yet the intensity of the two lights left him no respite. Guy, why don't you compete with Musashi? His speed is now quite close to yours, Kakashi suggested, though he lacked the enthusiasm to partake in such activities. Kakashi, youth cannot succumb to such despondency. Guy exclaimed. Indeed. Kakashi-senpai, you could summon Pakken to serve as our referee. Kakashi sighed in resignation, ultimately conceding to their insistence. At Guy's request, he used the summoning technique to call forth Pakken as the arbiter for the trio. Ready? Set, go. With that, 3 clouds of dust surged forth. For years prior, Might Guy had noticed the significant increase in Musashi's training intensity and, concerned that the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident had impacted him, sought to assist him in the same manner he once helped Kakashi. Thus, during their occasional encounters, he would invite Kakashi to partake in activities that could strengthen their bonds with Musashi. Eventually, it became apparent that Musashi's training intensity had not diminished, and his health remained intact. Instead, the camaraderie among the three flourished, with Guy always eager to engage Kakashi in spirited competitions of youth. Kakashi, I'm not feeling spirited. Their contests resulted in alternating victories, with Musashi consistently ranking among the top 3, and the gap in their abilities shrinking rapidly. The three dashed through the finish line like a gust of wind, and Pakken calmly announced the results. Guy first, Kakashi second, Musashi third. Yes, Kakashi, you must do better next time. Guy cheered enthusiastically. Don't speak of next time, Kakashi gasped. Pakken glanced at Musashi, saying, Musashi, well done. The gap between you and them is narrowing quickly. You may soon surpass Kakashi. You can touch my paw pad as encouragement, if you'd like. With that, he raised his right paw, revealing a pink paw pad. Really? I want to hold back. Pakken, Musashi replied, stepping forward to genuinely touch the soft pad. It truly is soft. Thank you for the encouragement. Receiving affirmation, Parker felt an immense sense of pride. Subsequently, he retrieved a scroll from his person and stated, recently, Kakashi conveyed a message to me. The Elder Clan members have deliberated and reached a consensus to accept your proposal. As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll. Each year the Inuzuka clan, can enter into a short-term contract with you for a sum of 100,000 ryo, offering certain basic services. The contract can be dissolved at any time, but we shall not partake in combat. If this arrangement meets your approval, simply press your handprint here. Humi Musashi nodded in agreement and affixed his handprint to the contract scroll. The days at the Ninja Academy had progressed significantly, and graduation loomed on the horizon. Upon becoming a genin, he would be tasked with duties assigned by the village. At that juncture, time would not be as free as it was now, and there was a possibility of being dispatched outside the village for missions. Thus, he had previously conferred with Kakashi regarding a contract with the Inuzuka clan. This agreement would allow him to leave his ninja dogs at home while he ventured out, enabling him to summon them back swiftly should danger arise. In the event of peril, he would also be able to make a hasty retreat depending on the circumstances. Unlike the summoning techniques that required high durability for objects, such as the Tensei no Jutsu and the exceedingly difficult Hiraishin no Jutsu, the summoning of ninja beasts, bolstered by the power of the contract, would safeguard the ninja from harm during spatial transfer. It was indeed an essential means for both home and travel. Initially, he could have directly entered into a summoning contract with the Inuzuka clan. However, he remained uncertain if the contracts from the 3 great sanctuaries were unique. He was not yet ready to bind himself to the Inuzuka. Hence, he and Kakashi deliberated on establishing a short-term contract by periodically providing funds for premium dog food to the clan. This way, Should the opportunity to enter into a summoning contract with the three great sanctuaries arise in the future, he would not miss the chance. Once the contract was finalized, Kakashi exhibited a rare expression of anticipation. So, Musashi, what of the gift you promised me? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I have long been prepared, Kakashi-senpai. Humi Musashi exclaimed as he produced a brand new book from his robes. Kakashi eagerly took it into his hands. Kakashi, what gift did Musashi promise you? Inquired Might Guy, leaning in with curiosity. With a sudden clap, Kakashi shut the book, the ominous aura surrounding him dissipating somewhat. Guy, this is the latest issue of Ninja Edition, a deluxe edition, not something you would find intriguing. Zing. Kakashi, what value does such a thing hold? Rather than reading, one should be training. Only through vigorous practice can one truly honor the beauty of youth. Someone like you would never comprehend, Kakashi replied, gently caressing the cover of the book. A few years prior, an author known as Midnight Knife released a graphic collection titled Little Stories After the Ring. Initially, readers believed they had encountered a skilled illustrator in the literary world. However, unbeknownst to them, a storm was quietly brewing. In the ensuing period, the moderator of endurance emerged remarkably, with the successive publications of the kind-hearted Jonin teacher Muko Kana, the lost female spy in the cloud, and the rain-hidden widow stirring a tempest within the literary sphere. In the subsequent years, the white murk of Flower Shadows and the reluctant lady of the feudal lords continued to uphold the exquisite caliber of Midnight's Blade, consistently delivering masterpieces. To this day, Midnight's Blade's moderator of endurance has carved out a dominion alongside Intimate Paradise, standing in equal measure. Readers have offered such poignant remarks. A cold blade pierces the flesh, leaving a profound ache. Fallen petals drift, and sleepless nights ensue. Such peak creations are beyond the comprehension of individuals like you. Musashi, by the way, please extend my gratitude to Oki. I hold great fondness for him. Naruto Uzumaki occasionally visits the training grounds of Kion Kagaya to pass the time. When he arrives, Kion remains silent. When he does not, Kion finds himself pondering why he has not come today. Should he speak to him? What could he possibly say? There must be ANBU operatives guarding Naruto from a distance, and it is not impossible that root members are present as well. Over the span of 4 years, his strength has seen considerable enhancement. Yet, is he truly prepared to confront the third Hokage in Danzo? As he walks home, his thoughts wander aimlessly. Suddenly, his steps halt. Damn brat, I told you not to let me see you again. Bang, bang, demon fox. Curse that demon fox. Did you think my words were mere whispers in the wind? You dare retaliate. Let me show you my true power. Bang, bang. Not far away, several boys are engaged in a scuffle. A small blonde boy is pinned to the ground, with fists raining down upon him. Thus, in the world of shinobi, conflict is the only truth. Where does all this talk of friendship and justice come from? It is endless strife and bloodshed among ninjas. The enmity and bullying among children reflect the reality of many lives. Kion Kagaya strides closer. Upon noticing him, the boys pay him no heed. Taking care of the demon fox would not elicit disapproval from the village's adults. Kion observes Naruto, who also sees him. There are no pleas for help in those large eyes, only sorrow and confusion. Why are you hitting me? I want to be your friend too. I am not a demon fox. I am Naruto Uzumaki. As Kion watches the scene unfold, a fleeting image of a red-haired figure flashes before him, fists raised. Calling out his name, Kion's heart tightens painfully. He moves a bit closer, seemingly impatient, and speaks up. Hey, kids, enough already. The boys cease their assault, exchanging glances. The leading boy, unimpressed, retorts, Are you from the Ninja Academy? My brother Takagawa Kamino is a senior and an excellent student there. Don't interrupt us while we teach this demon fox a lesson. With that, he resumes swinging his fists. Kion Kagaya, disinterested in further dialogue with the boys, slowly raises his right foot and then brings it down forcefully. Boom. The deafening sound reverberates through the air. The ground instantaneously fractured into vast chasms, subsequently shattering and stirring up a choking cloud of dust. Those who had been brandishing their fists were momentarily paralyzed by fear, and seconds later, they fled, wailing and crying. Their legs unsteady, which caused them to run slowly, their sobs resonating beautifully. Humph. Ryoko Musashi prepared to depart. Naruto Uzumaki scrambled to his feet, hurriedly trailing behind her. Brats like him were exceedingly bothersome. It seemed as if he were addressing Naruto while also speaking to himself. Striding forward, Naruto mirrored her steps. Hey, Ryoko Musashi turned. Do not follow me. Naruto held his silence, but as she walked away, he continued to shadow her. Ryoko Musashi halted. Brat, go away. You're amazing, stranger, exclaimed Naruto with bright, sparkling eyes. That was so cool. I am not a stranger. I'll say it again, go away. I'm heading home. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. If I don't call you stranger, what should I call you? Ryoko Musashi. You may call me Musashi. I am leaving. Do not follow me, or I might deal with you. Why are you still trailing me? I'm not. Naruto protested, looking aggrieved. This is my way home, not following you. Musashi, how about I treat you to ramen? The Ichiraku ramen in the village is superb. Do not call me that. Naruto, feeling dejected, replied, oh. However, his expression quickly transformed into one full of vitality. It's fine. Someday you will acknowledge me. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Ryoko Musashi cast a sidelong glance at him and departed in silence. Night fell. In the bedroom, Ryoko Musashi's shadow clone sat cross-legged on the ground. One hand was rapidly circulating chakra in a spherical form, emanating a faint blue glow, while the other hand continuously shifted positions, diligently practicing the basic hand seals for wind release and lightning release techniques. The Rasengan, developed by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, became somewhat commonplace in Naruto's later years. Yet it must be acknowledged as an exceptionally proficient ninjutsu. Not only does it effectively enhance chakra control, but it is also an A-rank ninjutsu with remarkable transformation capabilities and significant power. Since embarking on the path of ninjutsu training, he would certainly not overlook the opportunity to master this technique. One criticism of Naruto in his later years was his somewhat singular approach, repeatedly forming a Rasengan. Transitioning from one shadow clone's Rasengan to two shadow clones' Rasen Shuriken. It seemed that if the technique were more intricate, he could generate numerous clones to execute it. This was quite disadvantageous in swift and perilous battles. Lacking any bloodline limit, Ryoko Musashi could only explore techniques and combat styles suited to himself. When not employing the 8 gates, he must gradually master effective ninjutsu. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Multitasking was his preparatory practice for enhancing his future combat prowess. From frequent errors at the beginning to now practicing with considerable proficiency, the progress in ninjutsu training was steadily advancing. Meanwhile, Takamizumi Suzumi sat at a desk strewn with thick stacks of notes. Among these were records pertaining to the physical damage and combat enhancement resulting from the 8 gates technique, experiments on sealing techniques to close the 8 gates, hypothetical solutions to rapidly seal the chakra pathways to mitigate water hammer effects, analyses of the enhancement of physical vitality through lightning chakra at various frequencies and states, correlations regarding the positive effects of yang chakra on physical training, and the influence of wind release in the microscopic world, encompassing vortex effects, boundary layer theory, high-speed boundary layer theory, and non-equilibrium flow theory validations. After collecting his seemingly nonsensical notes, Takamizumi Suzumi began to supplement his research based on his recent ninjutsu training status. His prior research experience allowed him to enhance his cultivation through unconventional methods. Yet, it was insufficient. Not nearly enough. Suzumi muttered to himself. He had not wasted the past 4 years. However, merely relying on these notes would not suffice to contend with figures like Danzo. That old man was filled with malice. But his strength was not to be underestimated. He required time. More time. The next encounter with Naruto occurred a week later. It was the same familiar street, accompanied by the usual sounds of combat. Damn that fox spirit. We shall see if you still possess your arrogance. Where's that strange man in green? Why isn't he here to assist you? Brother Kamino is present. Let us see if you dare to act so brazenly in his presence. Do not speak of my leader that way. Naruto retorted angrily. Leader, huh? Don't think I'm unaware. Who would want to be the leader of a creature like you? Exactly. They might even dislike you, but simply refrain from voicing it. You're talking nonsense. My leader is formidable. He wouldn't dislike me. Formidable? Perhaps only in front of us. He might not even be able to hold a shuriken steady in front of Brother Kamino. I will not tolerate this. Takamizumi Suzumi approached them, his expression devoid of emotion. As the group noticed him, a flicker of fear crossed their faces, but they quickly reacted and dashed behind a tall figure. It's him. He was the one who intimidated us last time. Yes, I remember that green outfit vividly. Takamizumi Suzumi looked down at Naruto, noting his disheveled state. His clothing was marked with footprints, and his face bore several bruises. He felt a surge of anger. Isn't the Umbu supposed to protect him? Damn that Saratobi Hiruzen. Lost in thought, a familiar voice interrupted him. Takamizumi Suzumi? I thought it was you. What is going on? Why are you hanging out with this little brat and scaring my juniors? Takamizumi raised his gaze to the young man. After a few moments, recognition dawned upon him. This was Takagawa Kamino, who had once envied Uchiha Itachi and conspired with classmates to deal with him, only to end up as a subordinate. After Uchiha Itachi graduated early, he had become a boastful classmate once more. Kamino Takagawa, is it not? Takamizumi observed him calmly. Are these little ruffians your subordinates? Perceiving the unfriendly tone of Takamura Musashi, Takagawa Kamino's expression turned equally cold. It is only out of respect for a classmate that I am speaking to you this civilly. However, your tone is quite displeasing to me. When addressing classmates, one should adopt an attitude befitting their status. Do you understand? Musashi's voice grew colder. I ask you, are these little ruffians your underlings? You insolent fool. Kamino retorted arrogantly. Indeed, they are mine. What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight? Do you wish to end up like that little brat? The group of children echoed his bravado. Are you frightened? Apologize quickly if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, Kamino will deal with you. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as Musashi shot forth. In an instant, he traversed over 10 meters, appearing at Kamino's side. The sharp kunai pressed against his neck, its icy touch causing Kamino's hair to stand on end. The emotionless words that followed felt like a plunge into an icy abyss. I shall give you 5 seconds to reconsider your words. 1 second passed, and Kamino's mind echoed with chaos as his pupils constricted. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Emotions surged within him. Such speed, such power. Is this Musashi? How is this possible? Isn't he the class's underachiever? How can an underachiever possess such velocity? In the 4th second, his spirit regained composure, realizing that the kunai at his throat would likely not sever his head. In the next moment, he hastily retreated a few steps, raising his hand high against the most aggressive of the little ruffians. Smack. This is for your misbehavior. Smack. This is for bullying others. Smack. 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 Have I ever told you that when outside, one must respect the elderly and care for the young, helping each other? Smack. Have you all forgotten the will of fire you were supposed to recite? The group of children cried out in anguish as Kamino struck them, feeling a surge of power. He glanced up discreetly, noting that Musashi remained expressionless, and gritted his teeth, striking harder. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Smack. Smack. Soon, the faces of the little ruffians resembled that of Naruto's in distress. Amidst their wails, Musashi walked home, followed closely by a small shadow. After walking for a while, he halted and turned around. The little shadow abruptly stopped as well, its wide eyes darting around, bracing for a reprimand. Observing the feigned composure of Naruto, a thought crossed Musashi's mind. If I scold him, he would surely cry for a long time upon returning home. He slowly extended his right hand. Naruto's eyes first expressed confusion, then gradually brightened. Tentatively, he reached out his small hand to grasp Musashi's larger one. And upon not being rejected, his eyes sparkled with joy. The two figures, one large and one small, strolled gently into the evening glow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At home, Musashi meticulously tended to Naruto's injuries. His technique was not particularly skilled, and Naruto winced in pain. Tough it out. A boy shouldn't whine over such minor pain. Especially after a brawl, Musashi chided. But, boss, you were too rough. Humph. I certainly wouldn't allow my peers to beat me to such a state. If it were up to me, it would certainly be the other party lying down. Ryagami Musashi handed the medicine to Naruto, instructing him to apply it himself. Take your time, let me know when you're finished. In the living room, Naruto carefully tended to his wounds, occasionally letting out sharp breaths of discomfort. In the bedroom, Ryagami Musashi gazed intently at a scroll before him. Sealing techniques. It contained a series of sealing arts, including the 4-symbol seal and diamond lock, which were specialties of Kushina Uzumaki. On an ordinary afternoon, it had been casually tossed to him by that red-haired woman. After practicing for so long without mastering it, he thought, fool, I told you not to interrupt when I'm speaking. Are you channeling your chakra from your intestines, you idiot? How dare you retort? Bang, bang. A familiar shadow flashed before him, as if it would suddenly roll up its sleeves and deliver a blow to his head at any moment. But the next moment, he realized he had waited for too long. Time. He needed time. He needed to wait. However, If that woman knew he was neglecting Naruto like this, she would surely fly into a rage, her red hair billowing, fists flailing, and she would scold him with venomous words. He could no longer wait. Carefully stowing the scroll away, Ryagami Musashi exited the bedroom. Let us go. We're leaving. Leaving? Where to, boss? Since you call me boss, I must treat you to a bowl of Ichiraku's supreme ramen. Let us go. Wow, you're the best, boss. Today was the happiest day for Naruto Uzumaki. From this day forth, he was no longer alone. He had a formidable boss who took him to enjoy his favorite Ichiraku ramen. Moreover, his boss was part of the kitchen staff at Ichiraku. Everything felt as beautiful as a dream. So much so that as Ryagami Musashi escorted him home, he found himself bouncing with joy along the way. That night, Naruto lay in his small bed, using his blanket to cover his face, laughter bubbling forth intermittently. After a while, faint sounds of sniffling could be heard, followed by bursts of giggles. After much tossing and turning, he finally fell asleep. After sending Naruto home, Ryagami Musashi walked slowly back to his own residence. As he walked, he pondered when the higher-ups would react and how he should present himself. Soon, he would find the answer. Very soon, for he had not yet reached home. Beneath the tranquil night sky, even the faintest sound of wind felt jarring. Ryagami Musashi's hair stood on end, his body tensed. In the next moment, a black hand reached out from his side, fierce and decisive, poised to grip his neck. Muscles contracted suddenly, and the latent power within him erupted with a thunderous roar. Bang! The speed of his punch was so swift that it far exceeded the assailant's expectations. The force exploded between his fingers, delivering a devastating blow to the face of the oncoming ninja. The shattered mask, the flying teeth, and the unexpected reveal of the patterns on the tongue. Root organization, strength uncertain, likely not exceeding Chunin level. Ryagami Musashi silently assessed the opponent's strength, seizing the advantage. The assailant was momentarily incapacitated by the powerful strike. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang! A powerful kick struck the assailant's chest, shattering several bones and sending him hurtling backward. Not just one person. A fierce wind surged from another direction. Soma Takamizumi unleashed a leaf gale, but the opponent retreated at once, clearly taken aback by the unexpected strength of Takamizumi and unwilling to engage in direct combat. Earth release, earth flow technique. The ground below softened, transforming into sludge, as the newcomer sought to ensnare Takamizumi. However, Takamizumi's reflexes were astoundingly quick. As the ninjutsu was just cast, he forcefully stomped down. The tremendous force propelled him off the still softening mud. Leaf gale, earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. The freshly risen earthen wall was pierced by an immense force, and the eyes behind the assailant's mask betrayed their astonishment. Such formidable taijutsu. The consecutive ninjutsu failed to achieve their purpose. Before he could employ any other tactics, a flurry of shuriken whistled through the air. Swiftly evading, he deflected several shuriken with kunai, the violent vibrations in his arm sending jolts of numbness coursing through him. The ninja could not help but feel astonished. Weren't they just an ordinary student? How are they so fierce? Bang! 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 A green figure rushed in alongside the shuriken, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. In a moment of panic, the ninja hastily defended himself, each clash eliciting sharp pain. Damn it! Is this kid some kind of monster? A flying kick struck the chin, causing the ninja's senses to ring as he was sent soaring. Lion's barrage. Boom. Following the heavy strike was an abrupt encounter with the ground. The tremendous impact clouded his consciousness. Faintly, he heard the target's loud cries. Help! Someone is attacking in Konoha. Save me. Before losing awareness, the ninja's mind raced with thoughts. We shouldn't have been sent here with just 2 chunin. This kid is merciless. I was too careless. Takamizumi continued to shout for help. He was merely an unremarkable, yet-to-graduate student, suddenly ambushed and panicking for assistance. Entirely reasonable. However, after only a couple of shouts, 2 masked ninjas landed nearby. Just as he tensed his body, preparing for battle, they spoke. Soma Takamizumi, the Hokage wishes to see you. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his smoking pipe, gazing at the bewildered Takamizumi before him. Takamizumi, I brought you here to clarify some matters. Hokage-sama, what has happened? Has the village been invaded by enemies? I was just on my way home when 2 ninjas suddenly attacked me. That's enough. Takamizumi, Sarutobi interrupted. What I want to ask is not about that. It was a misunderstanding. How do you know Naruto Uzumaki? I need to know this. Takamizumi, Perplexed, replied Naruto. That kid? We just met by chance. He then briefly recounted how Naruto had approached him during his training in taijutsu. So it was a coincidence. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Is there a problem? Naruto is quite lively and interesting. It is uncertain who in the village has spread the malicious rumor that he is a demon fox. Coughing lightly, the third Hokage remarked, Musashi, this matter is rather intricate, and the reasons are not immediately clear. However, for certain reasons, it would be prudent for you not to remain by Naruto's side. The village will ensure that Naruto is well cared for. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. Why? Musashi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Is there something amiss? Why would the Hokage issue such a peculiar request? Coughing again, the Hokage replied. The rumors regarding Naruto being a demon fox require careful consideration on how the village will handle them. If you stay close to him, it may have certain repercussions for you. The villagers' perception of Naruto is rather unfavorable, and this might affect your class assignments upon graduation. Hokage-sama. Musashi interjected loudly, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen. We are all comrades in this village. How could we sever our bonds due to mere gossip? He clenched his fists, his resolute gaze shining beneath his bright hair. Hokage-sama. Each villager is akin to the leaves and branches of a tree, forming the essence of our village. I cannot abandon a comrade based on the opinions of others. My ninja way does not permit it. Regardless of the rumors or disdain, I will steadfastly uphold my choices. I will shout my convictions. Every individual in Konoha is a companion who cannot be forsaken. The dim Hokage office was illuminated by a surge of green light. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, contemplating his next words. Hokage-sama. Both Guy and Kakashi have imparted to me the significance of bonds and friendship. Such inclusive emotions and profound connections are what keep Konoha united. I will not abandon Naruto, nor will I allow anyone to compel me to do so for any reason. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire of our will endures. Although I cannot protect the entire village as you do, I shall carry forth this will of fire with my own strength, burning brightly for the village. This is my youthful ninja way. The green light began to sting Sarutobi's eyes. Coughing again, a dark aura subtly encroached upon the luminous space. Hiruzen, why are you wasting time with this brat? Just give the order. No unexpected individuals are to be near Naruto. The tools must be properly managed. Hiruzen interrupted his old friend. Such words should not be uttered in front of a child. Humph. Danzo huffed, revealing his stance. He then turned to Musashi and spoke in a low tone. Musashi, you are to cease any attempts to approach Uzumaki Naruto. This is a command from the village. Musashi, perplexed, asked, Hokage-sama, who is this elder? Oh, this is Danzo, a senior advisor in the village. You should address him as Elder Danzo, Sarutobi explained. Understood, Musashi replied. He then reiterated his stance to Sarutobi, Hokage-sama, I stand firm in my beliefs. Danzo's expression darkened further. At that moment, a masked ninja leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Danzo then turned to Ryoko Musashi, his expression one of understanding. Your taijutsu is commendable for a mere civilian ninja, he remarked. Hiruzen, do not squander time on trivialities. Just give the order. Lord Hokage, I must object. Ryoko Musashi exclaimed passionately. You have no idea how isolated Naruto currently feels. He has no companions, no friends, and the villagers harbor unwarranted malice towards him. Lord Hokage, if we allow Naruto to remain in solitude, can he truly grow into a sturdy branch of Konohagakure? Lord Hokage, I will not permit it. Each villager should be a companion, a comrade, someone with whom strong bonds can be forged. I often dream of graduating as a ninja, wearing the leaf headband with pride. I aspire to be a ninja like my father. If we abandon our companions for such reasons, how can the leaf emblem on our headband continue to shine? Tears streamed down his face, and his nose ran in defiance. Ryoko Musashi was overwhelmed with emotion. I will not allow it. I will not allow it. All right. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe. Let us set this matter aside for now. There is nothing more here, Musashi. Remember to train diligently and never forget your dreams. Never forget the will of fire of Konoha, nor your youthful path as a ninja. Yes, Lord Hokage. Danzo. Danzo rose from his seat, visibly displeased. The leader of a village cannot show weakness. You will come to regret this. Danzo, Elder Danzo. For the first time, Ryoko Musashi faced Danzo with a resolute expression. The third Hokage is the rightful leader. He is great. And he will undoubtedly guide Konoha and all of us towards a bright future as the strongest Hokage in history. After the summons from the Hokage, Ryoko Musashi began interacting normally with Naruto Uzumaki. His focus remained steadfast on his training. When Naruto was nearby, he understood not to disturb Musashi's practice, only approaching him during breaks to exchange a few words. "Boss, let us go fishing tonight." "Fishing?" Ryoko Musashi wiped the sweat from his brow. "You can fish?" "Of course," Naruto exclaimed proudly. "All right then, meet me at Ichiraku Ramen after I finish work." "Yay!" Naruto jumped with excitement. After darkness fell, Ryoko Musashi sent his shadow clones back to practice ninjutsu and accompanied Naruto to the riverside. He watched as Naruto skillfully retrieved his hidden fishing rod and tools from behind a rock, adeptly baiting the hook. With the hook cast into the water, they both gazed at the bobber floating on the surface. "Naruto, when did you learn to fish?" "I've known how to since before I met you." "Impressive. What made you want to learn?" "I just thought it would be fun," Naruto replied with a cheerful grin. "Gurgle." Ryoko Musashi's stomach growled. His expression slowly changed as realization dawned upon him. A child fishing, aside from the enjoyment, likely had another motive: hunger. Observing Naruto's practiced movements, it was evident this was not his first time. If he recalled correctly, Hiruzen Sarutobi had only appeared after Naruto had grown a bit older. Prior to this, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have endured a period of financial hardship, leaving him with insufficient funds to satisfy his hunger. Upon reflecting on this, his heart brimmed with resentment. Damn it, is this how the third Hokage cares for a child? He silently cursed repeatedly. He glanced at Naruto, who was eagerly fixated on the bobber dancing on the water's surface, seemingly intent on showcasing his fishing prowess. Perhaps due to ill fortune, it took over 10 minutes for Naruto to catch a small fish. The palm-sized creature flopped energetically on the ground. "Look, boss, aren't I amazing?" Naruto exclaimed with pride. However, he soon shook his head, lamenting, "Unfortunately, it's too small. The fish today seem rather lethargic." Musashi Suzumiya chuckled. "Never mind, watch me. I shall demonstrate how a ninja catches fish." With Naruto's curious gaze upon him, he approached the water's edge. Forming hand seals, he pressed his palms against the surface. Water release, fish gathering technique. Chakra surged into the water. Water was not his strongest element. His proficiency in water release techniques was rather modest. Nevertheless, he could still manipulate the flow of the stream. As the chakra swirled, the riverbed began to churn. In the next moment, a water column, as thick as a barrel, soared upward, crashing onto the shore. With a splashing sound, amidst Naruto's wide-eyed astonishment, the water column erupted against the pebbles, sending fish of various sizes leaping onto the bank. After a brief moment, the waters gradually receded, revealing a pile of fish on the shore. "What do you think?" Musashi asked. "That was incredible," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For a 4-year-old, even the most rudimentary of jutsu was a source of endless fascination. Teach me, boss," Naruto eagerly pleaded, momentarily forgetting the fish. "Not yet. You are still too young to harness such chakra. I will teach you when you are older," Musashi replied. "For now, let us return the small fish to the water and prepare to grill the larger ones." "All right," Naruto said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yet he soon resumed his excitement, gathering the fish and collecting a small pile of firewood. "There's no need for all that fuss," Musashi remarked, assisting Naruto in preparing the fish, skewering them on wooden sticks, and placing them in a clear area. He formed hand seals once more. Fire release, perfectly grilled. Flames enveloped the fish, the heat stable and even. In comparison to his water release abilities, Musashi's proficiency in fire release was significantly superior. With careful practice, his control over the flames was commendable. The fire roasted the fish, releasing an enticing aroma while evaporating moisture. His skills, however, were nowhere near Jiraiya's level, who could instantaneously grill large fish with a burst of flames. To ensure the fish were thoroughly cooked and palatable, he had to temper the intensity of the flames, allowing them to roast for a longer duration. After about a minute, he extinguished the flames. The aromatic grilled fish was ready. Naruto's eyes sparkled with awe. "Boss, you're so cool." Musashi handed Naruto a fish. "Try it and see how it tastes. Be careful not to burn yourself." As Naruto took a bite, he winced from the heat but relished the flavor of the grilled fish. The eyes filled with happiness squinted in delight. One evening, Takemitsu Suzumiya escorted Naruto back to his home, taking the time to tidy up both the house and the refrigerator. Before departing, he advised Naruto to dine at Ichiraku Ramen daily. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, "Huh? Isn't that inappropriate? Even if you, boss, are helping at Ichiraku. What are you thinking?" Takamitsu gently ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, replying, "It's not merely helping. Sister Ayam is my girlfriend, and she will be your future sister-in-law. Remember to eat there? If not, I want to clean up after you." Once Takamitsu left, Naruto exuberantly bounced around the house, occasionally emitting sounds reminiscent of a monkey. After a while, feeling somewhat exhausted from his antics, he collapsed onto his bed. Moments later, he sprang up again, gesturing with enthusiasm. Water release, fish catching technique. Fire release, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. From that day forward, Naruto resolved his daily meals at Ichiraku Ramen, engaging in pleasant conversations with the gentle Ayam and sharing amusing tales of his day with Takamitsu. He discovered days when the village river was teeming with fish and crabs, or when a new shop opened in the village. If the proprietor was unfriendly, he would cover the shop's entrance with graffiti the next day. He even encountered a shy little girl with pale eyes. It was a harmonious family atmosphere, the likes of which Naruto had never experienced before. One evening, Takamitsu noticed Naruto's spirits were somewhat low. He inquired, "What is the matter, Naruto?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied, "Boss, why do others have fathers and mothers, but I do not?" Takamitsu fell silent for a moment. Naruto continued, "I want to know what my father and mother were like. Grandpa Sarutobi never tells me, only saying they sacrificed themselves for the village. He tells me that knowing one to change anything, as the deceased cannot return. Yet, I truly want to know." A warm hand rested gently atop his head. Naruto looked up to find Takamitsu gazing down at him with kindness. "In that case, I can share a little with you, Naruto." A flicker of joy ignited in Naruto's eyes. "Really? Boss, do you know my parents?" Takamitsu responded, "Yes, I do indeed know them. However, you are still young, and some things might need to be revealed later." But what?" Naruto pressed eagerly. "I can share a piece of information you seek. How about this? We undertake missions together, and for each mission we complete, I will answer one of your questions." "More missions? What kind of missions? Can't you just tell me everything, boss?" Naruto asked anxiously. "No," Takamitsu shook his finger. "This is a village secret and cannot be disclosed so easily. Only through your gradual progress will you earn the full story. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let us meet at the usual place, and I'll take you on a mission. Once completed, I will answer your question." The following day, at the edge of the Konoha forest, Takamitsu was laden with weights, drenched in sweat while engaged in training. Not far away, in the shade of the trees, a small figure comically lay on the ground, with a patch of grass resting atop his head. A pair of large eyes nervously fixated on the distance. Approximately 10 meters away, a gray wild rabbit was relishing the fruits of its laborious breakfast. The grass rabbit, a common species in wooded areas, is renowned for its delectable meat and exceptional reproductive capabilities, making it a highly sought-after delicacy. Uzumaki Naruto cautiously concealed his form, his gaze unwavering, while quietly murmuring to himself. The grass rabbit, measuring around 20 centimeters in length, bore faint white stripes on its nape, with ears perked back and a rather short tail adorned with soft fur. It was identified as a female. After numerous confirmations, Naruto began to gather his strength with utmost care. This was the 13th attempt. Success was imperative. With a gentle self-assurance, he suddenly propelled his thigh forward, leaping forth like a rabbit. The grass rabbit sensed something amiss the moment he sprang into action, instinctively using its legs to spring away. Escape. But it was too late. Naruto unleashed all his might. As the rabbit remained suspended in midair, he lunged forward. The rabbit executed a desperate maneuver to evade this lethal pounce. Yet the hunter's reflexes were beyond its expectations. One hand successfully dodged, but Naruto, undeterred in mid-flight, twisted his body with fervor, capturing the grass rabbit in his grasp. He then landed on the ground, rolling amidst the grass and dirt, which clung to him without concern. Rising, he presented the grass rabbit before him, prying open its hind legs amid its struggles. Indeed, there were no small jays. It was unequivocally a female rabbit. Confirming his judgment, Naruto beamed with delight. He then stood, clutching the rabbit in one hand while brushing off the dirt with the other, racing towards the distant figure of Kyogoku Musashi. Boss, I did it." Hearing the commotion, Kyogoku Musashi paused his actions, wiping his sweat as he replied, "Oh, really? Let me see." The approaching Naruto proudly presented a small notebook to Kyogoku Musashi, filled with simple sketches and notes. Animal Identification Task, First Volume, First Chapter, Grass Rabbit. The subsequent pages contained detailed illustrations and textual analyses. Panting, Naruto exclaimed, "Boss, I have mastered all the sexual characteristics of the grass rabbit. Now, with just a glance, I can discern between a male and a female rabbit. Look, this is the female rabbit I caught. It can serve as a reference, no doubt about it." In response to Naruto's eager gaze, Kyogoku Musashi nodded. Not bad. Although it is merely an ordinary grass rabbit, capturing one is quite an accomplishment for you. Consider it the completion of your first task. Then, boss, can I ask my first question to my parents now? Naruto's eyes sparkled. Kyogoku Musashi smiled and nodded. Of course. Recently, he had encountered Uchiha Itachi in the village. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Initially intending to invite him for a meal and engage in conversation, the latter had declined, citing a lack of time to accompany his younger brother Sasuke on a mission to collect cat paw prints. Thus, he thought to involve Naruto in some enjoyable activities. Not only does it elevate one's spirits, but it also serves as a means of physical exercise. Coupled with the sorrow that Naruto Uzumaki feels due to the absence of his parents, he has set forth on a long-term mission, the Konoha Animal Identification Task. By analyzing characteristics and capturing creatures, he hones his skills in identifying the fauna of the ninja world. As he matures and grows stronger, he is capable of progressing from small animals such as rabbits and frogs to formidable beasts like tigers and bears. On the sidelines, Naruto finally mustered the courage to pose a question that had occupied his thoughts for an entire day. "Boss, what are my mom and dad's names?" Ryoko Musashi replied. Let us change the subject. If only his strength were greater, strong enough to disregard both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, perhaps he could answer Naruto's question. However, as it stands, it would only lead to further complications. After being rebuffed, Naruto pondered for a moment and inquired, "Then, what does my mother look like? Is she beautiful? Can I ask this?" Ryoko Musashi responded affirmatively, reflecting on Kushina Uzumaki with a gentle nostalgia in his eyes. "Your mother is exceptionally beautiful, truly stunning, especially her hair, which is unforgettable at first glance. Is that true, boss?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. "Is she more beautiful than Lady Shobu?" Without a doubt, Ryoko Musashi assured him confidently. "Your mother surpasses Lady Shobu in beauty. Her eyes are lovely, her nose is exquisite, and her figure is splendid. But Naruto, what I say must remain between us. If Shobu finds out, I won't let you off easily." "Don't worry, boss," Naruto promised, his mind already conjuring a tender and beautiful image. Observing Naruto lost in his daydreams, Ryoko Musashi's gaze softened further as he reached out to gently pat his head. "Moreover, the boss has a free answer for you." Naruto turned suddenly, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yet before he could articulate his question, Ryoko Musashi had already decided for him. "Naruto, your mom and dad love you very much. They love you profoundly." Naruto sat there, stunned. Tears began to well up in his large eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Witnessing Naruto's tears stirred something deep within Ryoko Musashi. He reminisced about that fiery woman with the vibrant red hair, who would occasionally lose her temper. How he missed her dearly. Suddenly, he recalled another person, a fellow with the same crimson hair, a member of the Uzumaki clan, Karen, a remnant of the Uzumaki clan. She had been scattered across the lands after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools. Most of her kin perished amidst their hardships, while a few were absorbed into various ninja villages through various means. Karen's fate was particularly tragic, as she was exploited by the grass village under the guise of being a power source. If Kushina were to learn of Karen's plight, she would surely be furious. Ryoko Musashi thought to himself. Reflecting on Karen's age, he surmised that she had yet to endure the most harrowing of experiences. In that moment, he resolved to set a goal for himself. Rescue Karen Uzumaki. If Kushina were to find out that I stood idly by, she would certainly mock me. I must grow stronger, and the stronger, the better. Time is running short for me. I must rescue Xianglin. Should I encounter Kushina one day, she must know that her disciple has not been in vain. The thirst for power grows increasingly urgent. Days pass by in their ordinary manner. Occasional skirmishes at the border result in the deaths of several ninjas. Within the Uchiha clan, dark currents swirl, and Itachi becomes ever more elusive. Danzo continues to scheme in the shadows. These matters bear little relevance to Ryagami Musashi. He simply progresses step by step in his training. Occasionally, he takes time to engage in artistic endeavors with Nozari Oki for profit, while also spending time with Shobu and Naruto Uzumaki. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Shadow clone technique. Boom. As the smoke dissipates, 2 identical Ryagami Musashis appear in the classroom. Well done, Ryagami Musashi, you are qualified. The ninja school conducts its graduation test. After successfully performing the body replacement technique, Ryagami Musashi passes with flying colors. Generally speaking, only students who graduate smoothly from ninja school possess the most basic ninja abilities. Only exceptional students like Rock Lee, who struggles in academic subjects, and Naruto, influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, would be unable to perform even a basic body replacement technique. If one fails to graduate, they either wait several years to barely become a low-ranked ninja or must seek alternative paths, becoming support personnel or ordinary citizens. With the graduation test concluded, the first stage of a ninja career begins, class assignments. Who one will team up with or which leading jonin's class they will be assigned to becomes a matter of utmost concern. Ideally, teammates should excel academically and have good rapport. The mentoring jonin significantly impacts the development of a ninja's career. An exceptional and powerful guiding jonin can help lower-ranked ninjas avoid many detours. Concern is universal. Even Nozari Oki, who is wholeheartedly devoted to creation, wears an expression of anticipation. Musashi, do you think we will be placed in the same class? If we are, it would be wonderful to have an excellent jonin leading us. Let us wait and see. Such matters are beyond our control. Regardless of who the leading jonin is, the training of youth remains consistently filled with passion, Musashi states. Who do you think Izumi will team up with? Nozari Oki glances at the taciturn Uchiha Izumi. Who knows? What? Do you wish to be her teammate? Perhaps not. Being her teammate would certainly lead to her disdain. Nozari Oki shakes his head. There's no need to be teammates. She already looks down on you. The group sits together, and Uchiha Izumi naturally hears Nozari Oki's quiet murmuring, but chooses to ignore it. Ever since Itachi graduated early, she has remained rather silent at the ninja school and has become the cool beauty of the class. As a member of the Uchiha clan, her academic performance remains far superior to her peers, even outshining her male classmates. The class assignments begin. First class, second class, sixth class, Uchiha Izumi, Nozari Oki, Ryagami Musashi. Nozari Oki is both surprised and delighted. Teacher, Uchiha Izumi raises her hand. May I switch partners? I do not wish to be grouped with the underperformer. Hey, who are you calling an underperformer? Nozari Oki stares wide-eyed. If you're not the underperformer, then who is? Uchiha Izumi remarked. I have no desire to be in a team with a lecherous and lascivious individual like you. How am I lecherous and lascivious? I am undeniably handsome, retorted Nozuri Daiki, his indignation palpable. And I never claimed you were the bottom of the barrel, Izumi countered. All right, intervened Ryagami Musashi, attempting to diffuse the tension. The teacher on stage cautioned, Izumi, the class assignments are determined by Lord Hokage and the jonin, and cannot be altered. Moreover, team formation takes into account the overall strength of the group. Given your exceptional abilities, you are naturally expected to assist your comrades. Nozuri Daiki and Ryagami Musashi exchanged glances. Teacher, could you not consider the feelings of certain students when you speak? Suddenly, the door swung open, and a jonin donned in a headscarf and sunglasses entered the classroom. He addressed Ryagami Musashi, who looked astonished. Class 6, follow me. On the playground, Ryagami Musashi and the others stood in a row as the sunglasses-clad jonin, hands in pockets, scrutinized them one by one. Upon inspecting Uchiha Izumi, a slight smirk of approval played on his lips, but his brow furrowed slightly at the distracted Nozuri Daiki and the tightly fitted green-clad Ryagami Musashi. Now, let us introduce ourselves. I am Ebisu, a special jonin of Konohagakure, and your team leader. A special jonin, exclaimed Nozuri Daiki, unable to contain himself. Most team leaders are jonin. It's unfair that we have only a special jonin. A special jonin is still a jonin, Ebisu retorted, clenching his fist. Approved personally by Lord Hokage, I am more than capable of guiding you freshly minted genin. Nozuri Daiki, recognizing the futility of his protest, fell silent. Furthermore, do not let my youth deceive you. My ascent to jonin status is a testament to my abilities. Recognized by Lord Hokage himself, you should feel honored to have me as your instructor. Clear his throat now, Let us proceed with brief introductions. I have a preference for diligent students and a disdain for foolish underachievers. My ambition is to cultivate disciples who may one day become great ninjas akin to the Hokage. This white-haired young student, you shall begin. Nozuri Daiki spoke first. I am Nozuri Daiki. I enjoy painting and beautiful women, while I detest unattractive women. My dream is to create enduring masterpieces. I am Ryagami Musashi, he continued. I cherish the pursuit of youthful training and loathe the squandering of time. My aspiration is to become an exceptional ninja, protecting those dear to me. I am Uchiha Izumi, she stated. I adore cats, abhor filth and indecency, and harbor a particular dislike for white-haired men. My dream is to become the finest ninja. Hey, I sense you are implying something. Ryagami Musashi glared. Your perception is not incorrect, Izumi replied coolly. Ebisu clapped his hands together. All right, that concludes our brief introductions. Before we officially form our team, I must pose a question. Can you assure me that you will fulfill your duties as ninjas and work collaboratively during future missions? My dear students, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for it shall become even more thrilling. I do not care if you harbor animosities towards one another. Now answer me. Is there any issue? If you find yourselves unable to remain in this team, I can report to Lord Hokage and have you reassigned to another team with a different instructor. No problem. That is well, since that is the case. I hereby declare the official establishment of Team 6. Without any theft of bells or peculiar tests, Hibiki directly announced the formation of the team. Upon realizing that he was in the same team as Uchiha Izumi, Ryoko Musashi understood that Team 6 would likely not have to return to school for remedial classes. Next, before we embark on our missions, I must fulfill my role as your instructor. Now, one by one, please share the areas of expertise and characteristics of your ninja skills. I require more detailed information. Izumi, you shall go first. Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment and said, I excel in throwing ninja tools, taijutsu, and basic fire release techniques. As for my characteristics, I am adept at intelligence gathering, camouflage, reconnaissance, and combat. In fact, I perform well in all subjects at school. He glanced at the two individuals beside him. To think you can already utilize fire release techniques. You are indeed a versatile ninja, exceptionally capable, Izumi. Okaki, it is your turn now. Me? I am skilled in drawing, including sketching, watercolor, and oil painting, with a particular knack for creating remarkably lifelike depictions. As for other skills, I am not proficient in combat, camouflage, or reconnaissance. Hibiki's expression turned dark. He shook his head and motioned for the next. Ryoko Musashi stated, I excel in taijutsu. Hibiki inquired, what else? Ryoko replied, there is nothing else. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Hibiki's face, he added, furthermore, I occasionally engage in a bit of research on the fundamental theories of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Is that so? Hibiki adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Although I had anticipated this, the disparity between you two and Izumi is still rather considerable. It appears we require further refinement. Thus, we shall proceed with a strength assessment test. You have 10 minutes to devise your tactics. Stealth, camouflage, ninjutsu, any means are permitted. Subsequent instruction will be tailored according to your practical performance. The timer starts now. In the corner, Okaki was the first to speak. Musashi, how shall we engage? Ryoko Musashi replied, let us hear Izumi's thoughts. Uchiha Izumi remarked, it matters not. Considering our strength, we undoubtedly lack the odds against teacher Hibiki. Thus, we should focus on showcasing our abilities. Okaki inquired, so we just strike aimlessly? Ryoko Musashi retorted, though the phrasing is coarse, the sentiment rings true. In that case, for plan A, Izumi shall take the lead, and we should discuss how we can support him. Okaki asked, is there a plan B? Ryoko Musashi nodded. Indeed, there is. 10 minutes later, Hibiki stood at the center of the arena, observing as Ryoko Musashi approached him with determination. Is it you first, Musashi? Allow me to witness your taijutsu prowess. Konoha Gale. A fierce wind surged forth as Ryoko Musashi launched into a spinning kick. Hibiki chose not to evade. Instead, he raised his arms to brace for the impact. A freshly graduated genin, even if skilled in taijutsu, he did not believe he could be significantly challenged. Boom. The instant their bodies connected, his expression shifted. Such formidable strength. The force transmitted through his arms made it difficult for him to maintain his stance, and he staggered back in pain. This strength is already comparable to that of an average chunin. Musashi, is this what you term your proficiency in taijutsu? Quite impressive indeed. Kyugami Musashi did not relent. The moment his strikes landed, he closed in, his fists and feet creating a tempest, bombarding Ebisu like a rain of blows. Bang, bang, bang. With the relentless onslaught, Ebisu found himself retreating. In sheer physical strength, he could not gain the upper hand. Is this all your strength, Musashi? Relying solely on physical techniques to defeat me is far from sufficient. However, this was by no means Kyugami Musashi's full capability, should he unleash his full power. Ebisu might not withstand it. After all, this was merely a test of combat prowess, and Musashi only needed to showcase his distinctive qualities. With reverence for his teacher, he approached the battle earnestly. Thud! Ebisu kicked against Musashi's whip-like leg, leveraging the force to retreat swiftly, his hands rapidly forming seals. Unable to dominate in the realm of physical techniques, he had no choice but to resort to ninjutsu. Halfway through the seals, his expression changed, prompting him to retreat once more. Stab! 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 Several shuriken embedded themselves where he had just stood. Uchiha Izumi had made her move. After confirming that Ebisu was not a mere clone following Musashi's probing attack, she seized the opportunity to join the fray. Ninjutsu, shuriken barrage. A voice from behind announced the assault. The sound of air being sliced indicated a considerable number. This was a shuriken throwing technique she had learned from Kyugami Musashi. When quality fell short, quantity would suffice. Although it paled in comparison to the latter's overwhelming force, it served adequately as a means to obstruct and redirect movement. This was a task assigned to Uchiha Izumi, striking at a designated time and angle to disrupt Ebisu's trajectory. Thus, in front of Ebisu stood Kyugami Musashi. Behind him rushed a multitude of shuriken, while Uchiha Izumi's attack path loomed on both sides. Fire release, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno surged from the side, engulfing Ebisu in a blazing conflagration the next moment. Was it successful? Surely, it could not be that easy. Uchiha Izumi's gaze remained fixated ahead, before the flames dissipated. A sudden realization struck her. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. From the ground beneath, hands erupted, and in the next instant, Ebisu plummeted downward, leaving only his head above ground. Ebisu's form emerged from the earth, and a smile unexpectedly crept upon Uchiha Izumi's lips. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Izumi descended from above, flames erupting once more, instantly engulfing both figures. Bang! Bang! In the flames, Ebisu and Uchiha Izumi vanished together. Were they all clones? Water release, water bullet technique. Water bullets surged from the side, and Uchiha Izumi, suspended in midair, had no means to brace herself, hastily raising her arm in defense. The next moment, a powerful stream of water sent her flying, crashing against a tree trunk. Cough, cough, cough. Water surged into her lungs, and she began to cough violently. Did she control the power of the ninjutsu? Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured. Uchiha Izumi mused. With the strongest combatant repelled, Ebisu wore no expression of triumph. He shifted his focus to the remaining two, assessing what other tactics they might employ. If all went as expected, it should be nearing its conclusion. In the distance, as Uchiha Izumi descended, Nozomi Daiki displayed a knowing expression, then shifted his gaze towards Ryagami Musashi. Musashi gave a slight nod. Initiate the contingency plan. In the next moment, Musashi surged forward with remarkable swiftness. Observing his accelerated movements, Hibi Ebisu felt a sense of relief. Earth style, earth flow wall. A rapidly rising earthen barrier obstructed Musashi's advance. He turned to look behind him and, as expected, saw Nozomi Daiki approaching while forming hand seals. Hibi Ebisu focused intently on Daiki's actions, bracing himself for what was to come. Ninja art, bathhouse cutie technique. With a puff of smoke, a figure with an alluring silhouette appeared before Hibi Ebisu, partially wrapped in a towel, exuding an intoxicating aura of warmth, her face marked by an innocent yet flustered expression. Hibi Ebisu. The impeccable proportions of her figure sent his mind spiraling, igniting the engine of his heart. Based on the conjectures of Musashi and Daiki, it was estimated that Hibi Ebisu's weakness was 20% for mature women and at least 50% for cute girls. Indeed, the tactic was effective. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his racing heartbeat reverberated. It took 3 full seconds for him to vaguely realize the impending danger. However, this awareness was swiftly suppressed by the heat surging within him. Behind him came the swift sound of rushing wind. In the next instant, with a muffled thud, Hibi Ebisu was sent flying, And in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he pondered not his own carelessness, but rather Daiki's unique ninjutsu. This kid is truly remarkable. Half an hour later, Hibi Ebisu sat beneath the shade of a tree, with Musashi kneading his injured back. Before him stood Nozomi Daiki, brimming with pride. Uchiha Izumi wore a look of vexation, occasionally casting disdainful glances at Ebisu. So this is what kind of jonin teacher you are. Enough. Hibi Ebisu halted Musashi's therapeutic massage. Through today's brief assessment, I have gleaned the essence of your attributes. Musashi, your martial arts skills are commendable. With further improvement, you can serve as a competent asset to the team. While I may not be adept in physical techniques, you may always inquire about ninjutsu. I am quite well versed in the foundational knowledge of various techniques. Izumi, your abilities are outstanding, and you possess no discernible weaknesses. Being able to consecutively execute 2 C-rank ninjutsu at your age is indeed impressive. However, Uchiha Izumi perked up. However, your combat style remains somewhat straightforward. Moving forward, I will enhance your tactical training. With your innate talent, I believe you will swiftly evolve into an exceptional all-round ninja, capable of leading a team with ease. Uchiha Izumi lifted her chin slightly. As for Daiki, first enlighten me on how you uncovered this singular weakness of mine. Musashi mentioned having heard it from someone else. Damn it, which scoundrel has been maligning me behind my back? Hibi Ebisu clenched his teeth inwardly. Nozomi Daiki remarked. However, I too possess a talent in this regard. A glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Just a glance. Only a glance. I possess the ability to discern the lecherous nature of the man before me. And my probability of accurately guessing his proclivities reaches an impressive 30%. Take Musashi, for instance. Outwardly, he appears to be solely devoted to honing his physical prowess, exuding an aura of youthful innocence. Yet beneath that facade lies a turbulent heart. There lies an insidious little cockroach on the ground, which Musashi, with a gentle demeanor, has just crushed underfoot. Yajiri Oki stiffened momentarily before resuming a casual demeanor, saying, Teacher Hibi, please continue. Hibi paused briefly and remarked, Oki, you are a genius in a certain sense. While your skills in stealth, disguise, and combat may leave much to be desired, you possess a discerning eye and an impeccable sense of aesthetic appreciation. I recall there being materials regarding the art of painting and ninjutsu in the village. Once I pay a visit to Lord Hokage, I shall borrow the foundational texts for you to study. I believe you will excel. Sister, I'm back. Oh, our ninja has returned. Come, taste the latest soup dish I've concocted. In the bustling kitchen of Ichiraku Ramen, I am excitedly presented a small bowl of ramen to Musashi. The rich aroma of the broth enhanced by a sprinkling of fresh vegetables, rendering it utterly enticing. Sister, let us eat the dish later. Look at what I've brought. Musashi exclaimed, dramatically revealing a small puppy from behind his back. Did you buy this puppy, Musashi? Not purchased, but a gift for you. Do you like it? It was a small white puppy, somewhat resembling an Akita but smaller, akin to the size of a kitten, easily cradled in Musashi's hand. With its round, glossy black eyes and an expression of exasperation, it was undeniably adorable. I do adore puppies, but Musashi, one cannot bring pets into the kitchen while cooking. Sister, you can keep it at home. When you finish work, it can keep you company. While I am out on missions, with Peter around. You won't miss me too much, Musashi said with a smile. TCH, little brat, as if I miss you. I'll get it some food. And by the way, Peter is a rather unpleasant name. Let us change it. Unrefined. Peter sounds incredibly dashing. The puppy, unexpectedly speaking, startled Ayam, causing her eyes to widen in shock. This puppy can talk. Ayam exclaimed, pointing at Peter in disbelief. Musashi could only chuckle as he explained, Sister. Peter is no ordinary puppy. He is a ninja dog, exceptionally intelligent, superior even to the Inuzuka clan, and there's no need to prepare food for him. I will take care of his diet. Sister, when I am not at home, Peter can protect you. Upon hearing Musashi's explanation, I am finally calmed down. Musashi, you really ought to have mentioned this beforehand. You gave me quite a fright. She patted her chest and continued. Such a ninja dog must be rare, right? How did you acquire it? It wasn't too difficult, Musashi replied with a sheepish grin. I had Kakashi-senpai assist me. With him around, I can feel more at ease when I'm out. Aren't ninja dogs supposed to fight alongside ninjas? Musashi, you placed it here. And upon observing the displeased expression on Suzumiya Musashi's face, Ayam broke into a smile, saying, All right, I understand. I shall let Peter stay at home. This seemed to satisfy Suzumiya Musashi, who responded, "That's more like it." Ayam then reached out, gently stroking the back of Suzumiya Musashi's head, cheerfully adding, "It appears our Musashi has truly become an outstanding ninja." Suzumiya Musashi squinted in enjoyment, declaring, "Sister, I will always protect you." Peter, watching the two humans display their affection, felt a bit exasperated with his beautiful canine eyes. Humph, as if no one else has a girlfriend. This lord has one too, and her fur is exceptionally glossy. Hey, Musashi, don't forget the gourmet dog food you promised me. Rest assured, Peter, it has long been prepared. Stay close to your sister, and there will always be food for you, she replied. In the following days, the Ebisu team gradually began to gel. Although Ebisu could be somewhat self-important, he was indeed a responsible teacher. Not long after, he truly went to Lord Hokage, bringing back a scroll on specialized ninja techniques for Nozuki Daiki. Although these techniques were still below C rank, they were commendable, significantly enhancing Nozuki Daiki's fondness for Ebisu. As for Uchiha Izumi, he dedicated the most time to her education, focusing on stealth, tactical customization, and intelligence analysis. Perhaps it was true that diligent students more easily captured their teacher's favor. Ebisu was wholeheartedly committed, aspiring to mold Uchiha Izumi into the finest graduate of their cohort and swiftly elevate her to the status of a Chunin team leader. The trio could all sense that. In comparison to the teachings at the Ninja Academy, Ebisu's instruction was indeed far superior. His mastery of ninja knowledge was comprehensive and exceptional, and Uchiha Izumi was thoroughly satisfied. Although this lecherous teacher was merely a special jonin, he was no less competent than the guiding jonin of other teams. Of course, this was merely a thought he kept to himself, as he wanted to preserve his teacher's dignity. However, the situation with Suzumiya Musashi was more intricate. The complexity lay in how to cultivate Suzumiya Musashi. Unlike with Uchiha Izumi, he did not possess the same level of confidence. Musashi excelled in taijutsu, yet he admitted that his research in this area was not top tier. According to him, Konoha boasts many forms of taijutsu, yet in the world of ninjas, the only truly renowned style is the gentle fist. The others either lack significant potential or are rare forbidden techniques. He had witnessed formidable forbidden taijutsu, but the practitioner was long deceased. The Hyuga clan, as the undisputed great clan of Konoha, possesses members with the powerful bloodline limit of Byakugan, enabling them to perceive the chakra pathways and flow within the human body. With this formidable bloodline limit, they can execute taijutsu with precision and grace to the fullest extent. Throughout the long wars, the reputation of the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the revolving heaven spread throughout the ninja world. However, as a civilian ninja, Suzumiya Musashi lacks such a bloodline limit and will always fall short compared to the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. On the path of a taijutsu ninja, she can only strive forward slowly and steadily. In the realm of shinobi, it is indeed a rarity to rise as a formidable warrior solely through the mastery of taijutsu. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Most are gifted ninjas who enhance their physical prowess through potent chakra, thereby attaining exceptional combat abilities. Furthermore, the shinobi of Kumogakure are renowned for their remarkable physical strength. This is predominantly due to their unique ninjutsu, which harmonizes with lightning chakra, coupled with a slight genetic advantage. Ryagami Musashi finds himself lacking in both aspects. Thus, in his modest estimation, he can only diligently hone his taijutsu, with the hope of achieving a level of jonin combat capability in the future. Should his ninjutsu remain unremarkable, he would merely serve as a physical powerhouse, relying on his teammates for task completion. Hence, it is imperative to enhance his ninjutsu techniques. Listening intently, Ryagami Musashi nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Ebisuzawa, at this very moment in Konohagakure, a vibrant youth named Might Guy was accumulating strength. Years later, his brilliance would reshape the annals of taijutsu history within the shinobi world. In the presence of raw power, gentle fists hold no sway. The moment the 8 gates are unleashed, the world is overturned. Such concepts need not be explained to Ebisuzawa. He harbored no certainty of reaching Might Guy's stature. Nevertheless, he felt content with Ebisuzawa's guidance. The latter spoke no falsehood. His grasp of the foundational knowledge of various ninjutsu was indeed comprehensive. During idle moments, Musashi would pose questions that piqued his curiosity. Ebisuzawa-sensei, you mentioned that the ninjas of Kumogakure utilize lightning release to augment their physical strength. Could you elaborate on this? Does lightning chakra pose any risks or side effects to the body? Ebisuzawa-sensei, what is the most potent combination of wind release and fire release ninjutsu? Additionally, have you explored the interplay between physical strength and chakra refinement? You assert that chakra can enhance physical strength, thereby elevating taijutsu. Does Konoha conduct research on the enhancement of chakra through physical training? Ebisuzawa-sensei, the power of bloodline limits is formidable, yet the emergence of these abilities follows a certain process. What principles govern the inheritance of ninjutsu through bloodlines? Musashi, I may need to verify some information before I can provide an answer, Ebisuzawa replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Ryagami Musashi had proven unexpectedly astute among his students, consistently posing imaginative inquiries that left Ebisuzawa pondering. What kind of question is that? How did you come to such a conclusion? Is it possible to perceive it in that manner? Some queries, upon first hearing, seemed utterly fantastical, yet upon reflection, they were difficult to refute. He sensed a challenge to his ninja teaching career. Rather than admonishing the youth for aiming too high and urging him to focus on refining chakra, he resolved to diligently research, aiming to formulate a coherent rebuttal to Musashi's imaginative notions by the following day. Life as a genin unfolded with a tranquil simplicity. Ebisuzawa's team began to accept missions. Albeit of a menial nature, they primarily involved trivial tasks such as walking cats or pulling weeds. A multitude of lower-ranking ninjas have made significant contributions to the harmonious existence of Konoha. With their efforts, the seedlings in the fields thrive. With their diligence, the waterways of Konoha remain unobstructed. It is thanks to them that the village has become a paragon of civilization among the nations of the ninja world. How utterly vexatious. When will these trivial tasks come to an end? Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, casting his hoe to the ground in frustration. Just wait, this is how all ninjas endure. Nozomi Daimoku remarked casually, sketching on his canvas. Wait, until when? Itachi has already graduated for years and is now a capable ninja, while I am still stuck performing these D-rank tasks. Farming is the work of oxen, not ninjas. How should I know? You could ask Itachi. He graduated early, not me. Or perhaps inquire with Lord Hokage about why these tasks were issued. Nozomi Daimoku appeared indifferent, absorbed in his picturesque scene, embodying tranquility amidst the passage of time. Unlike Uchiha Izumi, who clamored for higher-ranking missions, he found no interest in the conflicts of the outside world. He entered the Ninja Academy merely to acquire some power and to spend time with Ryagami Musashi. Engaging in simple tasks in Konoha and discussing art privately with Musashi constituted the life he desired. Why venture out into peril for the Hokage's sake just to earn a meager reward? Only a fool would wish for that. His attitude only served to infuriate Uchiha Izumi further. Hey, you, are you slacking off painting while we toil in the fields? Do you seek a fight? Nozomi Daimoku remained nonchalant, retorting, what do you mean by slacking? Musashi has already completed my share. He gestured dismissively. Uchiha Izumi gazed into the distance. Youth is a time for fervently exerting oneself and training. Boom. In the fields, a green figure shouted exuberantly, dragging 2 wooden plows as he swiftly darted back and forth. The plows dug deep into the soil, turned over by the sheer force exerted upon them, preparing for a better sowing. Ryagami Musashi, drenched in sweat yet exhilarated, gripped the 2 plows and continued to run with vigor. Clouds of dust billowed behind him. 1 person is worth 4 oxen. That guy? Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth. Is his mind solely composed of muscle? Nozomi Daimoku replied. There are other things as well, but you wouldn't be interested. Damn it. We need to speak with Teacher Ebisu about taking on higher-ranking missions. Nozomi Daimoku and Ryagami Musashi did not acquiesce to Uchiha Izumi's request to approach Ebisu for advanced tasks. What a farce. It's splendid to stay comfortably in the village. What is so great about the outside world? Catching cats, repairing houses. The remaining time can be devoted to training. What a blissful rhythm of life. Yet, high-ranking missions came knocking on their door. A C-rank mission? In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up. Indeed, a C-rank mission. Without a doubt, it poses a challenging endeavor for you recent graduates, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed the group. Uchiha Izumi inquired, what is the nature of the mission? Is it infiltration or assassination? Coughing lightly, he added, now is a time of peace. Assassination missions are not required of you at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the mission handbook in his hands, stating, it is a transportation task. A station unit near the borders of the Land of Grass and the Hidden Stone Village is in need of some special supplies, and you are to deliver them. Traditionally, such tasks were executed by specialized ninja teams, but the new generation of Konoha must gain exposure to the outside world and grow rapidly. It is rare to have a period of peace, thus allowing you to undertake this mission. Musashi Ryogami thought to himself, "Thank you. Are we the only team embarking on a C-rank mission?" Uchiha Izumi asked, her face alight with excitement. "Not quite," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "There are 2 more such missions, and the village will dispatch the most outstanding graduating teams to carry them out." Upon realizing she was not the first, Uchiha Izumi felt a pang of disappointment. However, her excitement quickly resurfaced. This C-rank mission would mark her first step in making a name for herself in the ninja world. The group began to prepare for the mission, gathering provisions, ninja tools, and explosive tags. As this was not an urgent assignment, they were able to bid farewell to their families. Upon learning that Musashi Ryogami was leaving the village for a mission, Ayame could not hide her worry. Despite her attempts to reassure her that such risks are inherent to being a ninja, she remained concerned. Musashi embraced her and offered comforting words, which finally eased her anxiety. The following morning, the group convened at the village entrance, each carrying a hefty load of mission supplies, while Hibiki carried a simple ninja tool pouch. Indeed, Hibiki was not responsible for the actual mission and would receive a substantial portion of the mission reward. The leading jonin was tasked with guiding the team and ensuring the safety of the lower-ranked ninjas in case of unforeseen circumstances. With a grand gesture, Hibiki declared, "Team 6. Let's set off." Throughout their journey, Uchiha Izumi was brimming with enthusiasm, her keen eyes frequently scanning the surroundings. Her demeanor seemed less about guarding against enemies and more about eagerly anticipating an encounter with potential adversaries. However, for several days, they encountered no unexpected events. After all, their route diverged from that of ordinary travelers, and when they occasionally crossed paths with others, those who spotted their ninja headbands did not dare provoke them. As they ventured farther from Konoha, the towns and villages they passed began to appear increasingly dilapidated. The larger towns fared better, but in the smaller ones, the residents' impoverished conditions were starkly evident. "Teacher, why does this place seem so different from our village?" Uchiha Izumi asked, observing the surroundings. "In what way is it different?" She continued, "It appears to be more impoverished. The people wear tattered clothing, and the markets lack vibrancy." "Of course," Hibiki exclaimed proudly. "The Land of Fire is the wealthiest nation in the ninja world, and our Konoha is the most prosperous and peaceful hidden village. Naturally, the villages outside cannot compare. Isn't this a time of peace? Why do people's lives still appear this way?" Uchiha Izumi questioned. Yujiri Oki responded, "It is precisely because it is a time of peace that you can witness so many people. If it were a time of war, these villages might be entirely deserted." He reminisced about the days when he first encountered Musashi Ryogami. That experience was indelibly etched in his memory. He lamented, "How wonderful it is to remain in the village, while you incessantly clamor for high-ranking missions." Uchiha Izumi retorted, "You are truly stagnant, spending all your time in the village. When will you ever develop into a formidable ninja?" Nijiri Oki countered, "What good is becoming a powerful ninja? Moreover, are you certain that simply venturing out will guarantee your strength? You might perish after just a few steps." Suzumiya Musashi interjected, "Silence your ill-omened words." Hibiyasu remarked, "Oki, you are young ninjas, the hope of Konoha's future. Maintain your vitality. Under my guidance, you shall undoubtedly evolve into formidable ninjas." The team continued onward, gradually approaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Along the way, the villages they passed grew increasingly desolate. Suzumiya Musashi discerned that this was the true visage of the ninja world. Even after Naruto's graduation, during that period of relative peace in the ninja realm, conditions had scarcely improved. Battles occasionally erupted in various villages, while only the casinos and hot springs attracted visitors. They would also sporadically encounter bandits and robbers. Such is the nature of the ninja world. In times of war, death is easily met. In times of peace, survival is a challenge. For those who cannot survive, it is a moment for reflection on their dedication to training. As they neared the border encampment, the group fell silent, focusing intently on their journey. Through the dense forest, they navigated with caution. Suddenly, Suzumiya Musashi halted. Nijiri Oki, at the rear, immediately steadied himself and surveyed the surroundings. Not detecting anything amiss, he nevertheless held unwavering trust in Suzumiya Musashi. Uchiha Izumi swiftly hurled a kunai towards the treetops. A crisp clash echoed, and from the previously empty branches emerged a figure. Ah, have I been discovered by a mere child? I had no intention of revealing myself. The figure chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation. Uchiha Izumi refrained from hasty aggression, widening her eyes to keenly sense the situation, and soon directed another shuriken towards another direction. Clang! Sparks flew, revealing another silhouette. Two individuals, identifiable by their forehead protectors, were from a Wagakure. Have they crossed the line? Uchiha Izumi whispered. Confirming there were no other adversaries, she instinctively glanced towards Hibiyasu, who simply smiled and said, "Don't look to me. You are the captain now, responsible for devising the strategy. I am merely a combat asset, not a strategist." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fact that her teacher entrusted her to make decisions implied that the situation was still under control. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gestured to her companions to prepare for action. In an instant, Suzumiya Musashi launched a shuriken at one of the foes and leapt forward. Concurrently, Hibiyasu nodded slightly and charged towards another opponent. The battle erupted in an instant. The shuriken zipped through the air, and the Iwagakure ninja, with a smirk, attempted to block it. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The shuriken glimmered with the light of an explosive tag. Boom! Instantly retreating, in the next moment, Suzumiya Musashi burst forth from the flames. One distinctive feature of body techniques, in contrast to ninjutsu, is their rapid initiation. In combat, a relentless barrage of attacks can disrupt an opponent's rhythm, preventing them from executing their ninjutsu, a commonly employed strategy, without affording the adversary a moment to react. Ryoga Musashi swiftly closed the distance with a few strides, kunai in hand, and launched his assault. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the clash ensued. And beneath the guise of his combat attire, subtle lightning-infused chakra enveloped his limbs, invigorating his physical form. This marked his inaugural battle since becoming a ninja. Even without revealing his true prowess, he dared not underestimate the situation and approached it with utmost seriousness. After the initial engagement, he quickly assessed the opponent's capabilities. The adversary exhibited average physical attributes and mediocre martial arts skills, and based on their reaction speed, they hardly qualified as a master. Seizing an opportunity amidst the opponent's defenses, the kunai inflicted several wounds, blood seeping forth. It was no mere substitution or shadow clone. A decisive kick was launched, met with a desperate defense from the opponent. Observing the stance, it was not merely a kick, but a full thrust. Their hands were forming seals. They intended to retreat and unleash ninjutsu. Musashi's mind swiftly deciphered the opponent's intent, prompting him to retract the force from his foot and pivot to grasp the adversary's leg, slamming it down towards the ground. Thud! The sudden shift in momentum disrupted the opponent's seal formation, and while desperately shielding their body, they crashed down, breaking several branches in the process. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Musashi's mind. Indeed, the next moment, a piercing sound filled the air. Ninjutsu, shuriken barrage, fire release, great fireball technique. While battles among ninjas may be fleeting and unpredictable, established tactics can still yield significant results. Uchiha Izumi had, prior to engagement, devised several strategies tailored to varying enemy strengths and numbers, whether the course of action be combat or retreat. For instance, in the current scenario, 3 combatants faced a solitary foe. Given Musashi's evident superiority in physical techniques, he undertook the task of probing the enemy's defenses. His rapid attack speed and considerable damage output enabled him to swiftly gauge the opponent's strength, preparing for the ensuing conflict. Of course, should the enemy prove too weak, a single onslaught could suffice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi acted as the cerebral core of the team, processing battlefield information while assuming the primary offensive role. Following Musashi's probing strike, he would unleash a powerful ninjutsu against the enemy. As for Nijirioki, he presently occupied the role of the laggard, until his new ninjutsu could manifest its might. His main responsibility was self-preservation. His secondary task involved coordinating with Izumi to obstruct the enemy's escape route during the latter's assault and adapting as necessary. The duo's fire release techniques and shuriken hurtled towards the enemy ninja, and in a critical moment, the adversary's expression contorted with ferocity as they swiftly formed seals. Earth release, earth shield technique. The earth surged, coalescing into a semicircular barrier above the ninja's head, narrowly deflecting the duo's assault. The opponent was of Chunin rank. Izumi deduced their capabilities based on the reaction, concluding that the ability to withstand the fire release and shuriken stemmed from the relatively low physical impact of their attacks, indicating that the opponent's earth jutsu was not particularly formidable. Musashi retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, his gaze fixed intently on the earth shield. As the chakra sustaining the earth release dissipated, a powerful throw was executed, instantly enveloping the area above the earth release. The forceful shuriken struck the figure that had just leaped out, shattering the protective earthen shield into fragments. Bang! It was a shadow clone. The opponent had performed a technique beneath the shield. Uchiha Izumi remarked, scanning her surroundings intently. The adversary was an earth release ninja, capable of escaping underground or launching an assault. Since the battle had commenced, she was determined to find a way to restrain the opponent. Given their strength, the earth release cannot be too far away. How wonderful it would be if I had activated my Sharingan. Perceiving the opponent would be considerably easier, Izumi thought to herself. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. The tree at your feet. No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath Yujiri's large tree erupted. A ninja shot forth at high speed, wielding an earthen spear that violently pierced through the trunk of the tree. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and then the tree transformed into a mere stump. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Izumi's strategy was to ensure that Yujiri's large tree would not be caught off guard when the enemy's whereabouts were unknown. Although it may lack tactical value, should it perish, the team would feel considerable sorrow, so preparations were essential. Yujiri's large tree indeed took this to heart. After a missed strike, anger flashed across the ninja's face. Several wounds and scorch marks marred his body, evidence that he had not entirely evaded the previous attack. Damn it! How can this brat from Konoha be so formidable? He cursed, pivoting to make his escape. The child's strength surpassed his expectations, and there was an unknown individual among his teammates. Victory seemed elusive. Now you think of fleeing? Uchiha Izumi remarked coldly, repeatedly swinging her hands as kunai flew forth in succession. The ninja dodged rapidly, yet the kunai clashed in midair, ultimately descending around him. A series of slender beams of light flashed. The ninja's expression changed drastically. Before he could utter a sound, Izumi forcefully pulled her hands, and the iron wires tightened instantly. The wires constricted painfully into his flesh, and a scream erupted from the ninja's mouth. In the next moment, a broken branch was swung by the green-clad child, rapidly enlarging in his vision. Bang! Splinters flew everywhere, and the enemy fell silent in an instant. After confirming the enemy's defeat, the three let out a collective sigh of relief and began searching for Ebisu's presence. Well done, you three. Ebisu emerged from behind a tree, one hand carrying a corpse and the other adjusting his sunglasses. It seemed he had been waiting for the trio to conclude their battle. The three newly graduated genin had managed to take down a Chunin. Surely, the Hokage would commend you for this. Truly, they are worthy of being my team. Ebisu praised nonchalantly. However, the observant Uchiha Izumi and Ryagami Musashi had already noticed Ebisu's labored breathing and the untreated minor injuries on his body. Clearly, he had just arrived yet feigned having completed the task beforehand. What a tenacious teacher indeed, they thought. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident. The group successfully reached their camp, handed over the supplies and the ninja's corpse, received their mission receipt, and conducted a brief rest. Before we take a break, let us summarize the task at hand. Ebisu gestures for Uchiha Izumi to speak first. Izumi, please commence by elucidating the rationale behind our strategies when confronted by adversaries. Certainly. Sensei. Uchiha Izumi begins. Firstly, our team devised a preliminary plan. Each of us, Musashi, Oki, and I, has distinct roles. In battles like today's, where we faced multiple opponents, Musashi is tasked with rapid response. I focus on assessing the enemy's situation and executing primary attacks, while Oki provides support. This was all premeditated. More crucially, is the instant judgment of the battlefield dynamics. Analyzing the enemy's strength based on tactical equipment and personnel composition is the most critical aspect of the entire engagement. Furthermore, it is from your reactions, Sensei, that I can ascertain the enemy's strength is within manageable limits. Encountering hostile ninjas on the battlefield and engaging in combat is often unavoidable. At the moment of contact, I discern the adversary's intent and, having not retreated at the first opportunity, I resolve to engage proactively. That concludes my explanation. Ebisu nodded in affirmation. While your response was not entirely flawless, considering this is the first combat experience for the three of you, I can still commend your performance as exceptional. Encountering hostile ninjas is indeed inevitable, and the assessment of combat capability often lacks decisiveness and predictability. Overall, I am quite pleased with your performance, Izumi. You will gradually grow, and I will not always be by your side. In those moments, you must remain calm and make critical decisions. I will strive to do so, Sensei Ebisu. Izumi replied earnestly. Now, Musashi, your role in the confrontation was also commendable. Your speed and strength greatly assisted Izumi in swiftly analyzing the opponent's situation. However, be mindful of your own protection. Should the enemy have set traps or explosive tags, you may find yourself restricted or even severely injured. Strengthening this aspect of your training is essential. I will, Sensei Ebisu. As for you, Oki Ebisu turned to the somewhat awkwardly blushing Yujiri Oki. Your performance was also quite commendable. Ebisu offered an encouraging smile. Huh, me? Yujiri Oki exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed, your contribution was satisfactory. It is natural for team members to possess varying strengths. What matters is the effective utilization of one's capabilities. During the previous battle, you indeed assisted Izumi in executing a coordinated attack at the opportune moment. More importantly, your foresight in preparing for potential enemy ambushes, thus preventing your own limitations from becoming a burden to your teammates, is a quality that a mature ninja must possess. Yujiri Oki responded. Sensei Ebisu, are you praising me? That sounds rather odd. Ha ha, Ebisu laughed. Oki, do not be disheartened. Being a ninja does not necessitate possessing overwhelming strength. Moreover, you have only just become a genin. Be patient. As your ninjutsu training progresses, you will play a more significant role within the team. I understand, Sensei Ebisu. Very well. Let us conclude the summary here and take a break. We shall return tomorrow. As Ebisu departed, Uchiha Izumi rose to her feet. Daiki, do your best and master your ninjutsu sooner, she said, glancing at the side of Ryagami Musashi. Musashi, you are quite impressive. I once thought you were at the bottom of the class, yet your taijutsu has proven to be exceptional. Your combat prowess is of great assistance to me. Attempting to display an encouraging smile, she added, Ganbat. Musashi, do not slack off. I certainly won't wait for you. Ryagami Musashi remarked, what a confident woman. The following day, the team returned. Teacher Ebisu, upon our return, will Lord Hokage change the task registration? Uchiha Izumi inquired eagerly during their journey. Indeed, Ebisu replied with a smile. C-rank missions typically do not involve battles among ninjas. Given that we encountered enemies and eliminated 2 Chunin, the Hokage should elevate our mission rank to B. Then our team would be the first to complete a B-rank mission? Uchiha Izumi exclaimed with excitement. That's correct, Izumi. Unless something unexpected occurs, you will indeed be the first among this batch of teams to complete a B-rank mission. The Hokage will surely express his appreciation. Uchiha Izumi was elated. And even Nozuki Daiki felt a flicker of anticipation. Although he had little interest in becoming an exceptional ninja through missions, no one could resist the allure of prestige. As they fantasized about their return, a sinister voice suddenly echoed. Hee, the little brats who completed the first B-rank mission? I am quite certain that you will be the first to fall. Who is that? The group abruptly halted and swiftly formed a defensive formation. Ebisu stood at the front, Uchiha Izumi behind him, with Ryagami Musashi and Nozuki Daiki flanking the sides. This was the standard defensive posture adopted in the presence of a dangerous foe. A figure emerged before them, bearing the forehead protector of a Wagakure and a scar that ran diagonally across his face. His gaze towards the four was akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. The expressions of the four grew grave. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At such a close distance, none of them had detected the presence of their adversary beforehand. Jonin, this term resonated in their minds. Did my 2 foolish subordinates perish at your hands? The Iwagakure man stood casually, displaying no regard for them. Ebisu's face stiffened, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The man before him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. This feeling was unmistakably that of a Jonin. Unexpectedly, you dared to return. How fortunate. For I can send you to hell to join them. With that, the man vanished from sight, only to appear before Ebisu, who was charging forward. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Ebisu was sent reeling backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Without a doubt, he is a Jonin. Water release, water chaos. While suspended in midair, Ebisu gritted his teeth and formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful torrent of water. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Simultaneously, Uchiha Izumi conjured flames from the side, subtly sealing off the man's other escape routes. In comparison to the Great Fireball, the Phoenix Fire technique, also classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, proves to be more challenging to control, allowing for multi-directional assaults on adversaries while consuming slightly less chakra. Given her current strength, the execution of C-rank ninjutsu in actual combat is limited, and instinctively, she prepares herself for the formidable foes ahead. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all efforts seem futile. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind erupted, causing the water technique of Hibi to splatter upon impact. The fire technique unleashed by Uchiha Izumi was directly dispersed, violently thrown back by the raging wind, striking her with significant force. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Uchiha Izumi was propelled backward under the might of the wind release. A sharp pain akin to being sliced by a blade pierced her chest and abdomen. With just one blow, her consciousness began to fade. Is this the might of a formidable ninja? Indeed, even the act of countering appears somewhat ludicrous. Contrary to her expectation of crashing to the ground, Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt a solid sensation against her back, followed by being enveloped in a protective embrace. Turning her head slightly, she beheld the serious profile of Musashi Ryogumi. Musashi, we must flee swiftly. We stand no chance. How disheartening. I have yet to become a powerful ninja. Can Musashi and Umari truly escape from an enemy who has lost all hope? It seems that when faced with death, the destinies of geniuses and the inept converge. As her consciousness gradually faded, a desperate voice from Hibi pierced through. You three, run. Beside them, Umari Yajiri regarded Musashi Ryogumi with a calm demeanor despite his lack of combat prowess. In the months since he met Musashi, he had witnessed numerous life and death scenarios. The only difference this time was the formidable opponent they faced. Take her and retreat. Musashi Ryogumi entrusted Uchiha Izumi to Umari Yajiri. And you? Yajiri inquired. Do not concern yourself with me. I have my means. You must leave at once. If you lag against a jounin, it will be your undoing. As Musashi spoke, she squinted toward the horizon, her heart racing with a long-forgotten sense of danger. The jounin from a Wagakure stood before her, the most powerful adversary she had encountered since entering the ninja world. The moment the enemy revealed themselves, the proximity to death felt alarmingly close. Had they chosen to strike or ambush her directly, she might have met her end. Fortunately, they seemed to regard her with indifference. Ahead, Hibi engaged the enemy once more. Musashi had sensed it long before. Despite their absolute confidence in teaching, Hibi's combat abilities appeared rather average. Although classified as a special jounin, he was not significantly stronger than a chunin. This was evident as he faltered against the jounin in mere moments. It was a disparity in strength, as well as an instinct for battle. Some individuals simply lack the aptitude for combat, such as Hibi. What surprised her was that the usually arrogant and conceited Hibi could instinctively choose to confront the enemy while allowing his students to retreat. Indeed, as the third Hokage had remarked, bonds can be a troublesome thing. If Hibi perished in front of her, could she successfully escape? The answer was unequivocal. Though the enemy exuded an overwhelming sense of danger, the prospect of battle was not insurmountable. Little did he anticipate that what he presumed to be a mundane mission would bring forth such formidable adversaries. Indeed, the traveler was favored by fate. Ahead, Ebisu continued to engage in combat with the foe. He conjured several shadow clones, not with the intention of surpassing his opponent, but rather to buy precious time. As the clones were relentlessly shattered, he could only extract chakra to manifest them once more. His chakra reserves dwindled, and his complexion grew increasingly grim. Am I destined to perish here? I hope that Izumi and the others can escape. It's such a pity. I have yet to cultivate a powerhouse akin to a Hokage. Musashi and Oki, though their talents are modest, it would be a great loss for them to die here. A torrent of thoughts surged within him, and the enemy began to discern his intentions. The pitiful insect. A cold smile flickered in their eyes. Still attempting to delay time? In the next instant, hands formed seals, and a surge of chakra erupted forth. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground instantaneously transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring Ebisu's movements. Yet, the enemy's ninjutsu was far from over. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Boom. A colossal wave of water surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. Despair flashed in Ebisu's eyes. Such a powerful ninjutsu. This is the end. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Exhausting all his chakra, he unleashed the mightiest ninjutsu he commanded, casting every explosive tag and kunai from his tool pouch into the oncoming tidal wave. The kunai whistled through the air, hurtling directly towards the Iwagakure Jonin. In the next moment, the towering wave consumed him. All shadow clones crumbled in an instant. Soil and shattered wood howled, merging with the onrush of water, dragging Ebisu into the depths. His consciousness began to blur. Indeed, I should have remained a tutor. Leading and guiding Jonin is ill-suited for me. The torrent of water surged forth, submerging the surrounding trees in vast swathes before gradually subsiding. Ryagami Musashi retrieved the unconscious Ebisu, confirming that he had merely sustained grave injuries, and promptly entrusted him to a clone for a swift retreat. Haha, there is still a little brat who hasn't fled. What? Are you paralyzed with fear? The Iwagakure ninja pursued across the water's surface, emanating a tremendous aura. Relishing the prospect of witnessing the despair etched upon the young one's face, Ryagami Musashi met the man's gaze. His heartbeat quickened, gradually escalating despite his attempts at control. With no avenue of escape, there is but one choice: to fight. I wonder how much power I can unleash in this current state. The 8 Gates technique is contingent upon the practitioner's own strength. The greater the physical prowess, the more formidable the technique. For instance, even if Lee were to unlock the 5th gate, his might not surpass that of Guy in a conventional state. Moreover, forcing open the 5th gate without adequate physical fortitude would leave Lee's spine littered with bone fragments. Just how much strength he could muster remained uncertain to Ryagami Musashi. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Second gate, open. In silence, the 2 gates of the brain domain swung open. The shackles of the body were cast aside, and in an instant, the chakra within surged forth, resonating with exhilarating vitality. The Iwagakure Jonin drew nearer, and the young ninja from Kanehagakure, refusing to flee, prepared to embrace death. To perish at my hands could indeed be a point of pride in your ninja career. Remember, it is I, the Iwagakure Jonin, Tsuchikage, who will take your life. Silently, Ryagami Musashi observed the approaching foe, channeling the chakra within while intently focusing his thoughts. Gate of opening, open. Gate of wounding, open. Gate of doubling, open. A formidable wave of chakra surged through his veins. His complexion flushed red as the chakra became visibly manifest upon his skin. The Iwagakure Jonin's expression shifted from calm to alarmed. Even a fool could perceive the unusual power emanating from this young ninja. The potent chakra fluctuations compelled him to take heed. There was no time to waste. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Ryagami Musashi unleashed a fierce roar. The turbulent air caught Tsuchikage off guard, forcing him to retreat. Musashi's body glowed a bright red, and the chakra that enveloped him began to shift, transforming into arcs of electricity that crackled around him. Ryagami Musashi of the Leaf Village, at your service. Tsuchikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Such astonishing chakra. Could it be that he also wields lightning style? No longer willing to wait, Tsuchikage formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu. Whoosh! In an instant, the young ninja vanished, reappearing right before him. So fast. Boom. Tsuchikage barely had time to raise his arms in defense before he was sent flying backward. The excruciating pain in his arms led him to suspect that his bones might have fractured, and as he processed this, the sounds behind him sent chills down his spine. Bang! The scenery before him morphed continuously. Overconfident, he lost the initiative and felt his body being struck from various angles. By the time the chaos settled and clarity returned, he found himself soaring high into the air. I couldn't even dodge in time. How swift! Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he gritted his teeth and formed hand seals, unleashing chakra without restraint, causing dozens of shadow clones to materialize in midair. Dozens of shadow clones. It might take you quite some time to shatter them one by one. No need for that. Ryagami Musashi flickered through the air, appearing before each clone closest to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, all the shadow clones vanished. The next instant, a green figure stood before Tsuchikage. Water release, water barrier. A massive torrent of water formed a thick barrier, separating them. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a thunderous roar accompanied by splashing water heralded the green figure bursting through the watery veil, charging at him with ferocious intent. In a frantic response, he concentrated earth-style chakra around his body, and with a resounding crash, he plummeted toward the ground. Earth release, earth flow barrier. Suchikage crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater, yet he successfully executed his jutsu. Subsequently, the irregular earthen walls surged upwards in an instant, firmly encasing the crumbling rock of Suma. I never anticipated that a mere child could instill such terror. In a brief moment, the chakra expended has far exceeded that of the leading ninja before. Damn it, my chakra is running low, and my body is gravely injured. One breath. If I can just obstruct him for a single breath, there lies a chance. As the earthen barrier enveloped him, he struggled to form hand seals, yearning to execute a ninjutsu and escape underground. Once free from the relentless assault, he could seize the opportunity to counterattack. Coughing, he knew such an offensive could not endure. If only he could find a moment's respite. Boom. The formidable earthen barrier shattered in an instant. The flying debris reduced trees to splinters. The mind of Suma's crumbling rock momentarily faltered. How is this possible? To breach the water barrier was already inconceivable, yet this Jonin's earthen wall, shattered by a mere fist. Indeed, Musashi Kirigami's eyes glimmered white, a manifestation of his surging chakra. The hand that had shattered the earthen wall trembled slightly, a twinge of pain resonating through his bones. As the constraints of his brain's domain eased, the pain became less pronounced. With careful perception, he believed he could persist. His skin bore extensive burns, a consequence of the immature lightning chakra's stimulation wreaking havoc on his body. His research into lightning techniques remained at its nascent stage, effectively enhancing physical attributes, yet the ensuing damage was unavoidable, particularly in the throes of fierce combat. Nevertheless, he felt unwavering resolve. He could endure. But the battle must be concluded swiftly. The quicker he resolved this conflict, the lesser the toll on his body. After shattering the earthen wall, Musashi switched to his other hand, and amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, he brought it crashing down upon Suma's crumbling visage. Boom! The earth fractured dramatically, and amidst the swirling dust, a massive crater formed beneath them. Suma had vanished, leaving behind a shattered scroll. Musashi focused intently. A substitution technique? No. It resembles a form of passive technique. Did it activate the earth escape upon being struck? The depth should not be too great. It likely does not exceed 10 meters. Musashi silently assessed within his mind. The technique, triggered upon receiving a lethal blow, transports the user underground, allowing for an escape via earth techniques or an opportunity to retaliate. At the moment of activation, the user is on the surface, below ground. Perhaps only 5 or 6 meters now. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in the next moment, he leaped from his position. As he landed, his legs crackled with electricity, crashing down upon the ground. A tremendous roar echoed far and wide, startling distant birds and beasts. As the dust settled, the landscape where Musashi once stood was unrecognizable, replaced by an even larger, more terrifying pit. Breathing heavily, Musashi placed his hands upon the earth. The earth attribute chakra penetrated swiftly, perceiving its surroundings. Before long, it detected a nearly imperceptible mass of chakra. Utilizing the earth release, earth flow wall, a wall of soil gradually rose, enclosing the lifeless form of Suma Iwaban. In the instant he delved underground, his consciousness began to fade. A decisive stomp from Ryoga Musashi unleashed a powerful shockwave, extinguishing his life entirely. In his final moments, regret consumed him. A proud shinobi of Iwagakure, he had fallen to a mere child due to a moment of carelessness. Once confirming the enemy's demise, Ryoga Musashi let out a sigh of relief. Sensing the dwindling chakra within him still surging and depleting, he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, rapid flow sealing technique. Within his body, as the technique took effect, intricate patterns emerged, with yang release chakra coalescing into spheres at various chakra nodes. As the flow of chakra within his meridians became obstructed, it continued to expand. When the yang release sealed off the expansion to a certain extent, the flow of chakra came to a complete halt. Subsequently, delicate chains manifested within the meridians, reaching the 5 gates position, gently pulling. Crack, 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 the 5 gates sequentially closed. This was the culmination of 4 years of practice. Through the manipulation of the yang release sealing technique, he first gradually obstructed the flow of chakra within, then employed the diamond sealing method to close the 8 gates. Unlike the immense chakra and power required to seal tailed beasts, The internal sealing technique's difficulty lay primarily in the meticulous control, identifying the main meridians of chakra flow, perfecting the technique within his body, and successfully executing it. He had finally achieved some applicable results through 4 years of diligence. As the State of the Eight Gates release faded, Ryoga Musashi collapsed onto the ground. He immediately assessed his physical condition. Thankfully, the results were manageable. His muscles and skin sustained some damage, but it remained within acceptable limits. With some time to recuperate, he would recover. No severe injuries such as fractures or breaks had occurred. With the dust settling, he retrieved specially made military rations from his ninja tool pouch to quickly replenish his energy while pondering how to deal with the corpse of Sumo Iwaban. As he contemplated, the sudden sound of cracking branches reached his ears from behind. Ignoring the food still in his mouth, Ryoga Musashi sprang to his feet and turned around. In the distance, he saw Yajiri Oki and Uchiha Izumi returning, or perhaps they had never left. Hibaizo remained unconscious. Yajiri Oki's eyes widened in shock, while Uchiha Izumi stared blankly. His once bright and spirited eyes now filled with confusion and emptiness. Ryoga Musashi pressed his hand to his forehead. This was just what he needed, yet another headache. Coughing. He felt pain coursing through every part of his body, his throat burning as if he had swallowed embers. Consciousness had not fully returned, yet Hibaizo instinctively called out. A cool stream of water filled his mouth as he gulped it down. I was caught in the enemy's water release. Did Izumi and the others escape? The memories just before losing consciousness surged back, and Hibaizo abruptly opened his eyes, struggling to rise and assess his surroundings. He soon realized he was no longer on the battlefield, but rather in a civilian dwelling. Beside him, Nozuki Daiki supported him while Uchiha Izumi held a bowl of water, aiding him in taking a sip. How wonderful. Cough, cough. You are all alive. Splendid news. What of Musashi? Is he unharmed? Teacher Hibi, Musashi is fine. He went to find food, Nozuki Daiki replied. Teacher Hibi, you're awake? The sound of the door creaked open, and Ryoga Musashi entered, carrying a basket of food. His face lighting up upon seeing Hibi. It's a relief to hear that all is well. A wave of immense gratitude surged within him. He had assured Sarutobi Hisashi of the safety of his companions. If his first mission had ended in utter defeat, he would never have forgiven himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What is the current situation? Where are the enemies? How did you manage to escape? Thanks to the multitude of explosive tags you deployed at the end, Teacher Hibi, Ryoga Musashi hastily explained. The enemy was drawn to your fire technique and could not evade the explosive tags entirely, sustaining severe injuries. Daiki and I had not even made a move when the enemy, sensing their predicament, retreated immediately. They are likely recuperating in that corner now. Your injuries are grave. We dared not linger and ran for an entire day to reach this place. Is that truly the case? Hibi felt as if he were in a dream. The explosive tags had indeed struck true. Indeed, Teacher Hibi, you are remarkable. Nozuki Daiki chimed in. From a distance, I witnessed a great blaze. The enemy was thrown into disarray. If fortune did not favor them, perhaps they have already perished. Is my prowess so fortunate? Hibi mused. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. Hearing Izumi's words, Hibi reflected on the circumstances. Having prepared himself for death, he realized that his fire technique had indeed been more potent than usual. Moreover, the kunai thrown had considerable force. It was only natural that the enemy, caught unawares, could not evade it. Truly, his esteemed rank as a jonin was not merely bestowed upon him without merit. Haha, cough. Cough. Haha. Teacher, my strength is recognized by the Hokage. A faint smile of pride crept across his battle-scarred face. Izumi, what troubles you? Your expression seems rather complex, Hibi observed, noticing the turmoil on Izumi's face. Indeed, something feels amiss. Are you concerned about teacher's injuries? He chuckled. Fear not. I am fine. I was merely a bit careless and momentarily at a disadvantage. Once we return to Konoha, the medical ninjas will attend to my wounds, and I shall recover swiftly. Right. We are all eager for you to recover quickly and lead us in our next mission, Nozuki Daiki added, peeling the fruits that Ryoga Musashi had brought back. Teacher, please eat. Consume more so you can recover rapidly. After finishing the food, a wave of fatigue washed over Hibi, and he soon slipped back into slumber. Although they were within the borders of the Land of Fire, Hibi remained apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. The terror instilled by the enemy jonin had not entirely dissipated. Considering the safety of his 3 students, after resting for a day and confirming that he was not on the brink of death, they hastily resumed their journey, striving to return to Konoha as soon as possible. His injuries were quite severe, and running as he had before was out of the question. However, Ryoga Musashi possessed ample strength. "Just carry me on your back, Musashi." Musashi, slow down a bit. On the road, Ryoko Musashi sped along with Ebisu on his back, even outpacing several others. The wind rushing against them rendered Ebisu's frail voice nearly inaudible. "Teacher, what did you say? Too slow? Then I shall accelerate." "I said to slow down, Ebisu." He attempted to raise his voice, as the distance between Ebisu's head and his ears made it difficult to hear. Ryoko Musashi still struggled to decipher his words. With a sudden burst of energy, he came to a sharp halt. Ebisu, who had been leaning back against the force of the wind, lurched forward and collided squarely against Ryoko Musashi's back, his eyes bulging. "What did you just say, Ebisu-sensei? Why are you silent? Wake up quickly." After racing back, they finally returned to Konoha. Concerned for Ebisu's well-being, Ryoko Musashi rushed him to the Konoha hospital for medical attention. It appeared that his injuries had worsened due to a prolonged delay in treatment. The three of them waited anxiously in the hospital until the medical staff confirmed that there was no immediate danger, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Uchiha Izumi also began her treatment. She had sustained internal injuries from a wind-based attack during the battle and required some time for recuperation. Ryoko Musashi requested ointments for treating his burn injuries from the medical personnel. During the fight, he had stimulated his body's vitality with lightning chakra. But the initial phase of lightning activation was still immature, resulting in significant burns. He needed to recover quickly to avoid raising any suspicions from Shobu. In the following period, the team entered a phase of rest. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Uchiha Izumi would require 2 weeks of recovery, and Ryoko Musashi was in a similar situation. The damage from the 8 gates technique was still unavoidable at this stage, compounded by the injuries from the lightning chakra, so he planned to pause his physical training for 2 weeks, redirecting all his energy towards ninjutsu. As for Ebisu, the medical staff advised against undertaking any missions for 3 months. Naturally, Ryoko Musashi and Nozuri Oki supported this decision. Surprisingly, Uchiha Izumi, whom they expected to be displeased, did not voice any complaints. Nozuri Oki also commenced his own training in ninjutsu. Although he did not express it, he felt a sense of guilt for being unable to contribute during perilous moments, believing his weakness had hindered his teammates. Thus, he rarely engaged in his artistic endeavors, focusing wholeheartedly on mastering new ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity presented by his temporary halt in physical training, Ryoko Musashi began to outline his future training objectives. Physical training was, without a doubt, his primary focus. Secondly, he aimed to enhance his mastery of lightning ninjutsu. Although lightning chakra was not as superior as wind chakra in terms of elemental affinity, its unique ability to augment physical strength was invaluable. He placed significant importance on this. Just behind the 8 gates technique, the combination of lightning activation and the 8 gates could elevate his physical combat prowess to new heights. Following that, his focus would shift to sealing techniques and wind ninjutsu. Sealing techniques serve as the primary means to mitigate the excessive side effects of the 8 gates in the future, and they are the sole technique imparted to him by Kushina, thus it must not be overlooked. Wind release is his most favorable chakra nature, effectively enhancing his offensive capabilities. As for other elemental ninjutsu, they are merely subjects for idle exploration during moments of leisure. Uchiha Training Grounds. Thud, thud, thud. Shurikens and kunai sliced through the air, striking the target with precision. Uchiha Izumi maintained a stoic expression, her arms crossed, as 8 kunai materialized in her hands, and she hurled them once more. All hit their mark. Such proficiency is rarely seen in a genin. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon her face. She merely repeated her practice. "Izumi, take a break." A familiar voice broke through, prompting Uchiha Izumi to turn and see Uchiha Itachi standing at the edge of the training ground. "You've been training for 2 hours. If you continue, your hands will give out." "I know my own body," Uchiha Izumi replied curtly, continuing her throws. "I heard you just completed a B-rank mission, making your team the first to accomplish such a feat. Congratulations." "Humph. Does the illustrious Uchiha Itachi concern himself with the tasks of a mere genin?" Uchiha Izumi retorted coldly. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, momentarily puzzled. After a brief pause, a realization struck him. Perhaps Izumi feels neglected by me. But that is understandable. After all, she is just an ordinary girl. Since joining the Umbu, the weight of burdensome missions, alongside the pressures from the village and his clan, had stripped him of his once warm demeanor, rendering him increasingly aloof. The scant remnants of his gentleness and patience were largely reserved for Sasuke. Therefore, he found no fault in Izumi's sudden change in attitude. For him, simply taking the time to check in on his girlfriend had already exhausted his patience. At present, he was devoid of any romantic inclinations. Continue your training. Take care of yourself. I must be on my way. The Hokage has tasks for me, he stated, preparing to depart, trusting that Uchiha Izumi would manage her own feelings. What to do if his girlfriend was upset? Allow her a moment to cool down, he thought. As a Sigma male in the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi deemed this a reasonable approach. His younger brother Sasuke's development, the expectations set forth by his father Fugaku, the unbearable weight of clan expectations, the Hokage's missions, and the strained relations between the village and their clan, all these elements tested his character. As for matters of the heart, they held little significance. Wait. Uchiha Izumi called out to him. Uchiha Itachi initially assumed she had reconsidered or wished to engage in further conversation. Izumi remarked, "You are quite familiar with Ryagami Musashi, are you not?" Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. The image of the green-clad figure flashed through his mind. Their encounters had dwindled since he had been extorted by that shadow clone, becoming increasingly rare until after his graduation, when they became almost non-existent. Despite the camaraderie and fervor that accompanied each meeting, it remained an adjustment for him. In recent years, whenever they encountered him, the other party would always enthusiastically drape an arm over his shoulder, alternating between speaking of the will of fire and discussing the grand political landscape and the history of the ninja world. It was rather peculiar. He pondered for a moment. Well, it could be considered acceptable. For relationships beyond his family, including Sasuke and Shursui, this was the highest praise he could muster. So, what kind of person do you think he is? Few would pose such questions to him. However, given that it was Izumi, Uchiha Itachi took a moment to reflect. Despite the fact that she perpetually donned an overwhelming and garish green jumpsuit, exuding youthful exuberance and dedication to training, he was aware of the hidden facets of her character. She would slack off on the battlefield, yet privately threaten him to obtain the shadow clone technique. A rather cunning, ordinary ninja, he concluded. Izumi. Why the sudden inquiry about him? Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. Uchiha Izumi lost interest and resumed her practice. Uchiha Itachi did not quite comprehend, but it was of little consequence. I shall take my leave, Izumi. It is time to return and check on Sasuke. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai was driven forcefully into the target, as if impaled into someone's flesh. A spark of resentment flickered in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. That guy? Does he truly not even know about Itachi? When did he come to master such formidable techniques? How could I have ever referred to him as a slacker? Damn it, he must be mocking me in his heart. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. After exhausting her supply of ninja tools, she formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball technique. The fierce flames reduced the target to ashes. Uchiha Izumi sat on the ground, her heart feeling no lighter. After battling the Iwagakure Jonin, Ryagami Musashi had insisted she assist in concealing the incident, using the excuse that blending into the shadows would allow her to undertake fewer missions and devote more time to training. He also urged her to forget what had transpired. Yet, it was impossible to erase from her mind. Whenever she paused, the events of that day replayed vividly in her thoughts. Even in her dreams, the scenes would resurface. The overwhelming and ferocious chakra, the cracked earth, and the fists and feet crackling with lightning, impervious to even the mightiest of jutsu. How could this be? An unstoppable taijutsu. The formidable ninja, capable of silencing even the most powerful Iwagakure Jonin underground. How could he possibly be the likes of Musashi? Memories flooded her mind. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, a dark little beggar. In the classroom, he had smiled and introduced himself as the green-clad classmate of Itachi, the older brother. I am Ryagami Musashi, passionate about the exuberance of youth and training. Teacher, may I concede defeat outright? Even if Itachi truly disregarded her, it wouldn't be impossible to remain together. Brother Kai had once told her that youthful boys, she was perplexed, utterly baffled. Itachi, that prodigy, was one thing. But how could that perpetually underperforming, green jumpsuit-wearing classmate be so powerful? How humiliating it was to have once labeled him a slacker. A sense of powerlessness enveloped her as she pondered how to catch up with such an individual. Beneath the shade of a tree, A young Uchiha girl found herself lost in the cold reality of her surroundings. In a secluded office within the Hokage's tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito Gaiden, and Tsunade sat together, their expressions laden with gloom. Hiruzen took long drags from his pipe, filling the room with swirling smoke. After a lengthy silence, Tsunade spoke. Recently, the atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly tense. Numerous ninja families are voicing concerns about the Uchiha police force's increasingly stringent enforcement. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Indeed, representatives from various clans have come to me to lodge complaints, alleging that the police force is abusing its authority and that the Uchiha's treatment of villagers is excessively harsh. Mito Gaten's gaze turned icy. What are they attempting to accomplish? Is this their method of expressing dissatisfaction with the village? Hiruzen replied, since the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha have felt marginalized, their territory relegated to the outskirts. Over the years, their discontent has not waned. Rather, it has intensified to an unbearable degree. We must devise a strategy to alleviate the current situation. Danzo interjected coldly. Hiruzen, the Uchiha must be subjected to stricter limitations. Years ago, the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, and the Uchiha have yet to clear their name regarding that incident. Their power must be rigorously monitored, and we cannot afford to relax our vigilance. Hiruzen countered. No, such an approach would only exacerbate the rift between the clan and the village. Danzo insisted. Hiruzen, you are far too indecisive. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen proposed, perhaps we should assign the Uchiha more responsibilities within the village. It has been too long since they were excluded from the core of our community. While Tsunade and Mito Gaten deliberated, Danzo vocally opposed the notion. Absolutely not. Hiruzen, you are too weak. While the Uchiha's antagonism towards the village grows increasingly severe, how can we possibly consider enhancing their power? We must implement comprehensive control over the Uchiha, monitoring their every action. They pose a significant threat to the village as it stands. Tsunade believed Danzo's outlook was overly pessimistic. Surely, the situation has not escalated to that extent. Danzo, regardless of the circumstances, a blanket surveillance of the clan is excessive. Perhaps we should entertain Hiruzen's suggestion, sending a positive signal to the Uchiha in hopes of easing tensions. Danzo remained steadfast in his position. I oppose it. The Uchiha's malevolent power cannot be allowed to run rampant. Enough, interjected Mito Gaten. The situation has not deteriorated to an irreparable state. Let us pause and reassess. Ultimately, the group could not reach a consensus regarding their approach to the Uchiha clan. Danzo exited the office with a dark expression, not glancing back. In his heart, disappointment towards the others deepened. Hiruzen, and you as well, Tsunade, are far too lenient. How can the village thrive under your stewardship? Alas, I am not the Hokage. Otherwise, the Uchiha would not have reached such a precarious position. As he wandered into solitude, Danzo abruptly halted his steps. It seemed that one's own strength was the most dependable. He mused to himself, contemplating the necessity of augmenting the power of the root. In the mountains, with the Nara and Oil Woman clans, I must summon more talented seeds. Perhaps it is I who must ultimately resolve matters concerning the Uchiha. The village remains inextricably linked to the root. At the Ninja Academy, the newly enrolled students congregated in the playground, chattering incessantly. Nearby, parents either gathered in jovial clusters or offered their children various pieces of advice. Beyond the bustling crowd, a blonde-haired newcomer sat alone on a swing, gazing at the throng with a mix of envy and desolation. Naruto Uzumaki yearned to join them, yet as he approached, the other children would retreat, accompanied by whispers of ominous monsters like the Nine Tails. The adults' attitudes deepened his sorrow, their cold, disdainful stares piercing him like daggers. He felt fear. Those gazes inflicted profound pain. I too wish to earn your acknowledgement, he thought, lifting his gaze to meet the contemptuous eyes of the crowd. Lowering his head, he focused intently on the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves onto the ground. Hey, Naruto. A familiar voice dispelled the darkness within him. Naruto abruptly looked up, his eyes brimming with joy. Boss, what brings you here? Naruto had certainly hoped for Kyugami Musashi to accompany him to the enrollment ceremony. However, Musashi had recently been on a mission. As someone who aspired to become Hokage, he wouldn't dream of hindering Musashi's duties for his own schooling. Haha. Today is your enrollment day, Naruto. Of course, I had to come. Musashi replied with a smile. Aren't you on a mission? How do you have time to come here? The task has been completed, and there shouldn't be any missions for a while, Musashi reassured him. Really? That is fantastic. Naruto exclaimed, leaping with joy. He could once again play with his boss. Naruto. Musashi feigned seriousness. You're starting school now, from this day forth. You mustn't spend all your time playing. You need to train diligently and become an exceptional ninja. Yeah, I understand, boss. Naruto scratched the back of his head. And remember, once in school, you must listen to your teachers and study hard. You can't become the bottom of the class. I, Naruto Uzumaki, could never be at the bottom, he declared with unwavering confidence. I will become the strongest ninja here and earn everyone's respect. Very well, that's the spirit. Musashi responded with a grin reminiscent of Might Guy's bright smile. Naruto, remember your words. You must become the strongest ninja. If I discover you slacking off at school, the iron fist of youth shall meet your face unexpectedly. Don't worry, boss. I am the strongest Naruto Uzumaki, he replied, invigorated by the spirit of youth. Let us give it our all, boss. Absolutely, Naruto. Yet, a disdainful voice pierced through the moment, causing the smile on Naruto's face to freeze. The gaze fell upon the source of the noise, an arrogant freshman with dark hair, clad in a dark short-sleeved shirt, hands stuffed in his pockets. Hey, you there? Why are you making such a sound? Naruto Uzumaki inquired. What sound? All I hear is the sound of your boastful bluster, the conceited youth retorted. How infuriating. You really think highly of yourself. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling exasperated. Better than a braggart like you, the arrogant boy replied dismissively. What is your name? I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will surely show you my strength. Humph, came the indifferent response. Naruto's frustration grew deeper. Enough, Naruto, Musashi Ryoko interjected, glancing at the boy behind with pleasant surprise. It's you, Itachi. What a delightful surprise. Long time no see. Itachi, dressed in military attire, nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since your graduation, we rarely meet. So, Itachi, have you become a jonin now? Indeed. Ah, splendid. Itachi, you remain as impressive as ever. The joy of reuniting with an old friend truly ignites the fervor of youth within me. Musashi, you are still brimming with vitality. They laughed heartily. Why are you dressed for a mission? I've been quite busy with assignments. I managed to come by during a break. Is that Sasuke? My, how much you've changed. The last time we met, you were merely a sleepy child, and now you've reached school age. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the strange individual with curiosity. You know me? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not just acquainted, Musashi Ryoko responded, slightly bowing. Back in school, I was Itachi's closest friend. You used to only sleep if Itachi held you, and when I held you, you would squirm. Yes, I've held you. Sasuke, bewildered, glanced at Itachi as if seeking confirmation of this peculiar claim. To his surprise, Itachi nodded. Sasuke pouted unconsciously, seemingly miffed that his brother had let someone else hold him during his childhood. Itachi, your brother seems a bit shy, Musashi chuckled. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is Itachi-senpai, your brother's classmate and friend. Hello, Itachi-senpai, Naruto greeted simply, then turned to Sasuke. So, you're the younger brother of the boss. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Let us be friends. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Humph. Sasuke replied. Naruto, you, just wait. When school starts, I'll make you aware of my prowess. Sasuke remarked, brother, it seems we need to assemble. Let us go. All right. Naruto responded, still irritated. After exchanging farewells with Musashi Ryoko, Itachi took Sasuke's hand as they departed. Musashi Ryoko could still hear the brothers' conversation from a distance. Brother, is that tight-clothed person really your classmate? Yes. Is he as capable as you? Just a chunin. Musashi mused. How terribly vexing. This friend of yours has a most intolerable little brother. Kyuya Musashi, while in school, sees the opportunity to teach him a lesson. How can the vibrant youth be devoid of physical exchanges? Uzumaki Naruto, huh? Isn't he the younger brother of the boss's friend? Didn't you say you've embraced him? Kyuya Musashi, precisely why I must oversee his growth. After Naruto's fervent assurance that he would make Sasuke proud in school, the entrance ceremony commenced. The third Hokage stood upon the stage, eloquently delivering an impassioned address to the freshmen. The will of fire surged forth, profoundly inspiring those present, including Kyuya Musashi. The children, with tears glistening in their eyes, felt their resolve strengthen in the spirit of the fire. Naruto, too, was moved to the brink of tears, clenching his fists with unwavering determination. Children, Today marks your first day of school, here where the leaves of Konoha dance. The fire endures eternally. Its light will as Kyuya Musashi listened, he sensed something amiss. Why does this sound so familiar? The old man's speech was both tedious and lengthy. And when it finally concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Kyuya glanced in Sasuke's direction, only to find that Itachi Uchiha had already departed. This fellow's aura is becoming increasingly ominous. It seems the night of the massacre is not far off. After Naruto's enrollment, the teachers gradually recognized that their class included a rather extraordinary student. The chalk box frequently transformed into a caterpillar. The podium was riddled with traps. Occasionally, while lecturing, a basin of cold water would drench the unsuspecting teacher from above. Naruto, how dare you? Step outside and listen to the lesson from there. Naruto, how many times must I remind you not to sleep in class? Although Kyuya Musashi's presence significantly alleviated Naruto's inner void, the discrimination and cold stares from the village remained unabated. Each time Naruto was struck by malice, his sorrow manifested through pranks. Yet, the more mischief he caused, the more the villagers' disdain grew. Kyuya Musashi recognized that Naruto's behavior was misguided. He could only ease Naruto's solitude through companionship while subtly guiding his antics. As they say, one should take pride in their craft. Pranks must evolve beyond the mundane. New methods should be learned, heights should be reached, and new realms should be attained. As for the repercussions of the pranks, let the esteemed third Hokage address those issues. He was the one who concealed the identity of the fourth's heir, so it was only fitting that he bear the burden. Moreover, the research into sealing techniques and lightning release had reached a critical juncture. The sealing techniques, inherited from Kushina Uzumaki, provided ample scrolls for him to practice. However, his resources for studying lightning release were insufficient for his current stage of training. What he required was not merely a few offensive jutsu, but advancements that would enhance the activation of lightning chakra and its myriad applications. In the Hokage office, Musashi was greeted with, "Musashi, what brings you to this old man today?" "Hokage-sama, I seek to exchange some materials regarding the cultivation of lightning release chakra," Kyuya Musashi replied. "Training materials? Have you just begun your tasks? Has Ebisu not assisted you in formulating a training plan? Recently, teacher Ebisu has been hospitalized. It would be best to allow him to rest." "Is that so? What a gentle child you are." "Very well, what ninjutsu would you like to exchange?" "Hokage-sama, I do not wish to exchange for a particular type of lightning release ninjutsu. Instead, I seek to acquire fundamental knowledge about lightning release, including the control of lightning release chakra, its various applications, and underlying principles. Teacher Ebisu informed me that the most comprehensive training materials are available here with you, Hokage-sama. I wish to exchange all of my father's merits for these resources, so that while my teacher is hospitalized, I can focus on studying and enhancing my abilities, striving to acquire more knowledge to assist others during future missions." When I initially made my request to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze did not exchange his merits. Later, when Kushina Uzumaki took him as her disciple, the matter of merits could not be raised again. Thus Kenta Ryo's merits remain intact. If that is the case, then so be it. You have matured into a capable ninja, and your decisions must have been made with careful consideration. After acquiring what he desired from the third Hokage, Musashi Ryo began to diligently train. Kenta Ryo did not leave him with additional lightning release techniques. The cultivation of lightning release chakra has always been a personal endeavor for him. Through understanding the basic principles, he formulated a training plan, conducted categorized experiments, and invested years to achieve the first activation stage of lightning release chakra. Ebisu's guidance provided him with some assistance, yet it was still insufficient. The first stage of lightning release chakra activation allowed for greater efficiency during training, but in combat, the strain on his body remained excessive. Perhaps he could endure it once or twice, but more frequent use could lead to severe consequences for his health. The materials acquired from Hiruzen Sarutobi were merely one aspect of his preparation. Additionally, he occasionally consulted Kakashi, who became a valuable resource for his inquiries. As a ninja capable of developing S-rank lightning release techniques, Kakashi's proficiency in lightning release is among the finest in Konoha, making him an excellent study partner. Finally, he utilized financial means to facilitate his pursuits. Following the success of Midnight Blade's works, Seiudo periodically provided him with a substantial share of profits. He allocated his funds to acquire necessary lightning release materials, even purchasing at high prices data related to body activation techniques from the Cloud Village. Transforming himself to alter his appearance, Locating the underground exchange hidden near the border's public restroom and completing transactions was not a daunting task. However, his income was nearly exhausted. Although the earnings from Midnight Blade were considerable, this is, after all, a world of ninjas. Each nation and hidden village imposes hefty taxes, and high-quality training materials are among the most coveted treasures. It is no wonder that Kakuzu works so tirelessly. It is all in the pursuit of progress. Research on the second phase of lightning release analysis of the correlation between lightning release chakra fluctuation frequency and physical enhancement experiments on the physical adaptation to varying densities of lightning release chakra discussion on the three directions of form transformation in lightning release chakra. Indeed, the fluctuation frequency of lightning release chakra does not exhibit a linear relationship with physical enhancement. After reaching a certain threshold, it manifests purely as a property of damage. Only within a specific frequency range can the body truly adapt. The values are not fixed. As physical strength increases, the correlation curve also shifts, making it impossible to apply a formula simplistically. Merely achieving an external form and transformation is inadequate. Fixed output frequency, stability, and fluctuation direction significantly impact the actual results. The technique cannot be simplified. Although simplification may save time, it compromises stability and requires further refinement. Kyugami Musashi is wholly dedicated to his training. As time passes, the atmosphere within the village grows increasingly tense. As the Uchiha clan, responsible for internal security in Konoha, they have the most contact with the public. The mounting tension within the Uchiha is palpable, even to ordinary citizens. The Uchiha patrol members exhibit sharper gazes, their looks towards the common people imbued with an edge. This reflects a tension akin to a coiled spring. After the village has driven the Uchiha to the outskirts, their dissatisfaction appears to intensify. Indeed, one wonders what the village is thinking. How could they treat such a prominent clan of Konoha in this manner? Perhaps the higher-ups have their own considerations. In my view, they have become muddled in their thinking. Who knows what occupies their minds? Be careful, do not speak carelessly. At the Uchiha training grounds, several figures clad in fan-shaped attire paused their practice. It was not out of fatigue, but rather to witness some commotion. Dressed in vibrant green, Kyugami Musashi exclaimed, "Izumi, come with me. Omaki is already prepared and awaits your presence." Uchiha Izumi replied, "I am not going. Please don't. I tell you, this is a special mission entrusted to us by Lord Hokage himself. Not only is it easy, but the reward is substantial. I am not in need of money. I will not go. And it is particularly intriguing. I must tell you, a flock of ostriches has appeared in the forest near the border. And some of them can even speak. Isn't that hilarious? Haha. I am uninterested. I will not go. Izumi, how can you be like this? The march of youth cannot be halted. The village needs us to mature swiftly and shoulder more significant responsibilities. What good is staying at home day after day? I am content with that. Teacher Hebe wishes for us to harmonize better. Although we cannot yet undertake missions alongside him, I can feel his hope for our rapid growth. Izumi, you wouldn't want to disappoint Teacher Hebe, would you? Leave me be. Kyugami Musashi was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear. How can the beauty of youth be so tempestuous? I tell you, Omaki has already made progress with his new ninjutsu. He can conjure a great bird to carry us effortlessly on our missions. Let us go and witness it. Just thinking of our trio fighting side by side again makes my blood boil, Izumi. Recently, there have been numerous affairs within the clan. And let me reiterate, I shall not go. Uchiha Izumi gazed at the fervently inviting Kyugami Musashi before her, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of impatience and a touch of peculiarity. What was this fellow pondering? Just moments ago, he displayed utter disinterest in his tasks. Yet now he appeared almost desperate. Something was undoubtedly amiss. As for his reasons, they were merely excuses. How could one so remarkably talented feign the demeanor of a youthful fool? Did he think I was oblivious? Admittedly, I did not perceive it at the time. But I am enlightened now. You, Kyugami Musashi, are a thoroughly insidious individual. Pray tell, what is your true intent in wanting to take me out? No. It's nothing at all. Musashi scratched his head. I merely wish to undertake missions with you. You understand, teamwork is essential for fostering combat prowess. Our squad has scarcely completed a handful of missions, and after such an extensive period of training, if we do not exert ourselves, we shall be surpassed by our contemporaries. The radiance of youth must not dim. I shall not allow it. Izumi, the time has come for us to make a significant effort. Uchiha Izumi scrutinized Kyugami Musashi with suspicion. I might believe such words from another, but from you? I find it hard to trust. Although he has been concealing his abilities, it is evident that his deceit lacks refinement. Analyzing the recent circumstances, Izumi narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. It is evident. Musashi is aware of the strain in my relationship with Itachi, and he seeks to exploit that. Men. Back in school, his gaze was decidedly different. He even jested about how it wouldn't be so bad if we were together. Such sentiments. Did he truly believe I could not decipher his intentions? It is likely that when I inadvertently exposed him at Ichiraku Ramen, I etched myself deeply into his thoughts. How ridiculous. Regrettably, my discord with Itachi is merely trivial. Once he matures further, he will recognize my worth. What of that Udo? How could a girlfriend compare? As for Musashi, though somewhat ruthless, I must decline your affections. Even if you are not the last in the ranks, matters of the heart are altogether unrelated. Musashi, you may return. I have no desire to elaborate further. This is how it shall be. Once we navigate through this busy period, and with teacher Ebisu recovered, we shall revisit the matter of missions. Revisit? How can we revisit it? Musashi felt a surge of anxiety. Sasuke has been enrolled for nearly half a year, and the atmosphere in the village grows increasingly tense. If we do not act soon, it will be too late. Izumi, I am sincere, I am not jesting. The team genuinely requires your presence. Neither Daiki nor I can assume the role of captain. Musashi, please refrain from discussing this. I truly cannot spare the time. Damn it. What should I say if not this? That if you do not depart, you shall be ensnared by your boyfriend? Izumi, I beseech you, the team desperately needs your assistance. Whenever Daiki and I encounter a situation, we are utterly devoid of ideas, particularly that Daiki fellow, whose mind is perpetually preoccupied with unsavory thoughts and is utterly inept when it comes to undertaking missions. Rest assured, this task is quite simple and will not consume much time. It will conclude swiftly. Once you leave the village, there will be no turning back for you. Even if I were to bind you outside, your cries would be of no consequence. Uchiha Izumi shook her head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man before her. Musashi, cease your words. I comprehend your thoughts. Return now. You understand nothing. You are oblivious to how close your boyfriend is to madness. Ryagami Musashi scanned the surroundings, contemplating the likelihood of successfully abducting Uchiha Izumi in public. Surely those curious onlookers with crimson eyes would intervene? Even if I could overpower them, what then? What if I were labeled a rogue ninja upon leaving the village? Furthermore, how could I justify my actions after Itachi Uchiha's massacre? I must ponder how to persuade Izumi. The lives of those unrelated do not concern him greatly, yet Uchiha Izumi is indeed his comrade. They have shared countless moments together, attending school, undertaking missions. She had urged him to escape when faced with foes. He could not allow her demise to occur so easily. Uchiha Sasuke's single Sharingan would not suffer the loss of this life. As Uchiha Izumi turned to return, a wave of urgency surged through Ryagami Musashi, compelling him to grasp her arm. Release me. I shall not. Repeat that, and I shall let go. Release me, unless you agree to undertake a mission. Uchiha Izumi inhaled deeply, losing patience as she was entangled by the resolute Musashi. She halted, gazing into his eyes with earnestness. Musashi, I understand your thoughts, but I must convey that it is impossible. Itachi and I have only recently had our disagreements. It is not as you presume. Moreover, even if something were to transpire, it remains unfeasible. The noble Uchiha lineage does not intermarry with outsiders. Musashi, we are not destined. Ryagami Musashi watched as Uchiha Izumi, hurt by his rejection, resolutely turned away. After a moment, he, having regained clarity from his daze, departed amidst the scrutiny of several onlooking Uchiha clan members. How exhilarating. It feels as though the fatigue of my training has vanished. A mere commoner dares to covet the esteemed bloodline of the Uchiha. Such delusions. Indeed, Izumi remains far too gentle. The next time I encounter this lad outside, I shall ensure he comprehends his place. He must recognize that the glory of the Uchiha is not something a commoner may covet. On the way, Ryagami Musashi was driven to distraction, shaking his head in frustration. Cursed be this arrogant woman. Ugh, does she even hear the words spilling from her lips? It seems the echo of Musashi, we are not destined, lingers in my ears. Not destined. Possible. Damn it. The entire day, that phrase replayed in his mind. How could he possibly harbor feelings for her? How could it be? Impossible. What is she, other than an Uchiha? merely possessing a more pleasing appearance, longer hair, a slender figure, and superior talent. Such a conceited and narcissistic individual. In the dead of night, silence reigned. Kyugami Musashi abruptly sat up. No, she must be ill. Who would ever contemplate marrying you? It is far too late. I wish to sleep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In a hazy, dream-laden state during the latter half of the night, she found herself drifting between various scenes. At one moment, she was at school. The next, she was at the Uchiha training grounds. Then, amidst the blood-soaked Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Izumi, battered and bruised, staggered to her feet, straining to lift her head and utter her final words. It is impossible for us. In her sleep, Kyugami Musashi kicked the blanket vehemently. In the days that followed, Kyugami Musashi ceased all attempts to seek out Uchiha Izumi. Every moment was dedicated to training, and her mastery of lightning release chakra had nearly reached the second stage. The progress was promising. Yet, amidst her rigorous practice, she occasionally paused, muttering profanities. That detestable Izumi. Truly unaware of a good heart. It was her own doing. With so many Uchihas around, losing one would hardly matter. Gaining one would be of no consequence. If she wished to perish, I would not stand in her way. In a few years, Itachi would descend to find her. How lovely. A real-life tale of love and conflict. I shall not shed tears for such an arrogant woman. If she dies, she dies. In the ninja world, countless lives are lost daily. What significance does one more hold? Infuriating. When Nozurioki came to check on him, he noticed something amiss. Upon discovering that Musashi was upset due to Izumi, he smiled and offered words of comfort. Do not be angry, Musashi. This is not your character. After this phase passes, our team will once again unite for missions. Regardless of what she said, there is no need to hold onto your anger. With that, Nozurioki departed, leaving Musashi alone with a tumultuous expression. Our team will work together again. What nonsense. Just a bunch of NPCs in the ninja world. Fuming, she resumed her training. As night descended, Kyugami Musashi nestled at home, practicing diligently. The lightning chakra danced in her hands, yet an inexplicable irritation grew within her. Suddenly, she halted her chakra manipulation and stepped outside. Under the night sky, the moon shone brightly, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily. Kyugami Musashi turned her gaze towards the Uchiha clan grounds, her expression gradually becoming grave. It was too quiet. At this hour, while most had returned home, it shouldn't be this silent. Her eyes, heavy with foreboding, were fixated on the Uchiha direction, as if something ominous lurked there. The beating of her heart echoed loudly in her ears. Kyugami Musashi understood that Uchiha Itachi's actions must have commenced. Under the tacit approval of Danzo's organization and Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambiguous consent, Uchiha Itachi's mission was set for today. The history of the Uchiha clan was on the brink of a new chapter. Kyugami Musashi's hand gripped the iron railing tightly, the cold metal bending beneath her unyielding pressure. Yet she remained oblivious to it. As she gazed towards the Uchiha, she softly murmured, "It has nothing to do with me. Not in the slightest. The mastermind is Danzo. The one who acts is Itachi, and the ones who perish are entirely unrelated to me. That wretched Izumi, our relationship is hardly significant. If she dies, so be it. She is merely an NPC in the ninja world, just an NPC." He murmured, his hands gripping the railing, which splintered into fragments, shifting in form. Itachi, that fellow, has become a kaleidoscope now. The bloodlines of the ninja world are utterly unreasonable. Moreover, Obito, that scoundrel, should be present as well. I recall he was supposed to assist Itachi. I wonder if he will intervene. What a bother, what a bother. I should return home and rest. For tomorrow heralds a new day, he muttered as he shuffled his feet. Yet, his legs seemed to possess a will of their own, moving in the opposite direction. I cannot go, absolutely must not go. Those who perish are mere NPCs. But if they are all NPCs, then what am I? Izumi, that arrogant one, lacks true strength. He should meet his end swiftly. The audacity of this fellow to utter such words to humiliate me. His death would be fitting. So easily he could perish. It would be a favor to her. Yes, a favor to her. Indeed, I cannot allow it to be so simple for her. The scenery around him rushed by in a blur. Kyugami Musashi moved swiftly across the rooftops. I cannot afford to let her off so easily. I shall deal with her slowly in the future, he told himself, his pace quickening, his form almost a mere shadow beneath the night sky. His eyes twitched involuntarily. Kyugami Musashi himself was unaware that his gaze betrayed a hint of madness. A flicker of rage. The specter of the rampaging nine-tailed fox from years past seemed to resurface before him. He trembled, evading it. Powerless. Summoning courage to approach. He could only catch a distant glimpse of the corpses of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Just like yesterday. Retreat? Why can't I manage that? The buildings blurred past him. As he sped by the Konoha police headquarters, the sharp stench of blood filled his nostrils. Izumi should not be here. She must be at home. At home. In the distance, he caught sight of scattered corpses, yet he did not pause for an instant, continuing to race forward. He sensed several presences nearby, but chose to ignore them. The wind howled fiercely as a few masked ninjas emerged, exchanging glances. Who are they? Too swift. I cannot discern their identities. What to do? No need to concern myself with them. I must continue executing Lord Danzo's orders. The Uchiha clan's territory lay ahead. In the distance, he spied a translucent barrier, devoid of sound. Itachi and Obito's formation. I cannot afford to dwell on it. Kugami Musashi maintained his speed. With a piercing rush of wind, like a crazed wild boar, he plunged into the enemy's snare. The shrieks of despair roused Izumi Uchiha from within her home. Puzzled, she stepped outside, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. Bloodshed, silence. A few figures lay sprawled on the ground. The absence of breath and pallid faces unmistakably signified their demise. What has happened? Someone is killing within the clan grounds. Where do these enemies come from? This is the honorable Uchiha clan. Who possesses the audacity and capability to do this? Frantically, she sought the presence of her kin, yet all were lifeless. Not a soul remained. What to do? What to do? Yes, I must find the clan leader. Find the clan leader. There are still strong ones within the clan. She attempted to steady her trembling legs. The footsteps behind her jolted her from her reverie. Izumi. The familiar voice compelled her to turn, and upon recognizing the figure, a profound sense of security washed over her, as if she had found a refuge. Thank goodness, you are here. Itachi, there is an enemy, quickly informed the clan leader. The voice suddenly ceased. Her eyes shifted from panic to surprise, only to be swiftly replaced by shock. Her pupils trembled violently. In the night, Itachi Uchiha stood clad in battle attire. The long blade in his hand dripped with blood, staining the ground crimson. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes, soon transforming into a coldness and ruthlessness she had never witnessed before. This Itachi Uchiha was utterly unfamiliar, so foreign that her thoughts became rigid, and the overwhelming aura of killing intent made her tremble instinctively. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Itachi, what is happening? A terrifying suspicion surfaced within her, only to be immediately dismissed. Impossible. It is the blood of the enemy. Yes, the blood of the enemy. The response came from the raised blade of the figure before her. Is it not Itachi? Is this an illusion? This thought flashed through her mind, solidifying in the next moment. Straining to muster the chakra within her, she attempted to quell the chaos within her body. Release. The scene before her remained unchanged. She could hardly believe it and tried once more. Still, it was the same. The Uchiha were naturally sensitive to illusions, and she dimly understood that this was not an illusion. The person before her still bore that familiar, chilling aura. Itachi, is it truly you? What has transpired? What on earth is going on? I am sorry, Izumi. Is it really you who has done this? Is all of this truly your doing? The answer came in the form of a blade slicing through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Summoning her courage, she launched her shuriken. The figure before her remained unchanged, the blade glimmering as he effortlessly deflected her projectiles with familiar techniques. Her gaze began to tremble. Why? What has happened? Why is Itachi attacking his own kin? There have indeed been some changes within the clan recently. Even a low-ranking shinobi like herself could sense it. But how could this be? She had considered the possibility of a conflict between the clan and the higher-ups of the village one day, but never imagined she would witness such a scene. This man, the one she had grown up with, would kill his own clan members. He sought to take her life. The blade swiped toward her throat. Uchiha Izumi stood frozen. The immense shock rendered her gaze hollow and dazed. Is this a nightmare? Surely, she would awaken in the next moment. Bang! The rush of wind filled her ears, followed by a violent impact. A familiar green figure stood before her. Itachi Uchiha was forced back from the sudden clash. Uchiha Izumi slowly focused her gaze, landing on the familiar green figure. My guy, are you daft? You don't even know how to dodge. The irate voice momentarily brought her back to reality. What do you mean, me? Retreat now. What do you mean, me? Retreat now. With an impatient shout, Ryagami Musashi cast a grave glance at the figure not far away. He had just taken advantage of a sudden assault, gaining the upper hand in strength. He certainly did not believe that Uchiha Itachi was an adversary to be trifled with. Itachi, have you lost your mind? Are you out of your wits? Look at what you are doing, Musashi exclaimed. Uchiha Itachi regarded the unexpectedly reappeared acquaintance with a hint of surprise, taken aback by the latter's timely appearance and the impressive power he had unleashed. However, it was merely commendable. The opponent's capabilities posed no threat to him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fierce blaze erupted, its might far surpassing that of Uchiha Izumi's earlier display. Earth style, earth flow wall. A towering earthen barrier rose to shield against the fiery onslaught, protecting the still retreating Uchiha Izumi from harm. Hurry and go. A loud shout pierced the air as lightning-infused chakras surged forth. In the next instant, a figure enveloped in electricity burst through the flames, charging toward Uchiha Itachi. Just hold him off for a moment. As long as Izumi can escape, I will flee too. The sound of shurikens and kunai slicing through the air created an eerie melody. Ryagami Musashi appeared unfazed. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their exceptional throwing weapons, and Itachi's proficiency was particularly remarkable. Instead of going to great lengths to defend, he opted for a direct confrontation. Unenhanced ninja tools could withstand a blow from lightning chakra. Besides, as long as his speed was sufficient, the shurikens would not catch up to him. With a surge of lightning chakra, his already swift pace accelerated further. Just before breaking free from the encirclement of weapons, he caught a glimpse of surprise in his opponent's eyes as his kunai vanished in a flash. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted, accompanied by a piercing hum. The subsequent clash made Uchiha Itachi acutely aware that his opponent's power indeed surpassed his own. In the next instant, weapons collided once more, and he retreated strategically. Fire style, essence shuriken. As he formed hand seals, several dark projectiles sliced through the air. Uchiha Itachi was compelled to wield his blade in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens thrown by his adversary appeared riddled with flaws to his keen eyes. With his perceptive vision, he easily intercepted the strikes. The tremendous force caused his expression to shift. It felt as if the shurikens were not mere projectiles, but rather massive boulders. A series of thunderous impacts reverberated. His arm trembled violently, and to his astonishment, the ninja blade he held snapped in two with a resounding crack. Looking down at the fallen shurikens, they were not ordinary tools, but rather weighted metal pieces inscribed with essence. Ryagami Musashi was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Conventional throwing weapons posed no threat against the Uchiha clan. If their power was insufficient, it was not unlikely that the enemy would turn them to their advantage. Rather than striving for precision and variability, it was more prudent to maximize the efficacy of his strengths. Specially crafted weighted essence blocks. Let us see how many of these you can endure. Boom. As the shadow clones emerged, Ryogumi Musashi began a dual assault from both sides. With the ninja blade discarded, Uchiha Itachi could only evade continuously while forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Konoha's Gale. The burning shurikens flew swiftly and unpredictably. Yet, Ryogumi Musashi endured the onslaught with sheer physical resilience. A surge of lightning chakra erupted, trembling and buzzing at his surface, forming a layer of lightning armor at critical points. The damage from the shurikens was nearly negligible, and his right leg struck fiercely against his opponent. Bang! Uchiha Itachi was pushed back once more. However, a sense of unease flickered within Ryogumi Musashi. Although his adversary displayed his customary elegance and ferocity, something felt amiss. Too weak. The opponent's tactics barely measured up to that of a typical jonin. Throughout their clash, no sense of lethal threat was presented. Something is not right. The opponent's strength should not be limited to this. Is he holding back, or is it merely a clone? To probe his suspicions, the shadow clone formed hand seals. Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Uchiha Itachi countered with Earth style, Earth Wall. Splash. A jet of water erupted from the mouth of Ryogumi Musashi's clone, crashing against the rapidly rising earthen wall, creating a veil of mist. However, this feeble power was hardly comparable to a true waterfall technique, falling short even of a C-rank jutsu. He had never diligently practiced water-style ninjutsu. Almost instantly, as the mist rose, Ryogumi Musashi's true form formed hand seals. Lightning style, body flicker. Chakras surged forth, maximizing the jutsu's power and range. Intense flashes of lightning illuminated the arena, overwhelming the vision. Bang! Bang! Uchiha Itachi and Ryogumi Musashi's clone were obliterated. Indeed, it was a clone. Ryogumi Musashi exhaled a sigh of relief. Itachi, attempting to complete the Uchiha sweep in a short span, faced challenges relying solely on his true form. Utilizing clones to handle ordinary ninjas was quite reasonable. With the immediate threat averted, Ryogumi Musashi turned to Uchiha Izumi, who had yet to flee, and uttered an expletive. The chapter was not over. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Without further ado, he swiftly grabbed her under his arm and made a hasty escape. Wait, Musashi! Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, bewildered. Hold on. We can't just leave. No, wait. Uchiha Izumi's anxious voice rose. Silence. Naively trusting Uchiha, Ryogumi Musashi displayed no kindness. Had it not been for your gender, I would have dealt you a youthful blow akin to what Might Guy did to Rock Lee. My sister is still in the house. Uchiha Izumi finally voiced the crux of the matter. Damn it. Ryogumi Musashi skidded to a halt, leaving a long mark in the ground, exasperated. Where did you get a sister? I was unaware of this. Aoi is only 4 years old. Uchiha Izumi's voice rose in urgency. She understood she had no right to demand anything of Musashi. Yet, Aoi was her only sister. And today she had insisted on sleeping at her place. She was just 4. She could not perish here, even if it meant her own demise. Ryogumi Musashi remained silent. Panting heavily, he dashed back into the room of Izumi, where he found a small bundle still sound asleep, nestled under his arm, with one on each side. His movements remained entirely unaffected. He surged forward, racing towards the enemy beyond the Uchiha clan's domain. The small creature stirred, awakening from its slumber, sensing danger and beginning to squirm. Unfazed, he tightened his grip, making it more effortless for himself. Run! The barrier loomed ever closer. However, Mizuki's speed began to wane. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi awaited silently. Itachi, Mizuki began, his emotions swirling within him. Uchiha Itachi, with an icy demeanor, replied, release them, and you may leave. The thought of relinquishing them made Mizuki ponder, why would I come here to do that? After a moment of emotional turmoil, he feigned calmness and spoke, Itachi, grant me this favor. Allow me to take them both with me. I do not care about your actions or intentions. I only wish to take them away. Is that acceptable? Uchiha Itachi's expression remained impassive. Release them, or perish. Izumi's face bore a look of guilt. Had it not been for her, perhaps Mizuki would have already escaped. I'm sorry, Mizuki. Stop with the nonsense. There's no time. By the time my shadow clone was defeated, you were already here waiting. No, you shouldn't have come at all. Let me down. I'll see if I can stop him. You should escape on your own, Izumi insisted. Mizuki was indeed formidable, but he was likely no match for Itachi. Having grown up alongside him, she knew Itachi's strength had reached the level of a jonin long ago. Not long before, she had spoken such words to Mizuki. She had no reason to let him risk his life for her sake. In the Uchiha clan's territory, there were no other living souls in sight. All clan members had perished, family had been lost. With just herself remaining, it seemed of little consequence. It was a pity for Aoi. She glanced at the small one, who had quieted in fear, harboring a flicker of hope. Mizuki, take her away. Only Aoi deserves to live. If I die, I will still be grateful to you. Enough of this nonsense, Mizuki retorted. He gently placed the little one into Izumi's arms, saying, if a fight breaks out, don't linger, run towards the Hokage building. It was unfortunate that Might Guy and Kakashi were away on a mission, otherwise, perhaps he would feel more assured. Izumi accepted her sister, her gaze towards Mizuki filled with complexity. Itachi, Mizuki endeavored to maintain a light and calm tone. Regardless of what you wish to accomplish or your motives, whether you have 2 more or 2 less makes no difference. Let's make a deal. Allow me to take them both. Leave, or die here together, Itachi replied coldly. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. Are you out of your mind? Izumi is your girlfriend. That little one is just a child. Mizuki could no longer suppress his fury. Are you a beast? Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved. There is no need for such words. Leave them, or you too shall perish. Mizuki shouted in rage, damn it. Do you think you are invincible? Try me. Uchiha Itachi coldly remarked. Dealing with someone like you requires little effort. His eyes widened suddenly, a blood-red light shimmering within. The chilling power of his gaze enveloped the surroundings in an instant, cold and desolate. A primal fear surged from the depths of his soul. The scene before him transformed into a hollow, hazy sky and a land flowing with blood. Ryagami Musashi realized, without his awareness, that his consciousness had entered the realm of illusion. A colossal iron wedge pinned him firmly to the wooden frame. Is this Tsukinomi? The scarlet hellish landscape rendered him immobile, accompanied by a profound pain that pierced deep into his soul. Itachi, is this your method? Using illusions. Uchiha Itachi's figure flickered before Ryagami Musashi. Indeed, this is the illusion cast by my eyes. With his blood-red, eerie Sharingan, he stared at the incapacitated Ryagami Musashi. His voice reverberated from every direction. In the world of Tsukinomi, time, place, and reality are all under my control. Here, the pain you endure is indistinguishable from the real world. As he spoke, a blade materialized in his hand, plunging forcefully into Ryagami Musashi's chest. The blade pierced flesh, and blood flowed forth, bringing forth intense agony. Ryagami Musashi grinned. So, you intend to torture me to death? No, Uchiha Itachi slowly withdrew the blade. I merely wish to convey that before my eyes, any of your efforts are meaningless. So what? How do you intend to use these eyes? To kill me? To murder Izumi? To eradicate all Uchiha? Uchiha Itachi replied, in the world of Tsukinomi, even if days pass, only a moment elapses outside. I can indeed take my time to end your life here. However, there is no hatred between us. Thus, I shall endeavor to ensure your death is devoid of pain. Ha ha ha, Ryagami Musashi laughed. What a considerate friendship you offer, Itachi. But from your words, Tsukinomi is indeed formidable. Is it truly unbreakable? Uchiha Itachi responded, regrettably. Someone like you cannot break it. Is that so? Ryagami Musashi began to attempt to mobilize his mental energy. Over the years of training, he valued both mental prowess and physical skill equally. In the ninja world, there are no special methods for cultivating mental strength. Generally speaking, it is innate. It grows with experience and maturity, but remains limited. Since the commencement of his formal training, he had intentionally honed his mental faculties through daily practice, multitasking in his training. He utilized Yin release chakra to nourish his mental strength regularly. Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. His rebirth had already endowed him with extraordinary mental control. His mental strength should be considerably more potent than that of others. At this moment, within the realm of Tsukinomi, he endeavored to summon his mental energy, recalling the familiar powers of Yin release within his mind. Yet, he firmly believed that a person's strength lies in their very essence, in the purity and intensity of their soul, as well as their physical might. The formidable power of Tsukuyomi lies not only in the technique itself, but also in the Uchiha clan's inherently potent spiritual strength. It is no wonder that so many from their lineage exhibit mental instability. However, the potency of the technique has its limits, contingent upon the practitioner. While Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi may be formidable, I wonder how he would fare against Might Guy in his 8th gate or Kagaya Otsutsuki. Since there is a ceiling to the technique's strength, he might as well test whether he can transcend this limitation. With a gradual invocation of Yin release, Uchiha Itachi's countenance began to shift. In the midst of his sudden astonishment, the illusionary realm of Tsukuyomi began to tremble. The phantasmagoric world constructed by his ocular prowess started to manifest pixelated distortions. To my surprise, Musashi, you possess such remarkable spiritual power. Uchiha Itachi did not conceal his astonishment. Is that so? It seems the image you have of me as the underdog is indeed firmly entrenched. Uchiha Itachi slowly shook his head. However, it is futile. Your physical prowess is commendable, and your spiritual strength exceeded my expectations. Yet, as I have stated, before my eyes, your every technique holds no significance. Uchiha Itachi's left eye widened once more, blood vessels surging within the sclera, a trickle of crimson seeping from his eye socket. The previously trembling illusionary realm rapidly stabilized. No matter how much Ryagami Musashi attempted to sense and manipulate his spiritual energy, he could not unsettle it. Indeed, Itachi's spiritual strength surpasses mine. Mere control of spiritual energy cannot unravel Tsukuyomi. However, I have confirmed that if one's spiritual power reaches a certain threshold, it is possible to break free from Tsukuyomi. Cease your futile efforts, Musashi. This is a technique born of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's power. With your abilities, it is utterly impossible to decipher it. Today, your presence here is unwarranted. Nonetheless, to perish beneath the might of these eyes shall be your honor. Ryagami Musashi scoffed. Huh. Such absolute confidence in your own strength, Itachi. I concede that the power of the bloodline limit is indeed formidable, enviably so. However, I refuse to accept that there exists a technique that cannot be unraveled, not even the Sharingan. A glimmer of pity crossed Uchiha Itachi's gaze, as if he lamented the ignorance and arrogance of an ant. Yet, in the next moment, the Tsukuyomi realm trembled violently. Like a shattering mirror, cracks began to spread. A look of astonishment flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. What? In an instant, fissures filled the Tsukuyomi space. The once flawless illusionary world was no longer invulnerable. The sound of cracking resonated as all fantasies shattered within the mind. Impossible! Uchiha Itachi exclaimed. There is nothing impossible. In the real world, Uchiha Itachi, poised with kunai, suddenly halted. The fracturing of the Tsukuyomi realm sent a jolt of pain through his mind. Blood tears streamed down his face. This night, he had already exhausted too much of his ocular power on his clan. It seems that the so-called supreme power you boast of has its flaws. That moment was not as swift as you claimed. Ryagami Musashi smiled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The complexion contorted in unnatural spasms due to pain. Itachi, your illusionary prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, it is not insurmountable. With a jolt of new energy, one can extricate themselves from the realm of illusion. Am I not correct? The potent chakra surged within, causing tremors in the mental space as it was assailed by the forces of yin release. Long before the rescue, he had sealed a vast reservoir of yin and yang release energy within his body and mental domain, all meticulously restrained by his constantly applied sealing techniques. At the slightest lapse of control in his consciousness, the repressed yin and yang energy would surge forth, impacting his body and awareness. Having anticipated his opponent's formidable tactics, he was far from unprepared. You have been suppressing your chakra. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Itachi discerned a hint of this strategy. His adversary had long been equipped with means to counter his illusions. An admirable countermeasure indeed. Quite so, Musashi Ryoko. A common trait among the Uchiha is their blind confidence. Itachi, remember this. Next time you face an opponent you cannot vanquish, do not feign superiority. Cough. Due to an overemphasis on his opponent's illusions, Musashi Ryoko had excessively restrained his own power, resulting in a sudden impact that left his body somewhat injured. The agonizing pain coursed through his meridians and mind. Refusing to dissipate. Itachi, I reiterate, let us depart. Itachi Uchiha stated, Musashi, I acknowledge your talent. Unexpectedly exceptional. Yet, it is futile. All your efforts are merely vain struggles. Musashi Ryoko grinned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The words of a mindless killer are predictably unpleasant. Itachi's voice turned grave. Madness is merely your assessment. Musashi, a person like you cannot fathom my capacity. Musashi Ryoko's veins bulged as he roared in anger. Capacity. To hell with your capacity. The immense chakra surged forth abruptly, manifesting visible ripples across his body. As his momentum soared, lightning began to flicker around him. The astonishing fluctuation of chakra darkened Itachi's expression. Such remarkable chakra. The 8 gates. Open the first gate. Open. Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the injury gate. Open the closed gate. Itachi, have I ever mentioned that I have long desired to defeat you? In the route, within the office, Danzo silently stood by the window, his one exposed eye gazing towards the Uchiha. One hand unconsciously rubbed his walking stick. Sir, should we not dispatch additional personnel to prepare? Inquired Yamenka Fu, standing nearby. Danzo replied, no need. Half of Root's forces are already deployed. We require no more. Our task is merely to handle a few concluding matters. Yamenka Fu asked, can Itachi Uchiha truly handle everyone by himself? Yes. Itachi possesses eyes akin to those of Shursui Uchiha. In the village, apart from myself and Hizashi, only Jiraiya and his comrades can withstand him. The so-called proud Uchiha clan, formidable and seemingly unattainable in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter in the presence of true strength. Yamashita Fu remains somewhat apprehensive. What if someone obstructs Itachi Uchiha? Danzo affirms confidently, that will not happen. In the face of the Mangekyo, numbers hold no significance. Before their chakra is depleted, no one from the Uchiha clan can withstand them. If, by chance, someone could achieve mutual destruction, then so be it. Let the entire Uchiha clan vanish into thin air. His gaze pierces through the void, as if envisioning an impeccably pristine future for the Uchiha. Itachi, have I ever told you how long I've yearned to take you down? Kyugami Musashi roars. In an instant, his figure vanishes from sight. The ground beneath him begins to crack and tremble violently. The roar of the impact is soon overshadowed by a dull thud. Kyugami Musashi aims his fist at his opponent's left cheek, the ferocity of his strike seemingly a release of pin-up rage. Bang! Just in time. Itachi raises his arms defensively against his chest. The immense force causes his bones to creak under the unbearable strain. As the energy transfers, Itachi Uchiha is propelled backward like a cannonball. Along his path, trees and buildings shatter, dust and debris swirling in chaos. The sound of the collision reverberates throughout the Uchiha territory. Coughing, Itachi, his expression grim, assesses the state of his arms. Such immense power. I was almost on the brink of a broken arm. What kind of technique is this? There is no time for contemplation. In his line of sight, Kyugami Musashi closes in with the swiftness of teleportation. Itachi, gritting his teeth, forces himself to raise his hands. Despite the agonizing pain in his arms, the speed of his hand seal surpasses that of a typical jonin. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The searing flames engulf everything in sight. This fire jutsu, far exceeding the power of the great fireball technique, transforms the very air into a blistering inferno. Such a widespread ninjutsu typically invites a retreat from its fierce intensity. He anticipates that his opponent will attempt to circumvent his technique or bide their time until the jutsu's potency wanes. As his thoughts race in disbelief, he witnesses a figure wrapped in lightning burst forth from the inferno. How is that possible? To charge through such a fire jutsu, the impact and scorching heat of the fire dragon continuously cracked the lightning cloak. The extreme temperatures sear Kyugami Musashi's skin, yet he disregards the pain. With the 8th gate of the 8 gates technique opened, he can unleash lightning-fast strikes with the inner lotus. He must seize the advantage of speed and swiftly conclude the battle. Engaging in the 8 gates technique, he is ill-suited for hesitation or cunning tactics. Defeat the enemy. With overwhelming power and absolute velocity, the aim is to resolve the conflict in the shortest time possible, which is also the key to mitigating the technique's adverse effects. Confronted by the oncoming Kyugami Musashi, Itachi's expression shifts slightly. Forced to channel his chakra, he can only activate the body flicker technique. In an instant, guided by Shursui Uchiha's teachings, he vanishes from his position. Before his disappearance, a formidable force brushed against his body. A sharp pain surged through Uchiha Itachi, leaving him in a precarious situation. Before he could formulate a strategy, Ryoga Musashi erupted with speed once more, vanishing from sight as a fist loomed larger. Aimed directly at his cheek. Bang! The fist shattered the kunai he hastily attempted to block with. Uchiha Itachi sought to retreat, leveraging the force. Yet the power was too overwhelming, surpassing his limits. As he continued to back away, a vivid sensation permeated his consciousness. Both arms are broken. There would be no seals this time. Itachi murmured to himself, gazing at the relentless Ryoga Musashi, whose fist was still aimed at his face. Anger flickered in his eyes. His right eye bulged, blood gushing forth. Amaterasu. Jet black flames materialized from thin air. They obscured his vision, granting him precious moments to evade. While the flames clung to his opponent, caught off guard, Ryoga Musashi barreled through, crashing into several walls. The flames clung to him, exuding an ominous sense of impending doom. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, "Musashi, well done. I concede, you have provoked me. That technique just now was the forbidden jutsu, the 8 gates, was it not? Its power is indeed formidable. I never anticipated you could master such a technique. You deserve to perish beneath my Sharingan." Musashi, another technique of these eyes is Amaterasu, capable of incinerating anything within sight. It requires no hand seals and cannot be evaded. What will you do to counter it? Ryoga Musashi leaped from the rubble of bricks and stones. The black flames danced upon him, seemingly igniting his chakra, yet he bore no hint of anxiety. Fixating on Uchiha Itachi, his voice dripped with disdain. "Itachi, I have warned you not to act arrogant until you have vanquished your opponent. There is no invincible ninjutsu in this world. Tsukuyami is mere child's play, and your so-called Amaterasu is no different." Uchiha Itachi's expression grew icy. "Musashi, have you also taken to boasting?" Ryoga Musashi retorted, "I am not a naive Uchiha by birth." Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed continuously. The lightning armor, barely taking shape on Musashi's exterior, was being relentlessly scorched by the black flames, fissures appearing throughout. Boom! The cracks erupted, and the shattered chakra armor, along with the black flames, was expelled. Uchiha Itachi observed with a cold voice, a commendable idea, to resolve Amaterasu by detaching the chakra from your surface. However, Musashi, you have miscalculated. This technique is released by my eyes. As long as my eyes remain, you cannot escape. As his words fell, the black flames surged once more, descending upon the remnants of Ryoga Musashi's lightning armor. The latter, unfazed, summoned a surge of chakra, enveloping himself once again in an instant. Yet, the swiftness of Amaterasu still seared his skin. Musashi, with your chakra reserves, how many times can you execute such a separation of chakra? Ryoga Musashi scoffed. I have truly had enough of you, Itachi. Can't you refrain from being so ostentatious? My chakra is finite, and your eyes are not omnipotent. How long can your pair of eyes sustain such techniques? Be cautious, lest your blood runs dry. Cursed be it. Uchiha Itachi muttered under his breath. He then amplified the output of his ocular power once more. The black flames blazed intensely, rapidly consuming Kyugami Musashi's chakra armor. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Boom. The chakra armor shattered once again, just as Uchiha Itachi thought it was over. A radiant aura suddenly enveloped Kyugami Musashi's body. The forces of Yin release and Yang release manifested upon him, with dark-hued runes rising and swirling on the surface of his skin. This was the power of Yin-Yang release, a premeditated sealing technique that Kyugami Musashi had prepared. Using his body as the medium for the technique, he had laid the sealing art in advance to be unleashed at a crucial moment. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed abruptly. He could not identify the specific technique, yet it was evident that the sealing art manifesting on Kyugami Musashi was something he had prepared long ago. This fellow, when did he learn sealing techniques? A deep sense of self-doubt crept in. To him, the opponent had always appeared as an unremarkable, youthful common ninja. Though he might harbor some crafty thoughts on the battlefield, his abilities were confirmed to be mediocre. When had this individual become so exceptionally skilled, capable of mastering the 8 gates to a level that perplexed even him? Not only that, but he also possessed remarkable talent in lightning release. Astonishingly, he had even mastered the notoriously difficult sealing techniques, and he had been utterly oblivious to it. Wait a moment. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sensed something was amiss. It was not just the surprising talents of his adversary that felt out of place. Why do I feel that all of his methods are specifically aimed at me? Full of confusion, Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. It must be mere coincidence. If Kyugami Musashi were to fathom his thoughts, he would surely smirk inwardly. From their first encounter 9 years ago, he had already been contemplating how to counter Uchiha Itachi. The flowing runes suddenly shifted, several of them darting forth, swiftly entwining with the remaining black flames on his body. The power of Yin-Yang release did not succumb to the black flames like ordinary chakra. Instead, it began to contract gradually. As the runes coalesced, the last vestige of black flame vanished entirely. Itachi, my sealing technique is far from exhausted. How many more times can your Amaterasu be wielded? Kyugami Musashi spoke, no longer wasting time. The power of the 8 gates continued to ebb. With a resounding explosion, the waning lightning release chakra flared anew, and his figure vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in combat, leaving traces of their presence in the air. As Kyugami Musashi struck, he shouted in vexation, "Dodge, dodge, dodge. All you do is evade. If you have the capability, let me deliver a punch to that foul face of yours. Every day, I am confronted with a visage reminiscent of a lifeless zombie, and you seem utterly indifferent in our conversations. Do not evade. You are clearly several months my senior, yet you display no semblance of courtesy. You cannot even muster the decency to greet me as your elder brother. Have you forgotten the days we fought together in the 3rd Great Ninja War? Murder, murder, murder. You are truly formidable. You have annihilated your entire family, and now you wish to eliminate me as well. Beast, a wretched beast." Amidst the frantic dodging, Uchiha Itachi's expression has grown exceedingly grim. With his arm broken and unable to form seals, he finds himself in a most precarious situation. Tsukuyomi has been dispelled, and Amaterasu has failed to achieve its purpose. Even with his usual composure and wisdom, he never anticipated that one day the 2 ocular techniques of his Mangekyo Sharingan would be so effortlessly countered. Yet, Ryagami Musashi continues to unleash his fists and feet. Itachi, You murderous fiend! Who has filled your head with such delusions? Why strike with such ferocity? Restraint. Restraint. Is your only measure of worth the ability to take lives with your own eyes? I long to pluck your very eyes from their sockets and crush them. You may kill indiscriminately, but to spare no one. Not even that little child. How can you justify such brutality? Why not eliminate Sasuke as well and truly demonstrate your worth? Clang. Uchiha Itachi ceases to evade. He stands firm in midair, casting a cold glance back. Yet, Musashi's fist fails to find its mark. A formidable force coalesces around him, manifesting as a fiery crimson silhouette, enveloping his body like the ribs of a giant. Musashi's powerful strike fails to penetrate this barrier. Are you done reveling in your triumph? Itachi's gaze is icy to the core, tinged with a hint of indignation. Encased in the red ribs, he looks at the closely approaching Musashi. I have warned you. It is futile. You are strong, stronger than most in the village. Yet, before my eyes, all is in vain. For my worth surpasses yours. You cannot impede me. They shall perish. The insufferable face looms before me. It seems that merely extending my arm would allow me to deliver a resounding blow to that detestable face, marked by nasolabial folds. Musashi contemplates this and acts upon it. He retracts his arm, gathering strength. Today, I shall take them away. Let us see if you can stop me. The sixth gate opens. Boom. The crimson ribs shatter. The roar reverberates through the heavens. The green chakra energy surges like a tempest. Under the onslaught of such overwhelming power, even the lightning chakra dissipates against his skin. The second stage of lightning chakra activation can no longer reinforce his body under these circumstances. It struggles to maintain itself. The forceful strike of his hand cleaves down upon the red ribs. In the next instant, the ribs splinter, and the momentum of his hand strikes Itachi squarely in the face. Bang! Even the diminished power of the sixth gate, filtered through Susanoo, proves insurmountable. Itachi is struck on the side of his face, his head thrown back, and his body is propelled outside of Susanoo's protection. In midair, he expels a mouthful of blood along with several white teeth. Musashi, his entire being aglow, feels a white haze envelop his vision, surrounded by scattered stones and broken timber. Suspended in midair under the influence of chakra, he executed a swift chop with his hand and halted in place. The agonizing pain radiating from his right arm signaled that his bone had fractured. The strength of his current physique, enhanced by the sixth gate, was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing his ability to control it. It was no wonder that after the sixth gate, Might Guy began to adopt more ranged attacks. A miscalculation in direct physical strikes could lead to severe bodily harm. As he observed Uchiha Itachi being sent soaring into the air, he assumed a stance. In the next moment, he unleashed the peacock. The sky reverberated with roaring flames and shockwaves. The dazzling blaze was nearly visible throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. Subsequently, the flames filled the sky, and a silent barrier shattered under the impact, akin to a muted computer suddenly amplifying its volume to the maximum. Consequently, the entire village was enveloped in a deafening roar. Countless individuals were jolted awake by the thunderous sound, hastily fleeing their homes, fearing yet another incident akin to the Ninetales rampage. Some frantically dove under their beds, while others, clad only in their nightclothes, rushed into the streets. Perhaps it was the trauma from the Ninetales attack years prior that rendered their panic so instinctive and heart-wrenching. In the distance, many caught sight of the astonishing scene at the Uchiha clan's grounds. A towering crimson figure loomed over the area, with an abundance of flames crashing and shattering, painting the sky a fiery red. The alarming roar of destruction echoed far and wide. What manner of creature is that? Is it the Ninetales? No, it cannot be the Ninetales. It's enormous and formidable. Someone is battling. Are they an enemy? Who is fighting on such a scale? The Hokage? Quick, take cover. Don't get caught in the crossfire. The entire Hidden Leaf village fell into disarray. Kyugami Musashi ceased his assault. The pressure on his body was significantly reduced by not engaging in direct combat, though his power had also diminished considerably. In midair, Uchiha Itachi regained his footing. His clothing, tattered from the recent battle, lay in shreds. One side of his face had swollen dramatically, and his eyes streamed with fresh blood, mingling with the nearly dried stains. A more formidable Susanoo materialized around him, its half-formed skeletal frame entwined with flesh, towering like a two-story building, exuding a chilling aura of oppression. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, as if numb to the pain, rigidly staring at Kyugami Musashi. Kyugami Musashi met his gaze. Itachi, shall we continue this fight? Please. For the love of all that is sacred, do not continue. If we do, the truth will be revealed. The burden of the sixth gate had already become too great for him. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi Susanoo had transformed into another form, making victory increasingly improbable. However, he could not show any signs of weakness. Having come this far, he resolved that even in death, he would do so with dignity. After all, survival was not yet out of reach. The sixth gate has been opened, barely maintaining its state. He still manages to control his injuries and consumption. Deep within, he silently prays. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi has yet to truly mature. At the tender age of 13, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, his body cannot fully unleash its potential. He hopes that this is the strongest form of Susanoo. Should his opponent's Susanoo undergo further transformation, he would only possess the strength to fight back by opening the seventh gate, the shock gate. That would indeed be perilous. He gazes into the distance, where Uchiha Izumi is crouched behind cover, clutching the small one. Moments ago, they had intended to flee upon hearing Musashi's words, but they could not breach the barrier. It was only when Uchiha Itachi unleashed Susanoo that Musashi executed the peacock technique, causing the barrier to shatter. At that moment, a masked figure ominously appeared before them. Musashi's expression darkened. Obito. Beneath the mask, a voice devoid of emotion resonated. Do you require my assistance, Itachi? Although it may not be the right time, should you speak, I can resolve this predicament for you. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. Musashi's mind raced, contemplating how to save both individuals should the adversary intervene. There was no clear solution. The intangible Kimui and Uchiha Itachi together posed an insurmountable threat to two frail lives. Her clenched fists crackled with tension. Musashi turned her gaze to Uchiha Itachi. Is it truly your intention to leave no survivors, Itachi? If they perish before my eyes, I swear, he replied, as long as I draw breath, I shall hunt you down. Even Naruto cannot save you. Musashi. Uchiha Itachi spoke, his tone unexpectedly calm. The earlier embarrassment and fury had dissipated. You are remarkable, far exceeding my expectations. I did not foresee that you could contend with me to such a degree. This is the utmost power I can wield at present. This shall be my final assault. Should you withstand it, I shall acknowledge your strength and allow you to take them both. If you fall, they shall perish with you. Musashi gasped for breath and nodded. Very well. The crimson Susanoo began to straighten its form. In the terrified gaze of Musashi, it expanded, its hands raised, becoming increasingly solid. A faint glow seemed poised to manifest. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes. The red half-formed Susanoo shrank instantaneously, revealing a skeletal outline. His ocular strength had reached its zenith. The remaining chakra surged forth, coalescing into a figure approximately 10 meters tall. Fortunately, its form had not advanced. It remained a half-formed entity, devoid of armor or weaponry. Even so, the towering hand still exuded a menacing sense of danger toward Musashi. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to enhance her control over the chakra within. The colossal Susanoo's hands crashed down with tremendous force. The intangible ocular power had locked onto Musashi, and the descending palms summoned a howling tempest. Gazing upwards, it resembled a cataclysmic strike. Ryoga Musashi fixed his eyes upon the approaching hand, feeling the primal terror emanating from his very being. His resolve stood firm. Like a rock amidst tempestuous waves, a whisper echoed within him. The seventh gate of the 8 gates, the gate of shock, is now open. Blue steam billowed forth. In an instant, the ground shattered, scattering vast amounts of bricks and earth into the air amidst the tremors. Energy surged like a raging tide, overwhelming all within sight, its might rivaling the colossal figure before him. With one arm fractured, he could no longer execute the daytime tiger technique. Thus, he was compelled to resort to the technique he had honed the longest and mastered the best, the leaf gale. The figure dissipated. In midair, only a massive arc of blue light remained, colliding with the plummeting hand in a fleeting moment. Time seemed to pause between heaven and earth. Silence lingered for an instant. Then, brilliance erupted. Flames exploded and soared skyward. The earth quaked, and spiderweb-like fissures spread infinitely. A resounding roar echoed across the land, reverberating like ocean waves, rendering many of Konoha's civilians deaf in a heartbeat. The villagers stared in astonishment at the distant spectacle, mouths agape. This commotion was no less formidable than that of the Nine Tails. Run. Seek shelter. Hurry. The civilians began to flee in a panic. Meanwhile, Some shinobi gazed at the unfolding scene, their hearts tumultuous. Was that ninjutsu? Such an overwhelming chakra. How terrifying. If one were to approach too closely, the residual waves could easily obliterate them. With such a tremendous uproar, why had the Hokage yet to appear? Where was the Konoha police force? Where had the Uchiha clan gone? I don't know. Someone should have reported to the Hokage just moments ago. We must wait. All right, let us remain vigilant. Evacuate the civilians and keep a watchful eye. Despite their curiosity regarding the absence of the Hokage, high-ranking shinobi, and the Uchiha amidst such a tumult, their primary concern was the safety of the people. Some Chunin and Jinin took it upon themselves to disperse the civilians and maintain order. Yet, the clamor in the distance began to subside. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Ryoga Musashi stood alone in an open area. The surrounding structures and ground bore no resemblance to their former selves, akin to a complete transformation. He exhaled a sigh of relief deep within. Casting a glance at the lingering black flames, he gathered his remaining chakra to form seals. Fire sealing technique. Ninjutsu, flowing river sealing. The sealing technique bound the scant energy, closing the 8 gates. Slowly, he emerged from the deep pit. One step, then another. After a considerable distance, he finally reached the corner where Uchiha Izumi was hiding. He extended his hand. Come with me. Uchiha Izumi lifted her sister and followed Ryoga Musashi as they departed. Not far from their exit, several figures swiftly descended around them. Beneath their masks, a familiar ominous aura lingered. A few individuals encircled Ryoga Musashi, yet no words were spoken nor actions taken. Ryoga Musashi was the first to break the silence. He regarded the individuals before him with an expressionless visage, his voice imbued with an uncommon chill. My dear, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for what lies ahead is even more thrilling. The Uchiha clan has undergone tremendous changes, and I must now report the situation to Lord Hokage. Are you truly intent on stopping me, or should we attend to other matters first? The masked figures exchanged glances, and, with a silent understanding, they hesitated slightly. Musashi Ryogumi strode away with purpose. Once his figure vanished from sight, the remaining individuals exchanged looks. Hoka, why did you not stop him? And you, Hien, why did you not intervene? Enough, spoke a figure adorned with a fox mask. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront. Did you not perceive the earlier commotion? Even combined, we are no match for him. Let us not forget the task assigned to us by Lord Danzo. Indeed, with that, the figures flickered and disappeared from their location. Numerous eyes await. Lord Danzo is still anticipating our report. A few minutes later, within an office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage was shrouded in the dim light. He gazed quietly at the kneeling figure before him. First, allow me to extend my gratitude to you, Itachi. Thanks to your actions, Konoha has averted civil war, preserving the peace of our village. Yet, I still lament the absence of alternative solutions. Uchiha Itachi knelt on the ground, saying, I am sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, the one who should apologize is I. From this day forth, Konoha shall regard you as a rogue ninja responsible for the slaughter of your clan, placed on the list of missing nin to be pursued relentlessly, regardless of life or death. Itachi, what are your plans moving forward? I have joined the organization known as Akatsuki, and I shall follow that individual, vowing to protect the village with my life. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of solace. Uchiha Itachi is indeed a commendable young man. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly noticed something peculiar about Itachi. Itachi, why are you wearing a mask? It is nothing, Lord Hokage. From now on, I shall remain concealed in the shadows, revealing only my eyes, Uchiha Itachi stated, his tone slightly betraying his emotions. Also, there are 2 remaining members of the Uchiha clan, excluding Sasuke. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, somewhat perplexed. Was it not agreed that everyone except Sasuke would be eliminated? This was a statement that felt difficult for him to vocalize. Uchiha Itachi continued, Ryogumi Musashi, a comrade of Izumi, suddenly appeared and rescued her and her sister from me. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, is it due to past bonds? After all, they grew up together and have shared the battlefield. He believed that for someone to rescue 2 individuals from Uchiha Itachi, it must have involved some leniency on Itachi's part. No, it was not mercy on my part, Uchiha Itachi clarified. Musashi employed a forbidden technique, and I was unable to overcome him. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. What kind of forbidden technique? I am aware that Musashi is not particularly talented as a ninja, Uchiha Itachi explained. It is a physical technique that can exponentially amplify chakra and strength. It should be the 8 gates. I cannot ascertain the exact stage of mastery. There must be many shinobi who witnessed the event and will report to you. Musashi's technique shattered my second stage Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, on another side, Musashi remarked, this does not seem to be the path to find the Hokage. On the road, Uchiha Izumi noticed that the direction was incorrect and expressed her confusion. We should not disturb the old man tonight. There are more pressing matters at hand. Where to? Where else could we go but to the hospital? You foolish woman. As she looked around and saw that no one else was present, Ryagami Musashi's expression fell, revealing his teeth in a grimace. His arm was fractured and his leg bone was broken. Until now, he had merely been holding on with the little chakra he had left, feeling as if he might faint at any moment. The power of the 7th gate was beyond his capacity to endure. With just a single strike, his leg was shattered and his organs were injured. His earlier bravado in front of the Umbu or root ninjas had been nothing but an act. The most urgent matter now was to seek medical attention. As for the 3rd Hokage, there was no need to seek him out at this moment. He would naturally come to find Musashi the following day. Besides, what expression would he wear if he happened upon Itachi, who was currently engaged in a clandestine transaction with him? Upon hearing that Ryagami Musashi intended to go to the hospital, Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. Instinctively, she reached out to examine Musashi's injuries, only to have her hand swatted away mercilessly by him. Enough, you're not a medical ninja, so stop meddling. It's nothing serious, Musashi dismissed her. Are you truly all right? She pressed. I am fine. A few minutes later, in the Konoha hospital room, the medical team reported, the arm is fractured, there are 2 breaks in the thigh bone, and there is some internal damage. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi was momentarily stunned. She gazed at Ryagami Musashi, who lay on the bed with a calm expression. Her emotions a tumultuous mix of guilt, heartache, and grievance. The events of that night had left an overwhelming impact on her. She reached out to touch his injured areas, but hesitated, fearing it might cause him pain. Why? Why did Itachi kill our kin and then seek to take my life? Why did you, Musashi, have to appear? What on earth transpired? Her thoughts surged wildly when a small, soft hand slipped into her palm. Uchiha Izumi looked down to see her younger sister, 4-year-old Uchiha Aoi, with her round bun and large eyes. At that moment, Aoi seemed to sense her sister's emotions and reached out to her. For the little girl, that night had been an immense shock, akin to a surreal dream. Fortunately, she had not seen the corpses of their clan members or the gruesome bloodshed. Instead, she had been startled awake and carried away by a man in green clothing, only to find solace in her sister's embrace while witnessing the strange man and her familiar brother engaged in combat. The visual was striking, but as long as her sister remained by her side, everything would be all right. Uchiha Izumi bent down and tightly embraced her little sister, Uchiha Aoi. As long as Aoi was safe, as long as Musashi was alive, everything would be fine. That night, Uchiha Aoi fell asleep on the hospital bed, her delicate brows furrowed in distress. Uchiha Izumi sat beside Ryagami Musashi, her vacant eyes lost in thought, unaware of what to contemplate. Please wash some fruit for me, Ryagami Musashi commanded without preamble. With that, Uchiha Izumi seemed to awaken, obediently moving to wash the fruit. As she served him the neatly cut pieces, Ryagami Musashi scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Experiencing such events, it is entirely natural for one's spirit to suffer a blow. He pondered over what reasons he could offer to console the other party, only to find none. It seemed futile. The other state was unlikely to recover in the near future. He turned his thoughts inward, contemplating his own injuries. Ryagami Musashi assessed the extent of his physical wounds. His arm and thigh bore severe injuries, with skin burns and internal damage to his organs and meridians. His chakra had been heavily depleted. Even with the exceptional abilities of the medical ninjas, a basic recovery would require at least half a month. To replenish his losses, a month might prove insufficient. A month's time could have allowed him significant advancement in his training. He glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who lay beside him, her brow furrowed in troubled dreams. Indeed, women only serve to hinder my cultivation, particularly foolishly confident ones. The news surrounding the Uchiha clan sent shockwaves throughout Konoha. Had it not been for Ryagami Musashi, the incident would have gradually unfolded until everyone realized that the Uchiha from the Konoha police department had vanished. However, Musashi's presence altered the course of events. When the barrier was shattered by the energies of the 8 gates and Susanoo, the entire village of Konoha, barring the deaf, heard the immense tremor. Subsequently, some ninjas took it upon themselves to organize an evacuation. Consequently, Danzo's intended control of the situation within a limited scope was thwarted. As night fell, the common folk were filled with dread, and by the next day, everyone was eager to learn what had transpired. Had enemies from other ninja villages infiltrated? Were the Uchiha of the police department attempting to fend off the attackers? Questions abounded. Not only the civilians, but also the ordinary ninjas were rife with uncertainty. The stench of blood from the Uchiha territory could be sensed from afar, making it impossible for the curious ninjas to remain oblivious. Soon, the gravity of the situation became apparent to many. They were dead. Everyone was dead. Who had perished? Had both our people and the enemies fallen? The Uchiha were gone, completely annihilated. Bodies, draped in white cloth, were carried out by masked ninjas. The sheer number left onlookers horrified. The Uchiha clan had nearly been exterminated. This revelation sent a storm through Konoha. At the Hyuga clan, a precious and exquisite teapot shattered on the ground. Hyuga Hisashi's face turned ashen, his Byakugan activated in rage. Unconscionable. This is utterly intolerable. He paced back and forth, exclaiming, Uchiha Itachi, a rogue ninja? Humph. There must be a higher will at play here. A prestigious clan of Konoha has met such an end. Calm yourself, Hisashi, the elder advised from the side. This is a struggle between the Uchiha and the village. It does not pose a threat to the Hyuga clan. Hisashi retorted, this is not merely a matter of struggle. Everyone is aware of the Uchiha clan's discontent with the village. However, such a fate should not have befallen them. Since the founding of the village by the first Hokage, the Uchiha have been among Konoha's foremost clans, standing alongside my Hyuga clan. In this day and age, the upper echelons have the audacity to obliterate the Uchiha clan overnight. What if one day, they deem the Hyuga clan to be a threat as well? Hisashi, your speculation is unfounded, the elder sighed. The Hyuga clan shall forever stand behind the Hokage. What you propose is implausible. He continued, undoubtedly, the near annihilation of the Uchiha was unforeseen by anyone. The village's actions have been excessively ruthless. In my view, this bears the hallmark of Danzo's machinations. Danzo? Hisashi scoffed. Is he not merely a shadow of the third Hokage? Humph. Those relics of a bygone era still meddling in affairs. Even if he orchestrated this, it would surely have been done with the Hokage's tacit approval. Danzo is nothing more than a tool. While Hisashi expressed indignation, the other clans were predominantly filled with trepidation. The once mighty Uchiha clan had been decimated in a single night, instilling a sense of dread among many families. Their fear of the higher-ups compelled them to silently curse from behind closed doors. In the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku held a chess piece, though his attention was elsewhere. After taking a sip from his teacup, he lamented, the actions of the higher-ups are exceedingly unwise. Father, was this truly orchestrated by the higher-ups? A young boy sporting a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, calm beyond his years, inquired. You must ponder this for yourself, Shikaku replied. I believe it was, the boy asserted after a moment's contemplation. All grievances, animosities, and bloodshed can most directly be understood through the lens of self-interest. The Uchiha were at odds with the village. Their threat to the village is uncertain, but to the higher-ups, it is paramount. The Uchiha's destruction may yield unpredictable benefits for the village, but it will undoubtedly solidify the power of the higher-ups. Listening to his son's astute judgment, Shikaku felt a surge of pride. He was indeed his father's son. Yet, he remained troubled about the village's future. Resorting to extreme measures against fellow clans will only provide a temporary solution. The hatred and suffering will endure. The third Hokage, Danzo, and 2 advisors, under the guidance of these old-timers, can Konoha truly prosper? One day, third Hokage, you may indeed come to regret your choices. Hey, you two, did you not hear me calling you for dinner? A voice from the kitchen erupted in irritation. Nara Shikaku's expression shifted abruptly from concern. Ah, I'm coming. I didn't hear you just now, truly. My dear, your cooking grows more delectable by the day, he exclaimed, hastily rising from his seat, disregarding the chess game. The young boy sighed. Women, truly a source of trouble. Ryoko Musashi had anticipated being summoned the following day, yet it was Sarutobi Hiruzen himself who appeared. Upon seeing the kind-faced elder clad in the Hokage robes, Musashi greeted him. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? In the hospital room, Sarutobi urged the hastily rising individuals to sit. his voice laced with concern. Musashi, how is your health? I never expected such events to transpire yesterday. Hokage-sama, I appreciate your concern. My health is not in jeopardy. With a bit of rest over the next 6 months, I should recover fully. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before responding. I have gathered information regarding yesterday's incident through the Night Watch ninjas. I never anticipated that Itachi would make such a decision. What a pity for the Uchiha clan. Indeed, replied Suzumiya Musashi. As a prominent clan in Konoha, they possessed the strength to safeguard the village, yet a civil strife erupted within their ranks. Speaking of which, Musashi, I owe you my gratitude for yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Had you not arrived in time, it is likely that Izumi and that young one would have struggled to survive. Beside them, the awakened Uchiha Aoi clutched tightly to Uchiha Izumi's arm, hiding behind her. Lord Hokage, I merely stumbled upon the situation yesterday. I had intended to team up with Izumi for a mission. Who could have foreseen such an event? Regardless, Izumi is my comrade, my partner in battle. I will not allow that individual to act with impunity, even at the cost of my life. Well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly. He then casually remarked, Ninjas witnessed your battle yesterday, Musashi. The technique you employed was the 8 gates, correct? Yes, Lord Hokage, Musashi affirmed. I learned it from Brother Guy, who warned me that this technique is exceedingly perilous. It should only be used to protect those who matter most. For me, Izumi is that crucial partner. A tremor passed through Uchiha Izumi's pupils. Am I truly that important? Indeed, Musashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Protecting our comrades is a duty we must undertake, regardless of the cost. The fluttering leaves of Konoha and the warmth of passing flames are the very essence of our village's endurance. Musashi, you are a ninja imbued with talent and the will of fire. Upon hearing this, Musashi felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him as he scratched his head. Lord Hokage, you flatter me. I was merely expressing my true feelings. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The village endures through generations, sustained by exceptional ninjas like you, who embody the will of fire. Musashi, you have not disappointed me, nor have you let your father down. You have consistently upheld the vow you made, striving to become a ninja like your father, Kenta. Musashi, you possess remarkable talent. Consider joining the Umbu. Such skills require greater trials and dangers to foster rapid growth, enabling you to protect the village and your comrades. What? Musashi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Izumi shared his surprise, while Uchiha Aoi, hiding behind Izumi, curiously observed the group, her gaze primarily fixed on Musashi. She did not fully grasp the significance of the adult conversation. She was merely intrigued by the older brother who had saved her and her sister. Clad in patient attire, he appeared even more handsome than yesterday. No, he was charming yesterday too. Lord Hokage me? The Umbu? Are you certain? Musashi was genuinely taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposition. Were not Umbu ninjas known for their somber demeanor, dangerous nature, and exceptional skills? Did he truly belong among them? Moreover, had it not been said that donning Guy's green jumpsuit would preclude the Umbu from seeking him out? Indeed, Musashi, the Umbu is my direct subordinate force, responding solely to my commands. Upon entering the Umbu, you will find a broader expanse and encounter a grander world. However, Ryagami Musashi's thoughts raced as he contemplated ways to decline. Alas, it would be rather disappointing to shy away from such a calling. Ryagami Musashi endeavored to maintain his fiery resolve. Yet, Lord Hokage, while I am eager to join the Umbu, I must, for the time being, remain hospitalized. This, I fear, is of no consequence. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, focus on your recovery. We can discuss future matters once your health is restored. For now, we shall merely transition your affiliation to the Umbu, and Kakashi will oversee you. Ryagami Musashi began to grasp the essence of his words. The ability to contribute is temporarily secondary. What matters is to be branded with the Hokage's mark. A ninja capable of halting Susanoo at a critical moment deserves such regard. But what about the original team? Will Izumi and Omuki have new teammates? Ryagami Musashi inquired with concern. I have yet to contemplate that aspect, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Musashi, do you have any thoughts? Recognizing this as an attempt to garner loyalty, Ryagami Musashi pondered before responding. Let Izumi join the medical unit. Given recent events, her condition is no longer suitable for field missions. Moreover, she possesses a remarkable aptitude for medical ninjutsu. with the Uchiha clan dwindling. I hope Lord Hokage will allow her to be mentored by a superior in the medical unit. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, nodding in agreement. Izumi, do you share this sentiment? Huh. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback that the conversation had shifted to her. Just as she was about to express her uncertainty, she met Ryagami Musashi's unwavering gaze. Well, fine then, Lord Hokage, I wish to join the medical unit. Very well, take this time to recuperate, and after a while, you shall commence your studies in the medical unit. Becoming an exceptional medical ninja will allow you to protect the village as well. Musashi, do you have any other thoughts? None, Lord Hokage, Ryagami Musashi replied, choosing to conclude the discussion. Good, be sure to recover swiftly. Konoha would dim without a vibrant youth like you. I will, Musashi assured. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Uchiha Izumi turned to Ryagami Musashi. Why did you suddenly decide for me to join the medical unit? Ryagami Musashi replied. I believe the medical unit suits you well. There is little danger involved, and you can learn valuable skills. It's not about suitability, it's just so sudden. I wasn't prepared for such a decision. You can still approach Lord Hokage and express your desire to continue with missions, perhaps even switch teammates and persist in combat. If you avoid danger, you will live in fear of Itachi every day. But if you encounter peril, you may meet your end sooner. Is this the life you wish for? He fixed his gaze upon Izumi. What is wrong with joining the medical unit? There is no pressure of missions. And you can heal others. Do you aspire to pursue the same power as that individual? Do you yearn to dance with the Gundam? Presently, Uchiha Izumi has made a decision for the other party, selecting a goal that enables her to swiftly rid herself of negative emotions. Were she to choose for herself, she might find herself in a dead end. Go forth, study medical ninjutsu. In doing so, if I were to sustain injuries during missions, you would be able to provide assistance. Your mastery of medical ninjutsu would be of great aid to me, and I would be able to protect both you and your sister. The once mighty Uchiha clan has dwindled to just a few, and one cannot presume that life ahead will be easy. Izumi, as a medical ninja, if not dispatched on missions, would be able to care for herself more effectively. Do not dwell on that individual any longer. Come follow me. I shall protect you. You wouldn't want Aoi to be left unprotected, would you? This fellow, originally resolute in her determination to assist me due to my injuries. Uchiha Izumi was incensed by Ryagami Musashi's increasingly absurd remarks and couldn't help but deliver a punch. Observing his pained expression, she immediately worried if she had struck too hard. Musashi was recuperating comfortably at the Konoha hospital. The events of yesterday would surely be kept under wraps by the higher-ups, thus preventing too many visitors from interrupting him, while Might Guy and Kakashi were both out on missions. He instructed Nozurioki to inform Ayam that he too was on a mission and that she need not worry about him. In a private office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito Gate Kane, and Tsunade Shorin convened. As the upper echelon of Konoha, these four were certainly not oblivious to the affairs concerning the Uchiha clan. They sternly reprimanded Danzo for his unilateral actions. Ultimately, Hiruzen announced the punishment for Danzo. Root would temporarily cease operations, and Danzo's activities would be restricted. Naturally, Danzo was not pleased with such a punishment. Hiruzen, my decision was not erroneous. It was precisely my preemptive actions that spared Konoha from extensive bloodshed and casualties. Hiruzen replied. Danzo, you have gone too far. You cannot make such decisions without my consent. Humph. Hiruzen, your character is overly indecisive. Such a trait is unfit for a competent Hokage. History will vindicate my choices. Hiruzen, of course, did not take Danzo's words to heart. What a farce. I have served as Hokage for decades. Do you think I require your instruction on how to fulfill this role? This matter ends here. In the future, Itachi will be deemed an S-rank rogue ninja and will be included in the rogue ninja tracking list. Naturally, the subordinate ninjas must recognize their own capabilities to avoid unnecessary casualties. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Hiruzen, I have another matter, Danzo interjected. What is it? Regarding the taijutsu ninja, Ryagami Musashi, from yesterday. My sources inform me that he also infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory and engaged in combat with Uchiha Itachi. Am I correct? Hiruzen did not deny it. Indeed, this individual not only fought with Itachi, but successfully rescued 2 members of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's words elicited astonishment from Tsunade Shorin and Mito Gate Kane, who were present. In the presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the prowess of Uchiha Itachi was unmistakably recognized. The ability to rescue individuals from his grasp carries profound implications, does it not? Sarutobi nodded knowingly, acknowledging the truth. This indicates that Konoha has birthed yet another exceptionally talented ninja, a person willing to risk their life, even at the cost of sustaining grave injuries to save their comrades, embodies the very future of Konoha. However, Hiruzen, Danzo interjected with a tone of indignation. That is not the point I am making. Initially, I regarded him merely as an ordinary ninja with commendable taijutsu skills, thus I paid him little heed. Yet, the fact that he could withstand Uchiha Itachi reveals a complexity far beyond mere appearances. Moreover, his connection to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails necessitates that such a person be kept close at hand, does it not? Sarutobi responded, Danzo, I have already contemplated these matters. I have transferred Musashi into the Umbu, placing him directly under my command. That is not my intent, Danzo retorted. Enough, Danzo. I will deliberate on these matters with due caution. You have been prohibited from further involvement. Cease your speculations, Sarutobi asserted firmly. After all, I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen, Danzo exclaimed, leaving in a huff, his retreating figure reminiscent of a defeated beast. The remaining members, Nara Shikamaru and Mido Gate, expressed no dissent. Although surprised by the prowess of the individual known as Ryagami Musashi, with Sarutobi having already made arrangements for his presence, they felt assured in their safety. They held great respect for their elder companion's ability to gauge the hearts of others. As Kakashi Hatake exited the Hokage Tower, he made his way to Konoha Hospital, his uncovered eye still reflecting the shock that had yet to dissipate. Having just completed a mission and returned to Konoha, he was bombarded with a series of unsettling revelations from the Hokage. The magnitude of these events was overwhelming. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and Itachi was designated an S-rank rogue ninja. Such considerable upheaval could unfold in the span of a mere outing from the village, even during the Ninja World War. The complete destruction of a clan as prominent as the Uchiha was a rarity. Itachi, that individual, was capable of such acts. Yet beyond that, another piece of news left him astounded. Ryagami Musashi had managed to rescue 2 individuals from Itachi's clutches. Analysis of the information suggested that the two had clearly engaged in direct combat. After all, the commotion that night had reverberated throughout Konoha. As a former subordinate of Itachi in the Umbu, Kakashi had a measure of understanding regarding Itachi's capabilities. He was a prodigy not inferior to Kakashi himself. Given that Itachi could decimate the nearly omnipresent Uchiha clan, one could only imagine the extent of his power. Yet, Musashi had not only confronted him, but had also survived. This level of strength far surpassed Kakashi's expectations. In his recollection, Musashi had merely been a younger brother, a spirited youth burning with ambition alongside Guy. Though he had worked diligently and received instruction in the 8 Gates technique, the path to significant growth would undoubtedly require considerable time. Attaining Guy's level would have been a fortunate achievement. Now, however, he was confronted with the astonishing revelation that Musashi's abilities had progressed to a point where he could genuinely engage Itachi in combat. Musashi, have you utilized the 8 Gates of Duinjia? Kakashi Hatake murmured to himself, recalling the instructions he had recently received from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, initially, Guy and the others had requested my intervention to transfer you from the Umbu. I had acquiesced. However, the situation has shifted unexpectedly. Musashi has entered the Umbu and may not yet be fully acclimated, necessitating your leadership for a while longer. He couldn't help but reminisce about Guy's resolute words. Just wait and see, Kakashi. This child's taijutsu prowess will astonish you. How much time has elapsed since then? Upon entering the hospital room, the scene was far removed from his imagination of a battered figure in agony. There sat Ryokami Musashi, his legs suspended and one arm bound. Beside him, a small girl with large eyes was diligently feeding him pieces of apple, occasionally wiping his mouth with great care, exuding a sense of comfort. Ah, Kakashi-senpai. Yes, Musashi, the Hokage sent me. Kakashi scrutinized Musashi, assessing the extent of his injuries. With one arm and one leg compromised, complete recovery would undoubtedly require several months. Kakashi-senpai, you come to visit a patient empty-handed? Kakashi replied, I forgot. His mind had been so preoccupied with Musashi's taijutsu abilities that he had overlooked the customary gesture of bringing a gift. He turned to the diligent little girl beside him and inquired, Is this the child you saved? Indeed, this is Uchiha Akira, Izumi's sister. Akira, greet Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Akira politely acknowledged before returning her focus to peeling the fruit. The knife appeared quite large in her small hands, yet she wielded it with remarkable dexterity. It was evident that the Uchiha lineage was blessed with exceptional talent. All right, Akira, you may go play now. I am full. No, I wish to stay here with Brother Musashi, replied Uchiha Akira. Very well, you may remain for a while. Musashi turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, what did the Hokage summon you for? Nothing significant. The Hokage informed me that you will be joining the Umbu under my command, and I thought I would come to check on you. He paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. Musashi, to what extent have you mastered that technique? Musashi pondered for a moment and gestured a 6. Though he could open the 7th gate, he could not withstand its strain, thus he did not count it. Nevertheless, even this revelation was sufficient to astonish Kakashi. Guy, your insight was indeed correct. Musashi's talent is remarkable. During his convalescence, Musashi's training in taijutsu came to a halt. Unlike Lee, he did not possess the obstinacy to train while severely injured. Instead, he focused on recuperating his health. Aside from simple physical activities, all his training efforts were devoted to ninjutsu. The second phase of his lightning release chakra mode still required refinement. After opening the 6th gate, the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, his lightning release chakra mode had become unsustainable. His explorations into nature transformations and mastery of techniques remained rudimentary, and his battle with Itachi had exposed the frailty of his proficiency in lightning release training. In the realm of the hidden cloud, the thunderous shadow could pierce through the Susanoo in its lightning release chakra mode, a power far beyond what he could currently comprehend. At best, he could engage in a mere contest of strength with ordinary ninjas using his 2nd stage lightning release chakra mode. However, should he encounter a truly formidable opponent, it would prove ineffectual. After more than 10 days under the healing techniques of medical ninjas, Ryoga Musashi had regained his ability to move. According to the medical ninja, he could return home and recuperate gradually. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi was busy gathering his belongings when a cacophony of thunderous sounds filled the hospital. The familiar voice echoed through the halls. Musashi, Musashi, how are you? A green figure stirred up a cloud of dust as it rushed to Ryoga Musashi's side. It was Might Guy, having learned of Musashi's injury from Kakashi. A warmth enveloped Musashi's heart. Indeed, he is a true brother. In the next moment, a firm embrace engulfed him. That is wonderful. Musashi, you're okay. A sharp pain shot through the site of his fractured bone, causing Musashi to speak in fragmented sentences. Brother Guy, if you keep holding me like this, I might actually get hurt. Oh, my apologies, Musashi. I was just so excited. Might Guy chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Uchiha Izumi was unfazed, while the young Uchiha Aoi was startled by the sudden appearance of the green-clad man. She tilted her head, observing his attire, which resembled Musashi's. He wears the same clothes as Brother Musashi, but how strange, he's not as handsome. Musashi, I just returned from outside. Kakashi told me you've opened the 6th gate? Well done, young man. Yes, the situation was urgent, and only by opening the 8 gates could I muster the strength to fight. I know all about it, Musashi. You valiantly protected your teammates and the children against a powerful adversary. Such is the essence of youthful vigor. Tears streamed down Might Guy's cheeks, leaving Uchiha Aoi in awe of the emotional display. Brother Guy, let us head back. There are other patients here. All right, Musashi, since you're injured, I'll carry you on my back. Might Guy bent slightly, gesturing toward his back with a thumb. Ryoga Musashi pondered the treatment that Kakashi received and shook his head. Brother Guy, I can walk on my own. The doctor said I'm capable of moving independently, and I cannot afford to be lazy, even if it takes longer. I shall walk home step by step. Very well then, Musashi. I shall walk you home while doing a handstand. Thus, along the streets of Konoha, 2 green figures, one upright and the other inverted, strolled leisurely, trailed at a distance by 2 young girls. As they walked, passers-by cast curious glances and whispered amongst themselves. Are those 2 unwell? I've seen the one upside down before, but why is there another? How should I know? I hope this doesn't spread. How frightening. I can't watch anymore. It hurts my eyes. Amid the indistinct murmurs, Ryoga Musashi and Might Guy chose to ignore the chatter, continuing on their way. In order to embody the way of perseverance in youth, I have grown accustomed to such criticisms. True ninjas are individuals of profound inner strength. How could they possibly be swayed by the opinions of others? After escorting Ryagama Musashi home, we agreed to train together once he has recuperated. Feeling unsatisfied, Might Guy once again performed a handstand, this time faster than when he had arrived. Uchiha Izumi tidied up Musashi's belongings and cleaned the room. Izumi, there are a few spare blankets in the cupboard. Just take them out, Ryagama Musashi instructed. Uchiha Izumi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of flustered confusion. What do we need blankets for? To sleep, of course. Sleep? I'm going home with Aoi. Uchiha Izumi responded anxiously. Home? What do you mean by that? Ryagama Musashi nearly rolled his eyes. I must ask, can you refrain from being so overly confident? The Uchiha clan grounds have been sealed off. Don't tell me you are unaware of this. Would you dare let Aoi return to such a place? Hurry up, grab a cup and make the bed. I am the patient and need the comfort of a bed. As for you, find the most comfortable spot on the floor. Were it not for Aoi, I would have little inclination to tolerate your audacity. Listening to Ryagama Musashi's blunt remarks, Uchiha Izumi felt a sense of relief. The original Uchiha clan grounds were no longer habitable. The stench of blood would likely linger for quite some time. Aoi had grown quite attached to Ryagama Musashi, fearing that leaving him would prevent her from sleeping. Thus, they could only temporarily reside together. Justifying her thoughts, Uchiha Izumi stated, "Let us do it this way for now. Once Aoi adjusts and the village arranges a new residence for us, we will move." Ryagama Musashi replied, "As you wish." The land belonged to the village. Much like how the clan grounds were once located on the outskirts, now that the Uchiha grounds were unusable, the village would provide them with new accommodations. As for the Uchiha's possessions and heritage, it would naturally be organized by the third generation and the higher-ups before being returned to them. Aoi was genuinely delighted to be with her elder brother Musashi, exploring every nook and cranny of the small room, finding it far more intriguing than her previous home. Although the new dwelling was far from spacious, the most important aspect for a child was being with someone they cherished. Thus, the three of them settled in together. After some time, the village arranged new accommodations for the remaining three Uchiha. Unlike the residence of Naruto Uzumaki, the new Uchiha home was located in the bustling heart of the village. Uchiha Izumi dragged the reluctant Uchiha Aoi to their new abode. "Sister, can't we stay at Musashi's house a little longer, please?" Uchiha Aoi pleaded with tear-filled eyes. "No," Uchiha Izumi easily saw through her little act. "Aoi, don't be difficult. Musashi is a boy, and I am a girl. We cannot always live together." "But Mom and Dad lived together, didn't they?" Uchiha Aoi replied innocently. "That's different." Not wanting to delve into such complex reasoning with her younger sister, Uchiha Izumi continued. "Besides, you have an older brother, Sasuke. Now, there are only the three of us left in the clan. We need to look after one another. I do not want Sasuke. I desire my elder brother Musashi. Listen, Aoi, if you behave, I shall often take you to meet brother Musashi. If you do not obey, I shall never take you again." Uchiha Izumi asserted her authority as an elder sister, finally ceasing Aoi's cries. Yet, she occasionally muttered, if only sister and brother Musashi could live together like father and mother. How annoying. 3 months later, after a complete recovery and an extended period of procrastination, Ryoga Musashi was at last taken away by Itachi Kakashi. Although the Hokage insisted on the necessity of maintaining good health, Musashi, as a ninja, must embrace the resolve of a shinobi and could no longer afford to languish. Thus, Ryoga Musashi concluded his tranquil period of training. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Might Guy. Upon seeing Ryoga Musashi walking alongside Itachi Kakashi, Might Guy was filled with joy. "Hey, Kakashi, Musashi, you're together. How about a spirited contest in this splendid weather? Next time, Guy, I need to take Musashi to the Umbu headquarters." Itachi Kakashi politely declined. To the Umbu? What on earth for?" Might Guy inquired with curiosity. "Oh, the Hokage has specially summoned Musashi to join the Umbu, intending to train him for future missions alongside me," Itachi Kakashi casually remarked. Then, amid Ryoga Musashi's astonished gaze, Might Guy was momentarily petrified before erupting in disbelief. "What? Why?" In broad daylight, the echoes of Might Guy's voice resonated through Konoha. "The Umbu? Musashi has been recruited into the Umbu? Why? Kakashi, answer me." Might Guy pointed an accusatory finger at Ryoga Musashi while questioning Kakashi. Kakashi, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, "The Hokage recognized Musashi's exceptional talents, thus recruiting him into the Umbu, likely with the intention of nurturing him. This chapter is not over. Please click to continue reading. Rest assured, Musashi is an outstanding ninja. The Umbu's influence on him will be positive," Kakashi attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Might Guy's wave. I certainly know Musashi is an excellent ninja. However, Kakashi, that is not what I wish to convey. Why? What gives Musashi the right to join the Umbu while I, Might Guy, who possesses equally exceptional talents, cannot? He leapt to Ryoga Musashi's side, rapidly striking various poses. Kakashi, look. In terms of attire and youthful spirit, Musashi and I are utterly indistinguishable. Why can Musashi enter the Umbu while I cannot? In this moment, he recalled the past, to rescue the increasingly despondent Hitachi Kakashi, who was burdened by his work in the Umbu. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen had proactively requested a transfer to the Umbu, fervently wishing to warm Kakashi's heart with their unbridled passion. However, with a regretful expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen had said, "Guy, the Umbu's work is unsuitable for you." And with a cold, dismissive tone, Danzo had stated, "The route does not require someone like you. You lack the talents of an exceptional ninja. Your darkness is far from sufficient." At that moment, his heart had shattered. Now, just like him, the youthful, passionate, and skilled ninja, Ryagami Musashi, clad in a stylish training suit, has been drawn into the Umbu by the old Sarutobi. Is there still any justice? Hokage, you clearly stated that the Umbu is not suitable for someone like me. Kakashi could only manage a wry smile. Perhaps the Hokage believes Musashi, being younger, requires more guidance. Comfort proved futile. Might Guy, his tears dried, raised his head, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. All right, if Musashi can do it, then so can I. Kakashi, Musashi, wait here for me. I shall seek the Hokage's permission to join the Umbu as well. At that moment, the three of us will contribute to Konoha's glory in the Umbu, orchestrating a symphony of youth together. Guy, I think Kakashi reached out to say something. But Might Guy had already dashed towards the Hokage's building like the wind, leaving Kakashi standing there with one hand outstretched in bewilderment. Kakashi-senpai, do you think the Hokage will agree to Guy's request? Asked Ryagami Musashi. Hitachi Kakashi replied, not a chance, unless the Hokage has lost his mind. Not long after, a forlorn Might Guy returned. Damn it, the Hokage has actually rejected my youthful plea. Guy, perhaps the Hokage believes that your absence from the Umbu allows you to better illuminate the village with your youthful brilliance. Musashi stepped forward to offer consolation. Really? Of course. The Umbu's regulations are likely to be far more stringent than those you currently face. If you truly entered the Umbu, you might find it challenging to adapt. Things are just fine now. Everyone in Konoha can witness the vibrant youth of Guy. Very well, Musashi. Might Guy reluctantly accepted this reasoning. However, Musashi, you too may struggle to adjust to life in the Umbu. Kakashi has been there so long that his youth does not shine as brightly as mine. Musashi, remember, once you enter the Umbu, let your youthful brilliance influence Kakashi and illuminate your comrades in the dark. Do you understand? I do. Rest assured, Guy, regardless of the environment, the light of youth will always burn fervently. All right, let us strive together. Guy? The waves of youth echoed in their ears. Kakashi silently observed the harmonious duo before him, suddenly sensing that perhaps a new chapter in his life as an Umbu ninja was about to unfold. Gather your gear. After receiving his equipment, Ryagami Musashi found Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I have arrived. What are the next steps? Musashi, the Hokage has approved your promotion to Special Jonin. Once you enter the Umbu, you will be in the same team as me. Soon, I will introduce you to your teammates. But first, there are a few important points to discuss. First, the work of the Umbu is highly confidential. You cannot disclose the details of your missions to others. Second, you must learn to conceal your identity. You will need to select an appropriate mask, and the suit Guy gifted you must be replaced. Must I change this too? Yes, it is essential. Under normal circumstances, Umbu operatives must not reveal their identities while on missions. What if I provide each of our Umbu comrades with a piece of clothing? Thus, one's identity shall remain concealed. Brother Kai remarked that he wishes for the brilliance of youth to illuminate the shadows. However, that cannot be permitted. Kakashi Hitachi pressed his forehead, asserting that no one would consent to such a notion, and it could lead to repercussions. Very well, then. Thirdly, regarding the intentions of the Hokage, it would be prudent to refrain from exposing the Eight Gates technique, as its usage poses significant harm to your youthful physique. In combat, it is advisable to employ alternative strategies. Is that so? Musashi Ryoga began to comprehend. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to admit him into the Umbu was not predicated on his combat prowess, but rather on his latent potential and background. Being young, he could still bear the mark of someone influential. After a stint in the Umbu, he would forever be associated with the Hokage, regardless of where he ventured. Kakashi-senpai, how demanding is the workload in the Umbu? Is it quite busy? It's manageable. During peacetime, it is considerably lighter. Furthermore, I have previously mentioned that one should not easily disclose their identity while engaged in Umbu duties. Refer to your position or codename in future operations. Understood, Captain. Select a mask and choose a codename for yourself. During missions, teammates typically address one another by their codenames. A codename, you say? Musashi pondered. Fierce. Wolf, tiger. Leopard, the heavenly stems and earthly branches. He settled on Dove as his codename, for he abhors conflict and bloodshed, yearning for peace. Musashi Ryoga briefly perused his options, ultimately donning an unassuming chicken-headed mask. With a somewhat conflicted heart, he replaced the green bodysuit he had worn for many years with a uniform and jonin vest. Accompanied by Kakashi Hatake, he was introduced to his teammates. Everyone, this is the new member of Team 6, codenamed Dove. In a training ground of the Umbu, Musashi Ryoga, masked, received a warm welcome from his new colleagues. Kunai and Shuriken whistled through the air, zipping past him. A few even grazed his attire, embedding themselves into the earth. Musashi directed a puzzled gaze towards Kakashi, who merely shrugged. It's a tradition in the Umbu. They seek to learn more about new members. Upon hearing this, Musashi's gaze shifted to the individuals in the vicinity. Some perched upon stones, others in trees, and some dangling from branches, their postures lacking decorum. Their scrutinizing eyes were fixed upon him. Hey, newcomer, how old are you? Inquired an Umbu member from atop a tree, looking down upon him. Musashi gazed back at the figure, revealing the signature white eyes beneath his mask, and smiled politely. Quite mature. He turned to Kakashi, asking, Captain, may I reciprocate this greeting with a shuriken? Certainly. With that, Musashi reached for his ninja tool pouch. Greetings, everyone. I shall be your new teammate. With a flourish, a kunai shot forth, his final words escaping his lips. Musashi Ryoga, I look forward to your guidance. Boom, 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 boom. As the greeting shuriken had been aimed at the ground, Musashi had no intention of targeting them directly. The elongated weighted shuriken aimed for the earth beneath their feet, delivering a heavy impact that resonated against the soil, rocks, and trees. Stones shattered, tree trunks splintered, and dust erupted into the air. With a swift reaction, one person vanished from the spot, while the slower ones inevitably appeared somewhat flustered. Cough, cough. A few figures landed on the ground. The foremost individual removed their mask, revealing a pair of disdainful eyes that quickly softened. I am Hinata Uchiha, codename Rabbit. Welcome aboard, Pigeon. Ryoko Musashi merely glanced at the other party before shifting his gaze to the remaining members. Each person removed their mask. As it was merely a precaution against being recognized during missions, there was no need for concealment among teammates. After all, they were to undertake missions together, and unfamiliarity could lead to impersonation. Sporting a peculiar forehead protector was Yamato, while the strikingly beautiful Yuzuki Yuin had flowing purple hair. Indeed, she was captivating. Hey, I was the first to greet her. Why are you staring at someone else? Hinata Uchiha complained. Oh, my apologies, Ryoko Musashi quickly replied, taking off his mask to reveal a handsome, youthful face, slightly embarrassed. That beautiful person inevitably draws the eye. It's not that you're unattractive. It's just that I possess an eye for beauty. Humph. Hinata Uchiha scoffed. What does beauty matter if someone already has a boyfriend? I am merely appreciating beauty. Ryoko Musashi responded. Besides, I have a girlfriend as well. Hinata Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Ryoko Musashi then inquired, is there a mission today? Yamato replied, no. We gathered everyone here today precisely because there is no mission to get acquainted. I see, Ryoko Musashi pondered. In that case, let us go for barbecue. It's on me. He enthusiastically invited his new companions. The group fell silent for a moment before directing their gaze toward Kakashi Hatake. A gathering for barbecue hardly seemed like the work of an elite team. However, with someone offering to treat, what were they to do? Kakashi was momentarily at a loss. Typically, they would spend their time together strategizing for missions or honing their skills for combat. Who would think of something as leisurely as dining out? Only Musashi, who spent his days with Guy, would entertain such notions. Musashi, regarding the gathering I know, Captain, you adore miso grilled eggplant, right? I'll ask the chef to prepare a few extra for you. Ryoko Musashi exclaimed, grabbing Kakashi, who was about to voice his thoughts, and beckoning everyone. What are you all standing around for? Let us go. Lunchtime is upon us, and if we don't hurry, we may miss out on good seats. With that, he took the lead, draping an arm around Kakashi. Hinata Uchiha and the others exchanged glances. Let us go, since Musashi is so warmly inviting us. It would be somewhat rude to decline. Indeed, Yamato agreed. It would be best not to reject the enthusiasm of a new teammate. I want to eat grilled octopus balls. Yuzuki Yuin chimed in. The group stowed away their masks and gear, making their way to the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Tender meat sizzled over the charcoal, exuding an irresistible aroma, while refreshing juices and beer added to the allure. Ryoko Musashi raised a glass of juice. To youth, cheers. Cheers, echoed the group. How does one integrate into a new environment? It is merely a barbecue. If that proves insufficient, then perhaps two. In the training grounds of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki is covered in dust. Sweat trickles down his face as his gaze fixates on a distant tree, which bears numerous scratch marks. Clutching a stopwatch in his hand, he presses the button and propels himself forward with a powerful push from his legs, sprinting towards the tree. As he approaches his target, his breath becomes increasingly labored. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he accelerates once more. Upon reaching his destination, he halts the stopwatch. A glance at the time fills him with despair. Another failure. How infuriating, he was so close. He observes the early sky, feeling the remnants of his dwindling stamina. Gritting his teeth, he resolves to try once more. What are you doing, Naruto? A familiar voice calls out, and Naruto's eyes brighten. Boss. Mizuki Kuma approaches slowly, glancing at the scratch marks on the tree with a smile. Are you practicing your running? Yes, Naruto replies. We had a running competition during the day, but I can never beat Kiba. That little guy with the ninja dog. Yes, that's him. We compete to see who can reach the target the fastest to win all the snacks, and I've lost so many times. Mizuki glances at the fastest record on the tree and chuckles. How much do you still need? Naruto lowers his head in disappointment. 13 seconds. That is quite a gap, Mizuki observes. In that case, I shall train you. Really? You'll train me, boss? Naruto's eyes sparkle with excitement. Yes, Mizuki nods. Follow me. They walk to a flat area, and Mizuki inquires, Naruto, how is your chakra refinement coming along? Boss, I've successfully refined my chakra, but I struggle with ninjutsu. As he speaks, Naruto forms hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. With a puff, a shadowy figure appears beside him, vaguely resembling Naruto, though still lacking full form. Is this sufficient? Mizuki remarks. Due to the influence of the Nine Tails, Naruto has lagged in his mastery of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yet, that is of little consequence. With his Uzumaki lineage, he has ample chakra to undertake basic training. Naruto, you are still young. Chakra extraction should be done in moderation. Let us engage in some simple exercises to help you catch up to Kiba's speed. Naruto clenches his fists. Okay, boss. Teach me quickly. I must surpass that guy. Listen closely. First, evenly distribute your chakra, then gradually release it beneath your feet. Next, attempt to unleash a simple thrust of chakra. Thrust. Do you understand? As Mizuki explains, Naruto slowly channels his chakra to his feet. Explode. However, the gathered chakra does not erupt. It merely dissipates beneath him. Boss, it's ineffective. You are not supposed to let the chakra simply disperse. Mizuki ponders how to simplify the explanation for Naruto. After a moment, a spark of inspiration ignites in his eyes. Naruto, how many steps did you take to complete the race against Kiba? Approximately 2,000 steps, I suppose. Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment and replied. That sounds about right. Ryoko Musashi then instructed, now, allocate roughly 1,000th of your chakra each time, but be careful not to overdo it. Afterward, he sat on the ground, picked up a leaf, and placed it on the front part of his foot. As a surge of chakra coursed through his foot, it suddenly erupted. The air pressure exploded, shattering the leaf into fragments. Let us start with the simplest task. Your chakra control is just beginning. If you stand still, the sensation won't be very pronounced. Like I demonstrated, use a leaf or a piece of paper and position it before your foot. Then, with a consistent amount of chakra, unleash it instantaneously to propel it forward. Take your time. You don't have to explode it like I did right away. Begin slowly, and when you can push the leaf a step away, you will know you've made progress. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists. Understood, boss. I will practice diligently. He mimicked placing a leaf in front of his foot, controlling the flow of chakra, and then, explosion. The leaf felt the disturbance of chakra and gently fell to the ground. The power was still insufficient. Undeterred, Naruto picked up the leaf and continued practicing. For him, having a method to improve was already a source of immense joy, which Ryoko Musashi greatly admired about him, his vitality and resilience. Several hours later, Ryoko Musashi called out to the practicing Naruto. "All right, there's no rush in your training. Once you can push the leaf a step away, I will teach you the next phase of your practice. Compared to climbing trees or treading water, which requires variable chakra control due to changing environments, this fixed-force chakra training is merely a small skill." That night, back home, Uzumaki Naruto sat on the ground, picked up a leaf, and placed it on his foot. Boom. The leaf fluttered down. Boom. Again, the leaf drifted down. Boom. Until midnight, exhausted from chakra depletion, Naruto gazed at the leaf that had flown away and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day at school, he was softly muttering to himself. Boom, boom, boom. "Naruto, what are you mumbling about in class? I've seen the teacher glare at you several times," Akimichi Chuji inquired, munching on snacks during recess. Uzumaki Naruto replied, "I'm practicing the secret technique my boss taught me. Just wait, it won't be long before I surpass Kiba." Not far away, Inuzuka Kiba clearly doubted him. "Naruto, don't get ahead of yourself. You still have a long way to go if you want to beat me." Just wait and see," Uzumaki Naruto retorted confidently. "When the time comes that I win your snacks, don't come crying." 3 days later, after finishing dinner, Ryoko Musashi was pulled by Naruto to witness his training results. Boom. With a light shout from Naruto, the leaf positioned at his foot was propelled by a surge of chakra, flying over a foot away. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Ryoko Musashi with an expression of exhilaration. "How is it, boss? Am I ready to proceed with the next phase of my training?" The esteemed Kyugami Musashi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Naruto, your progress has surpassed my expectations. Remarkable. With that said, let us commence your next stage of training." Leading Naruto Uzumaki to an open area, Kyugami instructed, "Now, run in place." Obeying the command, Naruto began to lift his legs in a rhythmic imitation of running. Next, utilize the chakra release technique you have been practicing these past few days, synchronizing it with your footfalls. Release the chakra solely from the balls of your feet. Avoid releasing it from the entirety of your foot, as it may disrupt your balance during movement. Remember, the chakra must erupt precisely at the moment your foot strikes the ground, neither too early nor too late. Furthermore, ensure that the intensity of the chakra release remains stable and consistent. Do not exert it too forcefully. Following Kyugami's guidance, Naruto repeated the movements tirelessly. After 3 days of diligent practice, he had become quite adept at releasing chakra from the soles of his feet. As time passed, the chakra's eruption from his feet gradually aligned with his rhythm. "Boss, I've managed to do it. What comes next?" Naruto inquired. Kyugami responded, "What comes next? There is no next. This is sufficient. The remainder lies in persistent practice. First, stabilize your chakra output. Once you become familiar with it, it will become increasingly effortless." "But boss, it feels ineffective," Naruto protested. "The sensation of chakra erupting from my feet is akin to someone lightly tapping my soles the moment I land. Is this truly the ultimate technique you have taught me? It seems less impressive than I had envisioned. What other effect do you desire?" Kyugami retorted. "Is it not enough to help you surpass Kiba? Now, familiarize yourself with the movements, and then attempt to run the race route." Upon receiving the instruction, Naruto retrieved his timer and made his way to the spot where he had previously raced with others. As he pressed the timer, he exerted himself towards the finish line. While running, he simultaneously focused on controlling the chakra output beneath his feet. The target tree loomed nearer, and as he thrust a kunai into its trunk, Naruto raised his hand to check the timer, disbelief evident in his eyes. 3 minutes and 33 seconds. "I did it. I truly did it. Hooray." He hurriedly approached Kyugami Musashi. "Boss, I accomplished it. I matched Kiba's record." "You are amazing." A smile graced Kyugami's face. "Naruto, do not rejoice too soon. At this level, it is still possible for Kiba to surpass you. In your recent run, there were several points where you faltered. First, your chakra control was lacking. The depth and force of each step varied, as evident from your form. Second, the amount of chakra output was incorrect. You should distribute the chakra evenly with each step. The first half of your run was adequate, but your chakra fell short in the latter half. Third, your rhythm was off, while your running pace was swift. The frequency of your chakra bursts did not keep up. You must continue to practice diligently. Once you master the ability to unleash chakra at will while running, Kiba will surely be unable to catch up with you." Naruto's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. It seemed as though Inuzuka Kiba could already envision a splendid scene where he would inevitably surpass his rival. He leapt up suddenly, embracing his leader, Kyogoku Musashi, exclaiming, "Boss, I am certain I can achieve it. Indeed, I believe in you. After all, it is the vibrant essence of youth," came the encouraging reply. The sun shone brightly upon the streets of Konoha, where Uzumaki Naruto strutted ahead, brimming with pride, accompanied by several diminutive companions, with face adorned in paint. Inuzuka Kiba continued to mutter in disbelief. How is it possible? How can Naruto suddenly advance so swiftly? He has even surpassed me. How infuriating. Hearing this, the exuberant Naruto turned around, beaming widely. Ha ha ha, Kiba. I told you, my boss taught me secret techniques, and I am bound to triumph over you. No sulking allowed. Humph. Kiba retorted, I am not a child. I won't sulk. Just wait. In a few days, I shall reclaim my title as number one. Naruto laughed. You're just boasting. Hee hee, I'll be waiting for you. As this chapter was not yet concluded, readers were encouraged to turn to the next page for more thrilling content. Noticing Akimichi Choji eyeing his snacks enviously, Naruto promptly placed a generous handful into Choji's hands. Winning against Kiba was paramount to him, yet he could not bear to see Choji longing for treats. Choji was deeply touched. Naruto, thank you. You are truly kind. Oh, no need to be so formal, Naruto replied, scratching his head bashfully. His triumphant demeanor only served to aggravate Kiba further. I must win. Nara Shikamaru lazily commented, Kiba, Naruto has indeed progressed significantly. You used to be far faster than him, but now he has outpaced you. If you are not familiar with Naruto's secret techniques, your chances of victory are quite slim. At this, Inuzuka Kiba felt a wave of concern wash over him. After a brief pause, he sheepishly inquired, Naruto, what exactly is the secret technique your boss has taught you? Just asking, if Naruto doesn't tell me. I won't pry any further. Well, that is. Naruto scratched his head. Indeed, Naruto is unlikely to divulge such secrets to me. Kiba mused internally. The secret technique? It's a chakra technique my boss taught me. I'll share it with you shortly. Kiba's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? Nara Shikamaru interjected. Naruto, are you truly going to share your secret technique with Kiba? What if he surpasses you again? Naruto chuckled. Haha, if he surpasses me, then I shall seek out my boss to learn even more formidable techniques. He smiled, valuing the bonds of friendship over mere victory. As the group shared laughter and camaraderie, a sudden chorus of shrieks from a group of girls echoed ahead. Looking up, Naruto's previously joyful expression faltered as he recognized a familiar figure standing on the street. Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed as though he sensed someone watching him. When Sasuke turned to face Naruto, observing him as the class underachiever, his interest waned. With a dismissive glance, he shoved his hands into his pockets and sauntered away. Behind him, the nostrils of Naruto Uzumaki began to emit white vapor. How infuriating. That guy Sasuke. What is so exceptional about him? He struts around with that arrogant demeanor. How can he attract so many girls? Clearly, I am far more handsome than he is. A few small figures exchanged glances, suppressing their inner complaints. In need of Naruto's guidance on his secret technique, Kiba Inuzuka pulled him back and urged, forget it. Let us go. One day, Naruto, many girls will like you too. Humph. At the next combat class, I will definitely show that Sasuke what I am capable of. Naruto Uzumaki declared with indignation. At the border of the Land of Fire, in the dense forest, several figures dashed swiftly towards the direction of Konoha. Not far behind, figures clad in red ninja attire pursued relentlessly. Run faster. We cannot allow the Konoha ninjas to return alive, came the urging voices. And the speed of the red-clad ninjas intensified. The two groups of figures continued to close the distance between them. Boom. The deafening roar of explosive tags echoed, and fragments of stone and wood obstructed the retreat of the Konoha ninjas. The two parties met swiftly, and the sounds of clashing weapons and exploding ninjutsu erupted in unison. Chakra surged forth, flames danced wildly. The glint of blades and the spilling of blood composed the eternal symphony of the ninja world. Would release. Great force technique. Towering trees grew, obstructing the advance of the pursuing rock ninjas. However, with the deployment of explosive tags and razor-sharp blades, the trees were swiftly cleared away. The Konoha ninjas once again engaged their foes. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release. Hyuga-Yu's cheeks bulged with veins as he exerted all his strength into his Byakugan, attempting to discern every movement of his opponent in search of a flaw. Yet, his adversary was a formidable jonin, with a pair of long blades dancing in an impenetrable manner. The ninjutsu attacks were all mid to long range, rendering his gentle fist technique ineffective. A long blade once again opened a gash upon his body. As his opponent formed hand seals, intense chakra began to accumulate. Hyuga-Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes flooded with even more chakra, maximizing the power of the gentle fist. Yet, it was futile. His role within the team was to scout the enemy, and the gentle fist was only suited for close combat. While there were techniques suitable for long-range attacks, such as the 8 trigrams empty palm, he, being a branch member of the Hyuga clan, had not been granted the qualification for such training. Flames erupted before him. Even as he attempted to dodge swiftly, he was inevitably scorched by the fire release. Hyuga-Yu's thoughts churned. The suppressed notion finally ceased to hesitate. He took a deep breath, gazing at the approaching enemy, and let out a thunderous shout. "Pigeon, pull a brother up." In the distance, amidst the chaos of battle, a familiar voice immediately responded, "Coming," accompanied by the sound of rushing air, just as a mocking smile rose on the enemy's lips. A blue chakra sphere rapidly expanded in his sight. At that moment, the enemy suddenly recalled the recent rumors circulating among the secret factions of various nations. Within Konoha's Anbu, a formidable practitioner of taijutsu had emerged. The chicken-headed mask, the Jonin's vest, and the azure chakra sphere exude formidable strength. With a resounding crash, the ultimate compression and rotation of chakra unleash a power capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. The Iwagakure shinobi attempts to block with dual blades, only to be sent flying, both him and his weapons, by the spiraling sphere. The overwhelming force crashes against his body, inflicting a searing pain. Damn those Konoha ninjas. He curses inwardly amidst the agony, when suddenly, a dark light looms larger before his eyes, resembling a weighted metal bar. This becomes the final thought of his life. Nearby, an Iwagakure ninja recognizes Ryagami Musashi as he witnesses the scene. With hands forming seals, the ninja calls forth flickering lightning, shouting, "Who are you? Have the courage to reveal your name." Ryagami Musashi responds with a mighty shout, Konoha's gale of strength. A resounding boom follows. After dispatching the enemy, Ryagami Musashi reaches down to pull Hyuga-Yuichi from the ground, gesturing with a single finger. After a brief pause, Yuichi despondently nods, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. Subsequently, the two join the fray alongside their comrades. 10 minutes later, the battle subsides. The enemy, realizing the tide has turned, retreats hastily. Ryagami Musashi and the others begin to tidy the battlefield and attend to the wounded. Yamato inspects the injuries of his teammates, exhaling in relief moments later. Though several are gravely injured, fortunately, none have perished. He glances at Ryagami Musashi, who is aiding the wounded not far off, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. When Ryagami Musashi first joined Team 6, he, like the other Anbu members, harbored doubts about Musashi's abilities. After all, preceding him was Uchiha Itachi. With such a paragon to compare against, and considering Musashi's youth, it was natural for comparisons to arise. Yet, Musashi's performance proved exceptionally remarkable, not merely for his strength or his decisiveness in eliminating foes. In truth, during missions, Ryagami Musashi displayed a lack of enthusiasm, even complaining to Kakashi Hitaki about the excessive number of tasks. What truly garnered respect from his peers was his unwavering attitude towards his teammates. Whenever someone found themselves in peril and cried for help, Musashi was quick to disengage from his opponent to provide assistance. Gradually, reliability and enthusiasm became the prevailing sentiments about Ryagami Musashi. Reliability referred to his steadfastness during missions, whether rescuing allies or thwarting enemies. He consistently fulfilled his duties, regardless of whether the adversary was a Genin, Chunin, or Jonin. He could hold his ground in combat, whether with a well-placed shuriken or a spiraling sphere, ensuring he never faltered in battle. If that proved insufficient, he would unleash 2 more. Thus, it became evident that in executing Hokage missions, Ryagami Musashi's approach was somewhat lackadaisical. However, no one voiced any objections. After all, since his arrival, Team 6 had suffered the fewest casualties among the Anbu squads, greatly easing the burden of Yamato, who had recently taken over as captain from Kakashi Hitaki. As for his enthusiasm, it was unmistakable. In contrast to Hatake Kakashi and most of the ANBU ninjas, Ryoko Musashi does not exude an aura of danger or gloom. Even within the shadows of ANBU, he remains unwavering in his commitment to self-discipline. Whenever he is not on a mission, be it in the wilderness, at the base, or during ANBU meetings, he can always be seen strapping on weighted gear, ready to train at any moment. Even in the absence of his signature green spandex, his youthful vigor radiates brilliantly. After work, he frequently invites his colleagues out for dinner. As an obscure yet renowned artist, Ryoko Musashi certainly possesses the means to treat his co-workers, thanks to the success of his midnight endeavors. Over time, however, his colleagues began to feel uncomfortable with always being treated and often reciprocated the invitations. Gradually, the entire 6th ANBU squad became enamored with the various dining establishments in Kanehagakure, making a remarkable contribution to the local economy. One fateful night, Sarutobi Hiruzen lingered in his office, the sound of his smoking pipe punctuating the silence. The deep furrows on his brow added further lines to his already aged visage. Hiruzen's expression was one of concern, for he had just returned from a visit to ANBU, only to discover that the 6th squad was inexplicably absent. Although it was after hours and the 6th squad was not on duty, it was customary for each ANBU unit to have at least one member present to ensure that the Hokage could be reached at any time. This was akin to the voluntary 996 work culture of the ninja world. Yet today, he found the entire 6th squad missing. Was it permissible to leave so early when not on duty? This was hardly in the spirit of the will of fire. Suddenly, Inuzuka Tsum entered the office, striding confidently toward Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I have inquired about the situation. Oh, where has the 6th squad gone? They went out for dinner, replied Tsum. Dinner? Hiruzen was taken aback by this notion. While it was not uncommon for ninjas to dine together, such as Might Guy, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai gathering occasionally when not on missions, the ANBU were different. Engaged in the grim realities of intelligence and assassination, it seemed unlikely they would indulge in such leisure. He posed the question, is there a specific reason? What prompted this sudden gathering? Tsum's expression grew slightly peculiar as he explained. It seems a new sushi restaurant has opened in the heart of Kanehagakure, and the owner is quite an attractive woman. Hinata Yuichi invited everyone to enjoy sushi. Hiruzen furrowed his brow even more tightly. He had indeed noticed the beauty of the sushi restaurant's owner when he had covertly observed the village's security. While there was nothing inherently wrong with his subordinates dining out, Hiruzen felt a twinge of discomfort. Here he was, the Hokage, still attending to his duties, while they, as his direct ANBU, were out enjoying themselves? He sighed softly, deciding he might be overreacting. After all, it was merely a dinner gathering, albeit sudden. It was not a grave matter. Yet, Tsum's demeanor suggested there was more to the story. After a brief pause, he resolved to speak candidly. Hokage-sama, the 6th squad does not simply dine out occasionally. What do you mean? They dine out quite frequently, Tsum replied. At least 6 months ago, Class 6 developed a habit of gathering for meals. It is rumored that some indulge in alcohol, ever since Kakashi Hatake relinquished his duties in the Umbu. With Yamato stepping in, the frequency of these gatherings has increased significantly. The sound of the Hokage's hat crashing onto the table reverberated through the room. The dissatisfaction etched on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was unmistakable. He, the esteemed Hokage, a man of considerable age, a grandfather, was still burdened with official duties late into the night. While his subordinates in the Umbu frequently indulged in feasting, it was utterly intolerable. Who was the instigator? He inquired. The atmosphere grew tense as his subordinates nervously lowered their heads, one of them muttering softly, I cannot be certain. But it seems the members of Class 6 take turns treating one another. There appears to be no discernible pattern. However, considering the timeline, it likely began after Takeo Ryoko joined. In an instant, an image of a young man clad in a green jumpsuit, radiating vigor and determination, flashed through Sarutobi's mind. Oh, so it is he. Sarutobi prodded his thinning hair with his pipe. That boy's influence could indeed be significant. If it were any other Umbu, a simple suggestion from him would suffice to prevent such gatherings during duty hours. But if it is that Takeo Ryoko, he could almost envision the youthful figure exclaiming, Hokage-sama, look, my comrades and I are forging bonds of youth. Shaking his head, he dismissed the image. Sarutobi felt a twinge of frustration. Alas, the very concerns he harbored have materialized. When Might Guy earnestly implored him to transfer Ryoko to the Umbu, he had concocted an excuse to decline, fearing that the once solemn and austere Umbu would be led astray by his exuberance. Upon realizing Ryoko's potential, he experienced similar hesitation. However, on one hand, the boy was exceptionally talented and had minimal entanglements with the clans and higher-ups. On the other, he was still quite young. Sarutobi had initially believed that under the influence of the others, such occurrences would not transpire. Yet, the more he worried, the more it seemed that his fears were coming to fruition. The once disciplined Umbu was on the verge of transforming into a youthful fraternity. If this continued, he could only wonder what it would eventually become. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sarutobi allowed the smoke to swirl before him, contemplating. Should I transfer this fellow out of the Umbu? Or perhaps grant him a leave of absence? Damn it! Damn it! The comforter was suspended in midair as Naruto Uzumaki relentlessly pounded on it, muttering incantations as he did so. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the sound of the door opening. What is the matter, Naruto? He heard a voice say. Turning, he realized it was Takeo Ryoko who had entered, completely unnoticed by him. Boss, you're here. Yes, I brought you some fresh sushi, Ryoko replied, placing the bag on the table. What's wrong? You seem quite upset. Did something happen at school? Naruto exclaimed, indeed. Boss, you remember Sasuke from our class, right? Of course, what has he done to upset you? The chapter does not end here. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Naruto's face was one of indignation. Humph, that guy, always acting so full of himself. All the girls in the class are infatuated with him. But is he really that remarkable? Furthermore, during the combat lessons, he exudes an air of superiority as if no one can match him. So you lost to him? Ryoko Musashi pierced through the facade. What do you mean I lost to him? Naruto Uzumaki retorted. It was merely a casual spar. He took me by surprise and launched a sneak attack. Then came the argument about how a school spar could hardly be deemed a loss. It was merely a matter of chance. All right, Ryoko Musashi interjected. So are you upset because all the girls fancy him, or because you lost to him? Or is it perhaps a combination of both? Naruto's gaze turned somewhat melancholic. Boss. That strikes a chord. Ryoko Musashi concluded. So, in regard to Sasuke, you feel neither favored by the girls nor capable of defeating him, correct? Indeed. Naruto lowered his head despondently. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, boss, weren't you in school with Sasuke's brother? How did you fare against him back then? I heard Sasuke mention that his brother is exceptionally strong. Did you ever lose to him? Ryoko Musashi was momentarily speechless. He reminisced about the past, recalling how all the girls in class indeed adored Itachi Uchiha. As for strength, well, Naruto, some matters are best left unexamined. In any case, I will teach you the ways of training, striving to help you surpass that Sasuke. Naruto's eyes glimmered. So, boss, you were once in a similar position as me, weren't you? Ryoko Musashi smiled. Naruto, I can't quite recall the details of the past. However, if you keep asking, we might not have time for training. I was wrong, boss. Please teach me. Naruto quickly conceded. Although the stories of the boss and Sasuke's brother facing hardships must be quite intriguing, the pressing matter at hand is to resolve his own issues. Having grasped Naruto's sentiments, Ryoko Musashi began contemplating his training regimen. Surpassing Sasuke Uchiha would indeed pose a challenge given Naruto's talents. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their innate abilities. Sasuke's talents are exceptional even among the Uchiha. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, none are lacking in strength. To begin with, jinjutsu is something the ninja school scarcely teaches. Even if it were taught, with Naruto's talents, he could never rival Sasuke. As for ninjutsu, he fared poorly upon graduation, barely managing the body flicker technique, while Sasuke was already capable of unleashing great fireballs. Even if he were to train Naruto, it would be difficult to catch up in a short span. They would need to wait for the Nine Tails to secretly provide Naruto with chakra to improve. In terms of taijutsu, the Uchiha clan is also formidable. Damn, the hereditary nature of talent is truly enviable. Ryoko Musashi mused. However, there remains a glimmer of hope for taijutsu. The Uchiha's physical skills are indeed impressive, yet Sasuke is still quite young. Naruto's Uzumaki physique is not to be underestimated either. At this juncture, if training is executed properly, the possibility of surpassing the opponent is not entirely absent. Neither party has unleashed their full potential yet, and with diligent effort, the gap can be diminished. Organizing his thoughts, Ryoga Musashi instructed Uzumaki Naruto to sit properly, saying, Naruto, it is quite challenging to overcome Sasuke. I believe you should focus on enhancing your physical techniques. Physical techniques, like the training you undergo, boss? queried Naruto. Not quite, Musashi replied, shaking his head. My training methods may not necessarily suit you. Furthermore, a methodical approach to training can be rather slow. Do you recall the chakra control techniques I taught you earlier? Yes. Naruto nodded. Boss, do you mean for me to unleash chakra during combat to enhance my speed? Not exactly, Musashi refuted. Your chakra burst still lacks sufficient magnitude. While the disparity may be noticeable in a long-distance run, it will not suffice to bridge the gap in close combat against Sasuke. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, having undergone extensive professional training, and his proficiency in physical techniques far exceeds yours. Coupled with guidance from accomplished Uchiha masters since childhood, the disparity is comprehensive. Minor enhancements will yield little benefit. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naruto remarked, Boss, your words are rather blunt. Naruto, what purpose does euphemism serve? You must confront the disparity head-on. If you aspire to catch up to Sasuke, you need to urgently enhance two aspects. First, you must strengthen your offensive capabilities. Currently, any of your attacks merely tickle Sasuke. You require more formidable means to have any chance of overcoming him. Second, you must acclimatize yourself to higher intensity combat. The sparring and instructional standards at your ninja academy are far too low. With such training intensity, do not expect to surpass Sasuke. Thus, you need a master of physical techniques to engage you in more vigorous battles, allowing you to accumulate combat experience. Otherwise, employing your tactics against Sasuke, which work against children, will not withstand even the first round. But, boss, you are always on missions. Where will I find a skilled opponent to train with? Naruto asked. Musashi smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, I can arrange a training partner for you. Really? Who? Naruto inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. My former teammate, Izumi. She is also of Uchiha descent and an accomplished fighter. Her guidance will be more than adequate for you. She is currently engaged in the medical corps, but she has time in the evenings. I can invite her to train you. This will also familiarize you with Uchiha combat techniques, which is most suitable for your needs. Boss, you are amazing, Naruto exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. But now that I have a formidable opponent, how should I enhance my offensive capabilities? I just mentioned it. It's still about chakra control, Musashi stated. The initial chakra burst is merely the most rudimentary application. As an energy extracted from the human body, the potential of chakra is vast and extraordinary, with countless methods of utilization. Today, I shall teach you how chakra can elevate your physical techniques. Mizuki Takumi spoke as he picked up a sheet of paper, crumpling it into a small ball before forcefully flicking it towards the ramen barrel on the table. The paper ball zipped through the air, striking the barrel with a dull thud before bouncing away. He fashioned another ball of the same size, pinching it between his fingers. Chakra enveloped his hand, its solid form even visible in outline to enhance Naruto's understanding. Beyond enabling the release of ninjutsu and creating various force fields, pushing, pulling, and adhering, chakra fundamentally enhances physical capabilities. Observe, I exert the same force as before, but with chakra applied externally and internally on my fingers, he declared. And with a firm flick of his fingertips, the paper ball shot forth, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Almost simultaneously, a loud bang echoed as a coin-sized hole appeared in the ramen barrel. The noodles inside shattered. See, with chakra's enhancement, both strength and speed are significantly amplified. The greater the enhancement, the more formidable the impact. This technique is a fundamental skill for ninjas in battle, and as a ninja's abilities grow, so too does the technique's potency. Lady Tsunade, a legendary figure of Konoha, has perfected the art of enhancing physicality with chakra, complemented by various advanced techniques, forming a skill that resonates throughout the ninja world. Boss, Naruto Uzumaki interjected weakly. Rest assured, Mizuki Takumi replied with a smile. For now, you need not think so far ahead. Simply enhancing your speed and strength will yield favorable results in your confrontation with Sasuke. Boss, Naruto lamented. What you just shattered was my breakfast for tomorrow. Mizuki Takumi retorted, Child, all you think about is ramen. Eat less of that stuff in the future. Nourishing food is what you should consume. Did you hear me? Tomorrow morning, we shall have steak. It's settled. The team from Ebisu had long since disbanded. Mizuki Takumi joined the Umbu, while Uchiha Izumi became part of the medical unit. After recovering, Ebisu felt ill-suited for battle and the responsibilities of leading a Jonin team. Following a formal request to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he transitioned to a special instructor focused on nurturing talent. As for Nozuki Oki, he found himself in the most leisurely of positions. Upon realizing that his mentor and teammates had successively departed, he decided to abandon his ninja duties altogether. As one of Konoha's major tax contributors, Nozuki Oki applied for an exemption from ninja missions under the pretext of his identity as the son of the judo family, dedicating himself to the arts. Acknowledging that the revenue generated by his creative endeavors far surpassed the profits from missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to Nozuki Oki's request. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the frequency of Umbu missions had diminished lately. Yamato even approached Mizuki Takumi, requesting an extended leave. Naturally, Mizuki Takumi was more than willing. The monotony of missions paled in comparison to the freedom of personal training. Subsequently, he sought out Nozuki Oki, requesting a few commuting birds, and submitted a request to Sarutobi Hiruzen to go on an outing. His reason was to visit the grave of his father, Ryoma Kinta, in the Rain Village, to see if it could be relocated back to Konoha. Tsuruhi Nikizane could not refuse the call. However, Ryagami Musashi had no intention of heading to the Rain Ninja Village. He planned to complete his tasks and return, concocting a convenient excuse to appease others. For instance, the villagers of Rain Ninja had discovered Ryagami Kinta's espionage identity, resulting in an explosion at the grave. Such an explanation would be easily fabricated. The land of grass lies at the convergence of the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. It boasts a considerable number of ninjas for a small nation, proficient in studying and adapting techniques from foreign lands. Continuous battles marked its history. A colossal bird, rendered in ink, descended from the heavens. Ryagami Musashi leaped from the avian figure. Today, he eschewed his usual tight attire and the Leaf Village ninja garb. Instead, he donned a loose-fitting white robe that accentuated his well-proportioned physique, beneath a neatly cropped hairstyle. His handsome visage radiated vitality. The bird transformed into a painting upon a scroll. Ryagami Musashi stowed the scroll away, surveying the grass ninja village from a distance. It appeared rather peaceful, he mused softly. From an external perspective, Grass Ninja Village bore resemblance to the Leaf Village, both thriving with life while concealing underlying malevolence. Perhaps the Leaf Village was not so different. Both were mere makeshift arrangements. An unnamed advisor to the Hokage had exerted considerable effort for the sins of the Leaf. After a brief moment of admiring the scenery of Grass Ninja Village, Ryagami Musashi withdrew his gaze. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang. Bang. Two figures swiftly vanished from the spot. Ryagami Musashi proceeded toward the village hospital. His recollection of Uzumaki Kuri was rather vague, only recalling that she resided near the hospital in Grass Ninja Village. The mother and daughter shared a modest room, used by injured ninjas until they returned home, often to die. Uncertain of the number of hospitals in Grass Ninja or the exact location of their dwelling, he resolved to search patiently. He would surely find it eventually. After more than an hour of circling the Grass Ninja Village, Ryagami Musashi finally spotted a familiar, dilapidated house nestled in a corner near the hospital. There was no one around as he approached the dwelling. Envisioning the plight of the mother and daughter, perhaps the little girl was scarred and battered. He opened the door. Inside the dimly lit room, no little girl was present. A musty odor mingled with a faint scent of decay assaulted his senses. A figure lay motionless on the bed, an adult. Is Karui's mother still alive? Does this mean Karui has not suffered the same fate as her mother? An inner excitement stirred within Ryagami Musashi as he moved closer. Long, dry, and disheveled hair sprawled across the bed, indicating the presence of a woman. The stench of decay and the proximity of death emanated from her. Exposed beneath the yellowed blanket were emaciated limbs, marred with bite marks. The sight was haunting. Ryagami Musashi maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes darkened with a hint of concern. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the scarred, gaunt skin, arms, neck, cheeks. The texture was akin to leather, and the unevenness of the scars sent a shiver through him. The figure stirred slightly. Under the gaze of Ryagami Musashi, the woman slowly and laboriously opened her eyes. She looked at him for a while before managing to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "Do you still need me?" No response came. The woman strained to widen her eyes further, feeling as though death was imminent. Yet, she thought, it was acceptable if they required her. She could endure anything. If she could hold on a little longer, her daughter might gain more time. Again, she summoned her voice. "I can." A finger pressed against her lips. Something felt amiss. With renewed effort, she opened her eyes a fraction more and beheld the man before her. He was handsome and youthful, yet he was not from her village. The villagers were cruel and impatient. unlike this man who radiated a warm and gentle chakra. He looked at her, his eyes filled with remorse and compassion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being late. The woman's eyes flickered, and gradually, a glimmer began to fill them. Her breaths, once faint and near extinguished, grew rapid. She attempted to turn her body to observe the man more closely, but failed. However, she noticed his hair was black, not red. Who are you? Ryagami Musashi stepped closer, ensuring he was fully within her line of sight. Who I am is not important. My teacher is also of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, a sudden spark of hope ignited in her eyes. A brilliant light glimpsed just before the extinguishing of life. But soon, that radiance was eclipsed by fear. She tried to raise her hand, yet could only manage a slight movement of her fingers. Ryagami Musashi took her hand, recognizing the fear in her gaze. Do not worry. The people here cannot stop me. I will take Corinne. The shinobi of the grass cannot hinder us. The woman finally became animated, lying on the bed as tears streamed down her face, soaking the pillow. If you have anything to say, please speak to me. There's still time. There is still time. Yet, even as he spoke, Ryagami Musashi's heart sank. Although he was not a sensory ninja, he could sense the overwhelming aura of death surrounding her. Or rather, this woman was, in essence, already a lifeless soul. Her body had withered, sustained only by a final flicker of will, preventing her spirit from fully dissipating. The woman gazed at Ryagami Musashi, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with longing. It seemed she had countless words to express, yet as she locked eyes with him, she summoned her last strength to utter a few words. Be good to her. I will. The light in her eyes dimmed. The fleeting spark of life that should never have lingered faded away, and a smile graced the cracked corners of her lips. To see hope before death, she must have found joy along the way. Ryagami Musashi gazed quietly at the woman. He sensed the complete dissipation of vitality from the other. The already tenuous warmth of the body was rapidly declining, transforming into a thoroughly lifeless and wretched corpse. He retrieved a scroll, carefully gathering the remains of the deceased along with a few meager belongings scattered around the room. Then, he commenced his journey towards the hospital. His pace was unhurried, fearing that haste might unleash a previously dormant and fiery urge for slaughter deep within him that he could no longer suppress. Inside the hospital, Ryogumi Musashi faced no hindrance. No one would have anticipated the presence of foreign ninjas within a facility designated for the injured and ill. The corridors occasionally echoed with muffled groans of agony. Ryogumi Musashi endeavored to sense his surroundings, methodically searching layer by layer. Before he could locate his target, he overheard a conversation ahead. That little girl resembles her mother too closely. She looks perpetually unfortunate. Contributing to the village's ninjas is the only valuable thing she can do. If the village hadn't taken her in, she would have long perished elsewhere. After all, she is not a native of our village. One cannot rely on her. As long as she proves useful, we might as well make the most of it. Hopefully, she can endure longer than her mother. Otherwise, the injuries of our ninjas will become a significant issue. In a patient room, two women clad in white nurses' uniforms were engaged in conversation. Ryogumi Musashi strode in unceremoniously and inquired, "Where is that little girl? What is this? You're injured too? Where?" The plump nurse glanced at Ryogumi Musashi, realizing he was not one of the higher-ranking ninjas she recognized, and promptly grew impatient. I ask again, where is that little girl? First, tell me where you were injured. Minor injuries don't matter unless you bring an elite ninja to discuss it with me. The plump nurse remained perplexed, wondering where this young man had come from. Is that little girl someone you can just demand to see? She thought, intending to make him aware of his place. However, she soon found the man had stepped closer, his hand gripping her thick neck with a gentle yet firm pressure. With a sickening crack, her stout neck snapped sideways. Her heavy body crumpled to the floor, writhing like a dying pig, desperately attempting to cling to life. After a few futile struggles, it fell still. The slender nurse gasped in horror, her once lovely features contorting in fear. She attempted to scream, but a hand had already seized her throat. The man's gaze was cold and profound, his voice emerging from his throat as if forced out. Point me to the girl. Where is she? Instinct for survival compelled her to raise a trembling hand. Such an adversary should be dealt with by the esteemed ninjas, not by a mere medical personnel. The man lifted her effortlessly, following her indicated direction, and soon he discovered his objective, a small patient room. Inside, a tiny girl with red hair, red eyes, and black glasses was gritting her teeth, eyes shut tight, tears streaming down her face. Deep bite marks stained her delicate, pale arms, still oozing blood. The nurse felt the hand gripping her neck tighten spasmodically, causing her to startle, fearing imminent death. Yet, she soon realized the grip had merely quivered momentarily. Her instinct for survival surged forth, compelling her to plead for mercy, hoping her assailant would spare her. In the next moment, the grip around her neck tightened abruptly. A crisp crack echoed from her bones to her brain, and the world slowly faded to darkness. Thud! The sound of a lifeless body hitting the ground startled the girl who had been silently weeping. Uzumaki Shorin opened her eyes to find an unfamiliar young man before her, debonair, handsome, and exuding a pure aura. Yet, at this moment, he carried an air of extreme savagery. She could not comprehend what had transpired, only noticing that the woman who had previously mocked her lay sprawled on the ground. Bewildered, she raised her delicate arm, noticing bloodstains, and quickly switched to the other. "Are you going to bite me? Come on." The man approached leisurely, tearing a clean bedsheet with a swift motion and gently wiping away the blood from his hands. Uzumaki Shorin stared blankly at him. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The man's gentle chakra enveloped her, and he spoke soothingly. "Do not fear, I shall take you away. From this day forth, no one shall harm you. Never again." In the distance, a rumble echoed, followed by thick black smoke and flames. Ryokami Musashi realized that his shadow clone had already set into motion. With the sound of alarms and cries, the hospital staff began to dwindle. After a brief moment, Ryokami Musashi cradled Uzumaki Shorin and made his way outside. She, unaware of the chaos surrounding her, instinctively nestled deeper into his embrace, feeling that safety lay within his arms. "Who are you? Where are you taking her?" A wounded ninja, spotting Ryokami Musashi, sensed something amiss. He was met with a hand crackling with lightning. Bang! Red and white matter splattered, and a mist of blood erupted in midair. Ryokami Musashi remained expressionless. Continuing forward, one by one, injured ninjas and medical personnel began to notice him, gasping and shouting in alarm. Those still capable of movement gathered around him. Ryokami Musashi focused his chakra, arcs of electricity beginning to flicker. He carefully avoided disturbing Shorin in his arms. His hands and legs danced with lightning. Confronted by the oncoming adversaries, he unleashed simple, yet powerful punches and kicks. His lightning technique had advanced to the second stage during his battle with Uchiha Itachi 2 years prior, allowing him to form a rudimentary lightning armor that enhanced his physical attributes. After 2 years of research and training, his lightning chakra had now preliminarily entered the third stage, evolving towards greater agility and stability. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The sweat shed on the Konoha training grounds and the passing of time had never been wasted by him. Facing him were not elite jonin, but rather chunin and genin, with the latter in the majority. Their abilities and jutsu, in Ryokami Musashi's eyes, lacked any sense of intimidation. The disparity between the ninjas of the small hidden village and those of Konoha was vast, especially considering that they were a group of wounded individuals. With each swing of his fist and kick, a life of a ninja is extinguished. Limbs fracture, and abdomens and skulls burst open. The heavy stench of blood permeates the hospital corridors, mingling with the scent of disinfectant. Ryoko Musashi has not felt such an overwhelming urge to kill as he does today. If possible, he would unleash several-tailed beastballs right here. In his arms, the trembling figure of Uzumaki Shorin clings tightly to him, seeking a semblance of security. As a member of the perceptive Uzumaki clan, even with her eyes buried in Ryoko Musashi's embrace, she can sense the chaos unfolding. Moreover, the nauseating aroma of blood in the air is almost unbearable. "Stop him. We cannot allow him to take the girl," a ninja shouts. In the next moment, a whistling force of heavy burden strikes him, shattering his form into pieces. Limbs and skulls are sent flying in all directions. The nearby ninjas are momentarily paralyzed with fear at this horrific display, hesitating to advance, torn between action and inaction. A few brave souls dare to strike. Ryoko Musashi respects their courage. With a single hand, he forms seals, causing the air to crackle with lightning. Lightning release, Thunder Fong technique. The violent thunder paralyzes the bodies of the ninjas. Some attempt to evade, while others launch a sneak attack from behind. They are met with a swift kick. Boom. Another explosion echoes, shaking the air. The overwhelming force finally intimidates the ninjas present. They grit their teeth, gripping their weapons tightly, yet swallow their fear, unwilling to take another step forward. Incompetence. Get out of my way. A gruff voice bellows. The ninjas rejoice, turning to the source of the sound. At the entrance stands a burly ninja with slicked back hair. Judging by his attire, he is a jonin from the grass village. Put her down, and I will grant you a swift death, he declares. Uzumaki Karin shudders, recognizing him as the one who had been controlling her and her mother, bringing them here. A powerful jonin, rendering them helpless. Sensing her fear, a hand gently caresses her back, easing her tremors. Do not fear, I will take you away. Whoever blocks our path will perish. The grass village jonin scoffs. You're quite young to have such bravado. Are you a ninja from that village? Why have you abducted someone from the grass village? Ryoko Musashi replies, my village affiliation is of no consequence. This girl is mine, and I intend to take her. Do you have an objection? The grass village jonin's face darkens with anger. This woman and her mother reside in our village, and it is our duty to ensure their safety, which comes at a cost. A cost? Rent, perhaps? Ryoko Musashi murmurs. That is one way to put it. Who do you think you are, daring to come to the grass village and take our people? You have killed many of us, and you have successfully provoked my wrath. Today, I will make you understand the taste of fear. Upon hearing this, Ryoko Musashi forms seals. Shadow clone technique. He transfers Uzumaki Karin into the hands of his shadow clone, gazing intently at the grass village jonin before him. The fury within me has escalated to an unbearable level, even yielding a faint smile reminiscent of the one I bore when I vanquished the wandering samurai. It has been an eternity since I felt such an intense impulse to extinguish life. You wretched beings, inferior even to beasts, dare to call yourselves ninjas. Today, I shall send you all to your demise. The lightning chakra surged violently, enveloping my entire being. Yet, sensing that it was insufficient, I unleashed the gates. Open. Rest gate. Open. Life gate. Open. Injury gate. Open. Death gate. Open. The grass ninja sensed the impending doom and swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release. Fire spear. Wind release. Wind break. Two formidable jutsu were unleashed in quick succession, converging upon Ryoga Musashi. However, the speed of the jutsu could not match that of Ryoga Musashi, whose figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the enemy. Boom. The mud clone shattered into fragments. Ryoga Musashi, unfazed, swiftly delivered a kick towards his side. Boom. The rising earthen wall was obliterated, sending debris flying towards the foes behind. The grass ninja coughed up blood, astonished and unable to wipe it away in time. He rapidly formed hand signs again. Fire release. Flame dragon roar. Water release. Water break. Once more, two jutsu surged forward, one after the other. The fire release, in the confines of the hospital, was bound to cause greater casualties, yet the grass ninja had no time to ponder such matters. The enemy's strength was beyond his expectations, instinctively warning him of a lethal threat. It felt as though a terrifying being, existing on a higher plane of life, had unleashed an overwhelming intent to kill upon him. The ensuing water release, aside from attempting to thwart the enemy, was also meant to mitigate the extensive damage caused by the fire release. However, contrary to his expectations, the grand jutsu failed to harm or impede the adversary. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, flames erupted everywhere. The powerful torrent of water was cleaved apart. Amidst the chaos of fire and water, a figure, encircled by lightning, approached with an indomitable aura that instilled fear. A single punch shattered the arms that stood in defense. A flying kick obliterated half a leg. Another kick. The only remnant of what had once been a person was a solitary head. Ninjutsu, river flow ceiling. Ninjutsu, 5 elements ceiling. The fluctuations of chakra and the crackle of lightning extinguished. The battle concluded far too swiftly. The grass ninja's gaze brimmed with despair. The youth before him was not a ninja he could contend with. At such a tender age, wielding such power, undoubtedly, he was a ninja of the 5 great nations. His own chakra was sealed, and even the blood vessels at the severed limbs ceased to bleed. Of course, without his limbs, he could not perform any jutsu. Yet the fact that his adversary did not immediately slay him instilled a deeper fear than death itself. Ryoga Musashi lifted him effortlessly, along with the shadow clone carrying Karin. As they exited the hospital, in the face of the enemy's fearful gaze, he remarked, I pondered for a moment and must concede that you have a point. Since you reside here, it is only fair to pay some rent. However, I believe that merely these words are somewhat insufficient as rent. I shall pay you a little more on their behalf. My dear, There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the excitement unfolds, he said, under the gaze of the latter, forcefully waved a scroll, sending it soaring into the distance. Release. The sealing technique was undone. Above the hospital, oil cascaded down like a torrent. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale surged forth, scattering the flammable oil everywhere. The hospital, nearby buildings, and trees were all enveloped in a shroud of burning oil. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. Scorching flames erupted forth. The hospital, the first to be engulfed, was instantly enveloped by fire, causing metals to swiftly melt into molten iron. Flames erupted within a radius of 100 meters, and soon, the surrounding oil ignited in a conflagration, creating a sea of fire. Within the buildings, anguished cries echoed, only to be silenced swiftly. The hospital, along with the vicinity of Grass Shinobi Village, was engulfed in flames. The fire could incinerate all evils and bloodshed. Drawing forth the Great Bird Scroll given by Nozai Ryoko Musashi summoned the Great Bird, ascending into the sky with two others. Half an hour later, the Grass Shinobi Jonin could no longer restrain his curiosity. Why not kill me? Where are you taking me? Ryoko Musashi reassured him. Rest assured, I will kill you soon. I simply couldn't find the right place before. Now, I have. He guided the Great Bird downward. They arrived at a dense forest, where a swamp of several dozen meters lay in the center. Ryoko Musashi glanced around and nodded. This will do. The Grass Shinobi Jonin felt an ominous sensation. What are you planning to do? Ryoko Musashi explained. Nothing much. Don't the Grass Shinobi enjoy biting? I thought it fitting for you to experience what it feels like to be bitten. Unable to find a suitable creature, I thought I would enlist the help of other animals. He pointed towards the swampy mire. It teems with little creatures, insects, venomous bugs, and reptiles. There will certainly be no shortage of carnivorous beings. Perfect for you. A look of intense dread flickered in the Jonin's eyes. Kill me. If you have the ability. Then do it. Bang. With a single punch, the words were silenced. Ryoko Musashi seized him by the nape, reminiscent of how he once held Uzumaki Karen, and flung him into the mire. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Countless venomous insects and snakes sprang forth, grateful for the bounty of nature. A faint whimper resonated from the mire. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the breath of life gradually faded away. A life returned to nature within the muck. Ryoko Musashi exhaled deeply, as if to expel all the gloom and fury from his heart. His thigh was gently embraced. Looking down, he saw Uzumaki Karen. He bent down to cradle her in his arms. What's wrong? Are you scared? Do not fear, do not fear. Uzumaki Karen extended her small hands and embraced him in return, whispering softly, do not be angry. Do not grieve for me. It's nothing. It's all over. Ryoko Musashi was momentarily stunned. After a while, he reached out, gently stroking Uzumaki Karen's back. Yes, it is all over. In the future, our lives will embark on a brand new journey. Within the Hokage office, Uzumaki Shion timidly peered from behind Kugami Musashi, gazing at the kindly elder before her. Despite the gentle smile he wore, her lineage as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan allowed her to sense the formidable chakra emanating from him. Shion, greet the Hokage. Musashi instructed. Hokage Grandpa, my name is Shion, she whispered softly. The sweetness in the little girl's voice deepened the creases on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, akin to an elder who had stumbled upon a treasure in the fields. Very well, Shion. From now on, you may reside peacefully in Konoha. This will be your home. Hiruzen replied warmly. Musashi, regarding Shion's enrollment, I shall make the necessary arrangements, he added. Thank you, Hokage-sama. This brings me great relief, Musashi expressed with gratitude. What a delightful young girl, Hiruzen remarked, observing Shion with a smile. If you ever need anything, come find Grandpa, understood? Understood, Hokage Grandpa, Shion affirmed. After exchanging a few more words of concern, Musashi took Shion and departed. Hiruzen merely mentioned that Shion had fortuitously encountered them as a relative of Uzumaki Kushina, having been rescued from mistreatment in the grass village. There was no need to elaborate on the more sordid details of her past. For Shion to integrate into Konoha and ultimately enter the Ninja Academy, prior consent from Sarutobi Hiruzen was essential. Unless Shion were to obscure her identity and alter her appearance, it would be impossible to conceal her lineage. If she had been brought from one of the 5 great nations, Musashi might have considered such a course of action, as he could not predict how Hiruzen would react to the implications. However, the grass village? that was unfamiliar to Hiruzen. He claimed no knowledge of it. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen welcomed Shine's arrival with open arms. Gaining a member of the Uzumaki clan was a cause for celebration. His affectionate tone signified a clear stance. This girl, much like Musashi, bore the mark of the Hokage. It was foreseeable that during her future experiences in the Ninja Academy, Shine would receive the nurturing care of Hokage Grandpa. That sufficed for Musashi, who only needed to remain vigilant against Danzo. At Musashi's residence, Uchiha always donned a small apron, wielding her tools as she diligently cleaned every nook and cranny of the house. After a while, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her brow. Her spirits were evidently high as she hummed a cheerful tune. She occasionally paused to polish the table or dust the chair arms, while a small white dog observed her efforts with a resigned demeanor, its round eyebrows drooping. "Little one, stop spinning around. You're making my head spin. Besides, it's already quite clean. It's a trivial area, and you've polished it to a shine." Setting down her tools, Aoi wiped her brow and retorted, "Peter, I've told you, I am not little one. My name is Uchiha Aoi. Furthermore, it is you who is the little one." Peter, with a haughty flick of his canine head, retorted, "I am a mature and powerful ninja dog. While I was battling in the ninja realm, you were yet to be born." Uchiha Aoi clearly did not believe him. "You are merely boasting. I cannot fathom what Brother Musashi sees in you. All you do is eat and sleep and eat. In these 2 years, I have not seen you engage in anything else." Peter's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. As the contract ninja beast of Ryoko Musashi, his duty was to remain at home, safeguarding the safety of Shobu and the others. Should any unexpected situations arise, he could summon Ryoko Musashi back. However, Konoha was, after all, a relatively peaceful ninja village. There was rarely any danger to be found. Consequently, for years, his existence had been reduced to hiding within the house, feasting on gourmet dog food and gazing outside. His fellow ninja dogs envied him somewhat, covertly mocking him for having grown rounder over the years. "What do you know, little one? I have excelled in fulfilling Musashi's tasks. If it weren't for your tender age, I would certainly show you just how formidable I am." Uchiha always scoffed, feeling that she was no longer a child and should not engage in a verbal spar with a little dog. Thus, she conceded, all right, you are indeed impressive. Peter, I fail to perceive your sincerity." At that moment, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. Aoi's eyes lit up as she skipped towards the entrance. "Brother Musashi." As the door swung wide, Aoi was astonished to discover not only Brother Musashi outside, but also a bespectacled girl with red hair. "Aoi, you're home. Why haven't you gone out to play today?" Musashi greeted. "I noticed you have been on a mission for several days. The house must be covered in dust, so I came to tidy up." "Is that so? Aoi, you are wonderful. Please take a moment to rest." Observing that Aoi's attention was fixed on the girl, Ryoko Musashi introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Uzumaki Kairan. She will be living here from now on. You both can play together." "Hello, I am Kairan." The girl politely greeted, her mind still pondering the relationship between herself and Ryoko Musashi. On the opposite side, Aoi fell silent momentarily, a flicker of intrigue flashing in her wide eyes. This girl has an intricate relationship with Brother Musashi. She began to scrutinize Kairan more closely. Her vibrant but unkempt red hair, her unremarkable black-framed glasses, and her fingers that fidgeted nervously in the presence of strangers. She appeared to pose little threat. Where did Brother Musashi bring this girl from? "Hello, I am Aoi," Uchiha Aoi replied, and then turned to Ryoko Musashi with a question. "Brother Musashi, why is Sister Kairan living here? Does she not have a place of her own?" "Well, Kairan will be living here as part of our family from now on," Musashi explained. "Aoi, make sure you both get along well. I will go buy some ingredients and invite Izumi over for dinner." As Ryoko Musashi stepped out, Aoi's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Uzumaki Kairan as she raised her chin slightly. "What is your relationship with Brother Musashi? Why are you living with him?" Vortex Caffin discerned a hint of hostility emanating from the young girl before her. "You just heard it. I am part of my brother's family." "Who are you?" Uchiha Aoi pondered for a moment before proudly declaring, "My sister is my brother's girlfriend." "Oh, I see." A glimmer passed through Vortex Caffin's glasses. "I thought you might have feelings for him." A flicker of panic briefly crossed Uchiha Aoi's eyes. As night fell, Ryagami Musashi and Shobu laid out an exquisite feast to celebrate the arrival of a new family member. Vortex Caffin and Uchiha Aoi nestled closely together. Vortex Naruto, intrigued by the girl sharing his surname, peppered Ryagami Musashi with questions. Boss, why does Kafin share the same surname as me? It's merely a coincidence, replied Musashi. Boss, why does Kafin have red hair? It's rather unusual, isn't it? Musashi's gaze turned peculiar. Strange, yet delightful. Naruto, remember your assessment. Should you encounter anyone with red hair in the future, express it just as you have now. What do you mean, boss? Does this mean we can play together from now on? Musashi responded, if Kafin enjoys playing with you, it would certainly be acceptable. By the way, Kafin will be enrolling in school shortly. She is of similar age to you, and the Hokage has arranged for her to be in your class. Remember, should anyone bully Kafin, ensure they receive a thorough beating. If you fail to protect her, I shall hold you accountable. Vortex Naruto pounded his chest confidently. Rest assured, boss. I'll look after her at school. Meanwhile, Vortex Kafin and Uchiha Aoi whispered to one another. Who is that yellow-haired brat? That's Vortex Naruto, my brother's shadow. He is well cared for by him. He has the surname Vortex, Kafin mused. But he seems rather dull, doesn't he? He looks not very bright at all. Uchiha Aoi nodded in agreement, whispering, I think so too. Let us keep this between us. Be careful he doesn't report us to Musashi Onaikin. Vortex Kafin replied. Let us not discuss him for now. She glanced at Shobu, who was playfully serving food to Ryagami Musashi, and the silent Uchiha Izumi beside them, nudging Uchiha Aoi with her shoulder. I believe Shobu-nichan is truly my brother's girlfriend, don't you think? Someone boasted about it earlier. Uchiha Aoi bit her lip, retorting softly. My brother is a powerful ninja. One day, he will realize that my sister is the one suited to be his girlfriend. Someone as formidable as him should be with an exceptional Uchiha Kunoichi. At this, Kafin let out a small tch. After dinner, Uchiha Aoi, under Uchiha Izumi's insistence, bid farewell to Ryagami Musashi. Peter escorted Kafin to prepare her sleeping quarters before succumbing to slumber. It admitted that Aoi's assessment held a modicum of truth. However, indulging in leisure and slumber without the burden of missions was undeniably blissful. In the kitchen, Ryagami Musashi and Shobu busied themselves washing the dishes. Sister, Kafin is a relative of my teacher. She will be residing here from now on. When I am not home, please take care of her. Understood, Shobu replied while drying a plate, casting him an exaggerated eye roll. After stepping out for a brief moment, you immediately enlist my assistance in caring for the children. If you were to embark on several missions over the course of a year, would that not result in a household full of little ones? No, that could never be the case. Suzaku quickly asserted his stance. Even if there were children, they would be with my sister. Go. Shobu's face flushed a deep crimson. She gazed at the recently sprouting height of Suzaku, who had once been shorter than her, but was now nearly taller. With such thoughts, the color of her face deepened even further. Hastily finishing the dishes, she hurriedly departed. Suzaku looked on in bewilderment as she fled in a panic. Truly, my sister remains so easily embarrassed. At the Ninja Academy, the questioning commenced. What are the characteristics of the elemental weaknesses of the water release technique? Irika stood at the podium, surveying the sea of students below. There was Akimichi Choji, sneaking snacks, Inazuka Kiba, fast asleep, Nara Shikamaru, visibly bored, and Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes darted in panic, seemingly muttering, You can't see me. You can't see me. Naruto, would you care to answer this question? Uzumaki Naruto stammered. The water release counters fire release, and the characteristic is, teacher, I just happened to forget. After struggling for a moment, Naruto confirmed his lack of knowledge. Irika sighed softly. He had anticipated this. Having taken on the role of Naruto as homeroom teacher for some time now, he felt quite powerless regarding the boy's performance. Most troubling were Naruto's endless pranks, which seemed to arise without cease. Additionally, his academic record was abysmal. Subjects such as ninjutsu, ninjutsu fundamentals, the will of fire, the history of past Hokages, and the 5 essential principles of the strongest Hokage were all at the bottom of the class. The only area where he excelled was in taijutsu. Each teacher found themselves at their wits' end with a student like him. Uchiha Sasuke, would you kindly respond to the characteristics of how water release counters fire release? Below, the perpetually brooding and handsome Uchiha Sasuke lifted his gaze and began reciting the knowledge with an unflappable demeanor. The characteristic of water release countering fire release lies in the disparity of chakra density and explosive power between the two. Only under specific conditions can water release prevail. Wow, so cool. Sasuke, look at me. My perfect boyfriend. Uchiha Sasuke's correct answer immediately ignited a chorus of screams and adulations from the class. The commotion grew so loud that even Iruka was unable to quell it. Many boys in the classroom wore expressions akin to constipation, particularly Naruto, whose level of frustration was most pronounced. His eyes were fixed on the posing Uchiha Sasuke nearby. How infuriating. That guy is showing off again. Humph. What is so impressive about that? He was just punched in the face by me last time. Next time, I shall surely land a couple more punches on that face. Uchiha Sasuke, just a short distance away, evidently heard his words. After answering the question, he cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. That previous incident had merely been an accident. Sister Izumi has already revealed your techniques to me. Henceforth, you shall never have the chance to defeat me again. Having said that, he lowered his head, choosing to ignore the frantic Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka's lecture continued. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated as the classroom door swung open, revealing Takumi Suzumiya, who entered hand in hand with Hanabi. Iruka-sensei, the Hokage has sent me here, he announced. Iruka set aside the book he was holding and approached warmly. Jonin Suzumiya. The Hokage has briefed me about your visit. You need not worry. No need for such formality. Just call me Takumi. I entrust Hanabi to your care. Rest assured, I shall look after Hanabi diligently. As Takumi exited the classroom, Iruka took Hanabi by the hand and stood at the podium. This is Hanabi Uzumaki, who will be your new classmate from now on. I hope you all will care for one another and grow close. Hanabi, please introduce yourself. Share a little about your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Hanabi surveyed her classmates with a sense of wonder. The presence of a teacher and a cohort of peers was an environment she had never experienced before. Compared to the hidden grass village, this place was incomparable in its appeal. She clenched her small fist, steeling herself. My name is Hanabi Uzumaki. I love pork cutlet rice, kind people, and I detest those who are cruel. My dream is to become a formidable kunoichi, and to stay by Takumi and I's side. Let us welcome her. Iruka led the applause, and the students joined in. Wow, this girl seems quite impressive. Really? Her red hair is rather peculiar, I assent it. Plus, she wears glasses. She looks a bit dazed. Possibly shy. Who was the ninja that brought her here? Iruka-sensei seems to hold him in high regard. I don't know. Perhaps he is a skilled ninja. Skilled? I've seen him. He used to wear an atrociously garish green jumpsuit and was always training in taijutsu. Repeating the same move for hours, he must be an average ninja. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. Hey, you lot, don't speak ill of my boss. My boss is amazing. If you dare to badmouth him, be wary of my wrath. The boys, upon hearing this, murmured quietly, he just beat Sasuke once. What is there to boast about? Yet they dared not speak louder. Uzumaki Naruto continued, and from now on, Hanabi is under my protection. If anyone troubles her, they shall not escape my fury. Naruto, who are you being rude to? Iruka's voice caused Naruto to freeze momentarily. Sit down now. Naruto obediently complied. Iruka turned to Hanabi. Hanabi, please choose a seat where you feel comfortable. If there are any parts of the lesson you do not understand, take your time. Hanabi glanced around the classroom. Logically, she and Naruto had recently formed a bond. However, his foolish demeanor left her disinterested. Furthermore, sitting next to a boy felt rather awkward. She surveyed the room and finally fixed her gaze on a girl with white eyes. The chakra emanating from her felt gentle and radiant. She approached and inquired, May I sit beside you? Oh, that would be wonderful, Hinata Hyuga replied. After the vortex of fragrance settled down, Iruka continued his lecture. Below, the students were quietly observing the new classmate, while Uchiha Sasuke fixated on the direction in which Ryogumi Musashi had departed, wearing a contemplative expression. It is him. Without a doubt, he is the one who obstructed that man, rescuing Sister Izumi and Aoi. The classmates were unfamiliar with Ryogumi Musashi, yet Uchiha Sasuke recognized him. On that fateful night, only 3 members of the Uchiha clan survived: himself, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Aoi. Notably, the two had not ventured out that evening. Naturally, he was curious about the reasons behind their survival, and through various inquiries, he stumbled upon a piece of astonishing information. That night, someone had thwarted the man and successfully saved 2 Uchiha clan members. Ultimately, he sought out Uchiha Izumi and learned the name of that individual, Ryogumi Musashi. A teammate of Uchiha Izumi, he was merely an unremarkable figure in everyday life, initially assessed by that man as a low-ranking ninja upon entering school. Uchiha Izumi had urged him to keep this revelation confidential. Today, he encountered that person once more. That rascal Naruto must have also managed to secure a victory against him under Musashi's guidance. Irika, still passionately lecturing at the podium, was covering material Sasuke had already mastered, offering nothing novel. In his heart, Uchiha Sasuke repeatedly uttered the name, Ryogami Musashi. As evening fell, within a high-end residence in Konoha, Uchiha Izumi was preparing dinner while fending off her younger sister Uchiha Aoi, who was persistently pestering her to go out and play. Aoi, please stop whining. We can visit Musashi's house tomorrow, alright? But why? Dear sister, I still want to play with Xianglin. Aoi tugged on the ears of her rabbit plush toy, attempting to persuade her sister. What fun is there? Xianglin is in the 4th grade, and you are just in the 1st. How could you possibly play together? Who says? Xianglin and I get along splendidly. Uchiha Aoi lied with remarkable simplicity. Sasuke is the same age as Xianglin and is your brother. Why don't you spend some time with him? No way. Sasuke is always so gloomy, devoid of any energy. I prefer someone like Musashi, who is sunny and full of life. That's not happening. You must stay home today and focus on your schoolwork. Humph. The things the teachers teach at school are ridiculously childish. There's no need to take them seriously. Despite Aoi's various tactics, Uchiha Izumi remained resolute in her decision. Aoi, with her childlike simplicity, did not grasp the nuances of the situation. Uchiha Izumi, however, felt uneasy in the presence of Ryogami Musashi. Although they shared a bond of camaraderie as former teammates, it was an entirely different matter. She had originally been Itachi Uchiha's official girlfriend, and now she was frequently visiting Ryogami Musashi's home. It seemed utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, it was evident to anyone that he and the ramen shop owner, Aoi, were inseparably close. Who knows, they might have even engaged in intimate acts. Was it truly enjoyable to be a third wheel? In the midst of her wandering thoughts, the open door was suddenly knocked upon. Uchiha Izumi looked up in surprise to find Uchiha Sasuke standing at the threshold. Sasuke. She felt a twinge of astonishment, for he rarely took the initiative to visit. Come in quickly. I just finished preparing dinner. We can eat together, she invited, not expecting him to hesitate for a moment before actually stepping inside, removing his shoes. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. Her invitation had not been a mere formality. Since moving into her new home, she had consciously embraced the role of the elder sister in the Uchiha family, intending to care for the two children. However, Sasuke had become exceedingly reclusive, maintaining a respectful distance from her, displaying an attitude that was both respectful yet aloof. This was a form of avoidance tinged with guilt. Uchiha Itachi had taken many lives, including those of Izumi and Aoi's relatives. Sasuke found it difficult to confront them. To her surprise, today he had not declined her invitation. With a mixture of astonishment and composure, Izumi set the table with clean dishes, inviting them to dine. The atmosphere was thick with silence. So, Sasuke, how have your studies been at school? Are you managing well? Izumi broke the silence with a note of concern. It's fine, he replied. Oh, that's good to hear. There are many children at school. You should make sure to get along with everyone, she encouraged. There must be quite a few pretty girls in your class, right? Do you have a crush on anyone? Even though you're still young, it's all right to explore such connections, she added playfully. No, I find such things tedious, Sasuke retorted. Izumi's younger sister, Aoi, could no longer contain herself and interjected, Sister, perhaps we should focus on finishing our meal in peace. A few minutes later, Sasuke set down his bowl, indicating he was full, and quietly sat back, waiting for the two to finish. Under his gaze, Izumi and Aoi hastened their pace, eager to conclude the uncomfortable meal. After dinner, Izumi began to clear the dishes, and to her surprise, Sasuke stood up to assist. Sasuke, please sit down, I can manage. She insisted. It's all right, I can help, he insisted stubbornly. Izumi sensed something peculiar about him today. He was acting unusually. Once the dishes were cleared, they settled on the sofa. Sasuke, is there something weighing on your mind lately? Izumi inquired gently. Sasuke nodded. Izumi-ne, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Oh, what is it, Sasuke? Sasuke, Izumi-ne, are you and Jonin Musashi currently in a romantic relationship? Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. What? What do you mean by a romantic relationship? Is it not so? Then you must be quite close to Jonin Musashi, for he risked his life to save you. Izumi felt her head spin slightly. Well, we know each other fairly well. Why do you ask, Sasuke? What has prompted this question? Sasuke, Izumi-ne, I would like to ask for your assistance in introducing me to Jonin Musashi. If possible, I hope to receive his guidance. The curriculum of the ninja school progresses at a glacial pace, and the lessons imparted by the teacher are utterly unhelpful to me. I find myself in dire need of the aid of a formidable ninja. Though Uchiha Izumi has yet to acquiesce, Uchiha Aoi, brimming with excitement, has already begun to leap with joy. Hooray! Sister, let us go find Brother Musashi. Right now? Sit still. Uchiha Izumi lightly admonished her, contemplating for a moment before conceding to Aoi's request. Very well, Sasuke, let us go after dinner tomorrow. He should be home then, and I shall take you to meet him. Given that Sasuke rarely solicits her assistance, she felt compelled to oblige. However, I cannot guarantee anything. His current commitments may leave him with little time. It would be wonderful if Sister Izumi could assist, Sasuke replied. I wish to go as well. I want to go too. Uchiha Aoi chirped incessantly from the side. Understood. Now hurry and complete your homework. The following evening, Ryoko Musashi was at home, continuing his studies in ninjutsu while guiding Naruto Uzumaki in chakra control exercises. After much effort, Naruto had finally managed to best Sasuke Uchiha once, igniting a fervent enthusiasm for training within him. He believed that if he could secure a few more victories, the girls in his class would surely take a liking to him. Ryoko Musashi affirmed this notion as he provided guidance when a knock echoed at the door. He was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Izumi arrive. Izumi, what brings you here? Without uttering a word, Uchiha Aoi eagerly bounded forth. Not just my sister, but I am here too, brother. Aoi, come in quickly. And this must be Sasuke, right? Please, take a seat. Uchiha Aoi joyfully skipped to Ryoko Musashi's side, her small hand naturally grasping his larger one. Behind her, Sasuke Uchiha entered, his gaze landing on Naruto, who was diligently practicing chakra control. Naruto, noticing him, shot a disdainful look. What is this arrogant brat doing here? He thought to himself. Surely, receiving guidance from Master Musashi is the reason for your progress. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi was explaining her purpose for the visit to Ryoko Musashi. Musashi, this is my younger brother, Sasuke. He greatly admires you and hopes to receive your guidance and assistance. Ryoko Musashi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Sasuke has come seeking my counsel? How delightfully unexpected. However, he then turned his gaze to Uchiha Izumi, asking, is this how you request favors? Coming empty-handed? Uchiha Izumi replied with a frown. Ryoko Musashi continued, please do not look at me with those eyes. Is it not customary to bring a gift when asking for a favor? Very well, I shall agree. After all, it is difficult to refuse a request from such a confident young lady. Uchiha Izumi's expression soured slightly. Sensing her growing irritation, Ryoko Musashi quickly redirected his attention to Sasuke. So, Sasuke, do you wish for my guidance? Indeed, the lessons from the school have become unsuitable for me, and I aspire to receive instruction from a powerful ninja like yourself, Sasuke replied earnestly. Ryoko Musashi struggled to suppress a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It is said that this should be the first time Uchiha has expressed respect towards him. Calming his emotions, he contemplated and spoke. As for guidance, it is premature to discuss. The Uchiha training system is quite comprehensive, and my experience may not necessarily be applicable to you. Uchiha Sasuke, I would be immensely grateful if Master Musashi could spare some time. Ryoko Musashi replied, very well, every Saturday morning. You may come to the training field in Konoha, and I can dedicate some time to train alongside Naruto. The location is known to Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, who was sulking not far away. Thank you, Master Musashi. However, there is a condition, Ryoko Musashi suddenly interjected. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, thinking Musashi would present some special request. What is your condition? Please, do tell. From now on, call me Brother Musashi. A flicker of light danced in Ryoko Musashi's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto were both taken aback by Musashi's request. Noticing that Uchiha Sasuke hesitated to respond, Ryoko Musashi continued, what is the matter? Are you unwilling? No, Uchiha Sasuke hastily shook his head, although he felt quite awkward about it. He chose to comply in order to enhance his strength swiftly. Very well, Brother Musashi. Brother, I want to join too. I want you to guide me in my training as well. Uchiha Aoi shook Ryoko Musashi's hand eagerly. Very well, Aoi can join too. Uchiha Aoi was instantly overjoyed. On the weekend, at a corner of the Konoha training ground, Ryoko Musashi was diligently securing weights to himself. The weights were varied in size and style, affixed to his torso and limbs. Unlike the fixed weight of 80 pounds that Lee utilized, these were specially crafted weights he procured from the Rock Village at a considerable cost. The hard metallic weight strips were sealed with advanced techniques from the rock village, capable of achieving formidable weight with the infusion of chakra. He was reluctant to use even his kunai with such weights. Shadow clone technique. Boom. The main body moved to one side, commencing his physical training. This was his unwavering daily task. Left behind was a solitary shadow clone, facing a serious Uchiha Sasuke, a disgruntled Naruto, a focused Ino, and an obedient Aoi. Alright, let us commence. Sasuke, for the next part, use all your means to attack me. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, or weapons. Anything goes. Let me assess your strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly. Is he only using a clone? He said nothing further and drew a kunai from his tool pouch, positioning himself for an assault. Let us begin. As Ryoko Musashi called out to start, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sharpened immediately. He aimed to have his strength acknowledged. The shurikens and kunai in his hands sliced through the air, striking towards Ryoko Musashi from various angles. Not bad trajectories, Ryoko Musashi remarked, extending his hand to flick. The speeding shurikens and kunai appeared exceedingly slow to him. With a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of metal clashing, kunai and shuriken fell to the ground. The second wave of ninja tools swiftly followed. Ryagami Musashi employed the same tactics, sending all the ninja tools flying. Crash! As the delicate steel wires suddenly tightened in midair, the launched weapons instantly changed direction, once again attacking from behind him. Unfazed, Ryagami Musashi lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his form gracefully leaping into the air. His toes grazed the incoming ninja tools. The shuriken and kunai were accelerated in an instant, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the air, rebounding towards Uchiha Sasuke. Bang! 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 The ninja tools whizzed past Uchiha Sasuke's ears, embedding themselves deeply into the earth behind him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. That was close. If the trajectory had shifted just a bit more, I would have been dead. Such thoughts flickered through his mind. Ryagami Musashi called out, "Come again." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sasuke suppressed his astonishment. His adversary would not kill him. The terror he felt moments ago was merely instinctual. Recognizing that his thrown weapons posed no threat to his opponent, he gripped the kunai tightly and charged forward. Bang! Bang! Crash! Crash! Aimed at every vulnerable spot, his neck, chest, joints, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet, Ryagami Musashi merely waved his hands casually, effortlessly deflecting each assault. How powerful! Stronger than all the teachers at the academy. Uchiha Sasuke marveled at his opponent's prowess in his mind. Just a mere clone could effortlessly neutralize all his strikes. Behind him, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were equally wide with astonishment. However, he was not shocked by Ryagami Musashi's strength. In his heart, his leader was the strongest. What left him astonished was Uchiha Sasuke's display of skill during the battle. Fierce, relentless, far superior to the sparring sessions at the academy. Had he employed such tactics during their last taijutsu match, Naruto might not have emerged victorious. The battle continued to unfold. As time passed, Ryagami Musashi could clearly sense that the force behind Uchiha Sasuke's strikes was gradually diminishing. No room for complacency. Give it your all. Bang! A kick was blocked by Ryagami Musashi with one hand, prompting Uchiha Sasuke to leap back swiftly. In midair, he rapidly formed hand seals. Upon landing, he charged his energy. Allowing a moment to pass, Ryagami Musashi patiently awaited, until the scorching flames began to take shape in Naruto Uzumaki's widened gaze. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball was small, barely forming, yet the intense flames were undeniably real. So, you can already perform fire release, Ryagami Musashi remarked softly. Subsequently, blue arcs of electricity coalesced around his right hand. He then swung his right arm forcefully. Boom. The fireball was instantly dispersed, and the lightning-imbued hand loomed larger in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. In terror, the palm halted before him. The lightning slowly dissipated. So powerful, Uchiha Sasuke's voice was hoarse. Was this truly the extent of his opponent's strength? Even ninjutsu could be effortlessly shattered. No wonder he can withstand that man. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Uchiha Aoi clapped her hands from a distance, while Uzumaki Karen remained silent. In the village of grass, she had witnessed Ryagami Musashi in action, and compared to that time, the scene before her now was hardly shocking. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he was still immersed in the astonishment that Uchiha Sasuke could actually unleash a C-rank ninjutsu. Why are you so exceptional, being in the same class? Ryagami Musashi stroked his chin, contemplating how to guide Uchiha Sasuke. Judging by his training method, which primarily focused on taijutsu, it was evidently not compatible with Sasuke's style. Moreover, as a reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Itachi's foolishness had already determined Sasuke's future path. For someone with a predetermined fate, the impact one could have is limited. At this stage, it seemed feasible to enhance Sasuke's combat experience. Sasuke, I have a general understanding of your strength. Quite impressive. In school, there are likely few who can rival you. The curriculum provided by the teachers is indeed unsuitable for your level. Currently, your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and weapon manipulation are all commendable. However, the drawback lies in the transitions between different techniques. There is a noticeable halt when switching between shuriken, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. This is likely a result of practicing with your classmates, who cannot keep up with your level, leading to swift victories that deprive you of necessary training. Furthermore, when faced with opponents whose strength exceeds your expectations, you tend to panic noticeably, causing a decline in your momentum. This could prove detrimental in future confrontations. Uchiha Sasuke listened intently. It had been a long time since he received direct guidance from a jonin. Henceforth, every Saturday, you and Naruto will come here. My training methods may not necessarily suit you, but I can engage in practice with you to identify areas for improvement, enhance your combat experience, and answer your questions. How does that sound? Uchiha Sasuke was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Brother Musashi. Suddenly, Ryagami Musashi recalled something. By the way, Sasuke, have you mastered the shadow clone technique? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. No, I have just begun learning fire style, and I haven't had the chance to study the shadow clone technique yet. I see. Ryagami Musashi mused. The ability to perform the great fireball technique indicates that your chakra reserves are already adequate. Since you are eager to enhance your strength, you should prioritize learning the shadow clone technique. This way, the school curriculum won't hinder your progress. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled. Ryagami Musashi smiled slightly. Then let's begin today. I will teach you the shadow clone technique. However, Sasuke, you must remember to be discreet about using shadow clones at school. They must not be discovered. Understood, Brother Musashi. Boss, I want to learn too. I want to learn. Naruto, upon hearing about the shadow clone technique, hurriedly chimed in. Learning new ninjutsu without attending school sounds fantastic. Very well, Ryagami Musashi replied. And Karen, the three of you can all learn together, as long as you can grasp it. Given the physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan, he had no concerns about the burden of the shadow clone technique. The focal point is Naruto, who at this stage is uncertain whether he can master the shadow clone technique due to his chakra refinement quality and control abilities. Under the shade of trees, Uchiha Aoi is catching butterflies, while the other three begin their simultaneous practice of the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Shadow clone technique. Bang. The passage of time is slow, with the sun shifting overhead. Suddenly, Musashi Kayagaku recalls that he too practiced this technique under Itachi Uchiha's guidance. Now, however, he must pass this technique on to Sasuke, leaving him with a complex and inexplicable sentiment. He remembers how Itachi used to worry about him encountering difficulties while training in the shadow clone technique, observing him diligently. The memories of those days linger vividly in his mind, and a smile gradually appears on his lips. Shadow clone technique. Bang. A perfectly identical Sasuke Uchiha materializes before Musashi Kayagaku. The smile fades from Musashi's lips, replaced by a twitch of concern. A glance at the time reveals that less than an hour has passed. He recalls that it took him a week to learn this technique initially. Wow. The inherently wicked Uchiha. Brother Musashi, I did it. Sasuke Uchiha rarely displays such happiness. Yes, I see that, Musashi replies. Why do you look so serious? Sasuke inquires. I'm thinking of something unpleasant. Oh, I see. You've expended so much chakra. Perhaps you should rest for a bit. As noon approaches, Musashi contemplates whether to take a few of them out for a meal. Uchiha Izumi arrives with prepared bento boxes. Let us take a break. It's time for lunch. The array of dishes emanates a delightful aroma. Musashi is pleasantly surprised to find that the flavors rival those of the meals prepared by Ayam. Quite impressive, Izumi. I didn't realize you had such culinary skills, Musashi praises. Izumi smiles gently. After all, I must take good care of Aoi and Sasuke. Being a good sister is essential. I cannot afford to be a poor cook. Naruto Uzumaki, unable to contain his hunger, eagerly picks up his chopsticks. I'm starving. I want 2 servings. Kushina Uzumaki warns. Be careful not to overeat. Watching Izumi bustling about and the others enjoying their meal, Musashi feels his earlier frustration over Sasuke's training progress dissipate significantly. Observing the harmonious scene before him, a thought arises in his mind. Itachi, fret not, for I shall care for your younger brother. In the afternoon, while Kushina continues her attempts, Naruto has already collapsed onto the ground, having given up. Much like the clone technique, every time he forms hand seals to perform ninjutsu, his chakra seems to become unexpectedly difficult to control, even diminishing inexplicably, leading to his failures. Boss, are there any powerful yet simple ninjutsu techniques? Indeed, physical techniques fit that description. What? I want a powerful ninjutsu. A ninja cannot solely practice physical techniques. Naruto expresses his disappointment. Suddenly, he springs back to his feet. Boss, let us engage in a battle like Sasuke just did. I feel you need a comprehensive understanding of my capabilities. Is that so? Very well, Musashi responds. Soon, Naruto assumes his fighting stance. Prepare yourself. The shuriken whistled through the air. Kyugami Musashi tilted his head to evade one of the shurikens, while the remaining 6 shurikens hovered at a distance, seemingly shy. Uzumaki Naruto felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he quickly regrouped and advanced. Bang, 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 bang. Compared to the blindingly fast weapon throws, Naruto's taijutsu, under Kyugami Musashi's guidance, was commendable. Chakra enveloped his limbs, enhancing both his strength and speed. Coupled with his bold fighting style, he was not inferior to Sasuke's performance. Each of his punches and kicks was deftly neutralized by Kyugami Musashi, yet Naruto's determination only grew until his stamina began to wane. Realizing that he could no longer maintain his assault, Naruto ceased his persistence. Boss, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. With a loud shout, Kyugami Musashi focused his attention, eager to witness what Naruto would employ. Ninjutsu, seduction technique. Boom. Amidst the swirling smoke, a striking figure with yellow twin tails materialized before him. With a slender silhouette and alluring tone, it instantly rendered Kyugami Musashi flabbergasted. Musashi-kun. Naruto was still trying to muster his strength. Yet Kyugami Musashi could no longer contain himself. He hadn't even realized when Naruto had learned such a lewd technique. Subsequently, he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, advanced seduction technique. Boom. A girl with pink hair and a wide forehead appeared, donning a red bikini, her slightly curvaceous form clasping her fists bashfully against her chest. That's too risque, exclaimed Naruto, his expression one of infatuation as a fist loomed larger before his eyes. This chapter hasn't concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Boom. Thus, as a competent ninja, one must conquer temptation. In the training ground, Kyugami Musashi solemnly emphasized. Naruto cradled the large bump on his head, shedding silent tears. His boss was well aware of his affection for Sakura. This is cheating. It's against the ninja code. After a full 10 minutes of admonition, Kyugami Musashi finally ceased his lecture. Boss, you only spoke of resisting temptation. What about evaluations? In comparison to Sasuke, where can I improve? Kyugami Musashi pondered for a moment before replying. Naruto, you are different from Sasuke. You still have vast potential for improvement in ninjutsu, weapon throwing techniques, and chakra control. But there's no rush. Take it slow. First, enhance your taijutsu and combat experience, as they play a significant role in battles among ordinary ninjas. Once your chakra refinement and control improve further, I will teach you suitable ninjutsu. Naruto replied, Boss, that sounds a bit odd. That's not how it works. Having dismissed Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Hanabi found her task easier. Just beginning her journey into ninjutsu, she was striving to catch up with her school's curriculum. Kyugami Musashi planned to wait until Uzumaki Hanabi had mastered chakra refinement and the basic three-body technique before providing her with guidance. As for Uchiha Aoi, the butterfly had yet to be caught. Their training continued until darkness fell. The ground beneath Ryagami Musashi's feet had become thoroughly soaked with sweat. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had exhausted their energy 2 hours prior and returned home to rest. Left behind were Uzumaki Kirui and Uchiha Aoi, who observed Ryagami Musashi's relentless training. Watching him, seemingly tireless, Uzumaki Kirui let out a sudden sigh of regret. What a pity, she remarked. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Aoi inquired, leaning closer with wide, curious eyes. Uzumaki Kirui glanced at her companion and replied, It's such a shame for my brother, who is undeniably handsome. to insist on donning that tight green outfit. Don't you think it's a pity? Uchiha always shook her head after casting a glance at Ryagami Musashi. Not at all. He looks quite dashing in that attire, radiant and formidable. A fleeting memory surfaced in her mind of her brother, clad in a similar outfit, standing protectively before her and her sister, blocking a man from their path. That powerful and dependable figure was indelibly etched into her heart. Nonsense. Uzumaki Karui countered, disagreeing vehemently. He should wear something more flowing, like a robe or a trench coat, elegant and handsome. You are the one being nonsensical. Uchiha Aoi insisted, steadfast in her opinion. There's no need for my brother to show off. The green training uniform is undoubtedly stylish. Trench coat is stylish. Training uniform is stylish. The two girls engaged in a lively debate, their voices overlapping in cheerful discord until Uzumaki Karui, worn out, decided to rest. Uchiha Aoi, filled with triumph, swayed her bun with pride. Her view was the correct one. To her, Ryagami Musashi, clad in his green training uniform and diligently honing his skills, epitomized the most reliable and secure image of the perfect man. Uzumaki Karui, observing Aoi's victorious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Winning the argument didn't change much. She would still be taken home by Izumi that evening. After all, she lived with her brother. That night, she could conveniently feign fear and request her brother to hold her while she slept. Enjoy your little victory, you child. In the days that followed, Ryagami Musashi continued to lead a remarkably fulfilling life. Captain Omori, for reasons unknown, gradually ceased to assign him additional tasks. Many low-risk missions were entrusted to other team members, calling upon him only when manpower was insufficient. Unbeknownst to him, this was a tacit strategy endorsed by a certain Hokage to enhance the Umbu's commendable work ethic and curb the tendency for leisurely gatherings. This fortunate turn of events allowed him to devote all his energy and time to his training. Recently, his appetite had surged astonishingly, and he was growing at an impressive rate, soon surpassing Shobu. Ryagami Musashi recognized that this was a critical period for his physical and strength development. He cherished this phase immensely, pouring all his focus and efforts into his training, while the release date of Nozomi Amori's new book was delayed, and his communication with teammates dwindled. Even his interactions with Might Guy and Shobu became sparse. He endeavored to resolve issues primarily through shadow clones, while his original self seized every precious moment for training, eating, resting, and training once more. The matter of talent was beyond his control. The path ahead remains elusive. Lacking both the bloodline limit and exceptional talent, he is uncertain of how far he can progress in life. Should the day arrive when he exhausts every ounce of his effort, yet still fails to alter his fate, he hopes to look back on these days without regret. His youth has been forged since the tender age of 4, with countless days and nights marked by the sweat that has fallen onto the ground. 2 years later, at the training grounds of Konoha, the earth, as solid as steel, bears witness to Ryagami Musashi, who is inverted, his body rising and falling rhythmically. 991. 992. Sweat gathers beneath his head, yet Musashi's form remains remarkably stable. Despite his energy being nearly depleted, each rise and fall of his body seems to glide along an invisible track. An unseen chakra of the lightning nature envelopes him completely, silently nurturing his being. Additionally, a luminous layer of lightning coils around his exterior, stable in its pulsating rhythm. Unlike the previous crackling bursts, the current of lightning chakra now exhibits a tranquil, flowing steadiness, continuously enhancing his physique. 998, 999, 1000. With a sudden leap backward, he lands firmly on the ground. Within his chest, his heart beats robustly. Accompanied by deep, measured breaths, his blood swiftly distributes nutrients throughout his body. His short hair and striking features, coupled with a tall, sculpted physique, radiate brilliance beneath the setting sun. Even clad in a green bodysuit, his physical allure remains unimpeded. Sensing the abundant vitality within him, Ryagami Musashi cannot help but wear a contented expression. Just as he revels in the sensation of his growing strength, the sounds of a skirmish reach his ears from a distance. He senses a faint fluctuation in chakra, one that feels oddly familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he vanishes in a blur, arriving at the source of the commotion mere moments later. Step aside. Watch me. Get lost. Based on your moves? We'll see about that. Bang. 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 In a well-defined arena, Three teenagers in their early teens are engaged in a fierce assault against the masked Kakashi Hatake. The latter gazes coldly at them, continuously delivering powerful strikes. One punch takes down a child. Before long, all but Kakashi lie sprawled on the ground. As the youths bicker amongst themselves, Kakashi's voice rings out with a chilling finality. You all are unqualified. Return and retake the course. The boys, clearly discontented, seem poised to argue. Yet the sight of Kakashi's indifferent gaze fills them with trepidation, rendering them mute. With heads hung low, they depart. Kakashi remains, his expression somber. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air approaches rapidly. Who goes there? His pupils constrict as a kunai materializes in his hand, thrusting it backward in an instant. Clang! A hand, surrounded by a crackling aura of lightning, effortlessly deflects the kunai, followed by an arm resting on his shoulder. A familiar voice echoes in his ear. Kakashi-sensei, there's no need to be so tense. It has been a while since we last met, yet you still seem rather disheartened. Kakashi Hatake's pupils widened in surprise. How swift! The speed at which he was approached, as well as the rapidity of the strike, was astonishing. As a ninja proficient in lightning release and endowed with the Sharingan, his speed was among the elite in Konoha. Yet, he was so easily approached, caught off guard, and had his shoulder grasped. Gazing at the vibrant green spandex before him, complemented by a radiant smile revealing pearly white teeth, he momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. Musashi, have you truly attained such prowess? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why the silence? Ryagami Musashi remarked, puzzled. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, there was no need for such estrangement. I was just lost in thought. Kakashi snapped back to reality. Realizing that Musashi was not an adversary, he relaxed and, with a hint of resignation, said, Musashi, please refrain from approaching so suddenly. It's quite startling. Musashi chuckled nonchalantly. Not at all. It's just that you, Kakashi-sensei, seem too serious. Those close to you should be able to engage more intimately, right? Also, Kakashi-sensei, why the perpetual frown? You were like this in the Umbu. And even now that you're out, you still carry that gloom? What was the point of leaving? Look at me. I choose to be optimistic each day. Kakashi replied with a wry smile. Musashi, I am not quite like you. What is the difference? We all have 2 eyes and 2 legs, Musashi comforted. Kakashi-sensei, there is no need to rush regarding your team. Don't feel disheartened. If today's students do not meet your expectations, rest assured that one day, someone will. Thank you, Musashi. For what? Musashi exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Kakashi's shoulder and insistently pulling him along. Come with me. I'll cheer you up. Today, Gai-sensei also has new students, and his assessments are bound to be far more entertaining than yours. Let us go take a look. Kakashi attempted to decline, but found Musashi's grip surprisingly strong, being forcibly led away. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. This Musashi. Not only did he share Gai's penchant for rigorous training and fashion choices, but he also possessed the same audacious persistence. Truly, a friend with no sense of boundaries. In pursuit of tranquility, Musashi had chosen a training ground that was somewhat distant. After walking a while back, they indeed heard the sounds of combat, along with the familiar cheers of Might Guy. He urged Kakashi to quicken his pace, and before long, they arrived at the scene where Guy was engaged in battle with 3 students. They had caught up. As expected, Gai-sensei was still in the midst of his training session. Musashi was filled with enthusiasm. In the arena, Hinata Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee were collaborating to mount an attack against Might Guy. At that moment, Lee was clad in a loose-fitting white training outfit and sported a small braid, presenting a rather outdated appearance. In the midst of the trio, Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor, his broad smile revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He clearly relished the intensity of the battle, especially as he observed the unwavering determination reflected in his students' eyes, which brought him immense satisfaction. This is the indomitable spirit of youth that he admires. No, I cannot be defeated like this. Lee Locke roared. It would be utterly unacceptable to be eliminated here. Every day, he harbored an unwavering determination. He could not afford to fall here. The veins at Niji Hyuga's temples throbbed. Might Guy, filled with excitement, laughed heartily. If that is the case, you all must return to retake the exams. Konoha's Gale of Might. A powerful roundhouse kick. The forceful gust sent the 3 of them tumbling away. Kakashi dealt with each child one at a time. He was different. With one kick, he sent them all flying. After the 3 were swept away by the gust, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, thinking, oh no, Did I go too far? Fortunately, the trio did not lose their courage from that kick. Moments later, they regrouped and charged once more. This time, Might Guy was mindful of his strength, wary of eliminating these promising students. A few minutes later, all three were utterly exhausted, resolved to deliver a final blow. Their feeble hands landed weakly on Might Guy's face. Is the gap truly this vast? The three of them thought, filled with disappointment. Just before they collapsed, powerful arms enveloped them tightly. You three, Might Guy joyfully announced, all qualified. Tears streamed down Lee Locke's face. I did it. I finally succeeded. Might Guy, moved by the tears of their hard work, could no longer contain his own, flowing forth in torrents. Truly, youth is so moving. While lost in emotion, he suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. Brother Guy, hold on a moment longer. The two of them are about to suffocate. Huh. Might Guy finally realized. His youthful exuberance was overwhelming for his young students. Tintin and Niji were rolling their eyes in exasperation. Releasing his grip, the two gasped for air, casting grateful glances at Musashi Ryoko. Ah, Ryoko, Kakashi, you have arrived. Kakashi, come and see my third squad. They are all exceptionally talented students. Niji, Tintin, and Little Lee. Behold your seniors. This is Kakashi, my lifelong rival. Niji and the others gazed at Kakashi Hitaki. As Konoha ninjas, they had heard of his illustrious reputation at school. His record as a jonin at the age of 12 left the three in awe. Kakashi Senpai, the genius ninja of Konoha. Niji Hyuga's expression grew serious. A ninja like Kakashi Hitaki was the very goal he pursued. To be the lifelong rival of Kakashi Senpai. You are truly remarkable, Teacher Guy. Lee Locke exclaimed, filled with excitement and admiration. Teacher Guy, are you sure you are Kakashi Senpai's rival? Only Tenten, speaking candidly, voiced her doubts. Silly Teacher Guy? You hardly seem like a match for a ninja as outstanding as Kakashi Senpai. Ha. Might Guy laughed heartily. Tintin, do not underestimate me. As for our battle record with Kakashi, we are currently at a stalemate. Might Guy declared with pride. As for the number of instances resembling rock, paper, scissors, or contests of distance, there was no need to disclose such trivialities. Hyuga Niji and Tintin remained skeptical, but only Rock Lee was moved to tears by the profound sentiment. A lifelong rival. How touching it is, Teacher Guy. I too wish to find a lifelong opponent, he exclaimed, casting his gaze toward the two beside him. Tintin recoiled in rejection, while Hyuga Niji paid little heed to his words. As a prodigy of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Rock Lee was hardly worthy of his attention. Yet, Niji's indifference could not quell the fervor igniting in Rock Lee's eyes. It is you, Niji. You are the genius, and I shall regard you as my lifelong rival. One day, I will surpass you. Hyuga Niji merely scoffed in response. The trio's focus then shifted to Ryoma Musashi. In contrast to the illustrious reputation of Kakashi Hitaki, Musashi was relatively unknown to them. However, his presence was impossible to overlook. Dressed in a similar green jumpsuit, adorned with the same jounin vest, and radiating an exuberant vitality, he was Musashi, their esteemed predecessor, a remarkably skilled taijutsu ninja. Niji and Tintin exchanged glances between Ryoma Musashi and Might Guy, scrutinizing each in turn. Teacher Guy, is Musashi Senpai one of your kin? Tintin could not suppress her curiosity. Might Guy chuckled heartily, scratching his head. Ah, while Musashi and I share a resemblance, we are, in fact, very good friends. Niji and Tintin continued to observe. The same decorations, yet the aura differs. Musashi Senpai's appearance is far superior to Teacher Guy's. They certainly do not seem to be of the same lineage. However, it must not be spoken aloud. Ryoma Musashi's gaze lingered on the trio, particularly resting on Tintin for a moment. With a smile, he declared, Congratulations, little ones. From today onward, you are officially ninjas. Furthermore, having Brother Guy as your esteemed jounin instructor is indeed a cause for celebration. Now, let us indulge in a barbecue for lunch. It's on me. Tintin instantly agreed. Hurrah! Once again, truth proved its validity. Over a delightful barbecue, Ryoma Musashi quickly bonded with the members of Team 3. Sated and refreshed, Musashi, using digestion as an excuse, invited Kakashi Hitaki to join him in witnessing the formation ceremony of Might Guy's team. All right, everyone, share your goals or dreams. In the corridor, Might Guy urged Tintin and the others. Niji, the strongest among them, was the first to speak. A dream? I have no desire to discuss such matters. Might Guy then turned his attention to Rock Lee, confident that he would not be disappointed. I'll go. I'll speak. Rock Lee could hardly contain his excitement. My dream is to prove that even without the innate gifts of a ninja, and lacking ninjutsu and jinjutsu, one can still surpass geniuses through sheer effort. That is my goal. Niji could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Rock Lee retorted, visibly displeased. What kind of ninja are you if you cannot even perform ninjutsu? Niji remarked dismissively. Even without relying on ninjutsu, I can still become an exceptional ninja. This is my ninja way. Those devoid of talent ultimately succumb to mediocrity. Such is the fate of a ninja, Hyuga Niji remarked coldly. Niji. Madogai interjected with a serious demeanor. The presence of remarkable talent does not dictate a ninja's capabilities. Even if Rock Lee lacks ninjutsu, through sheer diligence, he can still emerge as an outstanding ninja. He gestured towards the side, where Kyugami Musashi was enjoying some snacks. I, along with your esteemed senior Musashi, have demonstrated this truth through our own experiences. Kyugami Musashi, Rock Lee, who had previously felt dejected, was suddenly filled with renewed vigor. Niji cast a glance at Kyugami Musashi and chose not to counter further. Deep down, he did not hold Lee in high regard. However, as a jonin, Madogai and Kyugami Musashi were not figures he could easily dismiss or critique. Yet, within his heart, he remained steadfast in his belief that the fates of geniuses and mediocre ninjas were inherently different. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, prompting Tintin to interject and lighten the mood. My dream is to become a great kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Madogai nodded in approval. Indeed, Tintin. That is a commendable goal. Lady Tsunade's taijutsu is indeed formidable. She once nearly defeated Jiraiya, who is also one of the legendary Sannin. Tintin beamed at the recognition. So, teacher guy, how can I become a great kunoichi like Tsunade? Madogai flashed his signature toothy grin. Only through hard work. Tintin. Kyugami Musashi. As expected of brother Guy. Days passed. And in the corridor where Team 3 gathered, Kyugami Musashi savored sushi sashimi while nodding in approval. The flavor was delightful. Initially, he had planned to have bento for lunch, but he was pleasantly surprised by this sashimi feast. Rock Lee, shoveling rice, remarked, Senior Musashi, this is fresh sushi brought back by Tintin from the medical team. You should indulge in it. Kyugami Musashi nodded and turned to the sulking Tintin. Tintin, I mentioned to Izumi that if you wish to go next time, she should prepare some pompano. The taste is even better. Tintin, Senior Musashi, please don't tease me. Kyugami Musashi, I am not teasing you. I am being serious. Pompano indeed has a delightful flavor. Tintin's frustration deepened. In her quest to become a formidable kunoichi like Tsunade, she initially trained under Madogai in taijutsu. However, as a girl, her progress could not possibly match that of Niji and Rock Lee. She then recalled that aside from her exceptional taijutsu, Tsunade was also a top-tier medical ninja. Consequently, Madogai enlisted Kyugami Musashi's help, who then approached Izumi Uchiha from the medical team to guide Tintin in the arts of medical ninjutsu. The results were remarkable. Recently, Team 3 had been enjoying fish hot pot, spicy fish heads, sashimi, and sweet and sour fish. To express their gratitude to Kyugami Musashi, Madogai would always invite him to join them for meals, as the taste was indeed far superior to that of bento. Tintin, however, found herself devoid of any appetite. After feeling gloomy for a while, she timidly looked up. Teacher Kai, aside from her physical prowess and medical ninjutsu, does Lady Tsunade possess any other legends? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Might Guy pondered. Beyond these two skills, Lady Tsunade also has the ability of summoning techniques, capable of summoning formidable slugs, earning her the title of the Slug Princess. Tintin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Summoning techniques? How does one learn to master summoning? Might Guy replied. First, we must ascertain whether you possess the innate talent for space-time ninjutsu. A few moments later, the sashimi was cleared away. Might Guy stated, you meet the criteria for training in summoning techniques. All that remains is to sign the summoning contract. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a crimson ninja turtle materialized before them. The turtle surveyed the diminutive figures before it and remarked, Kai, are these your students? Speak. It was the first encounter for Tintin and Rock Lee with a talking creature. Incredible, Teacher Kai, exclaimed Rock Lee in astonishment. Gradually, Tintin regained her composure and, after recovering from her initial shock, gazed at the hefty ninja turtle and inquired, Teacher Kai, where are the slugs? Might Guy responded, surely, The ninja turtle is superior to a slug? Tintin and the ninja turtle locked eyes, confirming that they were not a suitable match. The turtle quipped, "Little girl, are you dissatisfied with me?" Tintin candidly replied, "Well, you don't quite seem like the legendary type." The rude girl, "I shall not form a contract with you." With a huff, the ninja turtle stormed off, prompting Tintin to stick her tongue out at the air. It wasn't until Might Guy informed her of the rarity of summoning beasts that she belatedly realized she might have missed an opportunity. Her aspirations to become a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade had been thwarted once more. It seemed she would need to explore alternative paths. On a chilly night a few days later, Tintin stood listlessly at the entrance of a casino. The cold night breeze swept through, chilling her heart more than the evening air. The words of the attendant echoed in her mind. "This place, come back when you're older." Additionally, Lady Tsunade is a legendary figure of great stature. The staff's comments pierced her heart like a knife. Great stature, great stature. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, she felt a profound emotional wound. Tintin, a familiar voice snapped her back to reality. Turning around, she beheld a recognizable green figure. Senior Musashi's voice carried a tremor of concern. Musashi hurried closer. "What's wrong, Tintin? Did someone bully you?" "Not at all," Tintin replied, wiping her damp eyes with her sleeve. Over time, Class 3 had grown quite familiar with Musashi, who was closer in age to them than Might Guy. Thus Tintin felt comfortable sharing her thoughts. "Senior Musashi, do you think I can become a legendary kunoichi like Lady Tsunade?" Musashi found himself in a predicament. Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha, possessed immense strength and a heart as vast as the ocean. No female ninja in the shinobi world could rival her. Tintin's aspiration to emulate her seemed exceedingly distant. Yet, gazing into her injured, doe-like eyes, he found it hard to speak the harsh truth. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Every day, Tintin reflects on the fact that a ninja's talents extend beyond mere combat abilities. Perhaps there are other avenues she could explore. She is still young, with a plethora of possibilities ahead." Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke softly. "So, Senior Musashi, it's impossible for me to become a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade, I assenti it?" Ryoko Musashi scratched his head. Given a normal trajectory, Tintin would certainly see some progress in her abilities over time. However, when compared to formidable figures like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, or even Neji and Lee, she falls short. Her only notable traits are her adorable appearance, lively demeanor, and an abundance of good fortune. Her talents as a ninja are rather limited. Hiruzen Sarutobi assigned her to Might Guy's third team to leverage the strengths of a few taijutsu practitioners, without any intention of elevating Tintin and Lee to the status of elite ninjas. "Senior Musashi, why are you silent?" Tintin pressed on, faced with her hopeful yet sorrowful gaze. Ryoko Musashi blurted out, "Actually, it's not entirely impossible." "Really?" Tintin's eyes sparkled with a sudden glimmer of hope amidst her despair. "Senior Musashi, I beg you, help me." Ryoko Musashi found himself in a quandary. After all, who could refuse a girl so brimming with good fortune, her hair styled in delightful buns? He pondered for a moment and replied, "We should start by focusing on your space-time ninjutsu talent." "Space-time ninjutsu?" Tintin echoed. "Yes, indeed," Ryoko Musashi affirmed. "Your aptitude for space-time ninjutsu surpasses that of the average ninja. Although it may not rival the bloodline limits, it is still a rare gift. If you can maximize this talent, aspiring to become a top-tier ninja is not beyond the realm of possibility." "Senior, please elaborate," Tintin urged. "Very well," Ryoko Musashi said, leading Tintin to a nearby outdoor chair where they sat down. He began to explain. "Ninja training typically revolves around three primary disciplines: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Let us first discuss jinjutsu, which demands significant mental strength and innate talent. Within the village, the Akimichi clan, the Yuhi clan, and the former Uchiha clan are all distinguished in this field. Without sufficient talent and heritage, achieving success in this domain is quite rare. So this path is not suited for you, Tintin." "Oh, I see. What comes next?" she inquired. "Next, we have taijutsu. Your abilities in this area have garnered attention from the higher-ups, which is why the Hokage assigned your elder brother Guy as your jounin leader. However, possessing talent in this realm does not guarantee success. You must feel the disparity when compared to Neji and Lee. As a girl, it is exceedingly difficult for you to keep pace with them in taijutsu. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and Lee's extraordinary pain tolerance are qualities not easily found in ordinary individuals. Thus, While you possess talent in weaponry and taijutsu, it may not suffice for you to realize your dream of becoming a legendary kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. With 2 avenues of her aspirations dismissed by Ryoko Musashi, Tintin's spirits began to wane. However, his assertion that it was not entirely impossible indicated that there were still significant insights to be revealed. Senior Musashi, if there is no hope for physical arts and illusions, then we must rely on ninjutsu, correct? Indeed, replied Musashi Ryoko. Generally speaking, aside from the bloodline limits, there are 2 primary aspects through which a ninja can enhance their ninjutsu. The first and most crucial aspect is the quality and quantity of chakra refinement. Only by possessing superior and potent chakra can one aspire to become a formidable ninja. In the village, apart from exceptional individuals like Brother Guy, every jonin possesses high-quality and powerful chakra, often mastering multiple potent ninjutsu. Therefore, Tian, if you wish to become a top-tier ninja, a healthy body and superior chakra are indispensable. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. Subsequently, the selection of ninjutsu becomes paramount. Identify your inherent talents, seek guidance from skilled ninjas, and persevere with unwavering dedication. Your strength will undoubtedly grow. Tian excitedly grasped Musashi Ryoko's sleeve. Senior Musashi, space-time ninjutsu is my pathway, isn't it? Musashi Ryoko replied, that is merely my personal conjecture. Tian, let me see your summoning scroll. Tian retrieved her commonly used scroll from her pocket and handed it to Musashi Ryoko. Musashi Ryoko unfurled it, examining it closely. Tian, where did you acquire this scroll? It's a family heirloom, replied Tian. There should be more than one of these summoning scrolls in my family. My father said this is a treasured artifact passed down through generations. Musashi Ryoko returned the scroll to Tian and remarked, indeed, both the material and the inscribed techniques are rare and remarkable. Among space-time ninjutsu, the most common form is the summoning technique. The more basic type, like your ninja tool summoning technique, is compact and requires minimal chakra consumption. A more advanced version is the summoning contract with ninja beasts. Many capable ninjas in the village also master this technique. Beyond that, there are likely even more sophisticated space-time ninjutsu in the village, though acquiring them is quite challenging. Currently, the one suitable for you is the second type, the ninja beast summoning technique. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Senior Musashi, I previously declined Teacher Guy's Ninja Turtle. That's all right, Musashi Ryoko consoled her. Brother Guy's Ninja Turtle was not particularly suited for you, so there is no harm in declining. You can take your time to find one. Once your chakra becomes more robust, you will be able to capture powerful ninja beasts for contracts. Your treasured scroll is quite commendable and can serve as a summoning scroll for ninja beast contracts. Tian inquired with curiosity, can ninjas contract many ninja beasts? Musashi Ryoko smiled and replied, it varies in different circumstances. For example, Brother Guy's Ninja Turtle, Kakashi's Ninja Dogs, and the legendary Three's summoning beasts typically belong to their own clans, making it quite challenging to contract multiple varieties of ninja beasts. However, if it involves wild summoning beasts and you possess sufficient strength, it should not pose a problem. Tian began to feel a headache. Senior Musashi, how could someone as weak as I capture a summoning ninja beast? Haha. Musashi Ryoko was charmed by her despondent demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. He chuckled. At that time, it wasn't solely reliant on you. It depended on your elders and teachers. To grow stronger, one must indeed leverage the support of their family and mentors. As the saying goes, if one seeks to benefit the ninja world, they must endure life and death. It is the duty of our clan to carry forth the legacy. As a ninja, accepting the gifts and guidance from esteemed predecessors and mentors is something to take pride in, not to feel ashamed of. Through the assistance of our elders and teachers, we continuously evolve and strengthen ourselves. This is the orderly transmission of the ninja world. After receiving guidance from Suzumiya Musashi, Tian's confidence was reignited. Gazing at the formidable Musashi before her, a bold thought suddenly surfaced in her mind and gradually solidified. Musashi-senpai. What is it? Will you be my teacher? I wish to become your disciple. Musashi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Be my teacher? Is that truly appropriate? What Tian referred to was not the type of teacher-student relationship akin to that of Guy and Hinata, who were merely team leaders, but rather the more intimate bond exemplified by Jiraiya with Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade with Sakura. However, first, there was the matter of their age difference of about 6 years. Secondly, Musashi was concerned that Tian's desire was merely a fleeting whim. Of course it's suitable, Tian declared earnestly. I believe you are far more suited to be my teacher than Gai-sensei. Musashi contemplated for a moment and replied, All right, Tian, do not rush into this. For today, return home and ponder it carefully. Consult your family for their opinions. Choosing a mentor is a matter that warrants serious consideration. If you have truly made up your mind, come to find me again. Oh, Tian acknowledged, realizing her impatience. Becoming a disciple was not something to be taken lightly. That evening, upon arriving home, she shared her thoughts with her parents. Musashi? I haven't heard of her, her parents replied, pondering her aspirations. They soon realized they were unfamiliar with Musashi's name. Musashi-senpai wears a green bodysuit like Gai-sensei and is also a jonin, Tian reminded them. Her parents considered this, but still had no recollection. Who would pay attention to a green bodysuit? Though there were not many jonin in the village, they did not know all of them. Tian, her father inquired. In which department does this Musashi-senpai serve? I believe I heard Gai-sensei mention she is part of the Umbu. The couple exchanged surprised glances. Then her father stated, Tian, if she is a jonin in the Umbu, she must be competent in every regard. If you are certain, your mother and I will support you. The following day, during the third team's collective training, amidst the high-intensity taijutsu exercises, Tian found her thoughts drifting, quickly noticed by Might Guy. Tian, what are you thinking about? A ninja's training cannot afford to waver. Breathless, she set down her ninja tools. Gai-sensei, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Guy continued his movements, fending off the attacks from Hyuga and Rock Lee. I want Musashi-senpai to be my teacher. As soon as the words left her lips, the three sparring partners came to an abrupt halt. Every day, how did it suddenly come to pass that Musashi-senpai would become your teacher? Lee Rock exclaimed in astonishment. To him, Might Guy was the epitome of an exceptional mentor. Hyuga also turned his gaze towards Ten, awaiting her response. Under the scrutiny of her peers, Ten felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hesitantly, she articulated, Well, I've thought it over, and perhaps Musashi-senpai might be the right teacher for me. Among the three, Niji leaned against the support of the Hyuga clan. As a prodigy from a prestigious family, he had no worries about his future path. By merely practicing the unique gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, he was assured a pathway to greatness that would be deemed extraordinary among ordinary ninjas. Lee Rock, lacking a natural aptitude for ninjutsu, had already resolved to follow in Might Guy's footsteps, aspiring to become a master of taijutsu. However, Ten's situation was markedly different. Without a lineage of powerful ninjas or a rich heritage, Might Guy's expertise in taijutsu did not encompass the intricacies of ninjutsu. By exclusively training under Might Guy, while she honed her physical skills, her potential in ninjutsu remained largely untapped. A teacher who aligned with her needs would significantly benefit her training. Yet, expressing her desire for a mentor in the presence of Might Guy, the leading jonin, felt somewhat akin to an employee announcing intentions to seek employment elsewhere. Excellent, Ten. Might Guy seemed to discern the subtle discomfort within her. With a hearty smile, he added, I am genuinely pleased that you have found a suitable mentor. Really? Teacher Guy? Do you truly support my decision? Ten replied, her excitement palpable. Might Guy extended his thumb in affirmation. Absolutely. Ten, if you've made up your mind, pursue it boldly. Musashi is a ninja I have watched grow, and he is exceptionally talented. His abilities surpass mine. As he spoke, Might Guy sheepishly scratched his head, adding, Although Musashi and I are both taijutsu specialists, his talent in ninjutsu slightly eclipses mine. As the evening sky blazed with hues of crimson, Hyuga Musashi paused his training, observing the young girl before him with a hint of exasperation. Ten crouched on the ground, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, resembling a child eagerly awaiting a treat. Upon noticing his halt, she chirped, Teacher, I'm here. Ten's request to become his apprentice genuinely took Hyuga Musashi by surprise. After all, in his original plans, apart from the few individuals close to him, he primarily focused his energy on training. His interactions with Class 3 were merely a form of respite from his rigorous regimen. He anticipated gaining a young disciple. Considering Naruto, Karen, Aoi, and Sasuke, he already had 4 children around him, and adding Ten made her the 5th. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, the number of those surrounding him had steadily increased. Now that she stood before him, Kyugami Musashi had no choice but to acquiesce. It wouldn't take too long, after all. In that case, 10-10, let us commence your training under my wing, he declared, accepting her as his little apprentice. First, let us discuss your chakra nature. Wind, fire, lightning, water, earth. Knowing your attributes will enable us to enhance your abilities in a focused manner. He intended to teach according to her individual strengths, aiming to guide his young apprentice along a more straightforward path. Teacher, I've tested my attributes at home, and none of the 5 elements stand out, 10-10 responded, causing Kyugami Musashi to pause momentarily. To speak candidly, among the 5 elemental attributes, he considers his proficiency in wind, fire, and lightning to be quite commendable. Even with the 2 elements he is less adept in, water and earth, he believes he could still impart knowledge to a student without issue for the time being. However, he was taken aback to discover that, aside from possessing a notable talent for spiritual ninjutsu, the aptitude of his student for elemental ninjutsu was rather mediocre. It was no wonder she had been assigned to the taijutsu class. Observing his somewhat anxious student, he offered words of encouragement. Do not worry, every element has its strengths, and one can still learn formidable ninjutsu. The student, still doubtful, replied, Really? Teacher, you aren't merely comforting me, are you? Certainly not, he assured her. Allow me to demonstrate the power of non-elemental ninjutsu. With anticipation glimmering in her eyes, he extended his right hand. Just as she began to wonder why he had not formed any hand seals, a subtle breeze began to swell in intensity. Chakra rapidly coalesced in his hand, swirling. In a mere moment, a palpable orb of light blue chakra, roughly the size of a fist, became visible. To ensure she could truly appreciate the might of the ninjutsu, he deliberately augmented the chakra output. There was absolutely no intention of boasting towards his young apprentice. The originally fist-sized blue chakra orb expanded further, growing to the size of a basketball. The soft blue radiance intensified, and the powerful fluctuations of chakra caused her heart to race uncontrollably. From the orb before her, she sensed immense chakra and an imminent threat. Then, under her watchful gaze, he pushed the orb towards a nearby tree trunk. The light blue chakra orb sliced through the wood with a piercing sound. In an instant, a gaping cylindrical cavity appeared in the trunk, large enough for a person to embrace. The blue chakra orb remained in his hand, spinning with unyielding force. With a resounding crash, the great tree began to topple, and he withdrew the chakra from his hand, satisfied to see his apprentice's astonished expression. Surely, his authority as a mentor was now firmly established. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed in wonder. Once her amazement subsided, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Teacher, I want to learn that. I want to learn that. Calm down. He chuckled, lightly tapping her head. Let us take our time and devise a proper plan. As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you all that I can. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say, I will follow. She nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. Though she was aware of his status as a jonin and the prowess that accompanied it, his capabilities far exceeded her expectations. He could illuminate her path forward and provide her with powerful non-elemental ninjutsu, all while being quite young and skilled in taijutsu himself. To have such a teacher was indeed a stroke of luck. He felt gratified by her attitude. Training requires a clear goal and a step-by-step approach. For your future training regimen, the first point is to ensure you eat well and sleep well. Initially envisioning a grueling training regime, she was taken aback by his words. Teacher, are you certain it isn't about relentless training? He replied, relentless training does not contradict the importance of proper nourishment and rest. Every day, the fundamental and most crucial aspect of the training regimen I have designed for you is the extraction of your own chakra. This is not an endeavor that necessitates sleepless nights in pursuit of increasing your chakra quantity. Prematurely exhausting your body will lead to dire consequences. I am aware of several prodigies who, despite their remarkable abilities, possess frail physiques. Even if they exhibit temporary strength, their longevity is severely compromised. Therefore, it is imperative that you prioritize a balanced diet and adequate sleep. The second point pertains to physical training. You may engage in the regular exercises of the third class to enhance your physical stamina, which will prove beneficial for your future chakra refinement. However, I advise you to specialize in only a few types of weaponry in your martial training. While the idea of mastering all 18 forms of martial arts sounds appealing, the reality is far less promising. The elite ninjas renowned for their weaponry in the ninja world, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, typically focus on perfecting a single weapon. A lack of specialization may suffice for lower-ranked ninjas, but against formidable adversaries, it will lead to difficulty. The practice of ninjutsu should be ranked third in priority. The Rasengan, which I have just demonstrated, is a technique I will teach you. It is an A rank. Attribute less ninjutsu of considerable difficulty, so there is no need to rush. Take your time. Since taking you on as a disciple, my influence on Musashi Kyugumi's training has been minimal. This chapter is not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. As a member of the third class, you primarily undertake daily missions alongside Mike Guy and others. When time permits, I occasionally check on your training progress and offer guidance on the nuances of mastering the Rasengan. For a ninja without external assistance, particularly one of your age, foundational training is essential. Your youthful exuberance may lead you to covet powerful jutsu, and without caution, you may invest excessive time in them. I advise you that the practice of ninjutsu should not be rushed, particularly with the Rasengan. A high-difficulty technique that is unique in its chakra transformation, it is unrealistic for you to expect swift mastery. Although the chakra control required for the Rasengan is less demanding than that for Tsunade's medical ninjutsu or superhuman strength techniques, and it is externally controlled, it still poses a significant challenge for you. In the Hidden Leaf, only a handful of exceptional ninjas, such as the late Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Hitaki, have successfully mastered this jutsu. Ultimately, they are not ordinary ninjas. My expectation for you is to complete the training of this technique within 2 years, which is already a lofty goal. A-rank ninjutsu is something that many mediocre ninjas will never attain in their lifetime. Thus, despite your impatience, you are required to focus primarily on enhancing your physical capabilities and chakra. On your end, everything appears to be progressing smoothly. However, I have encountered minor issues in other areas. Recently, Uzumaki Karen has sensed something amiss with her brother. This feeling of unease did not arise suddenly, but has gradually developed over the past year. For instance, right now in the kitchen, Shobu and her brother are preparing dinner for everyone, with Shobu attending to the stove while her brother handles the chopping and cleaning. However, under the meticulous observation of Uzumaki Shine, her elder brother seemed to be of little assistance in the kitchen. He had washed 2 potatoes and a tomato, yet his body inadvertently gravitated towards Sister Ayam. Within mere minutes, he had searched for utensils 8 times and kitchenware 5 times, and the potato he held had fallen to the floor twice. Each time he moved, he would unintentionally make physical contact with Sister Ayam, only to retract under her gentle reprimands, but soon resumed his clumsiness. Something was amiss. A glimmer flashed across the lenses of Uzumaki Shine's glasses. What was wrong? Uzumaki Naruto, who was waiting for dinner, approached with curiosity. Casting a glance at him, Uzumaki Shine refrained from her usual indifference. After all, sharing gossip was preferable to silence. She subtly gestured towards Suzumiya Musashi. Look at those 2. Uzumaki Naruto looked over, puzzled. Yet, no matter how he perceived it, they were merely preparing dinner. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. What is the matter? Is something wrong? He asked, bewildered. Fool, Uzumaki Shine retorted disdainfully. Just watch. Within a minute, brother will surely bump into Sister Ayam at least once. Really? Uzumaki Naruto questioned, skeptical. No way. With his reflexes, how could he possibly collide with Sister Ayam? No sooner had he spoken than, under their watchful gazes, Musashi dropped his chopsticks, and while picking them up, his body lightly brushed against Ayam. She gently patted his back, muttering about his clumsiness. Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. With his agility, even dodging shurikens would be a breeze. See, I told you so, Uzumaki Shine replied. Preparing a simple dinner took at least 20 minutes longer than usual. At the dining table, Uzumaki Shine feigned ignorance of the oddities while discreetly observing Musashi's actions. Indeed, he soon offered her food and reached for a napkin to wipe her mouth. It was impossible to eat in peace. There must be something wrong with brother lately, she thought to herself. Unlike her, Uzumaki Naruto could not conceal his thoughts. Upon realizing that Musashi was indeed acting strangely, he suddenly blurted out at the table, Boss, are you and Sister Ayam in a relationship? Uft, cough, cough. Ayam was startled by the sudden question. Even Musashi's face turned slightly red. Uzumaki Shine rolled her eyes. I told you he was foolish. Brother and Sister Ayam have been dating for a long time. Ayam's face flushed even more, embarrassed by the revelation of Musashi's subtle actions. What do children know? Musashi chided. What is wrong with children? They understand everything. Shine retorted. Musashi found himself unable to counter her argument and promptly changed the subject. Have you completed today's homework? Do you have a grasp of the multi-shadow clone technique? How has school been lately? Are the teachers satisfied with your performance? Brother, don't change the subject. I'm doing well at school, but we're discussing you and Sister Ayam. Smack. The chopsticks were forcefully placed on the table. Kyuya Musashi diligently endeavored to exhibit the authority befitting an elder brother. Karen, had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. Your performance at school. Was it truly commendable? Irika has informed me of your antics. Do you not frequently bully the boys in your class? Uzumaki Karen retorted, what nonsense. Teacher Irika hardly understands the situation. It was those boys who instigated me first. How did they provoke you? They remarked that my hair color resembled that of a tomato and claimed my glasses were utterly unfashionable. Kyuya Musashi paused momentarily and then replied, yet. You cannot reduce them to tears. Uzumaki Naruto interjected suddenly. Not just that, boss. Karen has laid waste to the mischievous boys in class and those who spoke ill of her. Now, the boys privately refer to her as the crimson-eyed cobra instead of tomato, avoiding her during class and after school. Uzumaki Karen chimed in. And you, Naruto, were you not just lamenting your failures with the shadow clone technique? If you do not practice, do you even wish to graduate? Instantly, Uzumaki Naruto sulked, focusing on his meal. Confronted with the painful subject brought forth by Kyuya Musashi, he lost interest in gossip. However, Uzumaki Karen possessed a bolder spirit. She dismissed Kyuya Musashi's admonitions and continued to surreptitiously observe him, secretly pondering the nature of their relationship. Had they reached some intimate understanding? Yet, as her thoughts wandered, her spirits inexplicably dampened. The two youngsters finished their meal and forlornly set about their homework. Ayam, her cheeks flushed, soon departed, leaving Kyuya Musashi alone to wash the dishes. His mind drifting back to the busy moments shared with Ayam in the kitchen. As the water rapidly filled the sink, approaching the brink of overflow, he abruptly realized and hastily shut off the faucet. Cursing himself under his breath, he regained his focus and commenced washing the dishes. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for the continuation of this captivating narrative. Kyuya Musashi was acutely aware that he had been somewhat unbalanced of late. To be precise, over the past 2 years, as his training deepened and his stature increased, certain impulses had intensified. Now, they had burgeoned to an almost uncontrollable degree. By day, he expended all his energy, yet upon returning home to face Ayam, his thoughts would often wander. Even with evening training sessions, he rose each morning invigorated. He understood that he had matured. Individuals in the ninja world tend to mature early. At 17, he had fully developed and ripened. His body instinctively began to respond. Under normal circumstances, at his age, marrying Ayam would pose no issue. Though he was not of age to drink, the potential for intimacy existed. Nevertheless, Kyuya Musashi harbored reservations. His rapid growth and strength had not yet reached a plateau. Each day, he could sense his abilities incrementally improving. Influenced by notions from his previous life, he feared that prematurely entering marital life might hinder his training progress. After all, the concept that youthful vigor yields great power is deeply ingrained. Thus, in recent years, he had been suppressing his burgeoning impulses. Whenever his thoughts strayed from purity, he would force himself to run an additional 500 laps. If that proved insufficient, then 5,000 laps. As the hours stretched and the burdens increased, he felt a growing restraint. However, recently, it seemed that this control was wavering. On one hand, it was tied to his body's burgeoning vitality. On the other, Shobu had blossomed into a graceful figure, reaching the age of full bloom. Her proximity was always a subtle dance of invitation and reluctance. Thus, despite knowing he was indulging in a perilous temptation, he felt an irresistible pull towards her. Indeed, it's not my fault. It's all due to my sister's allure, mused Ryagami Musashi. After much contemplation, he decided to wait a little longer. Matters of marriage could be postponed for a year or so. Shobu was his, and there was no fear of losing her. Yet, the golden period for cultivation was fleeting. Individuals like Orochimaru, Pain, and Obito were deeply nostalgic. One could never predict when they might return home. He must exert every effort and employ all means to enhance his strength. Only with power could he safeguard those dear to him and relish the fleeting moments without haste. Resolutely, Ryagami Musashi donned his training weights and sprinted towards the training grounds of Konoha, commencing his evening practice. At 17 or 18, His body was brimming with inexhaustible energy and swift recovery. He maximized his burdens, intertwining both lightning and yang chakra. Every possible weight was added. Amidst the evening breeze and the chirping of cicadas in Konoha, the youth, adorned by the stars, perspired silently. Later, in the coolness of the bathroom, the refreshing water cascaded over his robust and perfect physique, tracing the contours of his muscles. Ryagami Musashi emptied his mind, allowing the coolness to wash away the fatigue of his training. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he turned his head to find a pair of sparkling eyes peeking through the crack of the bathroom door. "Kagura, why are you still awake at this hour?" Uzumaki Kagura blinked innocently, unperturbed. "I just remembered I washed the towel, so here is a clean one for you," she said, handing him a dry towel. Wrapping the towel around himself, Ryagami Musashi urged, "All right, enough of this. Go to bed." Upon returning to his room, he discovered an unexpected presence on his bed. "Kagura, why aren't you in your own room?" "Brother, I'm scared." "What is there to be scared of? It's not thundering or raining. Hurry back to your bed." Ryagami Musashi replied sternly. "I'm scared because today at school, they told me ghost stories, and I can't sleep alone," Uzumaki Kagura whined. "Instead of focusing on your studies, you're listening to ghost tales. I just told you that you can't sleep with adults anymore. Please, brother. Just this once, just one last time," Uzumaki Kagura pleaded, and Ryagami Musashi, unable to refuse, reluctantly acquiesced. "This is the last time." She nodded eagerly, finally settling into bed. He lay down only to feel her small frame snuggling close. "Don't move around." "I want to move," Ryagami Musashi sighed inwardly. When he first brought Uzumaki Kagura home, she was timid, especially during thunderstorms, trembling throughout the night. Upon realizing this, she begged to sleep with her brother. Confronted with the young child's request, Ryoko Musashi did not ponder it deeply. Subsequently, Kasumi would sleep in his room every night. Initially, she was quite docile. But once she fell asleep, she became a source of exasperation. Either she would kick off the covers or wrap herself around him like an octopus. Ryoko Musashi, with no alternative, was compelled to acclimate to this situation. However, as they both matured, he began to explain to her that as children grow, they must develop an awareness of gender and refrain from sharing a room with the opposite sex. He earnestly articulated this, yet Kasumi would merely agree verbally, only to concoct various excuses come nightfall. Whether it was thunder and rain, the room being too cold or too warm, or even the presence of cockroaches, she would find a reason to remain by his side, lying in bed, with the warmth of a young girl beside him. Ryoko Musashi found himself enveloped in her gentle fragrance, which, combined with her lively essence, radiated like a small sun, providing a comforting warmth that alleviated his fatigue. Gradually succumbing to drowsiness, he drifted off to sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the dawn of a new day. He awoke earlier than usual, feeling a peculiar pressure upon him in his slumber. Upon awakening, he realized the source of this pressure was Kasumi. She had taken to him as a warm pillow, while he considered her a heated blanket. At that moment, the young girl was sprawled across his broad chest, soundly asleep with a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. What further embarrassed Ryoko Musashi was the fact that her small leg was resting upon him. In a show of defiance, she lifted her leg entirely. He wished he could slap himself for the thoughts that crossed his mind. His feelings toward Kasumi were entirely innocent. However, at his age, such circumstances were rather inconvenient. Resolutely, he decided that this would be the last time. He could no longer permit her to sleep beside him. Gently, he shifted Kasumi to the side, where she continued to mumble in her sleep, seemingly lost in delightful dreams. Ryoko Musashi then proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, which alleviated his discomfort significantly. After a simple breakfast, he prepared a meal for Kasumi but refrained from waking her, as he dashed towards the training ground in Konoha. The matter of rising early for school rested solely on the child's self-discipline, a responsibility he never assumed. "Ah, Musashi, you've arrived quite early today," exclaimed Mike Guy as he entered the training ground with Team 3, discovering Ryoko Musashi had already been training for over an hour. "Good morning, Sensei." "Good morning, Senior Musashi," replied Ryoko Musashi, greeting them before resuming his practice. He chose not to elaborate on the reason for his early arrival, which was a surplus of energy seeking an outlet. Interestingly, despite sharing the same youthful vigor, Mike Guy had never exhibited much interest in women. Perhaps his pure-heartedness surpassed that of Ryoko Musashi. While Ryoko Musashi engaged in training, Might Guy and 3 lower-ranked ninjas were involved in a sparring exercise. The sounds of fists, feet, and weapons clashing resonated throughout the training ground. After taking Ryoko Musashi's advice into account, Tintin had ceased her pursuit of mastering various weapons and instead focused her efforts on specialization. Observing her practice alongside Might Guy, her progress appeared to be steady. From the dazzling array of 18 weapons to a few commonly used ones. The pursuit of stability and advancement may not be immediately discernible within a day or two, yet over time, the distinction becomes starkly evident. Once their sparring sessions concluded, Tintin would eagerly approach Musashi for guidance on her mastery of the spiral sphere. "Master, please observe my practice. It still feels off," she implored, extending a hand as she gradually gathered chakra. For her, controlling chakra at this stage remained a formidable challenge. Slowly, the chakra amassed in her palm, beginning to circulate. While it did not reach a level perceptible to the naked eye, she could sense that it roughly formed a circular shape. "Master, I've been training for quite a while. Yet I still can't pop the balloon," Tintin expressed her frustration. Musashi, attuned to her chakra, responded, "Do not be disheartened, Tintin. Mastery of chakra control is an arduous foundational practice that cannot be rushed. Observing your practice, it is clear that you are on the right path. However, be cautious not to overly fixate on the appearance. Take your time to perceive and contemplate. The spiral sphere ultimately manifests as a circle, but during the initial stages of practice, there is no need to chase after its form. The spiral sphere is a ninjutsu characterized by both chaotic and ordered elements intertwining. The chaos arises from the ever-changing trajectories of the internal chakra, densely packed and difficult to decipher. Conversely, from a macro perspective, there exists a certain order to the chakra's behavior, whether in its convergence and compression or in its overall maintenance and release. Within the interplay of chaos and order lies a delicate balance. Once you identify the fundamental direction of your efforts, you will gradually come to sense this equilibrium. Much like muscle memory, I will reduce the intensity a bit so you can grasp the underlying principles, Musashi remarked, condensing chakra in his hand, deliberately slowing its movement to form a small sphere of chakra. Tintin cautiously approached, keenly observing and feeling the flow of chakra. For a jonin to maintain an A-rank jutsu while allowing someone to experience it up close is an opportunity seldom afforded to ordinary ninjas, and she understood its value. Unwilling to let a moment slip away. Not far off, Rock Lee, curious, attempted to draw closer but was halted by Niji Hyuga. "What is the matter, Niji?" Lee inquired. Puzzled. "Do not approach," Niji replied with a serious expression. "Why not?" Lee questioned. "Are you not aware? Musashi-senpai is Tenin's teacher. When a ninja imparts techniques, eavesdropping is a grave taboo. Even if you have no ill intentions, you must be mindful." "Oh," Lee replied, realization dawning upon him. As an ordinary ninja, he lacked extensive knowledge of such matters. He glanced over at Tintin, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. To be able to practice ninjutsu and receive dedicated instruction from a jonin is a stroke of immense fortune for a civilian ninja. However, such luck is not universally bestowed. Just like him, he couldn't even utilize chakra to perform ninjutsu. "Niji is the prodigy I strive to catch up with. Now Tintin has the guidance of Musashi-senpai. I cannot be left behind by the two of them." A sense of urgency stirred within Lee Locke as he clenched his fists tightly. He must strive harder, with unwavering determination, to vindicate his path as a ninja, to ensure that the name of Lee Locke resonates throughout Konoha. Forget the notion of merely challenging oneself. He aims not only to confront his own limits, but also to face his adversaries. Niji Hyuga Uchiha. He intends to demonstrate to these prodigies that even without the gifts of bloodline limit or innate ninjutsu, he can prove his worth. With 1,000 powerful strikes, he aimed to shatter the wooden post before him. If he failed, he would resort to running laps upside down around Konoha. Niji Hyuga regarded Lee Locke with confusion. "What kind of nonsensical rule is this?" Lee Locke replied as he threw punches. "This is the training that Teacher Guy imparted to me. A call to victory." Through self-imposed rules, he pushed himself to the brink, artificially creating constraints. To exceed Niji's prowess by breaking the wooden post was his goal, compelling himself to reach his limits and train with full commitment. Even if he faltered, he would still gain valuable experience. This, indeed, was the training regimen imparted by Teacher Guy. Niji Hyuga's expression was peculiar. There is no such ludicrous rule, he thought. However, as Lee Locke was his companion, he had grown accustomed to his silly reasoning and chose not to engage in pointless arguments. After all, the disparity between them was vast, and he held no interest in seeking validation from someone weak, rather than confront the truth and argue. It was more prudent to invest his time and energy in training. Lee Locke had his ambitions, aspiring daily to become a great kunoichi. He too possessed his own goals, questioning the shackles of fate and exploring the limits of gentle fist techniques. Even if he could not break free from destiny, confined to a life akin to a caged bird, he would strive to be the one with the loudest song. Days passed by, and Niji Hyuga remained focused on mastering the gentle fist, diligently enhancing his chakra while studying the intricacies of the Rasengan. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Meanwhile, Lee Locke relentlessly pursued Niji Hyuga's footsteps each day. However, plans often falter in the face of change. After some time, they found themselves back at the training ground. The Chunin exams? Lee Locke and the others exclaimed in surprise. Might Guy nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Chunin exams. Do we qualify to participate? Tintin inquired. Absolutely, Might Guy affirmed. In theory, once you become a genin and have completed more than 8 missions, you are eligible to take part in the Chunin exams. So what do you all think? Would you like to give it a try? Lee Locke's face lit up with longing. Yet, he soon shook his head. I think I'll sit this one out. Though I am eager to test my strength and face stronger opponents, I am acutely aware that I currently lack the ability to even attempt it. As a ninja limited to physical training, I have yet to master powerful techniques such as the Hidden Lotus. Competing against other ninjas with a diverse array of abilities is far too daunting. Alright, Little Lee has opted out. What about you, Niji? Might Guy turned to Niji Hyuga. I think I'll pass as well, Niji Hyuga replied, shaking his head. Huh, Niji, your strength should pose no issue, right? Tintin remarked from the side. Hyuga Niji smiled gently and replied, the true strength of a ninja lies within their own capabilities. Participating in the Chunin exams is merely a matter of time. There is no need to rush. Since Lee has chosen to wait for the next opportunity, I shall do the same. Not far away, Ryoma Musashi, who was still training, silently scoffed at the Leaf Village's inhabitants, both young and old, who all pretended to possess extraordinary prowess. Might Guy inquired, what about you, Tintin? Tintin smiled and said, since everyone else is abstaining, I shall forego this time as well. I have yet to master the jutsu assigned by our teacher. I will wait for our class to participate together next time. Might Guy's lips trembled, and in the next moment, tears streamed down his face. You all show such camaraderie. I am truly moved to have students like you. At that instant, Hyuga Niji and Tintin stepped back in unison, as if anticipating the next move. Then, with open arms, Might Guy swept the stationary rock Lee into a heartfelt embrace. The familiar sound of crashing waves filled the air. Ah, the poignant essence of youth. Let me see what powerful jutsu are recorded within. Multiple shadow clone technique. What is this? The first entry is the jutsu I am the least adept at. In the forest, Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the scroll of jutsu in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. It was precisely due to his inadequacy in the shadow clone technique that his graduation had been jeopardized. He had hoped that the scroll from Irika-sensei would contain a technique suited to his strengths, but alas, the first was the very technique he despised. Scratching his head, he flipped through the scroll, searching for a technique that might appeal to him. 8 gates, flying thunder god. What is this earth rebirth? What a perplexing array. He buried his face in the scroll, overwhelmed by a headache. The techniques within were increasingly intricate, and the dense patterns of chakra flow and hand seals were daunting. After a thorough examination, he concluded that the shadow clone technique appeared the simplest. Fine, I shall attempt the first one again. If I can master the shadow clone, I will surely graduate, Naruto declared as he began to study the essential points and sequence of hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique. After a while, feeling he had absorbed enough, he tucked the scroll away, planning to return it. Naruto, a frantic voice called out. Uzumaki Naruto turned to see Irika, looking visibly anxious. Irika-sensei, what brings you here? Irika landed before Naruto, catching his breath, and with a stern expression, spoke. Hey, Naruto. Noticing Irika's serious demeanor, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, you caught me, Irika-sensei. I was just learning one jutsu. If I could show you what I've just learned, surely I can graduate, right? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Irika, who had rushed over, sensed something amiss. If Naruto understood the gravity of his actions, he would not be so nonchalant in discussing it before him. He asked, Graduate? Who told you that? Uzumaki Naruto replied, It was Iruka-sensei. The scroll and this place were both pointed out to me by Iruka-sensei. Like a flash of lightning, a realization struck Iruka's mind. Iruka finally realized that this was not Naruto's scheme, but rather Mizuki's treachery. A sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind. Hee, I'm right here. Naruto Uzumaki looked up to see teacher Mizuki perched on a branch, his formerly amiable demeanor now replaced by a chilling expression. Naruto, hand over the scroll. The sudden shift threw Naruto into disarray, prompting Iruka to urgently shout, Naruto, under no circumstances should you surrender that scroll. It contains the forbidden jutsu of Konoha. Mizuki is manipulating you. Mizuki sneered coldly, Naruto, don't listen to Iruka's nonsense. He is merely afraid you'll master the techniques contained within that scroll. Naruto, please. Iruka implored. Naruto gazed at the two figures before him, his eyes wide with confusion, and then clutched the scroll tightly to his chest. Observing this, Mizuki dropped the facade of a friendly smile. Very well. Naruto, do you know why the villagers despise you? Allow me to unveil the truth. It is a secret ordered by the higher-ups, one that you must never learn. Naruto exclaimed, a secret I must never know? What is it? Mizuki replied. The higher-ups have instructed the ninjas not to disclose that you, Naruto Uzumaki, are the Nine Tails. It was you who caused Iruka's parents' deaths, who ravaged the village, and who led to the demise of many. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock. Bastard! 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 His heart surged with turmoil. He began to comprehend why the villagers regarded him with such disdain, why his peers shunned him. So, I am the Nine Tails? Seeing Naruto's shattered expression, Mizuki's smirk grew triumphant. As the Nine Tails, no one will ever accept you. Even Iruka harbors hatred towards you. Beings like you should not exist. Die, Naruto. A massive shuriken whistled through the air. Naruto trembled, unable to react in time, and in the next moment, a figure interposed itself before him. Blood dripped, reflecting in Naruto's wide eyes. He stared, bewildered, at Iruka, who had taken the fatal blow for him. Iruka looked at Naruto, tears welling in his eyes. Because we are the same. Both of us are unrecognized. Both of us often resort to foolish actions to garner attention. Yet, no one truly sees us. It is painfully isolating. Naruto, you must be suffering greatly. I'm sorry, Naruto. If I were only more reliable, if I were stronger, you wouldn't have to endure any of this. Naruto stood in stunned silence. Mizuki observed the scene with a gaze filled with mockery and pity. How ridiculous. Naruto, Iruka has always loathed you, the one who killed his parents. This act is merely a means to reclaim the scroll. As Mizuki's words hung in the air, Naruto clutched the scroll even tighter and turned to flee. His heart was in turmoil, unwilling to hear any more from the two. He longed to return to his grandfather, the Hokage, to his brother, Musashi. Iruka called out to Naruto, but he watched helplessly as Naruto gradually ran farther away. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue your reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Unbeknownst to the few present, in the distance, a ninja adorned with a chicken-headed mask silently observed the unfolding scene. Moments later, Iruka, transformed into Naruto Uzumaki, successfully intercepted Mizuki, albeit sustaining severe injuries himself. Observing the flustered demeanor of his opponent, Iruka tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand. Mizuki exclaimed, Why? Why do you protect him, defend a demon fox? Iruka, weary and on the ground, struggled to uphold his wounded form. Naruto is not a demon fox. That boy is my esteemed student, one who is dedicated and focused. Although not particularly clever and prone to mischief, he is certainly not a demon fox. He declared resolutely, he is Naruto Uzumaki, the pride of Konohagakure. In a fit of rage, Mizuki retorted, What an insufferable fool. Iruka, since you care so much for that demon fox, then prepare to die. With a mighty shuriken in hand, Mizuki lunged forward to strike. Boom. A flash of yellow suddenly appeared. An unexpected force propelled Mizuki several meters back. Stunned, he exclaimed, Naruto Uzumaki, you dare to return, and you managed to repel me. The recent attack, both in timing and strength, was far beyond what an ordinary student could achieve. Was he not the bottom of the class? To possess such remarkable physical prowess. Naruto's gaze locked onto Mizuki, seething with intense fury. Having spent years under the tutelage of Kyuka Musashi, although he had not mastered many ninjutsu, his prolonged training in taijutsu had elevated him beyond the typical graduate's capabilities. Aside from Sasuke, who was similarly trained by a senior, no one else could rival him. To harm Iruka-sensei, I will kill you. Mizuki, in a fit of anger, laughed derisively. You arrogant little brat. Do you think your punches can match me? A mere child like you can be dispatched with a single ninjutsu. Then let us see, Naruto retorted. You scoundrel. Mizuki barked, preparing to weave hand signs to eliminate the audacious boy before him. In response, Naruto also formed hand signs, unleashing his chakra with unrestrained vigor. Unlike previous attempts, this time his chakra flowed seamlessly, almost as if divinely aided, surpassing his prior levels. In the blink of an eye, the forest was filled with a multitude of yellow figures. Naruto. Iruka gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the boy who once struggled with the shadow clone technique could now execute such an extensive and formidable multi-shadow clone jutsu. Mizuki, who found himself surrounded by Naruto's clones, gaped in astonishment. The shadow clone technique was a high-level ninjutsu that created physical entities. As a mere teacher, Mizuki was just an ordinary ninja. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary display of shadow clones in his life. I'm about to strike, echoed Naruto's battle cry from all directions. The next moment, a barrage of fists and feet obscured Mizuki's vision, and thus, the dust settled. As Naruto gazed down at the bruised and swollen Shimoku, he awkwardly scratched his head, pondering, perhaps I was a bit too forceful. He won't actually die, will he? Just as anxiety gripped him, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling both Naruto and Iruka. However, upon seeing the chicken-headed mask adorning the stranger's face, Iruka breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing him as a ninja from the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command. Naruto tilted his head in confusion and asked, Boss? With a hint of resignation, Musashi removed his mask. Yes, it is I. One could only say that the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan were extraordinary, and Naruto was far too familiar with him. The mask could hardly conceal his striking figure and elegant demeanor. Musashi, Jonin, Iruka remarked, surprised to discover that their visitor was an acquaintance. Boss, what brings you here? Naruto inquired. Musashi gestured toward the bruised Shimoku on the ground. The Hokage commanded me to retrieve the sealing book and take him back. Upon realizing that the newcomer was from Umbu, the battered Shimoku let out a voice filled with regret. Darn it, I was so close. Musashi did not hold back in delivering a blow to Shimoku's spirits. Teacher Shimoku, stop deceiving yourself. You were far from it. From now on, focus on your rehabilitation and strive to be a better person. Remember, do not engage in any more foolishness. You lack the capability for it. Shimoku thought, does Umbu handle emotional wounds as well? Ignoring Shimoku's lament, Musashi took the sealing book from Naruto's hands and secured the seal. Ruffling Naruto's hair, he remarked, Naruto, well done. Additionally, congratulations on mastering the shadow clone technique. Naruto's face instantly brightened. Haha, I told you, graduation would be a piece of cake for me. Alright, we can chat more later. I must head to the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully stored the crystal ball and said, come in. As the door opened, Musashi entered and presented the sealing book. Hokage-sama, the sealing book is intact, and Shimoku has been taken over by the interrogation department. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. And Naruto? Was today's incident too sudden for him? Musashi replied, indeed, the impact on Naruto was significant. However, with your and Iruka's support, he will recover swiftly. That is good to hear. Musashi, I am grateful for your involvement in Naruto's affairs. It is thanks to you and Iruka that he can grow up healthily. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, Naruto is a kind-hearted child, the inheritor of the will of fire. His vibrant youth will undoubtedly lead him to grow strong and positive. All right, you may leave now. I apologize for summoning you for a task unexpectedly. It must have been arduous. The era of youth is never arduous. Contributing to the village is the greatest joy. After departing from the Hokage's office, Musashi returned home. Without time to change, he hurried to his bedroom, pulling out a scroll to write and sketch. Techniques and words flowed continuously. 20 minutes later, he carefully stored the scroll and changed back into his usual attire. Meanwhile, Naruto, back at his messy home preparing to head to Musashi's for dinner, rummaged through the chaos. Where are my goggles? I distinctly remember wearing them just now. In the evening, within the abode of Kyuya Musashi, Shobu prepared an exquisite dinner, originally intended to commemorate the successful graduation of Kagaya Shorin. It unexpectedly transformed into a celebration for both Kagaya Shorin and Uzumaki Naruto's triumphant completion of their studies. Shobu raised her glass filled with juice, proclaiming, Let us toast to the celebration of Shorin and Naruto becoming ninjas. Cheers. At the dining table, Uzumaki Naruto's face radiated with excitement. As he envisioned his forthcoming life as a ninja, he dreamt of undertaking S-rank missions, winning over Sakura, and ascending to the role of Hokage, becoming a beacon of hope for the entire village. Meanwhile, Kaguya Shorin, observing Naruto's self-satisfied demeanor, rolled her eyes. "Hey, Shorin, what kind of expression is that?" Naruto inquired, somewhat displeased. "Humph, I'm merely observing how certain individuals are becoming overly prideful," she retorted. "Huh, I see you are simply envious of my exuberance," Naruto responded, raising an eyebrow. "Envious of you? Speaking of which, wasn't it almost me who didn't graduate?" Shorin shot back, causing Naruto's expression to darken. In contrast to Shorin's uneventful graduation exam, he was the one who had nearly failed. Moreover, Shorin continued, even passing the graduation exam does not guarantee that one is a competent ninja. I've heard from others that the leading jonin will conduct another assessment, and should they deem you unqualified, you might be sent back for remedial training. Naruto gulped nervously but quickly masked his concern with bravado. Haha, it's merely a trivial assessment. Regardless of who it is, they will recognize my prowess. They had better be careful not to be defeated by me, as I shall show no mercy. Shorin replied. The leading jonin are typically seasoned veterans. Naruto, suddenly apprehensive, ceased his boastful claims. No matter how confident he was, he did not consider himself a match for a jonin. With a hint of anxiety, he glanced at Kyuya Musashi. Boss, is the jonin's assessment that rigorous? I won't be sent back to school, will I? Kyuya Musashi reassured him, do not worry. Just showcase your true abilities. This eased Naruto's tension slightly, but Musashi's next words caused him to tighten up again. But what? Naruto gasped in surprise. Musashi continued, but before you rush back, I have prepared some equipment for you that may prove useful tomorrow. Kaguya Shorin interjected, brother, that is unfair. Why does he get prepared gear and not me? Musashi replied, Shorin, your skills are already quite formidable, hence you do not require it. Oh, she responded. Naruto, feeling a mix of jealousy and confusion, sat silently. After dinner, Kyuya Musashi retained Naruto, presenting him with the specially prepared equipment. Boss, this is your unique gear. Naruto examined the item in his hands. It felt somewhat heavy, glinting with a metallic sheen as he unfolded it. Studying the peculiar equipment, he hesitantly asked, Boss, is this underwear? Though it's made of metal, it certainly resembles it. Musashi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Naruto, at first glance, it does appear to be a pair of underwear. Naruto Uzumaki, Kyugami Musashi. However, it is not merely that. As a ninja, one inevitably undertakes perilous missions. When confronted with cunning and treacherous foes, as well as formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu, a competent ninja must prioritize self-protection. Do not be deceived by the unassuming appearance of this equipment. It is crafted from the latest lightweight metallic materials. Not only does it offer exceptional protection, but it is also feather-light, well-structured, and devoid of metallic friction noise. When donned, it will not impede your movements and will provide comprehensive safeguarding. What do you think, Naruto? Listening to Kyugami Musashi's explanation, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. The gleaming equipment before him became increasingly endearing. Boss, thank you so much. But why haven't I seen this gear in the ninja tool shop? Is it a new item from the store? Close enough, Musashi replied somewhat ambiguously. It is a new product from the adult novelty shop. Observing Naruto meticulously handling the new gear, Musashi found the scene somewhat disconcerting. All right, let us head back. Get some rest so you'll have the strength for the assessment. Okay, boss. I'm heading back. Naruto exclaimed exuberantly as he departed. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Musashi sighed inwardly. Recently, Kakashi Hitachi's melancholic and reclusive demeanor had shown little improvement. Even though he and Might Guy had endeavored to uplift him, there had been no considerable change. In fact, since leaving the Umbu, opportunities to meet had become scarce. As a companion in the village and the younger brother of Might Guy, it was only fitting to prepare a few small surprises for him. Surely, he would understand Musashi's good intentions and feel deeply moved. Meanwhile, at the Hitachi estate, Kakashi Hitachi had yet to succumb to slumber, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Utterly still, he too was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming class placement assessment. After exiting the Umbu, he had been assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi to lead a team as a jounin. However, for a considerable duration, he had yet to lead a single squad. All the students had been labeled as unqualified and sent back to the academy for retraining. This time would be different. During the day, Hiruzen had personally taken him to visit the students' homes. There was little to discuss regarding Sakura Haruno, a civilian ninja. The other two, however, were anything but ordinary. Sasuke Uchiha, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, bore the weight of his surname, which held immense significance in the village as a civilian ninja. Moreover, considering the events of a few years prior, any misstep could undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar within the village. The other was Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As the direct descendant of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and with his background in the Umbu, there was no concern regarding issues of trust. However, Naruto was more than just a Jinchuriki. He was also the heir of his teacher, Minato. Kakashi contemplated, if tomorrow Naruto's performance did not meet his expectations, what then? The image of Obito and his teacher flashed before his eyes. If I were to send the other party back to school for a retake, would the teacher blame me for being unkind? If I were to reluctantly agree, I would recall what Obito once told me. Those who do not abide by the rules are deemed trash. But those who do not cherish their companions are even less than trash. After a moment, my gaze transformed once again into one of cold determination. Unless my standards are met, all are equal. Valuing companions is the unwavering path I believe in. What is the taste of a first kiss? For some, it is sweet, akin to a soft candy upon the tongue, a gentle lick producing a mood that radiates with the colors of a rainbow. For others, it is awkward, reminiscent of a startled step into a puddle, leaving one bewildered and creating a memory that lingers without much flavor. Some experience a fervent kiss, as if suddenly slipping into the sky, with nothingness and vastness beneath them, the tension and thrill accompanied by intense heart palpitations. Naruto Uzumaki's first kiss is shrouded in darkness. An unexpected incident plunges him into an abyss, his mind crashing, only to be bombarded by a flurry of jumbled question marks. Sasuke Uchiha's first kiss strikes like thunder. The explosive sound resonates in his mind, leaving no other noise or image in the world. His hawk-like sharp eyes frozen upon the visage before him. The sound of lips forcefully parting creates a sharp noise, disturbingly clear in the pin-drop silent classroom. The newly graduated young men and women stare, wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the scene unfolding before them, their minds momentarily halted. Click! The flash of a camera jolts the stunned crowd back to reality, awakening the parties involved. Yuck! Cough, cough. Naruto and Sasuke pull apart, both retching, momentarily at a loss for words. Xianglin, how could you bring a camera? Ino Yamanaka exclaimed, pointing at the camera in Naruto's hand, astonished. Xianglin shook the camera in her grasp. Oh, this? My brother gave it to me this morning. He said graduation is a moment worth commemorating, so I should bring a camera to capture some memorable moments. She nodded at the camera, realizing the truth in his words. Xianglin, is it appropriate to take pictures of this? Ino questioned. Is it not? Xianglin retorted, I think it's quite good. Ino, would you like me to print you a copy? Forget it, I don't want one. Ino hastily declined, shaking her head. Sakura, how about you? If I'm not mistaken, this is Sasuke's first kiss, quite significant. Sakura Haruno shouted indignantly, I absolutely do not want it. Meanwhile, she was furiously yelling, damn it. That wretched Naruto. That damn Xianglin. Sasuke's first kiss was just lost like this. And it was photographed. If I weren't afraid of this woman, I would make her pay dearly. Xianglin, delete it. Sasuke finally regained his composure, vigorously wiping his mouth as he spoke. I want tea. Xianglin flatly refused. Xianglin. Sasuke emphasized his tone further. In the classroom, a palpable tension enveloped the students, as they feared that at any moment, Sasuke might unleash his wrath upon them. The illustrious name of the Uchiha clan, coupled with Sasuke's formidable prowess, rendered him an individual whom no one dared to provoke lightly. Yet, Vortex Karen remained unfazed. She nonchalantly stowed her camera back into her bag. While her classmates both feared and admired Sasuke, she paid him no heed. Regardless of whether Sasuke could best her in a confrontation, she was resolute, should he dare to lay a hand on her. She would not hesitate to run to her brother and report him for bullying her. Sasuke Uchiha glared fiercely at Vortex Karen, intensifying the already strained atmosphere in the classroom. His furious gaze lingered for a full minute, during which his classmates gradually discerned that he seemed disinclined to take action. Nara Shikamaru murmured, indeed. She is the famed Crimson Serpent. Who else would dare to provoke that guy? Akimichi Choji nodded in agreement while munching on chips. Indeed, both of them are exceptionally powerful. We should keep our distance. The awkward tension dissipated only when Irika entered the classroom. With everyone present, he announced, "From today onwards, you shall all become independent ninjas." However, they were still merely novice genin, and the real challenges were just beginning. Henceforth, you will form teams and undertake missions together. Now, I will announce the results of the class assignments as determined by the teachers. Team 7, Vortex Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Vortex Naruto momentarily lost his focus, then suddenly raised his fist in excitement. "Yes, I get to team up with Sakura-chan." Haruno Sakura sighed, her spirit seemingly deflated. Irika continued, "And also, Uchiha Sasuke." In the next instant, Naruto's back slumped, while Sakura sprang to her feet in delight. Yes, together with Sasuke. Irika was accustomed to such reactions. However, Sasuke furrowed his brow. He cast a glance at both Vortex Naruto and Haruno Sakura, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Compared to the pair, who appeared rather foolish, he would have preferred to have Vortex Karen as a teammate. After all, having undergone training under the illustrious Kyuka Musashi, he was aware of her capabilities and believed she would be an exceptional ally. Another glance at the exuberant Sakura, whose infatuated demeanor irked him slightly, prompted him to turn away and close his eyes. Whatever, he mused, teammates are inconsequential. What truly matters is my own strength. Teammate, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, and Vortex Karen. As Irika finished the announcement, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Teacher, aren't teams supposed to consist of 3 members? Why are there suddenly 4? Observing the bewildered expressions of the students, Irika explained, "Well, the number of graduates cannot guarantee that every team consists of 3 members, and the formation of teams primarily considers the desires of the jonin. In truth, the number of graduates is merely one factor. The more significant consideration is whether the jonin values them and whether the higher-ups regard them as noteworthy. Not all graduates will train and learn alongside jonin. A considerable portion may not even pass the jonin's assessments, perhaps opting to retake a year and try again, or perhaps directly becoming cannon fodder as a lower-ranked ninja, joining a team with a moderately skilled chunin. Those who can become members of the jonin class, aside from the ninja of prestigious clans, are typically those with outstanding academic performance or unique talents, such as Haruno Sakura and last year's Tenten. In the classroom, Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke cast another glance at Uzumaki Karen. As heirs of their clans and possessing astute minds, they could surmise certain things. Uchiha Sasuke even speculated that it must be Suzumiya Musashi orchestrating events from behind the scenes, enabling Uzumaki Karen to join Team 8 in such an abrupt manner. Team 10 consists of Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru. That encapsulates the entire class division. Irika-sensei, Uzumaki Naruto stood up, exclaiming, "Why must someone as exceptional as me be placed in the same class as a guy like Sasuke?" Irika responded, "Naruto, Sasuke ranks first in the class, while you are at the bottom." Laughter erupted throughout the room. Uzumaki Naruto protested, "But teacher, I am quite formidable too. That only pertains to the combat class. Your throwing techniques, ninjutsu, history, and intelligence scores are all subpar. Hence, you are indeed at the bottom. Please do not hinder my progress, bottom dweller." Uchiha Sasuke retorted with a smirk. The classroom erupted in laughter once more. As the class division concluded, the lower-ranked ninjas awaited their jonin instructors to escort them. Meanwhile, Suzumiya Musashi looked at Yuhi Kurenai with gratitude. "Sister Kurenai, thank you so much. I trust you will take good care of Karen." Yuhi Kurenai smiled gently. "You are too kind, Musashi. This was a directive from the Hokage, and Karen has considerable talent. I hold great affection for this child. I must thank you again." "As it requires extra care for another child," Musashi replied. Allowing Uzumaki Karen to join Yuhi Kurenai's class was a decision he had pondered over. Karen, being young, needs to interact with peers of her age. In this current batch, Kakashi would lead the princely team, which is more perilous and less conducive for integration. Asuma's class, being composed of the long-standing friendship trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, was also unnecessary. Only Yuhi Kurenai's class seemed most fitting. Mike Guy's class was commendable, but unfortunately a year behind. As for the other classes, both the leadership and student levels varied greatly. Yuhi Kurenai's class, featuring Hinata Hyuga, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino, had comparable strengths, not commoners, yet not exceedingly extraordinary either. Following Kurenai would also facilitate Uzumaki Karen's learning of Jinjutsu. "Rest assured, Musashi, concerning Karen," Yuhi Kurenai said, bidding farewell to Suzumiya Musashi as she turned to enter the classroom. Hinata, Karen, Shino, Kiba, follow me. Gradually, only Uzumaki Naruto remained in the classroom with two others. As time passed, the expressions of the three grew increasingly anxious. Honestly, where are they? Being late is hardly a commendable habit. Within the classroom, the waiting trio grew more impatient. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling particularly bored, had a sudden idea. He dashed to the podium, retrieved an eraser, and climbed on a stool to wedge it into the doorframe. Haruno Sakura inquired, Naruto, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto flashed a grin. Oh, if one must assign blame, let it fall upon his own tardiness. Haruno Sakura remarked, honestly, this was your own idea for a prank. I shall not concern myself with it any longer. Inner Sakura exclaimed, this is splendid. I adore such pranks. Uchiha Sasuke retorted, such a simple prank. How could a jonin possibly fall for it? Haruno Sakura agreed. Indeed, Naruto is rather foolish. Moments later, footsteps echoed through the hall. As the classroom door swung wide open, a blackboard eraser hanging in midair plummeted, striking a white-haired head. Uchiha Sasuke sighed. This jonin is rather incompetent, he thought. He cannot compare to brother Musashi. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the newcomer and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Just look at him. His laughter was unrestrained, disregarding the fact that the person was a jonin. Haruno Sakura hastily apologized. I'm sorry, sensei. I did try to stop him. Inner Sakura cheered. Well done, Naruto. Hatake Kakashi observed their antics with his half-lidded gaze. What can I say? You all are quite bothersome. 10 minutes later, on a bridge in Konoha, Hatake Kakashi instructed them to introduce themselves. Haruno Sakura pondered. What should I say? Kakashi suggested, perhaps your hobbies, interests, and dreams. Uzumaki Naruto replied. Well, you're the teacher. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Kakashi responded. I am Hatake Kakashi. As for likes and dislikes, I prefer not to disclose them. As for my future aspirations, I have many. He gestured for them to go ahead. They collectively thought, that was hardly informative. Uzumaki Naruto eagerly declared, I am Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is ramen, especially when it's on the house courtesy of Iruka-sensei. I detest waiting for 3 minutes. My dream is to become Hokage, so that everyone acknowledges me. Haruno Sakura introduced herself. I am Haruno Sakura. As for what I like, or perhaps who I like, well, my dream is to become. She frequently glanced at Sasuke beside her, her words trailing off. Kakashi inquired, and what do you dislike? Haruno Sakura quickly replied, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto responded with surprise. Uchiha Sasuke introduced himself. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have no particular likes. As for my dream, or perhaps ambition, it is to restore the Uchiha clan, and I intend to eliminate a certain individual with my own hands. Uzumaki Naruto pondered. Could he be referring to me? Kakashi remarked. Well, you all certainly have your unique traits. Now, we shall formally commence our mission, he announced. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, fantastic. What is the mission? Kakashi explained, it is a survival exercise. The others looked puzzled. A survival exercise? What does that entail? Kakashi elaborated, in simple terms. All of you graduates must undergo this survival exercise. It has an elimination rate exceeding 50%, or rather, it serves as an assessment. Those who fail shall not be assigned to a jonin. The group was left in stunned silence. Uzumaki Naruto, although aware of this information beforehand, was still taken aback by the daunting elimination rate. He reassured himself inwardly. There's nothing to worry about. The drill sounds quite different from our usual examinations. With my capabilities, I am certain it will pose no challenge. Furthermore, I have the equipment that my superiors secretly prepared for me. Kakashi Hatake observed the changing expressions of the group with a sly smile. All right, gather at the training ground. Remember this advice during the drill, do not eat. In a training area of Konoha, the three who arrived early waited impatiently for Kakashi, who arrived fashionably late. To their complaints, he merely offered a perfunctory explanation before producing an alarm clock and 2 bells. Before time runs out, seize the bells from my hands. Those who fail to obtain a bell will have no meal and will be tied to a post, forced to watch me enjoy my bento. The trio exchanged glances. So this is why you forbade us from eating? Those without bells would be sent back to the academy. Do not blame me for failing to warn you, he continued. You may use shuriken, ninjutsu, or whatever means necessary, but attack with the intent to kill me. Sakura Haruno exclaimed, isn't that too dangerous? Naruto Uzumaki chimed in, exactly. Sakura is right. Besides, if you can't dodge a chalk eraser, how can you boast? Kakashi retorted, Those at the back shouldn't make such noise. Naruto, frustrated, responded with a glare. All right, when I say ready, set, go. Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto charged forward, kunai in hand, determined to show his prowess. However, with a swift motion, Kakashi intercepted the attack. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's kunai was twisted back against his own neck, leaving him momentarily stunned. Quickly now, Kakashi released Naruto. Honestly, I hadn't finished speaking. Even if you're willing to risk your life, there's no need to be so reckless. Now, I declare the official start. Whoosh, whoosh. Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura swiftly retreated. Having witnessed Kakashi's speed in subduing Naruto, they doubted their chances in a direct confrontation. Stealth, ambush, and surprise attacks might hold the key to victory. Kakashi allowed the two to depart without interference. Unexpectedly, Naruto, the brash blonde, stood his ground. Come on, let us settle this fairly. In that moment, 3 out of the 4 present regarded Naruto as rather foolish. Kakashi, blunt as ever, remarked, "You do seem a bit off." Naruto retorted, "You should be more concerned about yourself." Kakashi shrugged, "Well, as long as you're happy." He then produced a comic book. Midnight Blade's past work, The Broken Ninjutsu Teacher. Due to a recent decline in updates, Kakashi resorted to reminiscing about his earlier creations. "What does that mean?" Naruto asked, bewildered by Kakashi's actions. "Oh, it's nothing," Kakashi replied. "Reading won't hinder me from dealing with you." Naruto's features twisted in frustration. "Ah, how infuriating. Let me show you my true strength." The swift form of Naruto Uzumaki stirred up a fierce wind as he charged towards his opponent. Bang, 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 bang. Regardless of Naruto's furious emotions, the response from his adversary was entirely unexpected. Despite being engrossed in reading, it seemed as though the opponent had eyes all over, precisely intercepting his attacks. With lightning speed, rapid reflexes, and immense strength, the gap between Naruto and his foe remained insurmountable, even after his training sessions with Konoha's legendary warrior, Musashi. As his strike missed, Naruto found himself momentarily blinded and lost sight of Kakashi Hatake, while he searched for his opponent behind the trees. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno held their breaths, their eyes wide with astonishment. "That seal, it's the tiger seal. Naruto is finished," Sakura exclaimed, her instinct to conceal her thoughts forgotten. "Naruto, quickly dodge." Confused, Naruto glanced towards Sakura, but a voice from behind him interrupted. "It's too late. A ninja must never expose their back to the enemy, you fool." The secret body technique of Konoha, the ultimate art. 1,000 years of devastation. The forest was enveloped in an air of impending doom. Sakura's eyes widened in despair, and Sasuke felt a tightening in his chest, just as they believed Naruto was doomed. A sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the woods. Clang. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Sasuke and Sakura could hardly believe their eyes at the scene before them. Naruto, finally aware, turned around to face Kakashi, whose face was flushed with anger. Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure and began to jump in place. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Puffing heavily, Naruto finally understood what had transpired and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the gear my leader gave me is simply extraordinary. Kakashi-sensei, you've fallen for it, haven't you? Ha ha. Kakashi, with a flushed face, glared at Naruto, one eye glistening with tears. "It's swollen, my finger is definitely swollen." "Naruto, what on earth are you wearing?" he questioned, voicing the curiosity of the 3 present. With a triumphant smile, Naruto replied, "It's my secret gear, not telling you." Hee hee. Kakashi's expression turned incredulous. In that moment, he momentarily forgot about the training evaluation. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before the smug Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Naruto lost the ability to resist. His mind dazed as Kakashi lifted him effortlessly with one hand and then swiftly tugged at his pants. In that moment, a dazzling pair of metallic undergarments came into view. As a seasoned reader of midnight literary works, Kakashi recognized them at once. Naruto was adorned with the latest model from the enigmatic Allure series, the luxurious limited edition Silver Snow 500. Kakashi felt a thunderous shock in his mind. This kid, at such a tender age, has already in that instant. He was reminded of Minato Namikaze. As I reflect upon the passage of these many years, I am beset by a profound sense of guilt for not having imparted guidance to my counterpart sooner, owing to the generational divide that has marked our relationship. The remorse surges forth from the depths of my heart, like an unrelenting tide. I am truly sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I lament. I have failed to discipline him adequately. 5 minutes later, under the meticulous inquiry of Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki finally divulges the origins of his new equipment. Upon discovering that it was hastily prepared by Musashi Suzumiya, Kakashi cannot suppress a frown of discontent. That guy Musashi, how could he have anticipated that I would employ such a tactic? Did Guy inform him? Setting aside my lingering doubts, I realized that my earlier strike lacked proper control, leaving Naruto devoid of strength. In resignation, he binds his opponent to a wooden post. Just then, several shuriken whiz through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The razor-sharp shuriken pierce through Kakashi Hatake with a violent ferocity. The gruesome scene renders both Naruto and Sakura Haruno, who is observing from a distance, momentarily speechless. He is dead. In the shocked gazes of the onlookers, the bleeding figure suddenly transforms into a wooden post with a loud crash. Naruto, gripped by a wave of relief, realizes it was merely a substitution. That guy Sasuke nearly gave me a heart attack. From a concealed vantage point, Sasuke Uchiha's expression shifts. Although he had anticipated that the Jonin would not be so easily vanquished, he had failed to discern when the opponent had executed the ninjutsu. Aware that his position has been compromised, he no longer hesitates and turns to flee. However, after only a short distance, Kakashi blocks his path. There is no escaping now. A glimmer of determination flashes in Sasuke's eyes as he swiftly launches a barrage of shuriken, his form following closely behind. In the face of the rapidly approaching projectiles, Kakashi merely extends a hand, deftly maneuvering to catch the two shuriken between his fingers. Soon after, Sasuke's fist draws near. With a resounding impact, their fists collide, producing a dull thud. Sasuke is unfazed by the outcome. With a graceful twist of his hips, he delivers a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's right shoulder. Thud, thud. As both feet are swiftly captured, Sasuke's eyes flicker with resolve. With his remaining hand, he lunges toward the bell at Kakashi's waist, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal. In the next instant, Kakashi retreats, creating distance between them. Impressive agility, Kakashi muses internally, as Sasuke's assault resumes with renewed fervor. The onslaught of punches and kicks bears no resemblance to the skill level of a freshly graduated genin. The strikes are powerful, swift, and precise, exhibiting a remarkable fluidity. If Kakashi were to hold back, he might indeed leave himself vulnerable to being countered. The clash of their combat reverberates through the air, the sounds of their bodies colliding echoing like thunder. As the battle advances, Kakashi finds himself increasingly astonished by Sasuke's prowess. Such martial skill is scarcely that of a novice. Without the guidance of a master and rigorous practice, one could scarcely reach such heights. Who taught you this level of taijutsu? In the midst of battle, Kakashi Hatake inquired. Brother Musashi. Sasuke Uchiha retorted sharply. Seizing another opportunity, Kakashi reached for the bells at his waist, leaning back as he delivered a powerful kick towards his opponent. A resounding impact echoed as both combatants staggered backward. Sasuke, still suspended in midair, was encircled by several shuriken. Simultaneously, he formed hand signs while his feet propelled the shuriken towards Kakashi. As Kakashi skillfully deflected each shuriken, Sasuke was readying a jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as a genuine, searing fireball materialized in the air. The air around it warped from the intense heat, surging forth with an oppressive warmth. The blazing inferno obscured all vision. In the fleeting moment the flames extinguished, Sasuke gripped his shuriken tightly, poised for another round of combat. Observing from a distance, Kakashi couldn't help but commend impressive physical skills and innate talent for ninjutsu, coupled with extensive combat experience. Compared to the Sasuke he once knew, this version exhibited unparalleled talent and tenacity. However, this is where it ends. He formed hand signs, gradually melding into the earth. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. His hands erupted from the ground, reaching for his opponent's limbs. As anticipated, Sasuke displayed a moment of panic. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shurikens sliced through the air, enveloping both Sasuke and Kakashi. A thunderous boom erupted as Sasuke disintegrated into a cloud of smoke, while Kakashi retreated below ground once more. This time, Kakashi was genuinely astonished. To employ a shadow clone while obscuring vision with a fire technique was a level of strategic combat experience rarely seen in inexperienced ninjas. However, it was over. Kakashi materialized near Sasuke's true form. Lightning release, thunderclap. Blinding arcs of electricity filled the forest, illuminating the area within a radius of several dozen meters. Faced with such a widespread jutsu, Sasuke could no longer defend himself. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Act. The cries of defeat echoed as Sasuke fell. 5 minutes later, the group reconvened. Kakashi declared that none of them had passed, highlighting the shortcomings of the trio: the reckless Naruto Uzumaki, the infatuated Sakura Haruno, and the solitary Sasuke Uchiha, who placed undue faith in his own abilities. Being a ninja is a profession that grapples with life and death, requiring one to make choices between the lives of teammates and the mission, confronting countless unknowns. You three are far from being qualified ninjas and lack an understanding of the importance of teamwork. I am willing to grant you one final opportunity. Consume your bento and prove to me whether you can become competent ninjas. By the way, 2 bento boxes will be provided, but none for Naruto, as punishment for utilizing despicable ninja tools. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi-sensei, are you targeting me? If I find out that you secretly gave lunch to Naruto, we'll all lose our qualification for the exam and have to retake it at school. That is my rule. With that, Kakashi Hatake departed, leaving only the 3 of them behind. As the aroma of the lunch wafted through the air, Naruto's stomach let out a loud growl. Faced with the curious gazes of his companions, Naruto forced a smile and explained, "Aha, I'm not hungry at all. Lunch. I wouldn't even think about eating it. Compared to Ichiraku ramen, lunch is simply unappetizing. Ahaha." His stomach, however, voiced a different opinion. Defeated, Naruto lowered his head. This explanation is indeed too far-fetched. Enduring the protests of his empty stomach, Naruto suddenly froze. A lunch appeared before his eyes. Turning to look, he saw Sasuke Uchiha's haughty expression. "I can't eat this much anyway," Sasuke declared, leaving Naruto unexpectedly touched. "TCH," Sasuke frowned, "don't look at me like that. I'm only doing this for the sake of brother Musashi." Sakura Haruno interjected, "But Sasuke, if you give Naruto your lunch, we will lose our qualifications too." Sasuke coldly replied, "Rules are only a problem if discovered. Moreover, even if we have the qualifications, with your level of skill, passing will be quite difficult." Seeing that Sasuke had made his decision, Sakura no longer hesitated. She raised the lunch in her hand. "Naruto, I can't eat this much either." This time, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. His dear Sakura was actually willing to risk losing her qualification to share her lunch. Indeed, this is what youthful affection is all about. However, he then helplessly remarked, "But Sakura, my hands are tied. I can't move." Sakura responded, "Sasuke Uchiha, you need to act quickly. If we delay any longer, we might get caught." Sakura exclaimed, "Just this once. Remember that." With that, she picked up the lunch with chopsticks and brought it to Naruto's mouth. Naruto exclaimed, "Sakura, be quiet. Hurry and eat." He promised that aside from the ramen he had at age 4, this lunch would undoubtedly be the best thing he had ever tasted. He wished he could be tied to a post every day. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Kakashi Hatake descended from the sky. "You lot. Ah." Sakura's spirit was nearly frightened away. "Are you prepared to face the consequences of breaking the rules?" Kakashi declared, forming hand seals as dark clouds began to gather in the clear sky. Wait. In a panic, Naruto desperately thought of an excuse. "Kakashi-sensei, you said that we 3 are a team." Sasuke Uchiha added, "We are a group." "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, how can we let Naruto go hungry?" Sakura shouted with her eyes closed. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he fixed a sharp gaze on the 3 of them. Under the pressure of their gazes, the 3 did not harbor any intentions of betraying others. It felt as though a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted from their hearts. The gloom that had shrouded their minds for so long was pierced by a ray of sunlight. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed completely. Kakashi Hatake's stern expression unexpectedly transformed into a warm smile. "All of you have passed." Naruto Uzumaki had become a genin, and this news brought him joy that lasted throughout the night. However, the subsequent developments dampened his spirits. Each day's tasks consisted solely of weeding or cleaning up excrement, alongside assisting an eccentric noblewoman in locating her runaway pet. Such menial assignments were unbearable for Naruto Uzumaki. Not even a single day could he endure them. In the Hokage building, Iruka was infuriated by Naruto's complaints about the tasks. It was absurd for a mere freshly graduated genin to be so picky, yearning for more advanced missions. Would it not be better to diligently complete the lower-ranked tasks and live well? Why the insistence on undertaking perilous missions? "Naruto, enough." Iruka soothed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, with a pipe in his mouth, gently guided Naruto. "You must understand, Missions in the village are categorized by rank, from the lower levels to the higher ones. Naruto sat on the floor, mumbling to himself. Yesterday, Sister Shobu made pork cutlet rice. I wonder if she will make my favorite ramen today? Hiruzen, hey, Naruto, are you even listening to me? Naruto, displaying impatience, retorted, of course not. It's just a bunch of meaningless chatter. Old man, I am a strong ninja. Can't you assign me some higher-level missions? Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe. Just as Naruto was losing hope, Hiruzen suddenly set down his pipe. In that case, since you are so eager, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. Yay! As Naruto exited the office, brimming with excitement, Hiruzen instructed the nearby ninja, go fetch Kyugami Musashi. Wait, have Yamato inform Musashi to come. In his room, the lightning aura surrounding Kyugami Musashi gradually faded as he set down the ninjutsu materials in his hands. He rubbed his forehead in mild distress. His training in ninjutsu seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Compared to taijutsu, his recent studies in ninjutsu had slowed considerably, showing little to no progress over a long period. One could even say he had come to a standstill. If one were to ponder the reasons, on one hand, he felt he had been isolating himself for too long without venturing outside. On the other hand, his financial situation was quite dire. The cost of advanced ninjutsu materials had further strained his already thin wallet. While the earnings from publishing his art book were substantial, they were still insufficient for purchasing high-level ninjutsu resources. Recently, he found himself increasingly in a state of financial deficit. It seemed the time had come to earn some money. Knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Yamato, came the voice from outside the door. Captain, what brings you here? Is there a mission? The Hokage is looking for you. It's an escort mission. In the Hokage's office, Ryoko Musashi gazed in astonishment at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, Naruto is set to leave the village on a mission soon. To ensure his safety, it is imperative that you escort him discreetly, Sarutobi instructed. Lord Hokage, Musashi replied, isn't Kakashi-sensei Naruto's leading jonin? It's merely a C-rank mission, surely. Covert protection is unnecessary? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, while Kakashi's prowess is commendable, Naruto's safety is of paramount importance. You should be aware of Naruto's significance. Thus, we must prepare for any eventuality. A C-rank mission may seem trivial, and Kakashi is more than capable even for a B-rank task. However, we must remain vigilant against any hidden threats. Your close relationship with Naruto and your strength make you the most suitable candidate for this task. Ryoko Musashi nodded slowly. I understand, Lord Hokage. Before his departure, Sarutobi added, when the moment arises, your primary objective is to protect Naruto at all costs. As Musashi stepped out of the Hokage's office, he pondered the implications of at all costs and whom it might pertain to. Upon reaching home, he began to gather his belongings and bid farewell to Karui and Shoten. Brother, may I accompany you? Uzumaki Karui implored, her expression filled with reluctance. Foolish child, he replied. Stay by Lady Red's side and study diligently. I am embarking on a mission, not a leisure trip. Even if it were a leisure trip, I wouldn't take you along. The young girl was simply too clingy. Moreover, he had recently noticed signs of losing control when interacting with Shoten. That infuriatingly beautiful sister seemed aware of her allure and occasionally teased him, observing his serious yet yearning demeanor. To suppress his rising frustration, it would be wise to spend some time away. Very well, Uzumaki Karui conceded, albeit reluctantly. In truth, there was little to prepare. He understood that the concerns Sarutobi had regarding potential threats to the Jinchuriki would not manifest during this mission. There only existed a gang of Kato and a stingy old man attempting to swindle mission funds. The following day, Kakashi led Team 7, along with the miserly old man Tazuna, towards the land of waves. My young lord, the chapter continues with more. Please turn to the next page for further captivating developments. Clad in a long coat, Ryoko Musashi trailed behind at a distance, equipped with a telescope, ready to confirm Naruto's presence within sensing range. At that moment, he envied the convenience of old Du's telescope technique. Along the journey, Kakashi regaled Naruto and the others with tales of the geopolitical landscape of the Land of Waves and the standing of the five Kage. Yet, just by observing the expressions of the trio, it was evident that, aside from Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki and Haruno Sakura held little belief that the loquacious old man seated in the Hokage Tower could possibly be a figure of authority above tens of thousands of ninja in the shinobi world. It was utterly inconceivable. After elucidating the circumstances of the Land of Waves, Kakashi reassured the inexperienced Genin, Fear not. This is merely a C-rank mission. Danger will not befall us. Unbeknownst to him, the anxious Dasna concealed his expression beneath the brim of his hat. The group continued on their journey. And as time wore on, the atmosphere became increasingly monotonous. Uzumaki Naruto walked alongside, frequently casting sidelong glances at his beloved Sakura-chan, who seemed to radiate a captivating glow amidst the lush greenery and gentle breeze, with the sun casting a perfect light upon them. Indeed, tasks from the village paled in comparison to those outside its borders. Just as he became enraptured by her charm, a sudden sound sliced through the air. Accompanied by the tearing of the atmosphere and the clattering of chains, two shadowy figures emerged before them, exuding a menacing aura. In an instant, the disparity among the trio became evident. Haruno Sakura stood frozen, only realizing the danger when the intruders were nearly upon her. Her complexion drained of color. Her limbs grew rigid. Not only was she incapable of fending off the threat, but even her own protection seemed uncertain. Simultaneously, as if in perfect synchrony, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke instinctively crouched, kunai in hand, their gazes sharpened in an instant, instinctively adopting defensive stances as the intruders approached. This reflex was honed through countless battles in their training. The two were poised for combat. However, the assailants were not targeting them. Within the group, Dasna was the primary objective, flanked by one adult and 3 children. A mere glance revealed who the most pressing threat was. With a swift motion, the chains danced through the air. The moment they tightened, Kakashi Hitachi's form shattered into pieces. Blood-red fragments splattered forth. Just moments ago, Naruto had appeared relatively composed. But now his pupils dilated in shock. Fear surged within him, not of the impending danger or the enemy, but of losing a comrade. The man who had stood before him just seconds ago had suddenly disintegrated into a chaotic mass, delivering a visceral shock he had never before encountered. Naruto, be careful, Sasuke urged urgently. Though he too had trained under the formidable Musashi, he was unlike Naruto. Despite their similar physical responses and combat capabilities, Sasuke possessed far more experience with brutality. Kakashi, as a jonin, was not one to be easily dispatched, and yet, even he could not compare to Sasuke. The adaptation to bloodshed and murder was beyond Naruto's grasp. Years prior, he had endured horrors unimaginable to ordinary folk. Under a blood-red moon, his clan nearly annihilated. He emerged resilient, the power of his Sharingan a testament to his strength. How could he possibly be intimidated by mere thieves? With hands steady as always, and with dynamic vision surpassing that of his peers, Sasuke unleashed his kunai and shuriken, tracing elegant arcs towards the two adversaries. Simultaneously, shadow clones diverged, positioning themselves to shield Sakura and Dasna. Clang, thud, splat. The kunai, propelled with swift force, abruptly altered the trajectory of the chain. Subsequently, 2 shurikens glided through the gaps in the chain's flight, embedding themselves into the bodies of the adversaries. The 2 masked figures let out pained groans, their subordinates unhesitatingly shifting their focus. What an oversight. I didn't anticipate that this young one possesses skill. The chain tightened suddenly in midair, its concealed sharp blades emitting a terrifying tremor. Uchiha Sasuke's expression remained unchanged. It was merely a matter of taijutsu, although it appeared imposing. Its power paled in comparison to that of his elder brother, Musashi. He leaped with agile grace, effortlessly evading the enemy's chain attacks, his hands deftly forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A sense of urgency washed over the scene. Get back. The great fireball, in a clash of skilled combatants, often served merely to ease the tension of the moment. However, in the skirmishes of ordinary ninjas, such overt techniques were regarded as formidable. Upon its emergence, the expressions of the 2 enemies shifted dramatically. This young one was not only skilled, but also quite formidable. To wield such fire release at this age was no trivial feat. The flames roared as they surged past the enemies, who scattered, while Sasuke maintained control over the dispersing inferno. The intense heat warped the air, and the anguished cries of the adversaries echoed throughout the battlefield. Though the fireball's explosion lasted only 2 seconds, those fleeting moments inflicted considerable damage. The temperature generated by the towering fireball was unbearable for human flesh even for a second. 1 second smoldering, 2 seconds charred. As the flames receded, the enemy's black garments were rendered tattered, revealing charred flesh beneath. Uchiha Sasuke let out a soft chuckle. Mediocre foes, may you become a stepping stone on my path to strength. Just as he prepared to strike again, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! Crack! The enemy's movements abruptly halted, the sound of splintering bones ringing clear. The once defeated Kakashi Hatake reappeared at the center of the fray, swiftly dispatching the enemies. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. Sasuke's expression darkened. Honestly, what a show-off. Stealing my kills. A few minutes later, the incapacitated enemies were securely bound, and Kakashi turned to the anxious Dazna, his gaze calm, yet scrutinizing. So, Mr. Dazna, before we proceed with the mission, I require an explanation. The enemies who should not have been present were now tied up, leaving Dazna with no room for rebuttal. After a moment's hesitation, he began to explain. I am a highly esteemed bridge builder. Long ago, through Dazna's account, the group finally grasped the sequence of events. The impoverished land of waves placed its hopes in the capable hands of Master Dazna. Once the bridge was completed, it would significantly improve the nation's GDP. However, the nefarious underground overlord, the shipping magnate, and one of the wealthiest figures in the ninja world, Kato, sought to suppress the land of waves for his own gain. Obstructing the bridge's construction, the impoverished nation could only afford to hire a meager number of ninjas to protect Dazna. I am aware that with such a meager sum of money, it is impossible to issue commissions for high-level tasks. It is understandable that upon learning the truth, you have chosen to abandon the mission. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Dazna suddenly donned a mask of anguish, sorrowfully lamenting. Only my adorable 8-year-old granddaughter will weep day and night. There is a grandson, but the animation refers to her as a granddaughter. I am only familiar with Japanese actresses, not the language itself, so perhaps the old man is fabricating. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the ensuing content is even more riveting. And my daughter will harbor a lifelong hatred for the ninjas of Konoha, destined to live in suffering for eternity. It matters not. After all, it is not your fault. Kakashi Hatake and his companions responded, Well, let us proceed with the mission. Dazna's sorrow quickly dissipated. Is that true? I am exceedingly grateful. Kakashi sighed resignedly. Were it not for the purpose of allowing the 3 novices to gain experience, he would have ignored the cunning old man. However, it is crucial for the children to develop their intellect at this formative stage, so the mission must continue. After dispatching 2 foes, Kakashi led the group onward. Hey, let's go? Sakura Haruno murmured as she shouldered her small pack. What a disappointment. I thought we could cancel the mission. Naruto Uzumaki responded the slowest. Sasuke Uchiha chuckled lightly, somewhat smug. Coward, move a bit faster. Who are you calling a coward? Naruto retorted. I don't know, perhaps someone who just got frightened and froze. Naruto shouted in frustration. How infuriating. Don't speak nonsense. I was not scared into inaction by the enemy. It was that Kakashi-sensei who startled me. He turned indignantly towards Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, could you please give us a heads up next time? Because of you, Sasuke ended up stealing the spotlight. Kakashi, walking ahead, wore a subtle smirk beneath his mask. He was fully aware that Naruto had been startled out of concern for him. Yet, why would he ever admit that? Without turning back, he called out, Hey, Naruto, don't blame me for your cowardice. A ninja must seek the cause within themselves. Consider whether you have improved over this time. Have you trained earnestly? Next time you face an enemy, simply do not act like a coward. Ugh, this is infuriating. I will prove to you all that I am not a coward. As they continued on their journey, Naruto charged ahead, his vigilant gaze scanning left and right, occasionally shielding his eyes to peer into the distance. He was determined to play a more significant role than the others. Behind him, Sakura could no longer endure Naruto's foolishness. Noticing Sasuke walking coolly, she approached him. Sasuke, Naruto is so silly. Compared to you, he seems like a child. Go away, Sasuke replied, without raising his eyelids. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke, I am scouting ahead with Naruto. We should remain vigilant on our flanks. Have you forgotten the fundamental principles of being a ninja? Sasuke interrupted Sakura's words, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his eyes. Compared to the arrogant and careless Naruto Uzumaki, he found Sakura's presence as a teammate even less satisfactory. It was one thing to be infatuated and superficial, but her incessant chatter behind others' backs was intolerable. In the recent battle, she had contributed nothing of value. How could she dare criticize Naruto, who at least managed to strike a proper pose in time? Disheartened, Sakura returned to her position, casting a resentful glance at the exuberant Naruto ahead. Damn Naruto. It's his fault I was scolded by Sasuke. Efforts are not in vain. While Naruto was diligently scanning for danger, an unexpected event finally occurred. With a whistling sound growing ever closer, a massive shadow spiraled towards them. In the face of impending peril, no one needed to be reminded. They instinctively dropped to the ground to evade it. In an instant, the shadow whizzed past, embedding itself with a thud into a nearby tree trunk. It was a colossal sword resembling a door. The next moment, a defiant figure with a monkey-like physique appeared atop the blade, facing away from the group. Casting a sidelong glance, the others grew alert, and Itachi Uchiha narrowed his eyes, confirming the presence of a show-off. Only Naruto Uzumaki trembled with excitement. It's here. It's my moment to shine. Just as he prepared to charge forward, Kakashi Hatake abruptly seized the collar of his shirt. What are you doing, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed in confusion. I was about to show my skills. Kakashi's expression was grave, devoid of any jest. Naruto, fall back. This opponent is entirely different from our previous enemies. He gazed at the tall figure in the distance, where two masked individuals exchanged glances. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Is that you, Copy Ninja Kakashi? Apologies, but I must ask you to surrender the old man. A kilometer away, on a small hill, Musashi Suzumiya sat on a branch of a large tree, one hand holding a telescope and the other clutching half a watermelon. This melon is truly sweet. How can that fool Naruto be so careless? He charges ahead without a second thought. Hey, what is going on? Is Sasuke frightened? Attack him. Strike through the center. What is happening, Kakashi-sensei? As he observed the changing situation from afar, mist began to rise, shrouding the area within several dozen meters, obscuring their visibility. Musashi discarded the watermelon rind and moved closer. Better safe than sorry. Although the odds are low, I must ensure Naruto and the others' safety. When Kakashi finally regained consciousness, his body ached all over, and he felt utterly drained. He found himself in an unfamiliar room adorned with strange decorations. Musashi Suzumiya placed down the shinobi tools he had been cleaning and remarked, Kakashi-senpai, you're awake. Kakashi stared blankly at Musashi. Musashi, how did you end up here? Am I dreaming? Ryoko Musashi chuckled. No, it's just me. After the battle concluded, you fainted, and I carried you back. Kakashi Hatake remained perplexed. How did you end up here? Oh, Lord Hokage sent me to accompany you. Lord Hokage? Kakashi's expression was one of confusion. Is this an Umbu mission? Indeed. If it is an Umbu task, why did you make your presence known? Musashi replied, because I felt it was time to reveal myself. Reveal yourself? When? Musashi stated earnestly. Miss Mina is preparing a meal, and her culinary skills are quite admirable. I pondered, why is it that while you all can enjoy a meal, I must merely hide away eating soldier pills? This is unjust and lacks the spirit of the will of fire. Kakashi rubbed his still dizzy head, finally grasping the other's reasoning. And who is Miss Mina? She is the mother of Inari, the daughter of Tazuna. Just then, the door swung open, and Tazuna along with Naruto Uzumaki entered. Kakashi-sensei, you have finally awakened, exclaimed Naruto with delight. Sakura Haruno, looking relieved, remarked, honestly, Kakashi-sensei, you scared me. The Sharingan is indeed powerful, but it exerts a tremendous toll on the body. Tazuna, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Nevertheless, we have finally dealt with the enemy. This way, the bridge can be constructed smoothly. Kakashi, with great effort, propped himself up and sat up. By the way, Musashi, have you been trailing behind us since we set off? Yes, Lord Hokage instructed me to protect you covertly. However, later the fog obscured my sight, forcing me to draw closer. Meanwhile, Sakura whispered in discontent, what the heck? You were clearly there, so why didn't you show up when we were in danger? Musashi replied, because this is a task you chose to undertake yourselves. As ninjas, one must be aware of the inherent risks when selecting a mission. The consequences must be borne by yourselves. Kakashi interjected, speaking of which, Musashi, the village has never mentioned that ninjas can privately accept tasks at lower rates. If word gets out, how would those who pay handsomely to hire Konoha ninjas react? I apologize, Kakashi murmured. However, Musashi, there is something more important than the mission fee that I have just realized. Musashi remarked. You are referring to the pursuing ninjas from the mist, correct? Precisely. I suspect it is very likely. It no longer matters, Kakashi-sensei, Musashi interjected. It is merely an obstacle within the task. The fate of Zabuza holds no significance to Konoha. He turned to Tazuna. What truly matters is the execution of the mission. Tazuna couldn't help but feel anxious. What do you mean? What I mean, Musashi stated coolly, is concealing task-related intelligence, placing the hired ninjas in jeopardy. Mr. Tazuna, this is an extremely reprehensible act. Konoha has the right to withdraw its mission ninjas and refuse clients like you. Tazuna stammered. I truly had no choice. Those are not valid reasons. Ryagami Musashi's voice was tinged with a frigid tone. Had it not been for Kakashi-senpai's presence during this mission, it is highly likely that any other ninja assigned to a C-rank task would meet with demise. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of such an outcome? Dasna felt cold sweat trickling down his face. At that moment, he found himself with no other recourse but to resort to deception, hoping that no formidable adversary would pursue him. In retrospect, his actions were perilously reckless, challenging the established norms of the great ninja villages. Should a ninja perish due to the concealment of mission details, the repercussions from Konohagakure would be dire, and he would be ill-equipped to shoulder the blame. He was truly at his wit's end. Dasna's demeanor slumped as he resignedly spoke. Ryagami Musashi continued, from the perspective of Konoha, your conduct is utterly reprehensible. However, he pivoted his discourse. From a personal standpoint, your actions could be deemed understandable. Dasna, shifting from despair to hope, inquired, so, does this mean the mission can be halted? Ryagami Musashi interrupted his soaring expectations. The mission may indeed continue. However, it can no longer be compensated at the C-rank rate. The flicker of hope was extinguished once more. Dasna lamented. In that case, the people of the Land of Waves are incapable of affording the mission's remuneration. Ryagami Musashi's tone softened. Fear not. Considering your current predicament, I have devised a solution. Dasna, puzzled, asked, what solution? Ryagami Musashi smiled gently. It is quite simple. First and foremost, the mission's rank must be amended. The task level and remuneration should be established based on the actual circumstances. However, we can be flexible regarding the payment method. Payment method? Dasna mused, contemplating what assets the Land of Waves could offer as compensation. Land, population, women? Ryagami Musashi declared emphatically, toll fees. Dasna responded, what is that? Ryagami Musashi elaborated, toll fees. To put it succinctly, refer to the charges incurred for crossing a bridge. The Land of Waves is constructing a grand bridge for development, is it not? This presents an opportunity. Throughout the bridge's construction, whether it be wandering samurai or ninjas, Konoha can address all threats to your safety. Furthermore, we can provide protection for the workers during this period. However, upon the bridge's completion, Konoha would retain a portion of the profits generated. Dasna began to grasp the concept. Invest first, then reap rewards. Theoretically, it was indeed a commendable solution. Yet, he still harbored concerns. If the bridge is to charge tolls, how will the fees be structured? And what share will Konoha claim? Ryagami Musashi reassured him, you need not worry. We can establish a prior agreement. After the bridge's completion, individuals and the general populace will not incur charges. Only merchants and businesses will be subject to fees, which will be limited and reasonable based on the type of goods and profits, ensuring it does not hinder the development of the Land of Waves. As for the revenue sharing, Konoha can negotiate with you. You will oversee the construction and take the larger share, while Konoha will merely be responsible for security during the building phase and receive a smaller portion. Upon hearing such an explanation, Dasna finally felt a sense of relief. However, he still harbored a glimmer of hope as he glanced at Kakashi Hatake beside him and muttered, as a fellow leaf ninja, why hasn't this esteemed ninja mentioned anything about increasing the task remuneration, Mr. Dasna? Kakashi Hatake replied solemnly. The reason I chose to continue the mission was that there were no better alternatives at that time. The previous Hokage once taught us, a true warrior does not stand idly by when action is required. Therefore, it was only when you were unable to pay that I continued with the task. However, similarly, one must understand that purchases require payment. This is a fundamental principle of adulthood. Now that we have a means of payment, adjusting the task's rank is imperative. Very well, Dasna conceded. In that case, we can only proceed as such for now. Mr. Dasna, Musashi Ryoko interjected with a smile, I advise you to swiftly coordinate with everyone. If we are to sign an agreement, all heads of families, leaders of factions, and independent adult males in the Land of Waves must provide their signatures to avoid future complications. Furthermore, prior to signing the agreement, we will pause our task services. Therefore, if you are in a hurry, you should act promptly. Dasna sighed inwardly, thinking, this ninja is far more difficult to deal with than that white-haired one. Kakashi Hatake, waiting for Musashi Ryoko to finish, then expressed his concern. Ryoko, if Zabuza is still alive, he may pose a threat. If they return, Do not worry, Kakashi-senpai. Musashi Ryoko replied with a smile. If they come again, I will take action. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. From Ryoko's calm demeanor, he sensed a formidable confidence. Ryoko has grown to this extent. Indeed, with Ryoko and myself, even if that Zabuza fellow returns, we need not be overly concerned. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno rolled her eyes upon hearing Musashi Ryoko's words. He clearly didn't help when he was here before, yet now he speaks so grandly. With Musashi Ryoko present, Kakashi Hatake visibly relaxed. He turned to Naruto Uzumaki and the others. Since the mission must continue, you all should begin training in the coming days. Training? Sakura's face contorted in distress. Kakashi-sensei, if even you find it difficult to handle the enemy, what good will our training do? Kakashi replied, at the very least, it will increase your chances of survival in a dangerous situation. Sakura, among Team 7. Your strength is currently the weakest. You need to improve quickly. Sasuke Uchiha nodded in agreement. Kakashi then addressed Naruto and Sasuke. As for you two, you must also strive to enhance your skills. Of course, I am quite pleased with your recent performance. Your progress has been remarkable. Naruto couldn't help but beam with pride. Ha ha, it's just my natural level. During their previous encounter, Zabuza had ensnared Kakashi in a water prison, but he and Sasuke had collaborated seamlessly, employing physical techniques and ninjutsu to effortlessly dismantle Zabuza's water prison. The immobilizing ninjutsu had proven to be insufficient. Under the tutelage of Musashi Suzumiya, the two have significantly improved their combat skills, enabling them to effortlessly handle such situations. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, if the enemy dares to return, Sasuke and I, along with brother Musashi, will take care of them. Boasting, a sudden voice interrupted from the doorway. Naruto Uzumaki paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning his gaze, filled with indignation, toward the source of the interruption. A small boy, adorned with a sun hat, stood there. Before he could utter a word, a woman with long, straight black hair appeared at the entrance as well. Her features were well defined. Her tall figure radiated health, possibly due to the sun-kissed glow from the seaside. She spoke with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, before looking down at the boy and admonishing, Inari, be polite. Greet our guests. Inari, however, did not comply. Instead, he retorted, but mom, these people are going to die. Those who oppose Kato meet the same fate. Hey, Naruto sprang to his feet. I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to be the Hokage, a true hero. I won't tee back down in the face of Kato or anyone else. Inari shot a glance at the blonde boy, scoffing. What kind of hero are you? You sound like a fool. Heroes don't exist. If you don't want to die, you should go home early. With that, he turned and ran off. Tsunami quickly called out, Inari, where are you going? Dinner is ready. Inari did not look back, dismissively replying, don't mind me. I apologize. Everyone, Tsunami said. Let us eat dinner first. In the dining room, the group began to enjoy their meal. The ingredients were not lavish, but under Tsunami's skillful preparation, the flavors were exquisite. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Tsunami. It was delightful, Musashi said, wiping his mouth after the meal. You flatter me. Tsunami replied with a light laugh. Musashi, handsome and well-built, exuded the charm of a sunny young man, which endeared him to her. It was a pity, though, that he chose to oppose Kato at such a young age. Once satisfied, Musashi waited for his food to settle, aimlessly surveying the surroundings. Tsunami occasionally moved through the dining room, preparing utensils and replenishing food, leaving a trail of delicate fragrance in her wake. It was then that Musashi regrettably realized his recurring flaw, his gaze involuntarily straying to places it ought not to. Cursing himself silently, he stood up to leave. Boss, where are you going? I'm full, just going for a stroll. In truth, there was little to explore. The land of waves was not particularly vast, and aside from the sea, there were hardly any scenic views. Life for the common folk in the ninja world was already arduous. And under the exploitation of the shipping company, the citizens of the land of waves endured even harsher conditions. Everywhere he looked, he saw emaciated faces and homeless wanderers. Dilapidated shops lined the streets, and in the corners, small beggars huddled, uncertain of their fate. As Musashi walked, his expression grew increasingly somber. When he caught sight of a beggar child, no more than 5 years old, timidly extending a small hand with hopeful eyes, the depths of his gaze turned as dark as an unfathomable abyss. Kato noon, by the seaside. Naruto once again struggled to break the surface of the water, resembling a drenched chicken as he coughed incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Kakashi, I can't go on, he exclaimed, staggering to the shore and collapsing onto the beach. Kakashi Hatake frowned and said, Naruto, you must persevere. You cannot give up at the slightest setback. The path of a ninja requires resilience. With a feeble voice, Naruto replied. But, Kakashi-sensei, the seawater is far too salty. Can we not find another place? Kakashi scratched his head. There's nowhere nearby. This is the land of waves. And the sea is the most accessible. A little saltiness won't hurt. If anything, dinner will just be a bit bland tonight. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi-sensei. That is not the same at all. Kakashi felt a tinge of helplessness. He had initially intended to teach the three of them tree climbing during their preparation time. To his surprise, aside from Sakura who had yet to grasp it, both Naruto and Sasuke had recently mastered it, thanks to Musashi's instruction. This unexpected increase in difficulty for his teaching left Kakashi quite flustered. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed to the next phase of water treading practice. Naruto, get up quickly. Look, Sakura is almost there, and even Sasuke is progressing faster than you. Do you want to be left behind? Naruto sprang to his feet, shaking off the droplets from his hair like a golden retriever, and glanced at the water's surface where Sasuke Uchiha was carefully maintaining his balance. The latter appeared expressionless, though a subtle lift of his lips suggested otherwise. Sighing deeply, Naruto clung to his last shred of hope and asked, Kakashi-sensei, is there a way to improve without drinking the water? If I keep drinking, I won't be able to eat dinner. Kakashi extended a finger and gently shook it. No? Naruto, there are no shortcuts on the path of a ninja. To enhance your combat prowess, mastering chakra control is essential. Climbing trees and treading water are merely the foundational skills for a powerful ninja. You always speak of your ambition to become Hokage, yet if you cannot even manage chakra control, it is nothing short of a joke. Naruto clenched his teeth. In that case, Kakashi-sensei, I will master it. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Show that spirit. Naruto, do not fear difficulties. Your current combat experience is too limited. Once you truly engage in battles between ninjas, you will realize that the skills acquired through hard work will ultimately safeguard your life. Mastering water treading is crucial for combat in water, allowing you to stand a chance against your enemies. Suddenly, Sasuke Uchiha spoke up, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned to him. What is it? Sasuke continued. I believe things might not be so absolute. He gestured toward the undulating surface of the sea not far away. I think this way could also work. Kakashi followed Sasuke's gaze toward the ocean. The once tranquil sea is now in tumult, rising in surging torrents several feet high. However, what Uchiha Sasuke points to is not the surface of the ocean. The vision of the two surpasses that of ordinary beings. As they focus intently, a shadow darts beneath the deep blue waters like a swift arrow. Its speed eclipses even that of the fastest swordfish, rendering its outline nearly indistinguishable, leaving only a vague sense of its size. With each passage of the shadow, the surface of the sea undulates with dark surges, while the schools of fish beneath frantically flee, believing a fierce predator has arrived. Observing the shadow below, Hatake Kakashi finds himself momentarily speechless. As if responding to his silence, the shadow suddenly alters its course, rapidly ascending towards the surface. In the blink of an eye, it draws closer and bursts forth from the water, with a resounding splash. It erupts like a torpedo breaking the surface. Water sprays skyward, creating a dazzling rainbow beneath the sunlight. At a height of over 10 meters above the ground, a figure clad only in tight-fitting shorts spins through the air, exclaiming with exhilaration, awesome. The figure breaking through the water is none other than Kyugami Musashi. Moments later, he gracefully re-enters the water with a splash, vanishing into the depths before anyone can react. Naruto Uzumaki, drenched in water, stares wide-eyed. Kakashi-sensei. He turns to the still silent Kakashi, excitement bubbling within him. I think Sasuke is right. If I could be like Musashi-san, I wouldn't fear battling in water even if I couldn't swim. He's faster than a fish. Kakashi, visibly irritated, strides over to Naruto, who looks puzzled, and delivers a playful thump on his head. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto cries, clutching his head. Kakashi, maintaining a stern expression, retorts, what are you complaining about? Stop daydreaming. Seeing Naruto receive a light reprimand, Sasuke smirks slightly from a distance. Suddenly, Kakashi turns his attention to him. And you? Sasuke, huh? Kakashi continues. To reach Musashi's level requires a grueling regimen that you cannot even begin to fathom. Moreover, his serious gaze sweeps across the three. You do not think Musashi lacks mastery of the fundamental skill of treading water, do you? Let me reiterate. There are no shortcuts in the training of ninjutsu. If I am not satisfied with today's practice, no one will eat. The three respond in unison, yes. Seeing them cease their complaints and resume their training, Kakashi finally breathes a sigh of relief. However, reflecting on Musashi's earlier display, he cannot help but marvel. Such terrifying speed beneath the water, truly a monster akin to Guy. Just as Kakashi contemplates this, a familiar voice interrupts. He turns to see Nami approaching. Kakashi-san, is there something you need? He inquires, wondering if trouble has arisen from Kato's people once again. No, Nami quickly clarifies. Father has summoned everyone. I was sent to find Musashi. Have you seen him? Oh, I see. Kakashi Hatake said, please wait a moment. He then stepped onto the surface of the water and sensed the most intense fluctuations beneath. Chakra surged forth from him. Moments later, the water's surface began to swell. Bang! Splash! Kakashi-sensei, did you call for me? With a splash, Kakashi wiped the water from his face, expressionless, and plucked a lively little fish from his hair, stating, it wasn't me. It was Miss Tsunami looking for you. Oh! Musashi Suzumiya stepped ashore and approached Tsunami. Miss Tsunami, has Mr. Dasna gathered everyone? Shall we depart? Tsunami's eyes widened, fixated on the robust figure before her. Miss Tsunami, Miss Tsunami. Musashi called out twice more before Tsunami snapped back to reality. Musashi added, shall we head back? Oh yes. Tsunami exclaimed, hurriedly averting her gaze and leading the way. Please follow me. Her footsteps were slightly flustered. As they walked, images from earlier still swirled in Tsunami's mind. The handsome youth, his well-defined muscles, the enchanting lines devoid of any excess. The sunlight glinted off the water droplets, appearing fresh and delectable. A sudden sound of swallowed saliva broke the silence, causing Tsunami's cheeks to flush. Fortunately, her wheat-colored skin masked the redness. Musashi-san, everyone is here. I shall not disturb you further. She led Musashi into a crowded courtyard and then fled in haste. It wasn't until she turned a corner that she paused, covering her flushed cheeks with her hand. Glancing back toward the courtyard, she couldn't help but murmur, how beautiful. What a pity. Such a fine young man must oppose someone like Kato. Sigh. The spacious courtyard was now packed with people, fishermen, workers, the unemployed, shopkeepers, filling the space to the brim, their chatter creating a buzzing din. Musashi looked at the crowd and inquired of Dasna beside him. Is everyone gathered? Dasna nodded. Most have arrived. The representatives of workers, clan leaders, and public representatives, along with those who invested in the bridge, are present, representing over 80% of the population of the Land of Waves. Musashi stated, that will suffice. Have you communicated the terms of the agreement you established earlier? Yes, they have no objections, Dasna replied. At this, Musashi took a deep breath, his resonant voice cutting through the noise and reaching every ear. Silence. Everyone, look this way. The clamor abruptly ceased, and all gazes turned toward Musashi. He declared loudly, the reason for gathering here is already known to you. Mr. Dasna should have informed you. Allow me to reiterate. The bridge you wish to construct is currently impeded by Kato's destruction and obstruction. Originally, this was an unforgivable deception. However, considering the unique circumstances of the Land of Waves, under the sagacious leadership of the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, we of the Hidden Leaf Village are willing to embody the spirit of camaraderie and undertake the task of providing protection during the bridge construction for the citizens of the Land of Waves. As compensation for our efforts, once the bridge is completed, the tax revenue generated from it will be allocated such that 70 will go to the Land of Waves and 30 will be retained by the Hidden Leaf Village. I have stated my position. Who is in favor? Who is against? The resounding voices reverberated in the ears of the assembly. After a moment, noticing that Mizuki Takahiro appeared to be awaiting feedback, a brash shopkeeper timidly raised his hand. Ninja Lord, may I inquire if the tax distribution can be adjusted? We have borne the entire cost of the bridge construction and have already invested an excessive amount. Is it not somewhat excessive for the Hidden Leaf Village to claim 30 of the tax revenue? Mizuki Takahiro maintained a warm demeanor. Are there any other opinions? Observing his agreeable attitude, a grain merchant also raised his hand. Ninja Lord, could the tax rate on grain be reduced? After all, the people of the Land of Waves are already suffering greatly, and I genuinely wish for everyone to have access to affordable food. What else? Ninja Lord, could the tax on medicine be waived? The medical conditions in the Land of Waves are dire. My son is 28 and still cannot afford the circumcision. Ninja Lord, could the tax on furs be alleviated? The distance to the land of waves incurs exorbitant transportation costs. Ninja Lord, regarding jewelry.